The autumn was in full swing. Out in the waking world, the skies were gray and the winds were turning cold. The trees were showering the wet ground with a fragrant carpet of dead leaves. But under the boundless, lethal expanse of the sky above, the world was still warm and bright. On an especially large island, one covered with emerald grass and moss-covered ruins, a frightening nightmare creature was stalking its prey. It had 4 mighty paws, a lean body covered in black fur, and a wide maw full of sharp fangs. Above it, 2 furious red eyes burned with hatred and madness. The abomination noiselessly moved through the tall grass, approaching the source of loud noise. A human's voice was screaming, full of indignation. "I'm right here. Come and get me, damned bastards. Curse you all." The creature snarled and prepared to jump. Before it could, however, a slender arrow fell from the sky and hit the abomination right in the eye, instantly killing it. "You have slain a fallen beast, Black Ravager. Your shadow grows stronger." Several hundred meters away, safely hidden in the shadows cast by a fragment of an ancient wall, Sunny lowered his bow and frowned. The happy shadow jumped up and down several times, then turned to him and applauded. Sunny looked at it, his frown turning into a scowl. "What do you mean, great shot?" "I was aiming for its leg, you idiot." Dejectedly shaking his head, he threw the bow on the ground and growled. It had been almost 2 months since the day he had gained, and promptly lost, the lineage of Shadow God, but Sunny's mood was still in shambles. He had spent most of this time training Rain and learning how to use a bow. By now, his aim wasn't terrible, but it was also not nearly as impressive as what he had seen Kai do. The fact that his archery was improving so slowly only added to Sunny's frustration. He wasn't using Morgan's warbow, of course, reluctant to be seen with a memory awarded to Mongrel, even if no one except for the terrifying master knew what exactly that memory was. People could recognize the brand of clan valor on its surface, which would lead to a lot of questions. Instead, Sunny was training with the Blackhorn bow, which Saint had used to wield back when he had been too weak to handle nightmare creatures populating the Chained Isles without her support. Sunny stared at the bow in question and suppressed the desire to give it a good kick. Dismissing it with a sigh, he retrieved the cruel sight from where it had been thrust into the ground and headed in the direction of the slain abomination. Compared to when he had just arrived on the Chained Isles, Sunny was much stronger now. He had a vastly better arsenal of memories at his disposal, an additional shadow core and a third shadow, and his combat mastery was polished by hundreds upon hundreds of bloody battles. Additionally, after the damned and forbidden, rightfully so, lineage of Weaver had swallowed the drop of Shadow God's blood, 3 of his attributes evolved. The Ember of Divinity was now Flame of Divinity, raising his divine affinity even more, which also increased the durability of the undying chain. Bloodweave and Boneweave had not changed in name, but became much more potent. Sunny was now much harder to break and kill. He probably couldn't bleed to death even if he wanted to, and it would take a saint, or someone like Master Morgan, to shatter his bones again. That was something, at least. Commanding the ordinary rock to shut up, he picked it up from the ground, hid it on his belt, and walked over to the carcass of the Black Ravager. The creepy shadow slowly turned its head and stared at the carcass with disturbing fascination. "This guy." Sunny rolled his eyes. "Don't just stand there, pervert, come here and help." The shadow eagerly wrapped itself around the blade of the prowling thorn, which was then used to cut the tough hide of the dead nightmare creature. Sunny swiftly fished out the soul shard and threw it to the covetous coffer, which hopped into the air and swallowed it with a metallic click. Usually, that would be it, but today Sunny needed to retrieve something else as well. Grimacing from time to time, he cut several large slabs of meat off the carcass, wrapped them, and threw the bundle over his shoulder. Should be enough, right? Finally done with the gruesome task, he stood up, picked up the cruel sight, and headed toward the southern edge of the large island. This island was a bit special, and for a good reason. Once Sunny reached its end, he saw a breathtaking sight. Far away and below him, the scattering of floating isles was no more. Instead, solid ground stretched as far as the eye could see, covered by a patchwork of forests, meadows, marshes, rolling hills, and glistening ribbons of rushing rivers. A dark, bottomless abyss stretched between the edge of the island and the rest of the dream realm, and those rivers fell into it, creating grandiose waterfalls. Near to where he stood, a ruined fortress rose from the ground, and from its gates, a colossal iron chain, many times thicker than the giant chains connecting the isles together, extended into the abyss, connecting to the soil on the other side of the dark chasm. This was one of the anchors of the chained isles, and the road by which Awakened traveled here from the lands to the south, which belonged to the great clan Valor, as much as anything could belong to humans in this realm of nightmares. Sunny glanced at the sun, then got busy making a fire. By the time strips of meat were roasting over the coals, two figures finally appeared on the colossal chain. A small smile appeared on Sunny's face, one of the few sincere ones he had shown in the past 2 months. Effie and Kai had finally reached the chained isles. Now, all of them were here. Effie and Kai climbed over the rubble of the shattered gateway and entered the crumbled fortress. Both were tired and covered in layers of dirt, their armors dented and their weapons nicked. The travel to the very edge of the explored lands had not been easy. Even though they had made stops and rested at human citadels along the way, it took a lot of strength, endurance, resolve, and a bit of luck to reach the chained isles alive. However, both raised by wolves and Nightingale were calm and vigilant, their eyes sharp, their hands steady. They were ready to face any danger. Luckily, there were no enemies inside the ruin. Instead, several nightmare creatures lay dead on the ground, some of them cut to pieces, some strangely lacking any wounds, but utterly broken, as though something terrifyingly powerful had crushed their bodies with inhuman strength. The shadows suddenly moved, and a split second later, Kai already had his bow drawn. However, Effie gestured for him to lower it. Out of the shadows, a tall and graceful figure in elaborate black armor stepped out, two ruby flames shining behind the visor of her helmet. In one hand, she wielded a steadfast kite shield forged out of dull steel, and in the other, an austere sword, its blade still dripping with rancid blood of the slaughtered abominations. Kai cautiously studied the menacing creature. "Is that Sunny's echo? She looks different." Effie grinned. "Yeah, she does that sometimes. Hey there, beautiful. Where's your sneaky boy for? I mean, master." The taciturn demon tilted her head a little, stared at Effie for a few moments, then silently turned around and walked away. "I guess we should follow." The three of them left the crumbling fortress and walked along the edge of the island. Soon, the heavenly smell of roasting meat reached their nostrils. A few seconds later, both Effie and Kai froze, their mouths hanging open. A fire pit was built in the shadow of an ancient wall, strips of juicy, generously seasoned meat roasting over the coals. But that was not all. There were also fresh vegetables and succulent fruits, a copper says producing the unmistakable smell of freshly brewed coffee, and a few more things that people very rarely saw in the dream realm. The person responsible for all this revelry was sitting in a comfortable folding chair, lazily enjoying a slice of melon. When he saw them, an impish smile appeared on his face. "Oh, hi guys. You finally made it." With that, the young man jumped out of the chair, reached into a pot full of ice, and then placed 2 frosty bottles of cold, expensive beer into their hands. Sunny grinned. "Welcome to the Chained Isles." Some time later, Effie and Kai had satiated their hunger and were resting with dreamy expressions on their faces. Sunny had given up his folding chair and was now sitting on the ground. He was inwardly lamenting the fact that covetous coffer was not large enough on the inside to fit several, at least not yet. Maybe after he becomes a master, things would be different. Kai took a sip of his beer and glanced at the branded bottle in his hand with a funny expression. "Sunny, how do you even have all this stuff? Are you on such good terms with the White Feather clan?" Sunny laughed. "Nope, I delivered all these things here myself." "What, you have forgotten about my brilliant emporium already? It seems that Aiko had not hounded you for an endorsement hard enough, or maybe too hard, and you're suffering from trauma-induced amnesia." I mean, you are basically a co-founder. The first deal I ever made was with your help, remember? Kai smiled. Those terrible memories you asked me to buy on your behalf in the castle? Yeah, I do. Sunny nodded with enthusiasm. My operation might seem small compared to what you two have seen in Bastion, but here on the Chained Island, I am the most successful entrepreneur. I guess it's true what they say about business, you know. You have to find the right people in the right wells. Or something like that. The charming Archer blinked a couple of times, but didn't comment. Effie, on the other hand, did. Finishing her beer, she glanced at the empty bottle with regret and sighed. Sunny, I have a serious question, think about it before answering, take your time, too. Will you marry me? No, seriously. I am reformed. I swear I won't tease you anymore. I won't even mind you having a girlfriend. Just continue supplying me with all this stuff. He sneered. No. Denied. You shameless gold digger. Effie made a disappointed face, then threw her head back and laughed out loud. Oh, well. All right then. Then, she grew a little bit more serious and asked. So, what's the plan? How do we proceed from here? Sunny sighed, then took out his map of the Chained Isles and placed it on the grass. Effie and Kai got closer and studied it attentively. He pointed to the southernmost point on the map and said. We are here. First things first, we need to get you to the sanctuary of Noctis, which is about 3 days of traveling away, and get you anchored there. White Feather Clan patrols this route routinely, so we shouldn't run into anything too troublesome. Then, he pointed at a particular island marked with an image of a burned tree. After you are settled, we'll go check up on the fire keepers and their progress on the ship. They won't be finished repairing that thing for at least a month more, from what I've heard, so you'll have to spend that time well. Hunt, saturate your cores as much as you can, search for better equipment. Effie nodded. What about you and Cassie? Are you well prepared? Sunny hesitated, then nodded. I am reasonably prepared. Cassie. I don't know. But the two of us have another task to accomplish before the ship is ready to set sail. He pointed to the very north of the Chained Isles, to a dark island that was almost touching the foreboding slopes of the Hollow Mountains. There is something we need to retrieve from the Night Temple. If all goes well, we'll travel north and come back within a month. If it takes longer, we will rendezvous here. His finger landed on the shipwreck island. And challenge the seed. That's the gist of it. Don't worry, though, we'll talk everything through in detail before Cassie and I leave. Effie and Kai glanced at each other. Sounds like a plan. Sunny nodded, then glanced at the setting sun. Good. Rest well tonight, then. We'll set off in the morning. Winter was drawing closer and closer. And the closer it got, the more nervous he became. On the way back to the sanctuary, Sunny tried to impart as much knowledge about the Chained Isles as he could to Kai and Effie. The Archer, in particular, needed to go through a tough adjustment. His main combat tool was his ability to fly, which was obviously restricted in this strange land. Looking at the clear blue sky with a bit of trepidation, Kai asked. So, that crushing. How deadly is it? Sunny grimaced. Deadly enough to kill a saint. But it is also situational. After a bit, you'll develop a sense of how high or low the island you're standing on is. When it is at its lowest point, like right now, you will probably be able to rise several hundred meters into the air before feeling any pressure. The exact margin depends on how long the chains of the island are. He paused, then continued. However, when it is ascending or descending, you'd better either stay on the ground or not fly more than a dozen meters up. And if it has already reached the peak, well, you really should have already escaped to another island. But if you failed to do that in time, lay on the ground and pray. If the chains are short enough, you will survive. Kai studied the sky above some more, then looked down. What about below the islands? can I fly freely there? Sunny nodded. Theoretically, yes. The sky below is generally safe, there's just nothing there. But that is only true for its depths, the underside of the islands is actually much more dangerous than their surface. The creatures that dwell there are the true horrors of this place. Some of them stay put, some move through the darkness as they hunt and migrate between islands. So flying under the islands is lethal in its own way. Effie was less concerned with the crushing, since her mighty constitution allowed her to withstand it on par with someone like Master Roan or Sunny himself. She was, however, very interested in all the kinds of nightmare creatures that populated the region. The huntress was determined to finish saturating her core in the month left before their departure. Sunny shared all the knowledge he had about the inhabitants of the Chained Isles. He had spent many months fighting local abominations, so he knew a lot, which creatures frequented which island, how they attacked their prey, what their weaknesses were, and so on. He also knew which islands had to be avoided at all costs. By the end of their journey, even Effie seemed impressed by the amount of knowledge he had accumulated. I guess the Academy doesn't pay you for nothing. You really did do a lot of research. Sunny grinned. When I hunt nightmare creatures, I get to sell their shards, and also get paid by the research faculty. So much money. Ain't it a dream? She giggled. The wonderful thing about you, Sunny, is that you are very easy to please. What is that supposed to mean? Effie, meanwhile, looked east and asked with a bit of tension. What about the saint who rules this region? What's your opinion of her? Sunny thought for a bit, then said with uncertainty. Sky Tide, she is a bit of a recluse. I don't really know. But her husband is a really decent guy, so that earned her some points in my book. Effie smiled lightly and didn't continue the conversation. On the third day, they finally reached the sanctuary. Due to how high-profile both Raised by Wolves and Nightingale were, the trio was invited to have a meal with St. Tyrus before visiting the gateway. The dinner was pleasant enough, but when the plates turned empty, the real conversation began. St. Tyrus looked at Effie and Kai with her usual expressionless severity and asked. I was surprised to hear that two more of the most brilliant awakened of the new generation had decided to visit my remote and unremarkable citadel. If you forgive my bluntness, to what do I owe the pleasure? The three of them glanced at each other. They had discussed what to say in advance. At this point, there was no reasonable way to keep their intention secret, so it was easier to just let the cat out of the bag. Kai smiled politely before answering. That smile of his was charming enough to make a crowd of women faint on the spot, but Sky Tide did not even blink. We came here with the intention of challenging a nightmare seed. Sunny. Awakened Sunless discovered one not too long ago. Since the seed is years away from blooming and doesn't pose a threat to the waking world at the moment, he didn't inform you, please forgive him that transgression. Master Roan frowned. There is a seed on the Chained Isles. Where? Effie pointed down. To reach it, we'll have to descend into the depths of the sky below. Song of the Fallen will also be joining us. We plan to use that ancient ship the Fire Keepers are repairing. Roan blinked a couple of times. Well, how extravagant. At least that explains a few things, I guess. St. Tyrus lingered for a few moments, then asked evenly. Are you sure that you want to enter a second nightmare? It has been less than a year since the four of you awakened. Most people take much more time to prepare for the rigors of the spell's trial. And even then, many don't survive. A wild smile appeared on Effie's face. Sure. Yes, I guess we are sure, as much as anyone can be. The decision to challenge the seed was not made rashly, nor was it based on blind ambition. You are right, of course, but the circumstance of our awakening was not ordinary. Even though it only happened recently, between the four of us, we already share a decade of battle experience. And the battles we fought were not soft. Sky Tide did not answer immediately, turning her face away to look at the vista of the Chained Isles. Kai cleared his throat. Are you going to try and dissuade us, my lady? Tyrus remained silent for a few moments, then slowly shook her head. No. If four awakened with the SSA designation want to challenge a nightmare seed, they must know what they're doing. Your timing is actually good, as well. Sunny frowned slightly. Good timing? What does she mean? But Sky Tide wasn't going to elaborate. Instead, she looked at Effie and asked. When do you leave? The huntress shrugged. Cassie and Sunny have an errand to run in the night temple. So, we'll depart as soon as they return. Tyrus shifted her gaze to Sunny. Was he imagining things, or did her expression become darker? You are going to the night temple, Sunless? He nodded. Yes. It is a part of our preparations. Why? The beautiful saint remained silent for a few moments, then said simply. Be careful to strictly follow the rules while you're there. Sunny politely agreed. Inwardly, though, he was a bit disturbed. Well, that did not sound ominous at all. Cassie, too, had seemed a bit apprehensive about the night temple. Just what kind of a place was it? A few days later, a delicious aroma was slowly spreading through Sunny's home. He was currently in the kitchen area of the first floor, whistling an upbeat tune as his hands juggled several cooking utensils. There were several pans and pots simmering on the stove, and a scattering of fresh ingredients on the countertops around him. Ah, this smells so good. Taking a step to the side, he produced a strange knife out of nowhere and started slicing and dicing the vegetables, the triangular blade moving so fast that it turned into a blur. Rain, who was tasked with peeling the potatoes, gave him a long and dark look. Sunny, not to doubt your honesty and professional integrity, but how exactly is this a part of my training? Are you sure you're not just using me as cheap labor? No, wait, it's not even cheap, I am actually paying you. Without stopping what he was doing, Sunny looked at her and frowned. Why, of course. I am very sure. Also, is this how you handle a blade? By gods, you just sliced half of that poor potato off and threw it into the sink. It's called peeling, not destroying, you know. Where's your finesse? Where's your precision? Control that knife better. These things are very expensive. Rain stared at him with burning resentment for a few moments, then sighed heavily and continued peeling the potatoes. Sunny grinned. Effie, who was watching him cook with a wolfish expression, gulped. So, it's not ready yet? His eyes twitched. 40 seconds, damn it. That's how long ago you asked the same question. For the 100th time. What do you think changed since then? Effie opened her mouth to retort, but at that moment, the doorbell rang. A sadistic light suddenly gleamed in Sunny's eyes. Oh. I wonder who can it be? He glanced at Rain and said nonchalantly. Rain, go see who it is. The teenage girl blew a strand of hair out of her eyes, wiped her hands on her apron, and glared at him. What, I am your doorman now, too. Grumbling, she put the knife down and went to the door, then opened it. Sunny observed her with keen interest. Rain looked up, revealing that the unexpected visitor was quite tall, and then suddenly froze. Her face paled so much that it turned almost entirely white, and her pupils became as wide as saucers. Her mouth hung open. It was as though the girl was paralyzed by horror. Sunny weighted the heavy kunai in his hand and walked over. As he walked, a strange sound escaped Rain's mouth. N. A tall and ridiculously attractive young man was standing on the porch, looking at her with a polite and friendly smile. His hair was auburn and absolutely gorgeous, and his electric green eyes were nothing short of stunning. He was dressed in simple, but exquisitely stylish clothes, holding fashionable sunglasses and a face mask in one of his hands. Oh. I am so sorry. I must have come to the wrong house. Even his voice was charming and velvety, causing one's ears to tingle. Rain was finally able to force out a word, her voice a panicked squeal. Night. Sunny gave her a short look, shook his head, then smiled at Kai. Hyung. You're here. Sorry, the dinner isn't even ready yet, come on in, come on in. Kai returned his smile and came inside. Sunny raised a hand and poked Rain in the back, then narrowed his eyes and said with exasperation. Rain, why are you just standing there? Get my Hyung some slippers quick. Then, he turned to Kai and sighed. So sorry. That's Rain, a girl I tutor. She is a bit slow, sometimes. Kai glanced at her, two lethally cute dimples appearing on his cheeks. I am sure that is not true. It is very nice to meet you, Rain. She opened her mouth, trying to say something, but no words came out of her mouth. Sunny waited for a couple of moments, then shook his head again and bent down to push a pair of house shoes to Kai. Make yourself at home. This is the living room. I'll be over there in the kitchen area for a bit, but please, for the love of gods, can you distract Effie? She's driving me crazy. Kai laughed, patted him on the shoulder, and went in to greet the hungry huntress. Sunny and Rain were momentarily left alone. The teenage girl breathed heavily for a few moments, then slowly looked down, at her dirty apron and hands with pieces of potato peel stuck to them. An expression of utter horror appeared on her face. Then, she looked at him with wide eyes and whispered. Sunny, why is night in your house? He blinked a couple of times, pretending to not understand the question. What do you mean? Kai is a dear friend of mine. We're practically brothers, one might say. What's wrong with you today? Sunny shook his head in derision. Rain stared at him in shock, then opened her mouth to say something. However, before she could, the doorbell rang again. Sunny calmly opened the door, revealing a petite, exquisitely beautiful young woman standing on the porch. She had delicate features, pale blonde hair, and stunning blue eyes. Despite the fact that the young woman was dressed humbly, there was an aura about her that made it almost impossible to look away. It was as though she was a pristine heavenly creature that had somehow found her way to the dirty, imperfect mundane world. In her hand, she was holding a long white cane. Cassie hesitated for a moment, then turned her head a little, facing Sunny. I hope I am not late. Rain stared at her with a ghostly expression. Song of the... Then, she turned to Sunny as well, her eyes even wider than before. Poor thing looked as if she was about to faint. Sunny smiled brightly. Ah, finally. Vengeance. Kai, Effie, and Cassie settled in the living room and chatted while Sunny returned to the kitchen. The two areas were basically a single space, separated only by distance and a tall counter, so he could see them clearly. Watching his friends at ease and happy to be reunited with the blind girl turned his expression dark for a short moment, but Sunny quickly put on a carefree mask. Rain was by his side and staring at them, too. Her gaze lingered on Kai for a while, then on Cassie. Finally, she looked at Effie and studied her face with a complicated expression. Here it comes. A few moments later, her eyes widened. Sunny didn't think that it was possible for the teenage girl to become paler than she already was, but he was proven wrong. Looking like a ghost, Rain slowly turned to him and whispered. Effie, she's. Sunny offered her a polite smile. Huh? What are you mumbling about? Then, he glanced into the living room and raised his eyebrows. Oh, do you want me to call her over? No problem. Hey, EF. Rain waved her hands and pressed one against his mouth. No. Don't. Sunny stared at her with a silent question in his eyes. The girl looked at him, then at her hand, then awkwardly stepped back. What I wanted to say was. Effie, is she? Sunny grimaced. Awakened Athena, also known as raised by wolves. What, you didn't know? Rain suddenly swayed and grabbed the counter to balance herself. A comically mortified expression appeared on her face. Really, he couldn't blame her for not recognizing Effie. The girl wasn't that interested in the awakened, to begin with, and the government mostly used the heroic visage of raised by wolves as she looked in the dream realm, mighty, tall, and brimming with vitality, in their propaganda. It wasn't easy to match that image with the weak, gaunt, and sickly young woman who was bound to a wheelchair. Not to mention that a normal person would never expect to meet a famed hero in their backyard. Still, looking at Rain now was incredibly funny. But she and I, oh gods, I even said, oh, no. Oh, no. She lowered her head, then suddenly looked up and pierced Sunny with an unexpectedly furious gaze. Damn it. Sunny, why are you friends with Raised by Wolves, Nightingale, and Song of the Fallen? They are famous people. He frowned in confusion, then shrugged. So what? We used to be members of the same cohort. Rain blinked a couple of times. Her voice became even quieter. But Song of the Fallen, Raised by Wolves, and Nightingale were members of Lady Changing Star's cohort. Sunny smiled innocently. Oh. Yup, that's the one. The girl lifelessly sat down, almost missing the chair. She remained silent for a long time, then asked slowly. Sunny, you know Lady Nephice? The Lady Nephice? Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan. You're from her cohort? He grinned. Who, Neph? Yeah, sure. I guess. Rain closed her eyes. Sunny did not say anything for a bit, then cleared his throat. He waited for a few more moments, then said gently. So, about those potatoes. She flinched, looked down at her apron again, then answered weakly. Oh, sorry. Actually, I have to go home. I, forgot to do homework. Sorry. With that, Rain stood up and rushed to the door. Sunny yelled at her back. Hey! What homework? It's Saturday. Without turning around, the teenage girl squealed, sorry, one more time and fled the house in a panic. Sunny watched as the door closed behind her and laughed. He felt avenged. He felt wonderful. Ah, priceless. That was priceless. I do wish she would finish peeling the potatoes first, though. After the dinner, the four of them settled around the table and moved on to the real reason for today's gathering, the discussion of their plan to challenge the Nightmare Seed. This conversation could have taken place in the sanctuary, but despite having a somewhat good relationship with the White Feather clan, Sunny didn't want to say some things aloud in their territory. Their territory was also a sovereign's territory, after all. So, the cohort had made plans to meet in the waking world. There was a lot to discuss. The second nightmare was a deadly challenge, and they had to be as prepared to face it as possible. There were also a lot of preparations to be made for the journey to the seed itself, venturing into the sky below and locating the rift in the ocean of flames that hid in its depths was not an easy task in and of itself. So, they spent many hours going over every little detail, sharing knowledge, and finding solutions to potential problems they could encounter. The nightmare itself was a mystery, of course, so no matter how much they tried to account for every possibility, they still had no way of knowing what awaited them inside. All they knew was that it would be dangerous, deadly, and terrifying. Still, there were things they could do to improve their chances. Grow stronger, improve their arsenals. But most importantly, aim for maximum flexibility in the collection of tools at their disposal. After all, it was not the strongest who survived, it was the most adaptable. It was already deep night when the conversation stopped. It seemed as though they had discussed everything they could, at least for now. Sunny made a pot of coffee for everyone, poured it into the cups, and sat down opposite Cassie. Now that everything else is settled, let's talk about the Night Temple. The more I hear about it, the stranger I feel. Isn't it supposed to be just a private citadel of clan valor? What's the deal with it? Cassie remained silent for a bit, then took a sip of coffee and sighed. Night Temple, how do I describe it? It is an eerie place. The first thing you need to know, I guess, is that it's actually situated on the underside of the northern island, and not on its surface. In the eternal shadow, that makes it harder to access, but also more defendable. I doubt that even an army of nightmare creatures, or awakened, for that matter, would be able to take it by force. She paused, and then continued. At first glance, it's a frontier outpost for the Knights of Valor, a transfer base that was supposed to serve as a staging ground for their push further north during the active expansion of the previous decades. But, as you know, after humans encountered the Hollow Mountains, our progress in that direction stopped. Night Temple remains, though. Sunny frowned. So, it's basically empty. Cassie lowered her head. When she spoke, her voice sounded tense. Logically, it is supposed to be. But it's not. Cassie chose her next words carefully. Despite the fact that the Hollow Mountains were designated as a death zone, it seems that Clan Valor still has ambitions of exploring them. Perhaps that is why Night Temple exists, and why a saint is stationed there. Sunny frowned. Even Kai and Effie seemed to be perplexed. I thought Sky Tide was the only saint on the Chained Isles. The blind girl shook her head. No, there is another. Saint Cormac. He oversees the citadel and ventures into the mist of the Hollow Mountains from time to time, as though searching for something. In fact, that was how I was able to receive permission to anchor myself and my cohort in the Night Temple. In exchange, I was meant to use my aspect to aid him in the exploration. But nothing much came of it. Sunny thought for a bit, then said. So far, everything sounds reasonable. Cassie nodded, then shifted uncomfortably. Yeah. But there are just too many strange things about that citadel, ones that have nothing to do with the saint and his mission. For one, there are just too many awakened there, around 100, I think. That is much more than is needed to support one saint. However, the most eerie part is not their number, but who those awakened are. She hesitated, then said somberly. With the exception of 2 masters who serve as Saint Cormac's lieutenants, all of them are lost. Sunny perked up. What Cassie had told them was, indeed, strange, and more than a little bit disturbing. There weren't that many lost among the awakened, so why would 100 of them be gathered together in a remote and isolated citadel? But that wasn't the reason why Sunny was suddenly excited. Leaning forward a bit, he asked. Oh, yeah. Is there one called Mordred? Cassie thought for a few moments, then shook her head. I don't know. We weren't really allowed to interact with the lost while living in the Night Temple. You see, the whole citadel is separated into 3 areas. The outward ring is where we were given a space to establish a base. We were forbidden from entering the temple itself, unless escorted by one of the masters. That is where the lost live and the gateway is situated. She suddenly fell silent, and then added in a darker tone. But there is another area inside the temple, too. One that even the lost aren't allowed to enter. The inner sanctum. One time, while we were entering the gateway, I felt the doors of the sanctum open, and accidentally glimpsed the people guarding it. The blind girl shivered. Or at least, they seemed like people. But they weren't. They were all echoes, human echoes. Sunny scowled. What the hell? One human echo was creepy enough, but many? What exactly were they guarding that actual humans couldn't? No, that wasn't important. Clan Valor could keep its secrets. He just needed to get the knife from the altar. So, what about an altar? Have you perceived an ivory knife lying on it? Cassie lingered for a few moments, then shrugged. The gateway in the Night Temple is different from the one in the sanctuary. You don't need to touch the altar to activate it. So I've only felt the altar from afar. It is indeed cut from a slab of black stone, from what others told me. There is a statue of a veiled woman holding a star and a bolt of lightning behind it. Other than that, I can't say. Sunny sighed, a bit disappointed. Well, doesn't matter. I'm sure it's there, The problem is to convince the representatives of Clan Valor to let me approach the altar. Or even sneak to it when no one is looking. Do you think you'll be able to convince them to let me inside? The blind girl nodded, but there was a bit of uncertainty on her face. I think there won't be a problem. Although I wasn't able to help St. Cormac a lot, we parted on good terms. However, that whole place is very mysterious. I am reasonably sure that they will at least allow us to anchor ourselves to the gateway, but... Sunny didn't like the sound of that. But what? Cassie sighed. Performing a ritual over the altar is another matter entirely. They can also simply refuse to let us in. I doubt that this will happen, but just in case, we should be prepared. The day we leave the sanctuary might be the last time we'll have access to a gateway before the second nightmare is over. Sunny grimaced. Although he hated to admit it, she was right. It was best to prepare for the worst. He had a few things to do in the next few days, then. All right. Then we will leave in 2 days. Make your preparations, and I will make mine. Cassie nodded and fell quiet. In that silence, a strange sound could be heard. Sunny turned around and saw Effie noisily devouring the leftovers of their recent dinner. Noticing that he was staring at her, the huntress froze. What? You guys were busy, and I was hungry. He covered his eyes for a moment, then shook his head. This woman. Speaking of preparations, he had to do something right now. Hey, Kai. Come here and give me your hand. Kai looked at him with a silent question, but didn't ask anything. He stood up and walked over, then stretched one hand over with a smile. Sunny put one finger on it and sent 2 memories away with a regretful sigh, the blackhorn bow and the full quiver. Effie was well equipped with powerful memories from her time on the Forgotten Shore and from the months she had spent hunting as an awakened, but the charming archer lacked good armaments. Even though it pained Sunny to let go of 2 ascended memories, he knew that this was for the best. It was going to give Kai an opportunity to grow stronger in the next month and be better prepared for the nightmare, plus, he still had Morgan's war bow and the strike of thunder. Kai frowned in confusion, then stared into emptiness, clearly reading the runes. Then, an excited light ignited in his eyes. Oh, thank you, Sunny. Sunny scowled. Now, don't get me wrong. This is not a gift. I am lending them to you, lending, you understand. Brilliant Emporium is a respectable business, not a charity. I'll be expecting a full repayment or an exchange of equal value. In the future. Got it? Kai beamed and looked at him with a wide smile. That's so sweet. Sunny's scowl deepened. Sweet? What does he mean, sweet? What's wrong with this idiot? I just told him that he's now in debt. The sun was already rising, and that meant that they had to part ways. Each had a lot of things to do. When everyone left, Sunny stared at the table full of empty plates for a while, and then sighed. Somehow, he felt that they won't be able to have a nice dinner like this for a while. It was already morning, so he didn't bother going to sleep and just brewed himself more coffee, poured it into a cup, and went to sit on the porch. The mental fatigue of the long planning session made his thoughts a bit slow, but Sunny knew that he would be able to remain awake and lucid for a couple more days without any problem. He wasn't going to return to the dream realm until all his business in the waking world was taken care of. So, Sunny just rested for a bit, watching the dawn and unhurriedly thinking through all the things that had to be done. Say goodbye to Teacher Julius, talk to Aiko about the Emporium. The second nightmare could take a lot of time to conquer, so there was a question of how long the supply of soul shards he had given her would last. Sunny didn't want to return and discover that his store had closed doors and lost all its clients. He took a sip of coffee and looked down. Of course, there was a very real possibility that he would not return at all. Sunny did not delude himself. No matter how powerful he was and how swift his progress had been, this nightmare was going to be nothing except for absolutely deadly, like all nightmares were. Better people than him had ventured inside and never returned. The possibility of death was very real. Was there even a point in planning for the future? As he thought about it, suddenly, a sound of light steps could be heard on the path leading to the porch. Sunny smiled a little, and then looked up. Rain was standing a few steps away, looking at him with a bit of awkwardness. Are your guests still here? He shook his head. Good. I mean, bad. I just wanted to talk to you, alone, that's all. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Oh. What about? Despite the fact that Rain was obviously trying to be apologetic and respectful, a familiar angry light ignited in her eyes. You know what about? I mean, sorry. She stumbled, remained silent for a few moments, and then asked in a more polite tone. Why didn't you tell me that you are a big deal? Sunny stared at Rain for a bit, then smiled. Have I not told you that I am probably the strongest awakened in the world, the best of best, and all that? I think it happened right here on this spot. Rain scowled. I'm being serious. Sunny took a sip of coffee and looked at her for a few moments. Slowly, the smile disappeared from his face. Finally, he sighed and looked away. Because I'm not. As far as awakened go, I am not a big deal at all. In fact, I am very small, and easily squashed. So I don't like to advertise my prowess. It's best that everyone thinks of me as weak and stupid. That way, I'll be much harder to kill. Rains looked at him in confusion. I don't understand. How would nightmare creatures know that you are considered strong? Why would that put your life in danger? A dark, sad smile appeared on Sunny's face. He glanced at Rain, and then asked. Who said anything about the nightmare creatures? Sunny put his cup on the floor, then said. After you left, you must have searched the network for all the information about the Forgotten Shore you could find, right? Rain blushed, and then nodded. He nodded, too. Then you must know that around 400 sleepers died during the siege of the Crimson Spire. So many. But do you know how many were killed in the months before? Almost twice that. Her eyes widened slightly. Sunny looked at the young girl, no levity in his voice anymore. And they weren't killed by the nightmare creatures. They were killed by people. So, ironically, more humans were killed by other humans while I was out there, in that hell, than they were by monsters. Well, other monsters, to be precise. And that is a lesson you are going to have to learn, if you want to become strong. He sighed. I can teach you how to hold a sword or a spear, how to traverse the dream realm and not starve, and how to kill your enemies. But I can't teach you how to be strong, Rain. That is something that you can only learn yourself. This world, it is a cruel and ruthless place. Some people are lucky enough to never learn its truth, but some do. And out of those, soft ones never survive. You are very, very soft, but are you lucky? I don't know. It's up to you. She listened to him attentively, an expression that was a bit too serious and somber for a girl her age appearing on her face. After a while, she said. I think I understand. Sunny smiled. I hope that you do. But also, a part of me hopes that you don't. He hesitated, then took out his communicator. Oh, and by the way, our lessons are going to have to stop for a while. My friends and I are going on a big expedition, you see, and I am not sure how long it is going to take. Don't worry, though, I have already taught you enough for you to continue practicing on your own. Do it diligently and don't get lazy. If you feel that you mastered everything before I return, call the number I just sent you. It belongs to a friend of mine. Her name is Aiko, and she'll find you a new tutor. Rain stared at her communicator for a long time, then looked at him and asked quietly. You are going on a big expedition. Sunny showed her a carefree smile and shrugged. Sure. Why? She hesitated for a few moments, and then asked, her voice suddenly uncharacteristically timid. Will it be dangerous? He picked up his coffee, took a sip, and then shrugged again. Dangerous? Yeah, of course. Really dangerous, I guess. But, anything having to do with spell is. Rain looked at him with sudden intensity, her previous timidness gone. When she spoke, her voice rang with tension. Then why? Why are you going? Sunny looked at her in bewilderment, and then suddenly threw his head back and laughed. When he was done laughing, he glanced at her and said with an amused smile. Why? The same reason you wanted to train. To become strong. Really strong. Some time later, Sunny was waiting in a cafe, looking out of the window at a lively street outside. People were rushing past, in a hurry to get inside before the heavy clouds covering the bleak sky erupted with rain. The subtle smell in the air told him that this was going to be a bad one, maybe not toxic enough to burn through clothes, but still unpleasantly hazardous. The acid rain didn't bother Sunny too much, since it was something everyone was accustomed to. Even in the outskirts, people knew how to avoid getting caught in one. Here in a prosperous part of the city, citizens had many more protections. What he was thinking about was the street itself. This was the same cafe he used to visit when observing rain, and the same street that had become a scene of panicked evacuation during the gate incident several months ago. Armored vehicles of the government had torn apart the road, and several violent skirmishes had spilled into the peaceful surroundings. And yet, there were no signs of the furious battle left. The road was long repaired, and the battle damage mended. The cafe was open again, and people went on about their business as though nothing had happened. They had endured the disaster and moved on, showing the astonishing resilience the human race possessed. Not even the nightmare spell could overcome it. At least it had not managed yet. Sunny sighed and glanced at the pastry in front of him. At that moment, the door of the cafe opened, and the familiar sensation of phantom cold enveloped him. Master Jet looked even more disheveled than usual, her uniform jacket actually sporting several small holes, their edges charred. However, she looked just as relaxed and strong as ever, her icy blue eyes radiating fierce energy. She seemed dead tired, but also, somehow, brimming with life. Jet looked around, noticed Sunny, and offered him a smile. Then, she flicked a few flakes of soot off her epaulette, walked over, and crashed on the chair. I hope that this pastry is for me. He smiled, and pushed the plate and a cup of fresh coffee toward her. Of course. Master Jet took a bite out of the pastry, closed her eyes in delight for a few moments, and then cradled the cup of coffee in her hands. After a while, she looked at him and sighed. So. Second nightmare, huh? Sunny simply nodded. Soul Reaper Jet was the only ascendant he knew well enough to trust, a little, so he had asked her to meet him, hoping to receive some advice. Nothing he could read on the network, or even in the staff library of the academy, could be as valuable as talking to a person who had actually conquered a seed once. She took a sip of coffee and shook her head. Crazy kid. A slight smile appeared on his face. Kid? I am not that much younger than you. Well. I think. Jet glanced at him with a dangerous grin. Are you asking me about my age? Damn. I guess I haven't slapped you in a while. The two of them stared at each other for a few moments, and then laughed. In truth, Sunny knew that Master Jet was in her late 20s, so the age gap between them was not insignificant. Considering how much had happened to him in the past 2 years, 10 seemed like a lifetime. But at the same time, he wasn't a kid anymore, not by a long shot. He looked down, thought for a few moments, and then said. Now is as good a time as any. I thought things through before deciding to challenge a seed. This is for the best. She studied him for some time, then nodded. I see. Well, there are a lot of benefits to being an ascended. There are certain drawbacks, too. But you don't need to worry about that for now. Right now, you need to concentrate on surviving the nightmare. Sunny smiled. My thought exactly. So, is there any wisdom a venerated elder like you can share with this ignorant junior? Master Jet glared at him, then took another bite of the pastry. Elder? Maybe I really should slap you. She lingered for a few moments, then sighed. The second nightmare, it is a lot like the first, but at the same time very different. The spell will send you and your cohort into an illusion of the past, one centered around a central conflict. To conquer the nightmare, you will have to resolve that conflict, one way or another. There is no right or wrong way to do so. You just have to end it somehow. Jet fell silent, as if remembering her own trial. Her icy blue eyes stared into the distance. That won't be easy, of course. Your friends might die. You might die, too. But you know this already, let's talk about the differences, then. The first one is rather obvious, the nightmare will be larger, longer, and harder than your first one. The nightmare creatures populating it will be of higher ranks and classes, usually either awakened or fallen. But if you're unlucky, you might meet a corrupted one, too. Sunny grimaced. His first nightmare had pitted him against an awakened tyrant. What were the chances that he would get lucky this time and only encounter abominations within his ability to handle? Slim. Master Jet, meanwhile, continued. The other difference is less talked about, but very important. Unlike the first nightmare, this one won't be tailor-made for you personally. You're smart enough to think through the implications of that fact on your own, but I'll mention one thing that very few people consider. The spell will try to find you a body that closely resembles your own, but due to what I have just mentioned, it might not be as similar as what one might expect. Sunny tilted his head and frowned. How different are we talking? She shrugged. You will be of the same rank, that is certain. Your build will be more or less the same. But that's the thing, if you are unprepared, in a fight, more or less, might cost you your life. A specialist has to rely on his or her body, it is our first and most important tool. Imagine that you are suddenly slightly higher or shorter, your limbs are of a bit different length, your center of gravity has shifted a little. Many people died because they weren't quick enough or couldn't adapt to that sudden change. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. For a fighter, their body was like a well-oiled machine that they knew in and out. They knew every detail about it, how it moved, how it performed in any given situation, what it could accomplish and what was beyond its ability. All battle techniques were finely tuned for that precise machine. Changing its parameters was like throwing a wrench into the mechanism, potentially causing its collapse. He had not known that detail. Luckily, now that he was informed, he would be able to prepare and shorten the adjustment period as much as possible. Thank you. That is a very valuable piece of information. Master Jet shook her head. It's not like it's a secret. People just don't think about this stuff. She hesitated, then said in a darker tone. The last large difference, hopefully, you won't have use for that knowledge. But if worse comes to worst, it is better to be prepared. Sunny looked at her and raised an eyebrow. What? She glanced at her cup, took a sip, and then carefully put it on the table. The thing is, I said that there is no one way to conquer the nightmare. That means that some solutions can contradict each other. And people participating in the trial are not forced to aim for the same result. He scowled. What exactly are you trying to say? Master Jet looked him in the eye and said, her voice cold and grim. I am saying that not all challengers have to be on the same side. That rarely happens, but you should keep that in mind, anyway. Sunny stared at her for a few moments, then turned away. He wondered what she wanted him to realize. Was Master Jet warning him that his allies could betray him and turn into another obstacle he would have to overcome to escape the nightmare? Or saying that he could betray them, if needed? They talked for a while, discussing various matters having to do with the nightmare seed and the trial itself. Sunny acquired a lot of useful information, as well as several pieces of valuable advice. But throughout the whole discussion, he continued thinking about that one statement. Rarely happens, but you should keep that in mind, anyway. Sunny left the cafe and caught a train to go visit Aiko. After that, he traveled to the academy and said his goodbyes to teacher Julius. The old man was a bit emotional to let him go, but did not try to dissuade his unruly pupil. Instead, he tried to offer encouragement. The second nightmare. Tui. No student of mine can be killed by a mere second nightmare. Don't you dare put a stain on my reputation, Sonny my boy, you hear me? Finally, Sonny left the sleeper compound and stood outside for a while, watching the setting sun. Then, he turned around and headed deeper into the academy complex. The room where Nephi slept did not change much. He replaced the flowers on one of the tables and sat down, looking at her pale and motionless face. No matter how many times Sonny came here, seeing her like this, brought a dull pain to his chest. The cauldron of emotions burning in his heart was too deep and seethed too furiously for him to understand it. Sonny was never good with emotions, after all. There was resentment, longing, guilt, affection, fear, and hope. Looking at the transparent lid of the sleeping pod, he sighed. Hey, Neph. Just like before, this was the only thing he said out loud. He lingered for a bit, and then thought. You are still alive, out there somewhere. That is good. That makes me happy. It really does. You know, right after everything happened, I wasn't sure if I wanted you to live. I thought that maybe it would be better for you to die. Sometimes, I did. Sonny lowered his head and closed his eyes tiredly. But after a while, as time passed, I started to miss you more than I wanted to be free of you. Maybe what Master Jet said is true, maybe no one is really ever free in this world. Maybe the only freedom there is the freedom to choose your own chains. A dark smile appeared on his lips. But that is the thing, isn't it? Even that choice was taken away from me. By you, by Cassie. By fate. I never had anything, and then, I had even less than that. Wouldn't you be angry to be dealt a hand like that? Because I am. I am so angry. And that is why. I am never going to stop trying to break free. Screw truth, and screw fate. Who said that its chains can't be broken? Sonny shifted slightly, and stared at the sleeping young woman with burning intensity. I just have to get strong enough to rip them apart. You want to destroy the spell? Well, I want to destroy fate itself. Which one of us do you think is more crazy? He suddenly laughed, his voice full of both mirth and bitterness. If Weaver did it, why can't I? And if Weaver created it, why can't you break it? If that is our will, who dares to stop us? Sonny smiled widely, and then grew quiet again, his eyes full of darkness. After a while, he rubbed his face. Anyway. Cassie and I are going to challenge the second nightmare soon. We might not be able to visit you again for a long time. So you take care of yourself, Neph. Don't disappoint me. I am counting on you to stay alive, to keep me striving to surpass you. With that, he sighed heavily, stood up, and left without looking back. It was finally time for him to sleep, too. Before climbing into his luxurious sleeping pod, Sonny had a conversation with Effie. He moved her pod into the underground dojo and installed it near his own. The two of them were most likely going to spend a long time in the nightmare, so the house had to be put on lockdown for the duration. Hopefully, Sonny would be able to do it himself after coming back through the gateway in Night Temple, but if things went wrong with the representatives of Valor, Effie was in charge of making the final preparations. He gave her the passwords from the security system and explained the procedure. Then, Sonny ran the diagnostic on the pod, made sure that it was functioning perfectly and could sustain his body for months, if not years, and sighed. It didn't matter, really. After entering the seed, he would either die or become a master. If the former happened, the well-being of his physical body was a moot point. If the latter happened, paradoxically, the same statement applied. Ascension merged the physical body with the spirit body, however, even if the physical body was completely destroyed, the process would create a new one. So, maybe, it was more appropriate to say that ascension allowed the spirit body to become corporeal. In any case, the result was the same. That was why Effie wanted to become a master so badly, knowing that it would make her as strong and healthy as she was in the dream realm. Why many of the lost dreamed of challenging the second nightmare, as well. And that was why it didn't matter even if the sleeping pod malfunctioned and thoroughly roasted Sunny's physical body instead of preserving it. If the nightmare didn't kill him, he would be as good as new. Still, Sunny was very attached to his mortal shell. He didn't want any harm to come to it, if only out of sentimental reasons. With a sigh, he undressed, took one last glance at his spacious dojo, and climbed into the pod. Effie, who was watching him silently from her wheelchair, strained to raise a hand and waved him goodbye. Sweet dreams. Sunny wanted to snarl at her and remind the gluttonous huntress to not leave dirty dishes all over the house, but he was just too tired. As soon as the lid of the metal sarcophagus started to move, his eyes closed, and he fell into the deep, dark embrace of sleep. When Sunny opened his eyes again, he was already in the sanctuary of Noctis. Sunny was standing on the edge of the island, looking at the heavenly chain that stretched far into the distance. His body was clad in a slender armor forged out of bleak steel, and in his hand was a somber black spear with a polished silver blade. Cassie was standing by his side, wearing her midnight blue coat beneath a polished cuirass. Her hand rested on the hilt of the quiet dancer, and an elegant half-mask rested on her face. A few strands of her long, golden hair were blowing in the wind. They were ready to depart. Sunny glanced at the two of them, then at the dull steel of the undying chain. He wasn't foolish enough to fail to recognize that this was exactly how her vision of their death happened, with the two of them alone, and him wearing metal armor. The only thing missing was the snow. But Sunny didn't care. He had been deceived by the knowledge of the future once, and all his desperate attempts to avoid it had only helped the vision happen. This time, he was not going to allow himself to be a pawn of fate. He was going to do what needed to be done, in a way he wanted to do it, and face the consequences without regret. Sunny sighed, glanced at Cassie, and said, "Let's go." With that, he took a step forward and plunged off the edge of the island. When they started their expedition, the last vestiges of summer warmth were leaving the Chained Isles. Not every region of the dream realm had seasons that were the same as those of the waking world, but this one was somewhat similar. By the time they were supposed to reach Night Temple, autumn would be in full swing. If everything went well, the journey was going to take 2 or 3 weeks. Sunny wanted to reach the mysterious citadel and retrieve the ivory knife by the middle of October, then rendezvous with Effie, Kai, and the fire keepers at the shipwreck island in the first days of November. That would give them almost a full month to reach the Ebony Tower and enter the sea before winter. Of course, in the dream realm, one could never put too much faith in any plan. Sunny felt reasonably confident in his ability to travel across Chained Isles, but he knew not to get arrogant. This was a wild and deadly land, one full of fearsome creatures and insidious threats. He had explored many islands and hunted down many abominations here, but even after 9 months of fighting and traveling across the region, Sunny was only well acquainted with the southeastern part of it, where the sanctuary of Noctis was located. He had never ventured west or north of the tier. The situation was only made worse by the fact that the closer one got to the vast emptiness at the heart of the Chained Isles, the more dire dangers they would face. To reach Night Temple quickly, Sunny and Cassie had to reach the tier and skirt around its edge, which meant that they would be moving through the most perilous area of the entire region. Not all was bad, though. Cassie had some of the knowledge that Sunny lacked, since the fire keepers had spent a lot of time in the northern reaches of the Chained Isles. He also had all the information copied from Mordred's map, which contained a detailed description of many places they were going to have to travel through. He was strong enough to face the dangers that awaited them there, and Cassie wasn't defenseless anymore. The two of them were enough, most likely. These were the reasons why Sunny had decided to attempt the expedition without a full cohort. The following days proved that he had been right in his decision. Their journey was surprisingly smooth. The traversal itself provided no problems, Cassie was more than capable of moving from island to island without his help, which was a relief. Due to her second aspect ability and a quiet dancer, the blind girl was able to move through space with an adequate measure of accuracy. As it turned out, she also had an ascended charm that provided a powerful augmentation to a single echo, which she used on her rapier. With its help, the dancer could carry her weight for a short distance, which allowed Cassie to get to and off the chains with ease. The only drawback of the charm was that it ate through her soul essence rapidly, and she couldn't use it often or for too long. Of course, traversal was the least of their problems. As they traveled further into the heart of the chained isles, more and more nightmare creatures picked up their scent. That was where Sunny came in. With the help of Saint and, when needed, the Soul Serpent, he was able to deal with anything that dared to attack them. Cassie helped, too, but there was rarely anything for her to do. Sunny and his shadows were just too swift, cunning, and deadly. Their combined power was almost terrifying. That was not to say that the blind girl was useless. On the contrary, her presence was perhaps the single most important factor of why they were able to move toward their goal with such ease. Her great affinity to revelations, keen senses, and supernatural intuition complemented Sunny's battle prowess perfectly. It was almost disturbing how well they worked together, him scouting ahead and obliterating monsters, her guiding them through the maze of shifting aisles in a way that took them past the true horrors, the hidden hazards, and the crushing. The strangest part about all of this was that they didn't even talk to each other that much, yet were able to achieve such a deep level of understanding. Most of the journey was spent in silence, with both of them preferring not to speak to another unless absolutely necessary. There was no small talk, no irrelevant conversations, and no friendly banter. Sunny didn't even talk to his shadows and Saint like he was already used to, which made the silence almost suffocating. It was indeed a bit awkward in the beginning, but then, he got used to it. He actually started to enjoy the peace and quiet, as well as the company of another human being, even if it was Cassie. Their cooperation was efficient, seamless, and not burdened with emotions and other troublesome complications. An alliance of pure convenience. What was there to complain about? They traveled across islands that were barren and stark, and across islands that were lush with beautiful verdure. Across islands that teemed with vile abominations, and islands that were full of nothing but bones and ash. Across islands that were open and vast, and islands that were small and hid unseen dangers behind a veil of deception. It wasn't long before a day arrived when a dark line became visible far away, over the northern horizon. When Sunny first saw it, he stood motionlessly for a while, looking north with a dark expression. The Hollow Mountains. After so long, he finally saw them again. Every day after that, the black line grew bigger and closer. Soon, he was already able to discern individual peaks and the jagged shape of the mountain chain that pierced the sky, like the fangs of a colossal dragon. And on the day that the dark peaks towered above, shrouded in flowing mist, they finally reached Night Temple. The chain swayed lightly as Sunny and Cassie walked across it, rattling loudly from time to time. Since the island that they had just left was currently ascending, the one in front of them was below and fully visible. The northern island was not too large, maybe 2 kilometers in diameter. Its surface was one vast level plain, and covered entirely by a beautiful field of violet flowers, as if wrapped in a silken mantle. Despite the fact that the sun was high in the sky, the buds of the delicate flowers closed. From what Cassie had told him, Sunny knew that they would open only at night, emanating an eerie and beautiful light. He would have liked to witness that strange and magical sight himself, but right now, there were far more important things for them to do. Not to mention that, at the moment, Sunny's attention wasn't even on the island itself. Instead, he was looking past it, at the draconian peaks of the hollow mountains that towered above the island, submerging it into their vast and deep shadow. They were shrouded in white mist that flowed slowly down the dark slopes and fell into the black abyss of the sky below like an endless wall of white, swirling clouds. The image of it was both magnificent and frightening. It was as though the sky itself was slowly being devoured by the lightless void, or maybe invading it. Looking at the dreadful mountains, Sunny couldn't help but wonder if Nephi's was currently lost somewhere out there, in the white mist. Or had she not dared to enter it and instead chose one of the other directions? There was no way to know. With a sigh, he looked down and concentrated on putting one foot in front of the other. Soon, they reached the northern island and flew up, Sunny with the help of the prowling thorn and the dark wing, Cassie by unsheathing the quiet dancer, jumping, and holding tightly to the hilt as the flying rapier pulled her into the air. The two of them landed softly amidst the delicate flowers and looked around. Without the need to say anything, Sunny allowed the blind girl to take the lead and followed her as they walked toward the only landmark on the island, the ruins of the ancient fortress that perched precariously on its northern edge. It was very similar to the crumbled stronghold where he had met Effie and Kai. Trying not to disturb the flowers, they crossed the island and entered the fortress. Nothing attacked them on the way, and there were no sounds except for the whistling of the wind and that of their footsteps. The northern island was beautiful, silent, and strangely peaceful. Looking through the broken gateway of the ancient stronghold, Sunny studied the colossal chain that anchored the isles to the hollow mountains. The swirling mist flowed down on both sides of it, obscuring the point where the chain sunk into the dark stone. He remained motionless for a few moments, then shivered and looked away. At the very corner of the platform that lay beyond the gate, almost unnoticeable, a narrow set of stairs led down, cut from weathered rock. The path snaked around the overhanging slope, clinging to the stone surface as it led to the dark side of the island. Cassie put one hand on the stones and, tracing her fingers across them, cautiously stepped onto the stairs. Sunny followed, looking down with a dark expression. The path leading to the night temple was long and narrow. There was barely enough space for two people to walk side by side. To his right was the stone wall of the island, and to his left was the bottomless dark abyss of the sky below. One careless step could spell a person's doom. The placement of the stairs was not accidental, as well. If an attacking force tried to lead an assault down the path, they would have had to fight the defenders one at a time, with the movements of the fighter's right hand being restricted by the slope. Ranged attacks wouldn't help much due to the curvature of the wall, too. In a place like that, one warrior could stop an entire army. They descended lower and lower, finally reaching the dark side after a long time. At the point where the slope turned almost completely horizontal, the stairs transformed into a strange hanging bridge that was attached to the stone surface above by rusty chains. It swayed precariously above the dark chasm of the sky below, leading all the way to the center of the aisle, to the night temple. Sunny froze, startled by a mournful sound of a loud bell that suddenly rolled through the darkness. In front of him, at some distance, a magnificent structure protruded from the underbelly of the floating island. Made out of black stone, it resembled a tall, somber cathedral that was somehow built upside down and hovered above the abyss of impenetrable darkness. The foundation was its highest point, and its 7 belfries descended into the depths of the black void, each ending with a short chain that held a massive bell cast of tarnished green copper. Since Night Temple was located under the island, the light of the sun never reached it. Instead, the cathedral was shrouded in eternal shadow, with only the pale shining of the distant divine flames caressing its black walls. In a strange reversal, the velvet darkness of the abyss and the scattering of false stars in its depths seemed like a vast night sky hanging above it. As Sunny watched, a second bell rang. He shifted a little and turned his attention to the narrow path, tracing its treacherous steps all the way to the massive iron gates of the cathedral. Cassie turned to him, lingered for a moment, and said, "Let's go. They've seen us." Sunny nodded and took a step forward. Night Temple waited ahead, its gates opened like a hungry mouth. As they walked toward the gates, Sunny asked quietly, "So, what happens now, exactly?" Cassie thought for a few moments before answering. "I am not sure. That depends on whether St. Cormac is inside the citadel or out exploring the hollow mountains. In any case, my standing should be good enough to at least get an audience with one of the masters overseeing the temple in his absence." She hesitated, then added, "If we are allowed inside, there are several rules you must follow. Outsiders aren't allowed to summon any memories or echoes inside the citadel. We can only go into the allowed areas, unless a master is escorting us. We may not speak with the inhabitants of the temple unless they address us first. Additionally, all items we bring inside have to be inspected. Sunny frowned. The rules were not only strange, but also strict and would put him at a disadvantage should anything happen. However, he remembered Sky Tide's warning. She told him not to break any rules inside Night Temple. All right. I won't do anything risky unless absolutely necessary. Let's see how this plays out first. As they approached the ornate gates, two figures became visible standing on both sides of it. One was a man, and the other was a woman. Both sentinels were in their 30s and had calm, cold, dangerous eyes. So, these are the lost. It was Sunny's first time meeting their kind. In truth, there was not much difference between them and those awakened who had not lost their physical bodies. That was not to say that the sentinels were ordinary. Both radiated an imposing, overbearing aura. Just from how the lost held themselves, Sunny could tell that they were extremely experienced and fearsome warriors. Their armors were perfectly crafted, and their weapons had a dangerous luster, all clearly of a high rank. The pressure these sentinels exerted reminded him of the oldest and most deadly hunters of the Dark City, those who had survived long years of bloody battles in the hell of the Forgotten Shore. If he was honest, he had to admit that most awakened anchored at the sanctuary of Noctis seemed like children when compared to the two lost. These people were no joke. And there were 100 more inside the cathedral, if what Cassie had told him was true. If all of them were the same as the sentinels. Sunny suppressed a shiver. He might have vastly underestimated the scale of the force that Clan Valor had stationed at the precipice of the Hollow Mountains. The somber cathedral hid an entire army. But, why only keep the lost here? What purpose could it serve? The mystery had been tormenting him ever since he learned of it. At some point, one of the sentinels raised a hand, commanding them to stop. He studied both Sunny and Cassie for a while, and then said in a cold voice. Lady Song of the Fallen, what a nice surprise to see you again. I hope that the other members of your cohort are well. His tone did not match the friendly words at all. The blind girl simply nodded. They are well and in good health, anchored at the sanctuary of Noctis. The second sentinel raised an eyebrow and spoke. Oh. What prompted you to make the long journey and return to our modest citadel, then? In a company of a stranger and without your loyal comrades, no less. Cassie glanced at Sunny and smiled. This is awakened Sunless, and he is not a stranger. In fact, he is a dear friend of mine and one of the few people in this world I would trust with my life. Both of us used to be Lady Changing Star's companions. Sunny almost choked. Such smooth lies, admirable. The blind girl, meanwhile, lingered for a moment, and then said. We hope to have an audience with Lord Cormac. The sentinels remained silent for a while, making Sunny feel a bit nervous. Finally, one of them answered. Lord Cormac is carrying out one of his missions. He won't be back for several weeks, at least. Cassie's smile didn't waver. Without skipping a bit, she said, her voice as polite and pleasant as before. Sir Pierce or Lady Wealth, then. The sentinels looked at each other. After a while, one of them sighed. Wait here. With that, he disappeared, leaving Sunny and Cassie under the heavy gaze of the remaining lost. Sunny stared back, shamelessly studying the sentinel. No matter how he tried, he couldn't tell the difference. She looked just like a normal awakened would in the dream realm. Well, it made sense. Her spirit body was the same, after all. It was also shaped very nicely. What are you staring at, boy? Sunny looked up and smiled. For a moment, he was very tempted to answer honestly, but then his common sense won over. Your armor, ma'am. It seems like a fine memory. The sentinel snarled and didn't say anything. After some time, the second one returned and beckoned them to follow. They were led into a small, chilly room at the side of the gate and handed 2 sets of simple garments made out of crude cloth, then locked inside. Sunny stared at the bundle in his hands with a perplexed expression. What is that for?" Cassie sighed and unbuckled her belt, then dismissed the quiet dancer and placed its empty scabbard on a bench. "No memories or echoes allowed, remember." Sunny frowned, then glanced at his armor. If he dismissed it, he would be more or less naked. "They are expecting us to change here." The blind girl silently turned her back to him. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then did the same. His shadow looked away, too. Cursing inwardly, he dismissed the undying chain, and felt the shadows in the tiny room shift as Cassie's cuirass and coat crumbled into a rain of sparks. They were close enough for him to hear the steady beating of her heart, and sense the heat emanating from her body. Trying not to let his imagination wander, Sunny put on a pair of simple trousers, and heard the fabric rustle as it slid across her smooth skin. "Bastards, they couldn't give us 2 rooms to change." Suppressing his anger, Sunny put on a tunic and frowned. Its sleeves were too short to hide the coils of the soul serpent. More than that, they revealed the 2 shadows that were wrapped around his body, shrouding it in a thin layer of darkness. Not to mention that both the tunic and the trousers were several sizes too big for him. With a sigh, Sunny commanded the shadows to crawl up his arms, hiding them from sight. Then, he dismissed the serpent and bent down to roll up the pant legs and put on a pair of leather sandals, and cleared his throat. "Are you done?" Cassie answered after a short pause. "Yes." The clothes provided to her consisted of similar sandals and a long tunic that left her shoulders bare and her legs exposed below the knee. The silver half-mask was gone, too, revealing Cassie's beautiful blue eyes. Sunny stared at her for a few moments, realizing that he had almost forgotten how they looked. Then, he scowled and banged on the door. Soon, the same sentinel let them out and led them through into the depths of the night temple. As soon as they left the gateway behind, Sunny tensed, as if expecting something terrible to happen. But nothing did. The sentinel glanced at him and frowned. "What are you waiting for? Come. Sir Pierce will be with us shortly." The interior of the somber cathedral was as bizarre as its exterior. Sunny expected the actual floors to be constructed properly, and some of the corridors they walked through were. But other parts of Night Temple were upside down, as well, the flat floors serving as ceilings and the arching ceilings serving as uneven floors. And that was just the outward ring. He didn't even want to imagine how the temple itself and the inner sanctum looked. As they walked, he saw several lost silently going about the mundane business of maintaining the citadel. They were dressed in the same crude clothes he was now wearing, and wielded no weapons. However, every one of them, from a person calmly changing the oil in the wall lamps to a man sweeping the floors, radiated the same aura of strength and lethality as the 2 sentinels that had met them at the gate. They were all battle-hardened, veteran elites. Just what is this place? After descending a few sets of twisting stairs, Sunny and Cassie were led to another, slightly bigger room. That one had a large table in its center. The sentinel gestured at it and said, his voice not betraying any emotions. "Sir Pierce is on his way. Please, present the items you brought from the outside for inspection." Cassie took a step forward and placed her belt and scabbard on the table. The Lost shifted his gaze to Sunny and waited. All my things are stored inside a memory." He considered hiding the existence of the covetous coffer, but thought better of it. There was nothing inside of it worth hiding, anyway, or rather, almost nothing. The sentinel frowned, then said in a dark tone. "Summon it." Soon, the small box was sitting on the table. Sunny opened it and started producing item after item, slowly building a large pile. They were spices, cooking utensils, hygienic products, several packs of underwear, both male and female, which earned him a strange look, a piece of a broken mirror, a couple of soul shards, a folding chair, various snacks, packs of tea and coffee, and many more. As the pile slowly became larger and larger, the sentinel's face grew more and more incredulous. Finally, His eye twitched. How much trash do you have in that box? Sunny smiled. Almost finished. He fished out a tube of sunscreen and several sticks of lip balm, threw them into the pile, then thrust his arm into the maw of the covetous coffer up to the shoulder. Ignoring the obsidian knife, weaver's needle, and skeins of diamond string, he swept its bottom a few times, and then finally took a step back. That is all the trash I have. The Lost shook his head and started picking up the items one after another, inspecting them carefully. What he was expecting to discover, Sunny did not know. At that moment, the door of the room opened, and a tall man with sharp features and steely eyes came in. His dark hair was cut short, and there was stubble on his cheeks. The man wore a scale armor forged out of lusterless blue steel, and held himself with the relaxed confidence of an experienced killer. Sunny didn't need an introduction to realize that he was standing in front of a master, and a powerful one, at that. Sir Piers seemed to be less frightening than Morgan of Valor, but Morgan was barely older than Effie, while this man had a decade or two to sharpen his skill and accumulate battle experience. He was a knight of valor, still. Sunny harbored no illusions. In front of this monster, neither Cassie nor he stood a chance. Especially not while surrounded by an army of 100 awakened elites. Why am I thinking about this? We are here to talk, not fight. And they really needed this conversation to go well. Depending on how convincing they could be and how receptive Sir Piers was, Sunny would either have to do things the easy way, the hard way, or abandon his plans to retrieve the second knife altogether. The sentinel greeted the master respectfully, and then continued to inspect the mountain of items Sunny had produced from the covetous coffer. Sir Piers glanced at it for a moment, then turned to Cassie. Awakened Kasha. Welcome back to the Night Temple. Cassie bowed slightly. Sir Piers. Sunny suppressed the desire to roll his eyes. It's like I am invisible. Both the sentinels and the formidable master had ignored his existence entirely, preferring to address the blind girl. Part of the reason must have been that they already knew her, but mostly it had to do with her status as a bearer of a true name. Well, it suited Sunny perfectly. He liked to remain as unnoticeable as possible. Sir Piers and Cassie exchanged several pleasantries, slowly approaching the discussion of the real issue. Sunny listened attentively, knowing how much rode on this conversation. At some point, however, he got distracted. What was that? For a moment, he thought that he heard someone sigh deeply behind him. No, he definitely did. But there was no one there. Sunny frowned. Am I hallucinating, or? It was then that a familiar voice suddenly resounded in his ears. Sunless. I am so glad that you made it. Sunny's eyes widened slightly. He looked at the sentinel, Cassie, and Master Piers. None of them showed any sign that they had heard anything. Turning away, as if to stare at the wall, he hid his face and said in a barely audible whisper. Mordred. Where have you been, bastard? His words sounded harsh, but his tone was actually elated. The voice chuckled, making Sunny feel a bit tense, for some reason. Was it just him, or did the mysterious prince sound a bit different? Me? Oh, actually, I was with you this whole time, watching as you traveled across the dream realm. I just chose not to speak. Sunny blinked a couple of times. A heavy, cold feeling settled in his chest. Something was wrong. Very, very wrong. You chose not to speak. Why? Mordred remained silent for a few moments, then said in his usual pleasant tone. With how cautious you are, I was afraid that you wouldn't come if I said too much. What does he mean? Sunny felt his heart beating wildly in his chest. His intuition was sounding the alarms, filling him a sudden feeling of dread. Fooled, was I fooled? Come where? Here, to the Night Temple. At that moment, the sentinel picked up the piece of the broken mirror from the pile. Mordred spoke again, his voice still friendly, but suddenly much colder and deeper beneath the surface. Like a dark and restless ocean hiding under a thin veil of mist. Indeed. Thank you for bringing this piece of mirror to me, Sunless. I am very grateful. Sir Pierce casually glanced at the sentinel while responding to Cassie. His gaze stopped at the mirror. In the next moment, his pupils widened. And very sorry for what is about to happen next. The formidable master was suddenly near the table, the lost thrown aside. The piece of the mirror was in his hand. Throwing a wild look at Sunny, he screamed. Where did you find it, boy? Answer me. Sunny took a step back, stunned. He remembered St. Tyrus telling him not to mention Reckoning Island. However, at the moment, it seemed like Pierce would rip him apart if Sunny dared to twist the truth even a little. So, he answered honestly. Reckoning. I picked it up after slaying a strange creature. Sir Pierce stared at him for a moment, and then his face suddenly changed. It became deathly pale and motionless, as if aged by 10 years. His eyes grew wide and glassy. The fearsome master was terrified. But before any of them could do anything, a thin crack appeared on the shard in his hand. And in the next moment, all Sunny could hear was the sound of breaking mirrors. Sunny flinched as the sound of shattering mirrors filled his ears. No one else seemed to react to it, though, and a moment later, as the cracked piece of glass in Master Pierce's hand exploded into a rain of shards, the sound abruptly disappeared. The fearsome man shuddered. No. What is happening? Sunny took a step back. Things were happening too fast, and he couldn't comprehend the situation yet. All he knew was that his heart was cold, and his mind was overwhelmed by a premonition of something ominous, dreadful, and disastrous happening. He had been fooled, he had made a mistake. Cassie shifted slightly, tilting her head with a tense and confused expression. In the next moment, Pierce swiftly turned to the sentinel, his face still pale and terrified, but now also full of grim resolve. His voice, which had been so confident just a few moments ago, now sounded panicked. Seal the temple. Destroy the gateway. Go, now. We can't let that thing escape. Sunny's eyes widened. Destroy the gateway. What the hell does he mean? And what thing was he talking about? The sentinel didn't seem to have these questions. Pierce's terror had spread to him like an infection, but the man simply nodded and darted out of the room without letting fear slow him down. Cassie took a step back to let him pass, then asked tensely. Sir Pierce. What is going on? As though reminded of their presence, the master turned around and threw a dark, menacing look at Sunny. You. His voice shook with barely suppressed fury. Crap. Sunny thought about summoning the cruel sight, but before he could even move, the tall man was already beside him, grabbing him by the shoulder. If it wasn't for the bone weave, Sunny's clavicle might have cracked from the terrible pressure. With his other hand, Pierce grabbed Cassie, causing her to yelp in pain. I'll deal with the two of you later, there's no time. Next thing Sunny knew, they were being dragged out of the room. He threw a regretful glance at the pile of his belongings that was left laying on the table, stared at the covetous coffer for a moment, and then turned away. What to do, what to do? The situation was clearly out of his control now. Mordred had done something, had manipulated him to do something, and now, the whole citadel was on high alert and furious with Sunny. Whatever it was that the mysterious prince had used Sunny to achieve, it was bad enough to terrify a master and justify the irrevocable destruction of a precious gateway. So, there were two questions. Should I try to fight my way out? And, should I also be terrified of the thing that Mordred unleashed? Suddenly, another thought occurred to Sunny. Or is Mordred himself that thing? His heart grew even colder. There was not enough information to answer the second question, but the first one was rather easy. Sunny was strong, but not nearly strong enough to fight two masters and 100 deadly elites, especially not on their home ground. Plus, both he and Cassie had status, even a great clan wouldn't dare to make them disappear without proper cause. I I need more information first. Let's see how this plays out and make a move if the circumstances demand it. So, he didn't struggle as Master Pierce dragged them into the corridor. Outside the small room, the citadel that had been peaceful and somber before was now in a state of pandemonium. Several Lost darted past them, their shadows dancing on the black walls in the orange glow of the ornate oil lamps. Sunny could see motion and sense hurried, but orderly movement in every direction. Unlike before, each inhabitant of the temple was now clad in armor and wielded deadly weapons. They were swift and disciplined, like professional soldiers that were preparing for war. And there was an army of them. But, despite all that, was it nervousness he felt behind the facade of calmness the Lost showed? Master Pierce shouted at one of the sentinels, ordering him to stop, then pushed Sunny and Cassie toward the man. Lock these two up in the lesser cell. Sunny wanted to express his outrage, but before he could, the whole temple suddenly shuddered. A few moments later, a deafening sound wave rolled through the corridor. The gates, they have closed them. But it wasn't as simple as that. Since they were still in the outward ring of the citadel, his shadow sense had been somewhat able to reach into the emptiness beyond its outer wall. But as soon as the gates closed, that changed, as though the temple was now completely cut off from the outside world. It was now sealed, with them inside. The sentinel silently grabbed the two of them and dragged them away. Staggering and trying not to fall, Sunny threw a glance behind his shoulder. The last thing he saw was a woman with beautiful red hair appearing before the fearsome master. She wore a simple black tunic and leather vambraces, her shins protected by a pair of greaves. The woman's face was grim and full of tension. Pierce. What the spell happened? A moment later, the two disappeared behind a turn of the corridor. This must be Master Wealth. The Lost swiftly dragged them through the disorienting maze of corridors and stairs. They were descending lower and lower, most likely heading toward one of the cathedral's belfries. His expression was dark and severe, and for a good reason. Everywhere they passed through, the inhabitants of the Night Temple were busy preparing for battle. It was as though they were expecting to face a terrifying siege. The threat, however, didn't seem to be coming from the outside. Instead, most of the Lost were rushing deeper into the temple, toward its inner sanctum. It wasn't long before they heard screams. The sound traveled through the confusing interior of the cathedral in a strange manner, so it was hard to say from which direction the screams came. They seemed distant, and yet, Sunny couldn't help but feel his blood run cold. These chilling wails were full of indescribable agony and terror, he knew the type too well. These were the screams that humans let out when they were not only horribly hurt, but also maimed, knowing that their lives were either over or would never be the same. The sentinel in charge of them stopped for a moment. His face grew ashen, and without saying a word, he continued to drag them toward a heavy metal door at the end of a long corridor. The Lost used an elaborate key to open the door, and then pushed them inside. Sunny and Cassie found themselves in a circular chamber that had a tall ceiling, or rather, a tall floor, since it was built in reverse. The domed ceiling of the chamber was actually beneath their feet, sloping down like a deep crater. In the center of the cell, a large iron cage stood, each bar of it as thick as a man's arm. Strange runes were inscribed all around the cage, circling it entirely. What the? A moment later, the sentinel unceremoniously pushed them both in the backs, causing Sunny and Cassie to roll down the slope of the dome and through the door of the cage, which he then promptly closed. It locked with a loud click, cutting their way to freedom. No way. Sunny rose to his feet, turned around, and watched as the Lost left the room and shut the door behind him. For a few moments, they were left in absolute silence. The room was dark, with only a single oil lamp burning on the wall near the exit. Its orange flame trembled and danced, barely managing to keep the shadows at bay. Sunny gritted his teeth, then kicked the iron bars with all his might and screamed in anger and frustration. Damn it! Damn it all! Behind him, Cassie slowly stood up, then swayed a little. Sunny! He turned to her and snarled. What? The blind girl grimaced. Something is wrong. I feel. Sunny stared at her for a few moments, then blinked and looked outside the cage. The runes surrounding it were slowly starting to emanate an eerie, dangerous blue glow. Sunny looked at the runes. Their eerie glow was swiftly growing brighter and brighter, drowning the chamber in a ghostly light. Slowly, a deep frown appeared on his face. Then, suddenly, his eyes widened. Crap. But it was already too late. The runes shimmered, and in the next moment, he felt his reserve of shadow essence plunging. It was as though something was draining the essence out of his soul with terrifying speed. At the same time, the range of shadow essence diminished even further, becoming limited by the size of the cage. The gloomy shadow recoiled, trying to get away from the shining runes. Sunny hurriedly tried to summon the cruel sight, but he was a second too slow. Before the spear could form itself from the sparks of light, his essence ran dry, and it disintegrated before assuming a physical form. Damnation! He looked helplessly at the bars of the cage and clenched his fists. This was indeed a jail cell built to contain awakened. Without shadow essence, he wouldn't be able to use shadow step to escape. More than that, he couldn't summon memories anymore, manifesting them into reality demanded essence, as well, even if it was a tiny amount. The same went for echoes, and even shadows. He also felt weak, and was only going to grow weaker in the coming hours. Without essence circulating through his body, Sunny's strength was vastly diminished. Whoever created this damned cage really knew what they were doing. With a resentful snarl, Sunny turned around and allowed himself to slide down to the center of the dome, where Cassie stood with a lost expression on her pale, delicate face. Raising one hand awkwardly, she tentatively moved it through the air around her and whispered. I am blind again. Sunny frowned, stared at her for a moment, and then turned away. You were always blind. Of course, he knew what Cassie meant. Without soul essence, the aspect ability that allowed her to perceive the world from several seconds in the future was gone, too. It wasn't exactly sight, but something that had replaced being able to see to her. His words might have been cruel, but Sunny was not in the mood for pleasantries. Being locked in a cage, powerless to escape, that was his worst nightmare. And he had no one but himself to blame for ending up that way. Turning away from the blind girl, Sunny sat down, lowered his head, and grabbed it with both hands. Curse him. Suddenly, the cathedral shook again. Cassie remained silent for a while, then said quietly. That must have been the gateway. They really destroyed it. Sunny closed his eyes. I guess you are right. He heard her sitting down opposite him and wondered about the black altar that was now laying somewhere in the depths of the citadel in pieces. Was the ivory knife destroyed, as well? Had there even been a second knife, to begin with? Or was it just a lie Mordred had invented to lure him into the Night Temple? What else had he lied about? Sunny gritted his teeth, suppressing a groan. He felt scared, furious, and utterly humiliated. He had been so careful not to trust the mysterious voice after hearing it for the first time. But Mordred had been so helpful, and had provided him with so much valuable information that proved to be true. Sunny was, most likely, only alive because of the lost prince's aid. Even so, he had never lowered his guard. If there had been the smallest hint that Mordred wanted something from him, he would have suspected the worst. But the bastard was just too devious and cunning, terrifyingly so. Mordred had played him like a fiddle. He had understood perfectly just how untrusting Sunny was, and went with the lightest of approaches. Knowing that any pressure would scare his paranoid mark off, Mordred had simply mentioned the ivory knife in passing and never spoke about it again. In fact, after the hook was in, he had never spoken to Sunny again. Observing silently and waiting for his prey to come to him of its own volition. Sunny shuddered. Oh, gods, how much has he seen? He was willing to bet that there had never even been a need for Mordred to wait days between their conversations. All of it was just a part of an intricate web of lies and manipulation. Fool. I am such a fool. How had he allowed himself to be fooled so completely? A crazy smile suddenly appeared on Sunny's face, and he let out a stifled laugh. Wasn't the answer obvious? Truth, his downfall was the truth. Like a masterful liar, Mordred had mixed just enough of it into his lies to make them believable. Oh, the irony. Cassie shifted slightly, and asked, her voice soft and cautious. Sunny. What exactly happened back there? He let out a bitter chuckle and answered in a dark tone. Why? Don't you know everything? The blind girl didn't answer, and after some more time passed, he sighed. Sorry. It was me. I got us into this mess. Sunny straightened and forced himself to calm down. Dwelling on the past was not going to do them any good. The situation was bad, but not hopeless. The future was uncertain, and there would surely be a chance to turn everything around. He just needed to remain in control of himself and be ready to act when an opportunity presented itself. Who said that Mordred was going to have the last laugh? Do you remember the mysterious lost I told you about? The one who had taught me about the seed, and the knives. Cassie nodded slowly. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then shook his head. Well, as it turns out, he lured me into the night temple on purpose. He needed the piece of mirror I found a while back, for some reason. When Master Piers saw it, all hell broke loose. She remained silent for some time, and then asked. Do you think that this lost is here, in the night temple? Sunny looked away. When he finally spoke, his voice sounded grim. I do. Actually. I think that this whole citadel is a prison. A prison that was meant to contain a single creature. Him. Cassie shivered and hugged her shoulders. A heavy silence settled between them. After a while, she said. Maybe you are right. But, Sunny. Her voice trembled. What kind of a being would require 100 awakened fighters, 2 ascended knights, and a saint to guard it? Sunny stared at her, not knowing what to say. He had no idea. Sunny felt that there was a hint about what manner of a creature Mordred was in the fact that only the lost and human echoes had been allowed to guard him, but that was too little information to make a guess. What else did he know about the man who called himself the Prince of Nothing? He was reasonably sure that Mordred was a human, or at least had been once, at some point. A nightmare creature could fake a human voice, but not the knowledge of the waking world that Mordred had shown. Sunny also felt that the mysterious prince had told the truth about conquering the first nightmare at 12 years of age. Other than that, all Sunny had was the description of the cruel sight, which told of a prince that had been given away to a monstrous dream spawn, and later returned only to find out that he wasn't welcome in his father's home anymore. That and the fact that the mirror beast had been created by Mordred, much like Saint had been created by him. That was not much to go off of. With a sigh, Sunny looked around the cage. Due to the concave nature of its floor, he and Cassie were forced to stay close to each other. The only surface flat enough to sit comfortably was at the very center of the dome, and not too large in diameter. The cage was utterly empty, with the exception of a rusty bucket that was covered by a wooden lid. Sunny stared at a bucket for a while, then grimaced. How long do you think they'll keep us here? Cassie remained silent for a while, then answered evenly. That depends on whether they can contain the prisoner. A deep scowl appeared on his face. Would 100 elite awakened warriors and 2 masters, all in service to a great clan, be able to handle Mordred? Before today, he would have said yes without a moment of hesitation. No matter how powerful the mysterious prince was, how could he contend against an entire army? But after seeing the terror on Sir Pierce's face and how nervous the lost were, Sunny wasn't so sure anymore. And what would happen if Mordred somehow prevailed? Would they be safe? Or, would they learn that terror themselves? Crap. Sunny threw a dark glance at the door of the chamber and closed his eyes. For now, there was nothing they could do but wait. Minutes passed, slowly converging into hours. With no windows, it was hard to measure the passage of time. Sunny and Cassie mostly remained silent, partially because each was preoccupied with their own thoughts, and partially because there was nothing useful they could say. The Night Temple shuddered several more times, but these tremors weren't as strong as the first two. Sunny silently meditated, feeling the shadow essence dissipate from his muscles and his strength slowly diminishing. After a while, he stood up, climbed to the walls of the cage, and studied the runes, then explored every centimeter of the cell. He even tried to bend and dislodge the iron bars, but it was useless. The cage seemed to be built to imprison masters or, perhaps, even saints. Even at his full power, Sunny wouldn't have been able to break free with brute force. After a while, he had no choice but to slide back to the center of the dome and resume doing nothing. He hadn't had an opportunity like that in a long while. Actually, doing nothing was sort of relaxing, if he ignored the fact that their lives were hanging by a thread, of course. The blue glow of the runes and the orange light of the oil lamp were soft and dim, leaving the chamber dark and full of shadows. Somewhere outside, a gruesome massacre was perhaps taking place. But here, everything was calm and silent. Sunny was on the verge of dozing off when Cassie suddenly turned to face the door. "Someone is coming." He opened his eyes and stood up, then glanced at the oil lamp with a dark expression. Its dancing flame trembled, and then disappeared for a moment when the door opened with a bang and a gust of wind entered the cell. 5 people came inside. 4 of them were lost warriors, their faces grim and their armor bloodied. One was the same sentinel who had locked them inside, his face ashen and pale, a piece of white cloth wrapped around his head like a makeshift bandage. The 5th was a woman with beautiful red hair, wearing a black tunic. Master Wealth. There was a strange amulet in the shape of an anvil hanging on a thin chain around her neck, and murder in her eyes. The aura she emanated was truly frightening. So, Mordred did not manage to escape, after all. The master threw a cold glance at Cassie, then turned to Sunny. You brought that piece of mirror into the citadel, correct?" Sunny shifted slightly. "I did." The corner of Wealth's mouth twitched. "Who instructed you to do so?" He blinked a couple of times. "What? No one instructed me. I had no idea what that shard was. I just thought that it was curious and picked it up." The beautiful woman glanced at one of the lost, who nodded. "He is telling the truth. Or at least believes in what he says." Sunny studied the lost, who was a man in his 30s, with a gaunt face and clear, gray eyes. Great. Another walking lie detector. Wealth frowned, then pierced Sunny with a heavy gaze. "What was your purpose in coming to Night Temple?" Sunny hesitated for a few moments. When he spoke, his voice sounded frightened and a little shaky. "I've been told that there is a special knife here, on the altar. I am interested in that knife, because it has to do with the past of the Chained Isles. I am a researcher at the Awakened Academy, you see, maybe you've read my previous exploration report. It's, quite famous." The master stared at him for some time, then glanced at the lost with clear eyes, and shook her head dejectedly. "All this, because of one clueless fool." Yes. I am a pathetic, useless fool. Believe it." Sunny cleared his throat. "Master Wealth. I am very sorry for the trouble I've caused, but, what is going on? And when are you going to release us?" She suddenly let out a stifled laugh, then looked at him with a dark, furious expression. "Release you? If you knew what your actions have caused, you would have begged me to keep you in this cell. At least that fiend can't get to you here. No, the 2 of you will remain locked up until we deal with the mess you've made. And we will deal with it, believe me." That was not exactly the answer Sunny wanted to hear, but at least it gave him some information. Mordred wasn't contained yet, rather, he and the Valor forces seemed to be in some sort of a stalemate. Master Wealth gritted her teeth, then turned away. However, before leaving, she stopped for a moment and then said, her voice grim. "Now that the temple is sealed, no one but Lord Cormac can unseal it, anyway. With the gateway destroyed, there's no escape. Where would you even go? With that, she clenched her fists and left the chamber. The four lost followed, closing the door behind them. Sonny stared at it for a while, a bleak expression on his face. No one but Lord Cormac can unseal it. Crap. The saint was not supposed to return until a month from now. He looked at Cassie, then at their cage, and lastly at the glowing runes. This was going to be a long and terrible month. He sat back down, waited for a while, and then turned to Cassie. Did you take a look at her attributes? She sat down, too, and sighed. Yes. The four lost with her. Sir Pierce, too. I also saw the name and rank of their aspects. Sonny frowned. What? Since when can you read aspects, too? The blind girl shrugged. Since my awakening. He stared at her for a bit. What a useful ability. In worse news, if she had not known some of his secrets before, she surely knew them now. How infuriating. Sonny grimaced, lingered for a bit, and then said. Good. Chances are, we'll need that information before all of this is over. He didn't press her for answers yet, since there was a lot he had to think about. Some more time passed with both of them remaining silent. After a while, the door of the chamber opened once more, and the familiar four lost entered. The one with a bandaged head was carrying a tray of food and a water skin. He studied them for a few moments, a cold expression on his handsome face, and then threw the food and the water skin through the iron bars without approaching the cage. Sonny suppressed his anger and opened his mouth, assuming the persona of a cowardly researcher. Hey! Sir awakened. Can you tell us what is going on? Please, we don't even know what is wrong. The sentinel glanced at him darkly and spat in a commanding tone. Silence. His voice was clear and strong, full of arrogant confidence, and deep animosity toward the two of them. Without saying another word, the lost left, once again locking the door behind them. Sonny remained motionless for a few moments, then slowly lowered his gaze and glanced at the food that rolled down the slope of the dome to his feet. Then, suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed loudly. Oh, gods. Never thought I'll be eating this crap again. Right in front of him, reflecting the blue glow of the runes, two colorless tubes of synth paste were lying on the floor. He knew their shape all too well. They had a late supper, which consisted of a synthetic paste that had the consistency of mud and tasted about the same. Still, this vile invention was cheap to produce and supposed to contain all the nutrients one needed to, barely, survive. Sonny had not missed the damned sludge at all. In the outskirts, the easiest food to get was called a universal ration pack, or simply a rat pack. It contained a tube of synth paste, a cheap water filter, and several dry, tasteless crackers. This was what he mostly ate before becoming an awakened, so now, Sonny felt as though his life had come full circle. Such irony. After a while, tired and weak without the essence sustaining their bodies, they decided to sleep. The flat space in the center of the cage was so small that Sonny and Cassie had to settle with their backs against each other. With nothing but 2 layers of thin fabric separating their skin, Sonny could feel the heartbeat reverberating through her lithe body. The cage was cold and chilly, but at least his back was warm. They lay in silence for a while, trying to fall asleep. Before they did, however, Cassie suddenly spoke. Sonny. Her voice was quiet and hesitant. How is she doing? Do you know? He kept his eyes closed and remained silent for a few moments, then said with no particular emotion. She is doing great. She is a devil already. Now stop bothering me. Cassie sighed, and didn't say anything else. In the middle of the night, if it was night outside, he suddenly woke up, disturbed by a sudden change in her breathing. Through the thin fabric of their clothes, he could feel the blind girl's body tense up, her breathing rugged and uneven. Sonny hesitated, then turned around and looked at Cassie. In the pale glow of the runes, her delicate face seemed white and bloodless. It was contorted in a tortured grimace, with beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. Her eyes were moving hectically behind the eyelids. He lingered, not knowing what to do. It was obvious that Cassie was having a vision, and that like most of her visions, this one was painful and terrifying. Was he supposed to wake her up? Or would it do more harm than good? Before he could decide, she suddenly sat up with a stifled yelp. Her chest was rising and falling wildly, and there was a panicked expression on her face. The blind girl raised her hands and tried to feel her surroundings, clearly not quite remembering where she was. Sunny caught one of them, making Cassie flinch, and said darkly. "Take a hold of yourself, damn it. You're in a cage in Night Temple. Stop thrashing around." She froze, surrendering to his iron grip. After a while, Cassie took a deep breath and said weakly. "I'm all right." He let her go, picked up the mostly empty water skin, and put it onto her hand. The blind girl drank the last of their water and closed her eyes, her breathing slowly returning to normal. Sunny waited for a minute, and then asked in a gloomy tone. "Another vision?" She silently nodded. A dark grin appeared on his face. "What? Did we die again?" Cassie shook her head, then opened her eyes and frowned. "No, no, this time I saw someone else." She put the water skin on the floor, hugged her knees, and spoke again, her voice still tense, but now much calmer. "It was one of the lost, the man with grey eyes who advised Lady Wealth. He was in front of a large crucible, throwing shards of broken mirrors into the fire. There were thousands of them, all reflecting his image. Only, at some point, one of the reflections stopped." She shivered. The lost stopped, too, and stared at the motionless reflection, his eyes full of utter terror. It was as though he was paralyzed by fear. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out of his mouth. After that, he didn't move anymore, but the reflection finally did. It raised its head, and smiled. Cassie grew silent, and then added, her voice trembling. "That smile filled me with so much dread that all I could think about was to run away. But I couldn't. That was when I woke up." Sunny looked at her for a while, thinking. His face was cold and grim. It wasn't hard to understand what the vision was about. Mordred's aspect was somehow tied to mirrors, after all, but what did it all mean? What were his powers, exactly? He sighed and turned away. "It's fine. You did well. Go back to sleep, if you can." She listened to him and slowly lay down. However, Sunny could tell by her breathing that the blind girl was wide awake. He couldn't sleep, too. In the morning, the door of their cell opened, and the same group of lost brought them more food. Only, this time, there were only 3 of them. The man with grey eyes was nowhere to be seen. The 3 lost seemed to be in a better shape than they had been the day before, their armor was cleaned, and their wounds were properly tended to. However, somehow, they looked worse to wear. Their faces were paler, their movements were full of tension, and there was a strange darkness hiding in their eyes. Only the sentinel who had spoken to Sunny before was the same. If anything, his cold resolve seemed to have grown stronger, as did his silent hostility. Without saying a word, he threw the tubes of scent paste into the cage, then pointed at the water skin laying on the floor near Cassie. Sunny tossed the empty water skin out, and received a new one in return. "Sir. Can you please tell us what is going on? Where is your, 4th friend? Did something happen?" The sentinel stared at him with a heavy, grim expression. When he answered, his voice was steady and even. "Don't speak unless spoken to." With that, the lost left. The door of the cell locked with a loud click, the flame of the oil lamp trembled, and everything became silent once again. Sunny sighed. What an unfriendly fellow. Just like that, their imprisonment started. There were no windows in the stone chamber, so it was almost impossible to track the passage of time. Their only hint was the appearance of the three lost, who brought them food and water once every day, and sometimes changed the oil in the lantern. Sunny and Cassie spent the first few days in silence and tense, grim anticipation. They slept back to back, sharing the heat of their bodies to overcome the chilling cold of the prison cell, and suffered through the daytime without speaking to each other unless absolutely necessary. Both were waiting for something disastrous to happen. However, nothing did. The night temple had not shaken again, and nothing came through the heavy door to either set them free or destroy them. Neither Master Wealth nor Master Pierce had visited the enchanted chamber, as well, as if Sunny and Cassie were completely forgotten. The stone cell was silent and unchanging. However, they could still tell that something sinister and dire was going on outside. The evidence was in how the three lost that brought them food, their only connection to the rest of the world, looked and behaved. With each day, two of them seemed more and more frightened, while the third grew increasingly cold and grim. No matter how much Sunny tried to get the sentinel to speak, the arrogant warrior refused to tell him anything, and only glared at the prisoners through the iron bars of the cage, his eyes full of ire. Their actions changed, too. If before all three used to look at Sunny and Cassie while delivering the food, now only the sentinel did. The other two stood facing the door, their weapons drawn. Sometimes, their hands were trembling. Realizing that nothing was going to change any time soon, Sunny had to reluctantly change his behavior. He shared everything he knew about Mordred with Cassie, and learned everything she remembered about the Night Temple in return. With nothing else to do but teach each other, they went over every little detail many times over, only to end up with nothing. No new clues, no deeper understanding, not even a good guess or two. It was simply a dead end. For now. On the seventh day, the three lost arrived as usual. The sentinel walked forward and threw the tubes of synth paste into the cage, while the other two assumed defensive positions behind his back. Their eyes seemed dark and hollow. However, before Sunny could toss the empty water skin outside, a chilling scream suddenly resounded in the corridor outside the door. A long, drowning shriek echoed from the cold stones, full of torment and indescribable agony. How could a human throat produce such a sound? The lost tensed and gripped their weapons, one of them taking an involuntary step back. The sentinel snarled and pushed the man in the back. "Get a hold of yourself, cowards. Remember your duty." With that, he threw the water skin to Sunny and rushed outside, a slender sword appearing in his hand from a whirlpool of dancing sparks of light. The others gritted their teeth and followed, shutting the door behind them. The flame of the oil lamp trembled. On the next day, when the door opened again, only two lost walked through it. One of the surviving lost looked like a walking corpse. There were no wounds on his body, but his eyes were dull and glassy. He glanced at Sunny and Cassie lifelessly, then turned around and raised his weapon, staring at the open door with tired dread. Even the arrogant sentinel seemed a bit diminished. His handsome face was still cold and resolute, but there was a slight weakness to how his shoulders were set, and a slight uncertainty to his movements. He tossed the tubes of synth paste and the water inside the cage, not even waiting for Sunny to return the other two water skins. Sunny wanted to try to get the lost to speak to him again, as usual, but then thought better of it. There was a sharp edge in the man's eyes that made the idea of pushing him even a little seem too dangerous. The two lost left, leaving the prisoners alone again. Sunny stared at the door and the orange flame of the oil lamp dancing beside it for a few minutes, then shivered and turned away. Their jailers returned several more times. With each day, they looked more disheveled and exhausted, the darkness in their eyes growing deeper and deeper. A few times, Sunny could hear strange, disturbing sounds coming from the corridor, but the two lost did not seem to react to them at all. A week later, the food did not arrive for an especially long time. Sunny glared gloomily at the door, feeling pangs of hunger torment his empty stomach. One tube of synth paste a day was not nearly enough to satiate him, so he was always hungry, just like he had been in the past, living on the streets in the outskirts. Hours passed, but the two lost were nowhere to be seen. Where the hell are they? Then, something suddenly crashed into the door from the outside with a loud bang. A bit of dust fell from the ceiling, and then, everything became silent once more. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments, then slowly looked down. Something was flowing from beneath the door, streaming down the slope of the dome toward the cage. In the dim orange glow of the oil lantern, the liquid seemed almost black. But he knew its smell too well. Blood. It was human blood. After that day, no one came to feed them anymore. Sunny looked at the stream of blood that was getting closer and closer to the cage, then glanced back at the door and waited, wondering if someone, or something, would burst through it and enter the cell. But nothing did. After that first loud bang, everything stayed eerily quiet. Seconds passed, then minutes. Finally, he slowly turned away from the door and looked at Cassie. "Do you smell it?" She lingered for a moment, then nodded. "Blood." Sunny remained motionless for a bit, then walked back to his usual place and sat down. His face was grim. After a while, he said in a dark tone. "We are going to need to start rationing water. Humans could survive for a long time without food, but water was much more precious. Without it, a healthy human could die in a matter of days. And there were very few more agonizing ways to go." Cassie turned her head, then asked somberly. "Why? Do you think that they are going to just leave us here?" Sunny opened his mouth to retort that she was the one who could see the future. But in the end, he held his tongue. Just in case. They had one full water skin left. As awakened, they would also be able to last longer without water than mundane humans, especially Sunny, whose body was strengthened by 3 cores, blood weave, and his shadows. But would that be long enough? There was no way to know. He closed his eyes and exhaled slowly, then tried to meditate. Time crawled slowly. Their hunger grew, but no one came to bring them food. With their last connection to the outside world gone, it was impossible to tell what day it was. Sunny and Cassie remained in the barely illuminated darkness alone, waiting for something to happen, or slept while shivering from the cold. It wasn't long before their water ran out. The water skin wasn't that large, to begin with. Then, came the thirst. Sunny thought that he knew what madness felt like, but after spending several days, at least he thought that a few had passed, without drinking anything, he learned that there was a completely different realm of crazed delirium. The feeling of thirst was absolutely maddening, torturous, and suffocating. His throat hurt as if it was being cut, his lips had dried and cracked, and so did his tongue. His head was full of pulsating pain, and his muscles were experiencing excruciating cramps. All he could think about was water, water, water. The worst part of it all, however, was the fear. Fear that he was going to die in this cursed cage like a dog, forgotten and discarded. Maybe one day someone would open the heavy door, and find his desiccated corpse reaching hopelessly and pathetically toward it through the iron bars. Sunny had tried everything he could think of to get out of the cage, but nothing he had done helped. The only result was that his condition worsened even further. By then, his throat and mouth felt as though they were on fire, and his entire body ached terribly. He felt weak and lethargic, and his vision was starting to blur. Sunny spent most of his time staring at the orange flame of the oil lamp, because it was more or less the only thing he could see clearly. Then, it disappeared, too. The stone cell became even darker, with only the ghostly, dim glow of the runes illuminating the iron bars of the cage. The oil ran out. Sunny closed his eyes. Was it really hopeless? No, he couldn't give up, he refused to. In all this suffering and despair, the only thing that kept him somewhat sane was the fact that Cassie was right there with him, going through the same hell. At least he wasn't alone. Despite all the complicated emotions and the heavy burden of past sins, sharing his pain with someone had made it if not bearable, then at least a little easier. Neither of them would have been able to endure the agony and the terror of not knowing whether they were going to live or die, the fear of the unknown, alone. But together, the two of them managed to persevere, somehow. Maybe just to not let the other see them break first. Sunny didn't know how many days had passed since the flame of the oil lantern died out. Time lost its meaning a while ago. All he knew was the thirst, the pain, and the stubborn, spiteful will to hold on just a little bit longer. At some point, he opened his eyes in the darkness and stared at the blurry blue glow of the sorceress runes. Then, he turned his head and looked at Cassie, who was sleeping in his arms. There was a sound coming from behind the door. Sunny wanted to tell Cassie to wake up, but his throat was so dry that no sound came out of it. All it did was bring him more pain. He gritted his teeth, then shook her gently, waited for her to open her eyes, and carefully placed a finger on her lips. He wanted her to remain quiet. The blind girl hesitated for a few moments, then nodded. They let go of each other and shakily rose to their feet. By that point, the faint sound became more clear. It was as though something sharp was scraping against stones as it was being dragged across them slowly. The haunting, grating sound was drawing closer and closer. Finally, it reached to just beyond the cell and stopped abruptly. Then, they heard another scrape, this one much smaller, and the click of the door's lock. It opened, and Sunny saw a blurry silhouette standing at the threshold of the stone chamber. Half blinded by the thirst, he couldn't tell who, or what, it was. But the smell of blood was back. Only now, it was much, much stronger. Sunny stood motionlessly, gathering whatever strength he had left, which was far too little. Cassie was silent, too, a tense expression on her pale face. With his vision compromised and his shadow sense limited to the circle of runes glowing around the cage, all Sunny could see was a blurry silhouette. He was almost sure that it was a human, however, something about the dark figure was wrong. Utterly, terribly wrong. A strong smell of blood assaulted his nostrils. The silhouette swayed, and then took a step forward. The scraping sound resounded once again, coming from it. Sunny strained his eyes, and thought that he had noticed a slender sword being dragged behind the person. A hint of recognition appeared in his clouded mind, but in the next moment, a sudden burst of creaky, gurgling laughter threw his thoughts into a spin. Sunny shivered. That voice. The silhouette took another step forward, coming to the point where the flat surface of the floor gave place to the downward slope of the dome. Coincidentally, that was the moment when the dim glow of the runes finally reached it. Sunny flinched. See, curses. A familiar face was looming in the darkness above him. Even through the haze clouding his sight, Sunny managed to recognize the arrogant sentinel who had locked them in this cage a long, long time ago. Only now, that cold and handsome man was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he looked broken and gaunt, his face contorted in a demented grin. But much worse than that. In the place where the sentinel's eyes used to be, two bloody pits were gaping, crimson streams flowing down his cheeks like tears. His fingers were marred with blood, too. As Sunny recoiled, the Lost laughed again, and then suddenly clawed at his face, his laughter turning into a stifled groan, and then into a whisper. Can't get me anymore, can't get me. I tricked him. Then, the lunatic abruptly froze. Slowly, his head turned, and the bloody pits of his eyes stared directly at the cage. A moment later, a grimace of hatred appeared on his face. You. It is all your fault, yours. You let him free. Sunny felt weak and barely able to stand, and he was suffering too much to have any energy for fear. So, although it was obvious that the sentinel had returned to exact revenge and kill them, he didn't mind. Instead, he welcomed it. Good. Come here then. Just come here and open the door. You can try to kill me all you want. Just open the damned door, you wretch. As long as the door was open, they could escape. The Lost swayed again, then made a move to step forward, and stopped. His sword fell to the floor with a clang. Damn you. Instead, a whirlpool of sparks swirled around his hands, and a curved bow appeared in them. Sunny's heart grew cold. "No, no, no," the sentinel whispered. "Die, vermin." With that, he drew the string of the bow. As soon as he did, a ghostly arrow appeared on it, its tip long and sharp as a razor. Sunny held his breath and stared at the tip of the arrow, then slowly turned his head and looked at Cassie, who stood motionlessly beside him. His face grew solemn. "Don't make a sound, please, don't make a sound." A moment later, he heard the sound of the string, and saw the arrow streak above the blind girl's shoulder, the wind throwing a few strands of her hair into the air, and shatter against the stones. Cassie flinched, but remained absolutely silent. The sentinel frowned. "Alive? I know that you are still alive, but not for long, now." He drew the bow again, and sent another ghostly arrow flying. This time, it flew mere centimeters above Sunny's head. For the first time in his life, he felt actually thankful for his short stature. But the crazed Lost wasn't done. Sunny turned his head and stared directly at him. A ghastly smile suddenly appeared on the sentinel's face. "Got you now." He drew the bow again, and then lowered it, aiming directly at Sunny's heart. Sunny did not move a muscle. A moment before the Lost released the string, something small and swift suddenly dashed toward him from behind, and bit his leg ferociously. It was the covetous coffer. Back when everything started, Sunny had left it in the interrogation room on purpose. He couldn't control a memory like he would an echo, but the coffer was still able to follow simple commands. The command it had received from Sunny in those moments was to hide, and then find him. And then wait. The poor thing had loitered near the locked door of the cell for several weeks, hiding every time anyone approached. And now, it was finally able to receive a new command. Attack. The box scurried from its hiding place, reached the cell, and ran through the door on its 8 short iron legs, just in time to sink its sharp triangular teeth into the sentinel's heel. They easily pierced the steel of his armored boot. Blood spurted into the air, and with a surprised shriek, the man stumbled forward, fell, and rolled down the slope of the dome, crashing into the bars of the cage. The arrow flashed past Sunny, missing him by a hair's breadth. But he did not care, already moving. As soon as the damage was done, Sunny dismissed the covetous coffer, and before the runes could devour the tiny amount of shadow essence returned to him by that act, sent all of it into his hurting muscles. And now, he was dashing up the slope toward where the Lost was trying to get back to his feet. Before he could, however, Sunny was already upon him. He thrust his hands through the bars, wrapped one arm around the man's neck, pressed him against the cage, and used the other hand to lock him into a stranglehold. Sunny was weakened by the runes, the hunger, and the thirst, but he still had 3 cores, and 3 shadows wrapped around his body. His strength was fueled by fury, desperation, and cold, murderous will. All of it was barely enough to hold the struggling sentinel in place. The 2 men struggled furiously, one trying to break free, the other trying to squeeze the very life out of his enemy. Sunny used everything he had, and then a bit more, strangling the Lost with all the strength he had left in his gaunt, starved body. He knew that there was not going to be another chance. He had to kill this man in order to survive. And even more important than that, he simply wanted to. So, he bit his lip, feeling drops of blood flowing into his dry mouth, and pulled. After what felt like an eternity, when his vision had gone almost entirely black and his muscles were on the verge of collapsing, he felt something snap under his grip, and then the body of his enemy suddenly grew limp. The sentinel was dead. Probably. Sunny let out a shaky breath, let go of the man's corpse, and fell back, sliding down to the center of the dome. He couldn't stand up anymore. In truth, he couldn't even open his eyes. Not that he would be able to see anything. The fight had taken the last of his strength. His chest rose and fell, every breath sending a wave of agony through his body. He didn't think that he could move. "I'm done." Through the haze, Sunny heard someone walk unsteadily past him, and some time later, a loud click. Then, two small, weak hands grabbed him by the shoulders, and Sunny felt himself being dragged across the cold stones. He didn't quite understand what was happening. However, soon, his whole body shuddered, and a dark grin slowly appeared on his face. A raging, revitalizing flood of shadow essence was flowing into his three cores. He was free. Sunny remained motionless for a while, then took a look into his soul sea. It didn't seem lifeless and drained anymore. The three black suns of his cores loomed above in a perfect triangle, burning with furious dark flames, and the tranquil sea was in turmoil, replete with raging energy. He glanced at the shadow of the sentinel that had joined the silent ranks of his brethren, made a grimace, and closed his eyes. His body was still weak and on the verge of shutting down, but now, satiated with essence, it was not completely useless anymore. He concentrated, then summoned the soul serpent and circulated the essence through its coils, feeling strength return to his aching muscles. His lethargy receded a little. Finally, Sunny opened his eyes and turned his head to look at Cassie. The blind girl was laying on the floor beside him, just outside the circle of runes, completely spent. She must have retrieved the keys from the sentinel's corpse, unlocked the door, then dragged him out of the cage. Sunny didn't know how she had managed to carry him all the way in her terrible condition, but she had. Now, Cassie was barely breathing. However, the color was slowly returning to her face, she was regenerating her soul essence, too. Just the effort of turning his head made Sunny feel dizzy. He rested for a few moments, breathing heavily, then summoned Saint. The taciturn knight appeared out of his shadow, her ruby eyes burning in the darkness. He stared at her from below for a second, then gave a silent command. "Close the door. Guard us." The demon silently turned and walked away, her steps echoing in the silence of the stone cell. Sunny rested some more, then gritted his teeth and tried to sit up. He succeeded on the third try. Water, water, he needed water, all of his being lusted for a single drop of the precious liquid. A swirl of sparks danced around his hand, and then, the most glorious thing he had ever seen appeared in it. It was a dazzling, beautiful, sublime bottle made out of patterned blue glass. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then crawled closer to Cassie, held up her head, and brought the endless spring to her cracked lips. As soon as the first drops of water fell into her mouth, the blind girl opened her eyes, flinched, and then drank greedily. At some point, she raised one hand and grabbed his own, as if afraid that he would take the bottle away. Sunny observed her, his own throat spasming in pain. Finally, he wrestled his hand free and drank his own share. The cold water was, without a shadow of a doubt, the sweetest and most magnificent thing he had ever tasted. Drinking it was more euphoric than being reborn during the awakening, and much more rewarding by far. With each sip, he could feel life returning into his tortured body, as if he was rising from the dead. In these moments, he was probably the happiest he had ever been. After both of them satiated their thirst, they fell to the floor, dead tired. Sunny and Cassie were revitalized by the water, but mentally exhausted and utterly drained. It wasn't long before they fell asleep. When Sunny woke up, he felt much better. He was still in a rather bad shape and weak from hunger, his stomach pulsing with pain, but at least not dying anymore. He sat up, drank more water, and looked around the cell. Cassie was still sound asleep, laying on the cold stone floor. She looked to be in a worse condition than him, but there was color to her face, and her breathing was calm and steady. Even though the blind girl did not possess the miraculous blood weave, she was still a powerful awakened. Her body was much more resilient and quicker to heal than that of a mundane human. Sunny suspected that in a couple of days, both of them would be mostly back to normal. Provided that nothing else happens. What were the chances of that? He glanced at Saint, who was guarding the heavy door, then at the cage and the corpse of the sentinel laying near it. His face became contorted by a grimace of disgust. Sunny sighed, then closed his eyes and sent one of his shadows to take a look outside the door. The long corridor was empty and submerged in darkness. Nothing moved there, and nothing seemed to pose any threat. The only thing he saw was another corpse, this one belonging to the partner of the dead sentinel, sprawled near the cell, terribly mangled and in the early stages of decomposition. Sunny stared at it for a while, then commanded the shadow to return. The silence outside was almost eerie. At that moment, Cassie stirred and opened her eyes. She sat up and groaned quietly, then slowly turned her head in his direction. Her second aspect ability must have returned. Or maybe she just located him by the smell. After weeks spent in the iron cage, both of them reeked terribly enough to scare away a pack of hungry wolves. Sunny handed her the endless spring, stared at the bottle in the delicate hand of the blind girl for a few moments, then turned away. Cassie drank the water, coughed, then returned the memory and asked, her voice raspy. "What are we going to do now?" Sunny hesitated for a bit, then shrugged. "First, we need to find some food. Once we are full and strong enough to fight, we'll see. Gather information, assess the situation, then act." She nodded, then slowly rose to her feet. The quiet dancer appeared in her hand in the glow of white sparks. Sunny stood up, too, and headed toward the door. Saint moved aside, allowing him to open it. Standing at the threshold, he hesitated for a few seconds, and then took a step forward. A dark expression appeared on his face. Sunny knew that he had to be careful. But he also felt entitled to some vengeance of his own. Stepping over the corpse laying at the doorstep of their cell, Sunny and Cassie entered the dark, empty corridor and stopped for a few short moments. They listened tensely to the echoing silence that reigned over it, and then cautiously moved forward. Most humans would have felt lost in the impenetrable darkness, but neither of them found it uncomfortable. Stepping softly, they walked toward the entrance to the closest stairwell, the shadows gliding ahead of them to scout for potential dangers. Sunny didn't let the shadows go too far, though, knowing that he might need their help at a moment's notice. In the past weeks, he had learned everything that Cassie knew about the Night Temple, so there was a clear mental picture of its interior in his head, the parts of the great cathedral that the blind girl was familiar with, at least. Currently, they were at the lowest levels of one of its 7 belfries, deep below the outward ring of the main structure. There were 2 other belfries in the outward ring, and both the ring itself and the 3 towers descending from it remained uninhabited. They were mostly empty or occupied by storage rooms, workshops, and other facilities the Lost used to maintain the citadel. Still, there was no way of knowing what might have changed inside the temple since their imprisonment, and what danger lay ahead, in the darkness. They moved from one level to another, not meeting a single living soul. Here and there, signs of battle could be seen. The furniture was smashed to pieces, the walls scraped by sharp blades or cracked, a few of them completely shattered. The floor was stained with blood, but there were no more corpses around. All they found were a clump of torn, bloodied clothes and several overturned tables, as though someone had desperately tried to build a barricade. Whoever it had been, it didn't seem as though they succeeded. The makeshift barricade was broken, and there was a lot of blood on the floor, the walls, and even the ceiling behind it. Sunny and Cassie walked past, their expressions turning somber. After a while, Sunny finally discovered a storage room full of wooden crates behind one of the locked doors, each containing hundreds of tubes of synth paste. His mouth instantly watered. Food. No matter how much he hated the muddy sludge, right now, he was ready to kill for a single mouthful. Sunny and Cassie opened the storage room with one of the keys attached to the keyring they had picked up from the body of the sentinel, entered it, and then locked the door behind them. Both of them were starving, but before Cassie had a chance to grab a tube, Sunny stopped her. "Don't eat more than one. And eat it slowly." She hesitated, then turned to him with a frown. "Why?" "I'm so hungry." He shook his head and sat down on one of the crates. "If you eat too much, too quickly after going without food for a long time, you might die." The blind girl tilted her head. "What? Why? How do you know?" Sunny opened a tube and shrugged. "Seen it happen." That was just general knowledge among the street kids in the outskirts. However, Cassie had probably never faced real hunger. Even in the dark city, the inhabitants of the outer settlement had been fed generously by Changing Star and her hunting party during her time there. Sunny was surprised, actually, that normal children didn't learn about such stuff in school. The blind girl lingered for a few moments, but listened to his advice in the end. Each of them slowly ate one tube of synth paste, and then rested for a while. After that, Sunny summoned the covetous coffer, patted it on the lid, and loaded a couple of crates into the small box. "What a good little box you are. Good job, coffer." Then, feeling refreshed and energized, the strength slowly returning to their starved bodies, they moved the crates around and took turns washing themselves with the help of the endless spring. Sunny went first. Taking off the reeking clothes and scrubbing his skin with cold water felt heavenly. When he was done, he summoned the undying chain, and finally felt like himself again. After that, he sat by the door quietly and, using one of the shadows, kept watch on the corridor outside. In the dead silence on the stone belfry, Sunny couldn't help but hear every sound around him, the rustle of the crude tunic against Cassie's skin as she took it off and dropped it on the ground, the murmur of the water as it flowed down her petite, supple body, and the small sighs of relief she made as the weight of several weeks of imprisonment was washed away by it. After a while, she joined him, clad once again in her blue coat and polished armor. Sunny hesitated for a bit, then said, "Come closer." Cassie tilted her head a little, then did as he told. Sunny reached toward one of the extinguished oil lamps, and then proceeded to rub her cuirass, pauldron, and other steel elements of the armor with soot. The blind girl frowned, but didn't stop him. "Are you trying to make it non-reflective?" He nodded. "Yeah. Just in case." They still didn't know what powers Mordred possessed, but whatever they were, mirrors and reflections obviously had something to do with it. The undying chain was forged out of bleak steel, but Cassie's armor was too lustrous for him to feel at ease. That was also the reason why he had not summoned the cruel sight yet. The silver blade of the enchanted spear was like a clear mirror, and he wasn't sure what might happen if he did. After Sunny was done covering up the polished steel of Cassie's armor with soot, they rested for a while, ate a little more, and left the storage room behind. It was time to ascend the belfry and return to the outward ring of the Night Temple. As soon as they stepped out of the stairwell and found themselves between the black walls of the main structure of the Night Temple again, a terrible smell assaulted their nostrils. Sunny grimaced, and then covered his nose with a hand. This was the familiar, vile smell of death. Just like the belfry, the outward ring was submerged in darkness. No one had bothered to change the oil in the lamps, and there were no windows to let in the light. The corridors here were wider, and their adornments richer. However, just like before, everything was silent, and there was nobody around. Sunny shivered. Just where is everyone? The Night Temple seemed completely deserted. At first, when they had been hungry and weak, he was glad for it. But now, the absence of people was starting to make him nervous. What the hell had happened here while they were locked up? Moving slowly, the two of them cautiously headed in the direction of the gates leading to the outside. It wasn't long before Sunny noticed a trail of dried blood on the stones beneath his feet, as though someone dead or dying had been dragged across them. Coincidentally, the trail led in the same direction. Soon, the smell of death grew stronger, making it hard to breathe. Sunny and Cassie entered the hall separating them from the gates, and froze. His face darkened. That is not good. Before the gates of the temple, a large hall stood, submerged in darkness. The air was permeated with the smell of rot, and at least a dozen eviscerated bodies lay on the cold stones, staring into nothingness with their empty eyes. Sunny had long become accustomed to such sights, so he wasn't too bothered by it. The implication, however, left him feeling cold. Damnation. He entered the hall, both Saint and the serpent emerging silently from his shadows. Cassie followed, gripping the hilt of the quiet dancer so hard that her fingers turned white. Sunny walked over to the nearest corpse, held his breath, and knelt beside it, studying its wounds. Then, with a grim expression, he moved over to the next one and did the same. It took him some time to check on each of the slain lost, and by the end, his eyes were full of darkness. The blind girl remained silent for a few moments, then asked, her voice tense and trembling. "How did they die?" He lingered for a second, then shook his head. "Sword wounds. Each of the fallen sentinels was killed with one precise, fatal strike. However, most of them were terribly mutilated and covered in multiple wounds, none of them lethal, but all aimed at inflicting the maximum amount of pain. The killer, whoever it was, wanted his victims to suffer before they died. Well, Sonny was pretty sure that he knew who the killer was. Mordred. The man, or thing, that he had set free. It seemed that the Prince of Nothing had a sadistic streak about him. But that wasn't the problem. From everything that Sonny had learned before, he assumed that Mordred possessed a bizarre and powerful aspect that allowed him to deal either mind or soul damage to other living beings. That made him extremely dangerous. The prerequisite for this ability seemed to be looking the prisoner of the Night Temple in the eyes, which was good, since both Sonny and Cassie could naturally counter it, Sonny by fighting with his eyes closed, Cassie by simply being blind. However, these lost had clearly died in a ferocious and bloody melee. That meant that, on top of everything else, Mordred was a fighter of incredible skill, skilled and powerful enough to not only kill a dozen experienced awakened with a sword, but also to play with his victims before he did. Just how was Sonny supposed to win against someone like that? He sighed, then walked past the corpses and approached the gate. Master Wealth had told them that the citadel was sealed, and no one except for St. Cormac would be able to open it. However, Sonny had to check for himself. He wrapped all three shadows around his body and tried to push open the gates, but to no avail. The heavy doors didn't budge even when Saint joined him. None of the keys their jailers had carried were of any use, too, there wasn't even a keyhole to insert them. Sonny looked beneath the surface of the gates, hoping to see the same type of primitive weave he had seen in the door of the Ebony Tower. But there was none. Curse it. He gave the gates a good kick, then turned around and walked back to Cassie in frustration. "I guess we aren't getting out of here until the saint arrives." Which would happen in a week, at the earliest. Would they even be able to survive that long? The blind girl frowned, then asked with uncertainty. "Where to, then?" Sonny thought for a few seconds. Since they were already stuck in this damned place, why not try and accomplish the task they had come here to complete, in the first place? "Let's go check on the gateway." Perhaps the ivory knife was still there, somewhere. Leaving the scene of the cruel massacre behind, the two of them headed deeper into the stone bowels of the Night Temple. It took them a long time to cross the outward ring and enter the central temple. The distance itself was not that considerable, but the bizarre interior of the cathedral was disorienting and sprawling, resembling a vast, convoluted maze of black stone. They also had to remain cautious and move slowly so as to not walk into an ambush. The darkness, silence, and eerie emptiness of the deserted citadel were slowly stretching their already tense nerves. Both Sonny and Cassie had not recovered from their ordeal completely, so they had to stop and rest a couple of times, drinking water and eating small amounts of synth paste. They also encountered more morbid remnants of the struggle that had been going on inside the Night Temple while they were slowly dying inside the cage, rotting corpses of the lost, signs of bloodshed and destruction, as well as things that were too strange and vile to be explained by any kind of sane logic. It was as though they were traveling through the workshop of a mad butcher. With each minute that passed, Sonny grew more and more grim. For the first time since this whole disaster started, he actually began to question the moral implications of what his actions had led to. Even if he had been an unwilling accomplice, Mordred only managed to escape because of him. Had Sonny accidentally released an unspeakable evil upon the world? He wasn't sure how to feel about that. On one hand, he didn't really care about the world, but on the other hand, Sonny didn't like to leave behind a mess without cleaning it up. It was just basic decency. A bit conflicted, he sent the shadow ahead, made sure that everything was fine, and finally led Cassie into the grand hall of the Night Temple. This place was both magnificent and uncanny. It was vast and full of darkness, reminding him of his home in the Dark City. The only difference was that this tenebrous cathedral was built upside down. Far above them, the ceiling was flat and stretched into the distance. The floor, on the contrary, arched downward like a giant bowl, with load-bearing stone seams protruding from it like bridges and roads. The hall was silent and somber, and absolutely empty. In its center, there was a wide stone platform. It was covered in rubble, large pieces of black obsidian laying in piles where the black altar had once stood. They really destroyed it. Sunny stared at the shattered altar, still not quite believing that the gateway was really obliterated. What madness was this? They lingered for a few moments, and then descended toward the platform. There, Sunny spent some time sifting through the rubble, hoping to find the ivory knife. But it was nowhere to be found. All he found was broken obsidian, and pieces of Storm God's shattered statue. Either the knife had never been there, to begin with, or Mordred had gotten to it first. Curse it! Sunny turned the head of the statue, looked beneath it, and then stood up, staring into the empty eyes of the dead goddess with dark fury. Damned liar, a prince of lies, that's who he is. As he was boiling with rage, Cassie suddenly took a step forward and touched him on the shoulder. Then, she pointed toward the other end of the grand hall and whispered. I hear footsteps. Someone is coming. Sunny stared into the darkness, his hand itching to summon a weapon. His eyes gleamed dangerously. Let them come. Sunny was tired of the silence, the emptiness, and the quiet dread. The fear of the unknown had been pressing heavily onto his heart, and for a short moment, he wanted for this burdensome uncertainty to end, no matter how violent and dangerous the resulting confrontation would be. But then, he had to grit his teeth and remind himself that giving in to anger and frustration was a sure way to die. Without knowing the scale of the threat, he had to remain calm and keep a cool head. His hand, already outstretched to summon a weapon, hovered in the air for a couple of moments, and then relaxed. Sunny sent one of his shadows forward, and soon saw human figures emerging from one of the passages, some of them limping, the others carrying stretchers with those of their brethren who were too heavily wounded to walk. The lost, they were the remaining guardians of the Night Temple. In front of them, a woman in a black tunic was walking, her red hair dirty and damp with sweat. There was a grim, dark expression on her face. So there are survivors, after all. There were a dozen or so warriors who could still fight, although they didn't seem to be in the best shape. Several were carrying lanterns and torches, the orange flames pushing the darkness reigning in the great hall back. They were still too far away to notice Sunny and Cassie, but he had no doubt that they would be discovered soon. What to do, wait, or hide? A moment later, the decision was made for him. As Sunny watched, one of the lost suddenly approached Master Weld and whispered something to her, then pointed directly at the shadow that was observing them from the darkness. Crap. Sunny was more or less certain in his ability to contend with one of the ascended knights, provided of course that Saint and the Serpent were on his side. With the dozen lost supporting the opponent, though, it was a fight he would have preferred to avoid. Especially considering that what he needed the most right now was information, which the survivors possessed. Soon, a lone figure separated from the group of battered sentinels and headed their way with measured, steady steps. As soon as Sunny saw who it was, his face darkened. Master Pierce, the man was as rugged and severe as he had been when they first met, his steely eyes cold and hard. The stubble on his cheeks had turned into a short beard and his lusterless scale mail was damaged in several places, but other than that, he looked exactly the same. It was as though the weeks of bloody horror had no effect on him at all. Now, the odds were really not in Sunny's favor. He was still sure of his ability to at least escape, though. If need be. Master Pierce approached the central platform and stopped, studying Sunny and Cassie with a heavy gaze. Sunny cleared his throat and faked a shaky smile. Sir Pierce. Thank the gods, we weren't sure that anyone was left alive. To his left, Cassie suddenly tensed. Knowing that she must have sensed something happening in the next few seconds, Sunny prepared for the worst. However, noting that the blind girl remained motionless, he didn't do anything rash, as well. Master Pierce spoke, his voice dark and heavy. Well, well. What do we have here? In the next moment, a vast whirlwind of white sparks surrounded the platform. Sunny cursed inwardly, and watched as 10 human figures appeared from the sparks, surrounding them. In an instant, the number of their potential enemies almost doubled. These humans, though, he had to suppress a shiver. Their empty eyes, their empty shadows, no, they weren't humans at all. Instead, 10 echoes were staring at him with lifeless expressions, each radiating an eerie, deeply disturbing, and threatening aura. Pierce stared at them coldly. I see that the two of you are still alive. Sunny looked around, feverishly thinking about how to turn the situation around. Oh, about that. Before he could say anything, he noticed that Cassie turned her head slightly and glanced somewhere behind him, a small frown appearing on her face. Just like that, he knew that someone was there. Which was strange, considering that Sunny was always aware of what was behind his back thanks to the shadows, and couldn't see or sense anything right now. The blind girl was proven right, though, in the next moment, when something cold touched his neck and a vaguely familiar raspy voice spoke into his ear. Don't move. Sunny froze. That voice, the female sentinel that was guarding the gates on the day we arrived? Why can't I see her, or sense her shadow? The answer was rather obvious. The woman must have been able to don some form of invisibility thanks to her aspect. That was one nasty ability. He pretended to tremble. Yes, yes. I am not moving. For a couple of moments, no one spoke. Then, Cassie turned her face toward the fearsome master and said. Sir Pierce. I would appreciate it if you could give us shelter and explain what is happening. We barely escaped the cage you put us in alive, and being met with such hostility is not how we imagined finding fellow humans again. He stared at her for a bit, then grinned. Give you shelter? That is a good joke. Give me one reason to not kill you both, instead. Cassie frowned, but did not show any fear. Instead, she remained silent for a few seconds, and then said in a calm and even voice. You can try. You will certainly succeed. But not without paying a cost. Awakened Sunless and I might not be ascended, but we did not receive our designations for nothing. How many of your men and echoes will we take to hell with us? She paused for a moment, and then added. How many can you spare? Master Pierce opened his mouth, wishing to say something, but was cut off by Weld, who had approached from behind. The second ascended spoke in a tired voice. Enough. We can't spare anyone, or anything. I know this and you do too, Pierce. These two are strong, they will be of use. We will take them with us. He grimaced, then spat. What if that thing is hiding in one of them? Lady Weld glanced at Sunny and Cassie and shook her head. They have been locked in the lesser cell for weeks. Between all of us, these two are the least likely to have been taken. Besides, we have just destroyed his previous vessel. There are no mirrors in the Great Hall, so. She sighed heavily, then addressed Cassie. Come. It is not safe here. We must return to the inner sanctum as fast as possible. Pierce gritted his teeth, then snarled and dismissed the echoes. At the same time, Sunny felt the cold blade move away from his neck. In the next moment, the familiar sentinel appeared from the thin air beside him, holding a sharp dagger in her hand. She smiled and winked at him. Lucky you. Well, maybe next time. With that, the woman headed toward the group of the lost and beckoned for them to follow. Sunny briefly glanced at Cassie, sighed, and started walking. He wasn't too happy about how things had turned out, and knew that their conflict with the forces of valor was not over. But for now, at least, there seemed to be a shaky truce between them. Which gave him an opportunity to get some answers. The lost entered the inner sanctum of the Night Temple, its very heart, and bolted the heavy doors behind them. As soon as they did, a field of glowing runes flashed for a moment on the dark wooden surface, and then disappeared without a trace. Sunny glanced at the door with a frown, but didn't say anything. Cassie had never been to this part of the citadel, so neither of them had any information about what was inside. The area was not too large, but right below them was the main bell tower of the cathedral, which was taller and wider than the other 6 belfries. The 2 masters led their people through somber corridors to a spacious hall that seemed to serve as their current stronghold. There were guards keeping watch in front of the entrance, crates with food and water, a fireplace keeping the cold at bay, and makeshift bedding for people to sleep on. Just from looking at the number of cots, Sunny understood that not everyone had returned from their latest hunt, or whatever it was that the sentinels had tried to accomplish. All in all, 23 lost remained, some of them heavily wounded. With Pierce, Weld, and the 2 of them, there were less than 30 humans left to oppose the Mad Prince. That meant that in several weeks, Mordred had eviscerated more than 2/3 of the temple's defenders. Remembering how confident Master Weld had been in their ability to contain the prisoner at the start of all this, Sunny couldn't help but shake his head. Mordred turned out to be more lethal and terrifying than even his jailers had expected. The wounded were quickly tended to, and the lost fell on their cots, dead tired. A few went through the familiar motions of maintaining the camp, cooking food, distributing water, and doing other miscellaneous tasks. Everything was performed swiftly and with trained precision, proving once more how experienced and professional these people were. They were obviously fatigued, both mentally and physically, but not nearly as beaten and unsteady as Sunny had thought. Their spirits were not broken, perhaps because only those with the strongest wills had survived. He also couldn't help but notice that there was not a single reflective surface in the whole of the inner sanctum. The lost wore either armor made out of leather or dull steel that didn't give off reflections, and even made sure to store and drink water from opaque containers, not letting a single drop fall to the floor. After a while, the familiar female sentinel approached them and said, "Sir and lady wish to see you." Sunny and Cassie were led to a separate room, where Pierce and Welt were waiting for them behind a wide round table. Both of their expressions were grim. Weld gestured to a couple of chairs and, after waiting for a few moments, said, "The 2 of you will follow simple rules. From now on, you are under our command. You will follow any order either Sir Pierce or I give you. You will not use any memory or item that can be used as a mirror inside the inner sanctum, or outside of it, if you wish to live. You will not conspire against your fellow soldiers or tell a single soul about what you have seen here in the Night Temple. If you disagree, leave right now." Sunny and Cassie glanced at each other, but remained seated. Weld nodded, then looked at Sunny. "Awake and sunless, please, describe how you came in possession of that piece of a broken mirror. This time, in detail." Pierce suddenly leaned forward and growled. "And don't even think about lying to us, boy. You won't like the result." Sunny pretended to look at him with a bit of fear. "I couldn't lie even if I wanted to, you fool." He told the tale of how he had encountered the mirror beast on the Reckoning Island and almost lost his life to the strange creature. Knowing that he had to give up at least some valuable information, as well as explain how he had managed to defeat such a dangerous abomination, he shared the detail about using the flaw of his own aspect against the reflection, while not mentioning what that flaw was exactly, of course. After, both masters were silent for a while. Finally, Weld spoke, her voice solemn. So one of his reflections managed to escape, after all. To think that it had been so close all this time. Sunny hesitated, then cautiously asked. "I am sorry, but what was this piece of mirror, exactly? If it was so dangerous, why was I even allowed to bring it inside?" Pierce clenched his fists and stared at him with fury. Then, he uttered through gritted teeth. "The inspection was meant to prevent mundane mirrors from being brought into the citadel. No one could have expected that there was one more fragment out there, somewhere. If we knew, you would have been killed as soon as you set foot on the chained aisles. As for what that fragment was, it's not for you to know. Sonny shivered slightly, realizing how big of a target he had drawn on himself by picking up the inconspicuous piece of mirror. No wonder Saint Tyrus had warned him to never speak of visiting the Reckoning Island to anyone. While he was thinking that, Cassie finally spoke. "With all due respect, Sir Pierce, we have the right to know. Or rather, we need to. How are we supposed to fight against the threat if we don't know what it is? What, exactly, have we unleashed? What kind of a creature is capable of causing so much death and destruction?" The master opened his mouth to spit a cold response, but Wealth spoke first, her voice calm. "She is right, Pierce. They need to know, if they are to be useful." She sighed, then looked away and remained silent for a while. Then, Wealth grimaced, rubbed her face, and said, her voice somber and grave. "The creature that you have unleashed, that monster, is Mordred of Valor. The Prince of War." After that statement, the room was silent for a while. Sonny frowned, thinking about what he had just heard. He wasn't really surprised to learn that Mordred was a scion of the great clan Valor. He had already known that there was some connection there. He had also considered that one possible explanation for Mordred's strange insistence on calling himself a prince was a blood relation to one of the sovereigns. Now, it was more or less clear that Anvil of Valor was the mysterious prince's father. What made Sonny frown, however, was that Wealth called Mordred the Prince of War. Was that an indication that Clan Valor had inherited the lineage of War God, just like the immortal Flame clan inherited that of Sun God? If so, what lineages did the other two great clans possess? And where did it leave him, who was supposed to become the inheritor of Shadow God, but ended up stuck with a forbidden lineage of an elusive demon instead? Meanwhile, Cassie spoke, her voice slightly surprised. "Of Valor?" Master Wealth sighed again, then nodded. "Yes. Prince Mordred is the eldest son of Saint Anvil, one of the patriarchs of our great clan. As a young child, he was given as a hostage to a powerful ally. To keep peace and ensure prosperity for all. No harm was meant to come to him. And it didn't, or so we thought. Years later, the prince was returned to us as a valiant awakened, to our joy and relief." Pierce's face darkened, and he looked away. Wealth lingered for a few moments, and then continued. "But our joy was short-lived. Soon, it became apparent that the boy had grown up to be disturbed. He was cruel, uncaring, and had certain impulses that couldn't be controlled. The more powerful he became, the less human he seemed. And he was powerful, incredibly so. More powerful than any awakened was supposed to be." She looked down, then grimaced. In the end, Prince Mordred left the clan and, breaking the command of the elders, sought out a seed of nightmare to become a master. Knowing that he was too dangerous to be allowed to ascend, or even to walk freely in the waking world, it was with a heavy heart that a decision was made to eliminate him. Monster or not, he was our responsibility, after all. Sonny rubbed his temples. There was a lot of new information in what they were told, provided it was true, of course. Which he wasn't sure that it was. Had Mordred really been given away as a hostage? Was he really disturbed and dangerous? Maybe he was, and maybe he wasn't, or had not been, at least. Whatever the case, Sonny had no doubt that it had no bearing on Anvil's decision to get rid of his firstborn son. The key phrases in all the noble-sounding words Wealth had spoken were, too powerful, and, couldn't be controlled. Mordred had probably been forbidden from challenging the second nightmare for that very reason. That was why he had come to the Chained Isles alone, seeking a seed that had not been discovered, and thus, couldn't be guarded, by the forces of the sovereigns. Which eventually led to his downfall. One thing, however, didn't make a lot of sense. Sonny glanced at the masters, and then asked doubtfully. "If that Mordred was so dangerous, why didn't you just kill him? Why go to all this trouble and imprison him, instead?" After a short pause, it was Pierce who answered, his voice grim. "Do you think we haven't tried? His physical body was destroyed, his spirit body, too. But that still didn't kill him. No matter what we attempted, that thing simply refused to die. Many of my comrades did in the process, however. In the end, we could only bind him, and even that was only possible with the help of the saints. Sunny stared at the fearsome master, dumbfounded. Both his physical and spirit body destroyed, and yet he still exists. How is that even possible? He opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. What is his aspect, exactly? Pierce and Weld glanced at each other. In the end, the woman spoke. It has to do with mirrors, reflections, and souls. Prince Mordred is able to travel through mirrors and control the reflections. His second ability, though, is much more terrifying. If one looks at him through any form of a mirror, their soul will be devoured, and their body will become his. By taking a vessel, the prince inherits their memories, echoes, and even their aspect. But also their flaw, similar to the being you have encountered on the Reckoning Island, which was one of his creations. She fell silent for a few moments, and absent-mindedly touched the amulet in the shape of an anvil hanging around her neck. Pierce and I are immune to his powers. The rest of our soldiers, though, are not so fortunate. He had been taking one after another, using their bodies to kill the rest. The latest vessel of his was especially dangerous, since it possessed an aspect that allowed him to create puppets out of the dead bodies of our brothers and sisters. We managed to destroy the vessel, but the prince himself got away, just like before. We weren't able to use the binding and imprison him again. Sunny tilted his head a little. Now, finally, a lot of things had become clear. Why Mordred had been imprisoned, why the Night Temple was closed off to strangers, and why only the Echoes and the Lost were allowed to guard the prisoner. The former did not possess souls and couldn't be taken, while the latter could not return to the waking world even if the prince somehow escaped and took them as a vessel. Back in the waking world, catching him would be all but impossible, so. Suddenly, Sunny shivered. Noticing his expression, Pierce grinned darkly. I see you finally understand. Yes, don't think that you can reason with that beast or make use of the fact that his hatred is aimed at clan valor, and not you. Currently, there are only 4 people in this citadel whose bodies can allow him to eventually return to the waking world. Weld and I cannot be taken, and neither can Lady Kasha, due to her blindness. Which leaves. Master Pierce stared at him with his cold, dangerous eyes. Sunny cursed. Only you. Well, that's just damn great. The corner of Sunny's mouth twitched. The worst part was that he couldn't even disagree with Pierce's reasoning, because his own conclusion was more or less the same. Of course, Mordred was perfectly capable of making one of the Lost his vessel in hopes of traveling to the sanctuary, or a more remote human citadel, if need be, and stealing another body there. But why would he settle for a vastly inferior option when a perfect candidate was right there, his for the taking? Maybe that was the reason why he had not tried to seek out Sunny in the previous weeks. Mordred might have wanted to leave him for last. Thanks to Cassie, Sunny had a general idea about the aspects of both Weld and Pierce. The fearsome master seemed to possess powers that made him highly resistant, if not outright immune, to various forms of attacks, while his more friendly counterpart specialized in enhancing her combat prowess and debilitating the enemy. Noting that only Weld was wearing the strange anvil amulet, he made a guess that she was protected from Mordred's ability by its enchantment, while Pierce was capable of countering the possession simply through the might of his aspect. Cassie could not be taken, too, due to her blindness. One had to look at the reflection to be possessed, which she was incapable of. That left only Sunny. But more than that, Mordred had secretly watched him for months, and knew perfectly well how powerful Sunny actually was, as well as how he spoke, behaved, and carried himself. Who were his friends and who were his enemies? Mordred knew everything he needed to know to impersonate him perfectly, as well as how much would be gained by stealing his aspect, shadows, and memories. Truly, Sunny was an ideal vessel. It was almost as though this role had been predetermined for him from the very start. Damnation. He hesitated for a bit, then glanced at Pierce and Weld, this time not even having to fake worry. So, what is the plan, then? The masters lingered for a bit. Then, Wealth spoke, her voice dark and bitter. We won't try to venture outside and try to bind that monster again. At this point, we don't have enough numbers to trap him anymore. However, he also has no way of infiltrating the inner sanctum, and the vessel that made time his best ally is destroyed. So, we will just wait. In about a week, maybe even less, Saint Cormac will return. Then, Prince Mordred will have to face a Transcendent's wrath. She clearly was not happy about having to take a passive approach, since, in a sense, this was as good as admitting defeat. But this plan of action did, indeed, seem like the best way to go, at least on the surface. All they had to do was barricade themselves inside the impregnable inner sanctum and wait for the cavalry to arrive. Surely, this much was within their ability. Sunny forced out a smile. That is, a good plan. Master Weld nodded, then turned to Cassie. Lady Kasia, if your aspect brings you a helpful vision, don't hesitate to inform me immediately. Now, please go and rest, you too. Eat your fill, we all need to keep up our strength. Just like that, the conversation was over. Sunny and Cassie stood up, bowed to the masters, then returned to the main hall. There, they endured the unfriendly gazes of the lost, filled 2 bowls with tasty-looking porridge, took a couple of opaque jars of water, and found a pair of empty straw mattresses in a remote corner. Sitting down, the 2 concentrated on the food, happy to finally eat something that was not synth paste. The meat porridge wasn't much, but to them, it tasted heavenly. After a while, Cassie said quietly while pretending to chew. What do you think? Sunny swallowed a spoonful of porridge, took a sip of water, and answered as he continued to stare at the floor. They are lying, of course. There is no way that Mordred won't get into the inner sanctum, somehow. He is too damn devious for that. I know it, and they know it, too. His shadow, meanwhile, watched the figure of the sentinel who could turn invisible, to make sure that she wasn't listening in on their conversation. He kept a neutral expression as he ate some more, then added without looking at the blind girl. What is most likely to happen is that things are going to go south very soon. Weld and Pierce will wait and observe for a bit, and then probably try to use us as bait to lay a trap for him. Cassie remained silent for a few moments, then asked. How do you know? He smiled. Because that's what I would have done. After that, both continued to eat, preoccupied with their own thoughts. A few moments passed before Cassie spoke again, her voice a bit uncertain. So then what do we do? Sunny enjoyed the taste of the porridge, chewed it slowly, and then answered calmly. For now. Nothing. Let's wait and observe, too. Rest and eat, just like we were told to. Restore our strength. Then, we'll see. They didn't speak after that, and, after finishing their food, allowed the exhaustion to overwhelm them. Laying side by side on the thin straw mattresses, Cassie and Sunny fell asleep. Only his watchful shadows remain alert, guarding their master through the night. When the 2 of them woke up, the air smelled of blood. Only 21 of the 23 lost were still alive. The 2 sentinels who kept watch outside the hall had been brutally slaughtered, without anyone even noticing how and when. Their bodies were still warm, and their blood painted the floors, the walls, and even the ceiling crimson, turning the somber corridor into a ghastly painting. In the center of the pool of blood, a single shard of mirror lay, as if mocking the surviving soldiers of the great clan valor. Weld growled and destroyed it before anyone could approach. It seemed that Mordred chose not to hide the fact that he had entered the inner sanctum. Instead, he wanted everyone to know. To see what he had done. And wait, wondering. Whom would he take next? The lost crowded near the entrance, staring at the grisly scene with grim expressions. Weld was in the corridor. She was standing in the middle of the pool of blood, her fists clenched. Sunny wasn't clear on who had discovered the bodies, since he only woke up due to the noise of everyone rushing to the door and the shine of the sparks of light as they summoned their weapons. He remained at the back of the crowd, using one of the shadows to study the corpses, and another to observe the surviving sentinels. There was a thoughtful expression on his face. I wonder. Before he could finish the thought, Pierce appeared from behind the bend of the corridor, glanced at Welth, shook his head briefly, and then growled at the lost. What are you standing around for? Clean up this mess and secure the perimeter. No one moves alone or in pairs, 3 people minimum. Be ready, the bastard might return at any minute. The soldiers glanced at each other, seeds of fear blooming in the depths of their eyes. Then, they silently got to work, following the master's command. Sonny lingered for a few moments, then returned to Cassie and sat down on his mattress. The blind girl asked quietly. Who died? And how? He rubbed his face tiredly. The guards. One was the guy who had noticed my shadow back in the Great Hall. The other, I didn't know him. As to how, pretty much the same as everyone else. Butchered and cut to pieces. She thought for a bit, then frowned. And no one heard a thing. Sonny sighed. He must have done it really fast. Or his new vessel possesses an aspect that can dampen sounds. He remained silent for a bit, then said somberly. Anyway, you should prepare. Cassie tilted her head. Prepare for what? Another attack? Sonny didn't answer immediately, looking at the lost. Everyone seemed busy and focused, moving with trained precision and purpose. However, there was a hint of uncertainty on their pale faces. The sentinels tried to hide it, but to no avail. He looked down. No. Right now, everyone only thinks that Mordred somehow broke through the seals and got into the inner sanctum. However, once they have time to think, they'll realize that there's another possibility. The blind girl paled. Sonny smiled darkly and added. That he has been with them this whole time, hiding in one of the 2 strangers who had miraculously escaped an enchanted cell and insisted on being taken to this shelter. You or me? Cassie gritted her teeth. There's no reasonable way to pin these murders on us. He chuckled. What does reason have to do with any of this? Reason is always the first victim when fear arrives. With that, he fell silent and, after a few seconds, rose to go and get them some breakfast. As Sonny walked toward the part of the hall that had been converted into a makeshift kitchen, many gazes followed him. Just as he had expected, they were slowly turning dark and dangerous, full of hostility, fear, and suspicion. Pretending to be appropriately frightened, too, he put some porridge in the bowls. Interesting. Mordred might not have been as crazed as Sonny had thought before. From the start of it, something about how the Prince of Nothing behaved had not sat right with him. Mordred had shown himself to be extremely cunning and meticulous, crafting such a masterful trap that even Sonny, who was an ingenious deceiver as well, fell into it without suspecting a thing. The sadistic way in which dozens of the lost had been killed and the morbid displays of demented butchery that the prince had left in the halls of the Night Temple, however, were utterly impractical and did not fit into this image of a cold and calculating strategist at all. Now that Mordred had decided to reveal his presence in the inner sanctum and sacrifice the invaluable advantage of surprise in exchange for only 2 lives, Sonny became convinced that there was a method to this madness. And as the surviving lost followed him with heavy gazes, dark expressions contorting their faces, he was pretty sure that he understood its purpose. Mordred wanted them to be suspicious of each other, he wanted them to be tense and scared. He wanted their spirits to break. Why? To make their souls weak and their willpower shaken, of course. Which suggested that his ability to devour souls was not absolute, and required the victim to be, what? To be defeated? To surrender? Or simply to be weaker than his? What a bastard. Sonny returned to Cassie and gave her a bowl of porridge, then frowned. Honestly, he wasn't sure who was scarier, an unhinged lunatic that enjoyed torturing his victims before murdering them in horrific ways, or a cold-blooded killer that uncaringly did the same simply because it suited his practical goals. Either way, the result would be the same. The lost were shaken, but not nearly close to breaking down. Which meant that Mordred was not going to stop. No, he was only getting started sowing terror into the souls. The question was, how was Sunny supposed to stop him? He ate his porridge, then glanced at Pierce and Welv, who were speaking quietly near the doors. And should he? Soon, Master Pierce summoned the 10 echoes. Even though maintaining them at all times cost a considerable amount of essence, it was decided that the disturbing things would remain among the lost from now on. Several were sent to explore the inner sanctum and try to find signs of the attacker, or at least learn how he had managed to get inside. The rest assumed guarding positions outside the hall, making the remaining sentinels feel both relieved and tense. Not even these experienced warriors felt comfortable in the presence of human echoes. The security measures were enhanced, as well. No one was allowed to remain alone, and if there was a need to leave the common area, only groups of 3 could do so. Sunny and Cassie had to recruit the help of the female sentinel, the one who had the ability to turn invisible, just to visit the bathroom. And yet, none of these measures helped protect the stronghold. Come the next morning, 2 more lost were dead. This time, they were killed inside the hall itself, not even in the corridor outside. After that, things turned really ugly for Sunny. 2 days had passed after the battle with Mordred's previous vessel and the army of corpse puppets he had created with its help. Those of the wounded who had received light injuries were already back on their feet, but 3 of the sentinels were still in bad shape. Their comrades were doing everything in their power to treat their wounds, but with every healer in the citadel already dead, there was little that could be done to hasten the recovery. One of the corners of the hall was converted into an infirmary, where the 3 heavily injured sentinels rested and received care. In the morning, a piercing scream suddenly echoed between the black stone walls. Those who were sleeping jumped up, grabbing the weapons that they had kept summoned to be ready for an attack. Those who remained awake were already moving, rushing toward the source of the scream, the makeshift infirmary. Sunny simply sat up on his mattress, a tense expression on his face. There were 3 cots for the wounded, standing in a row along the wall. It was the lost who occupied the middle one that was screaming, his face contorted by an expression of sheer terror. The other 2 were dead. Their throats were sliced open, blood streaming to the floor. Both were killed in their sleep, without alerting anyone around, as far away from the entrance to the hall as it was possible, right in the middle of the sentinels' camp. The third one clearly could have been murdered as well, and had been left alive on purpose, as if to mock the lost. It was as though Mordred was telling them that no one was safe, and that he was perfectly capable of taking each of them whenever he pleased. What? How did he get inside? He might still be here. The lost were on the verge of panicking, but in the end, their training and skill prevailed. Instead of descending into chaos, the situation inside the hall immediately turned into a coordinated action. Even before Pierce and Welv arrived, the sentinels were already moving to stand in a defensive formation, weapons drawn and ready for battle. The 2 masters appeared mere seconds after the scream. They quickly assessed the situation and joined their soldiers, half of the echoes moving closer, half barring the doors. For a few moments, there was a tense silence in the stronghold of the Valor forces. The surviving sentinels waited tensely by the infirmary, while 5 empty-eyed echoes blocked the exit. There was no one else in the hall, except for Sunny and Cassie, who had not moved from the start of it all. Slowly, all of the lost focused on the 2 of them. Their gazes were dark, cold, and full of danger. Sunny's face twitched. Crap. Was Mordred aware of how these actions would affect the 2 of them? Was he trying to force them out into the open on purpose, making it impossible to stay with the sentinels? What was his damn plan, really? What was his endgame? How was he planning to deal with St. Cormac in a few days, and what role was everyone else supposed to play before that? He opened his mouth, wishing to say something to defuse the situation, but one of the lost was faster. It's them. It must be one of them. As soon as this first accusation was made, the floodgates were open. A moment later, Sunny and Cassie were assaulted by a litany of cries, all blaming them for the deaths of the 2 wounded sentinels. Sunny stared at the crowd of lost, feeling his heart grow cold. A single person could be reasoned with, but what he saw right now was not a group of people, but a massive creature with many heads, many shouting mouths, and many eyes that burned with fury, fear, and dark, murderous intent. A frightened crowd did not know reason, it only knew fear, and the desire to either escape or destroy its source. Ironically, there were very few things more frightening than a senseless crowd. The lost were much more resilient and prepared than most people, but even battle-hardened warriors like them had a limit. After weeks of being hunted, slaughtered, and brutalized by the elusive and terrifying fiend, they seemed to have finally reached it. Of course, there was no logic behind the accusations. Neither Sunny nor Cassie possessed the means to commit the murder unnoticed, simply for the fact that they had been watched this entire time, since no one really trusted them, to begin with. But his attempt to explain this was drowned by the chorus of angry shouts. Sunny noticed Pierce and Wealth exchanging a quick look, their faces calm, but somber. At least these two had managed to keep a cool head, but would that change anything? His heartbeat slowed. Sunny mentally took in the entirety of the hall, the echoes standing guard near the doors, the two masters, the formation of the lost, the dead sentinels laying on the blood-soaked cots. Would he be able to fight his way out of this place? And what would happen next? The forces of valor would surely pursue him and Cassie. It was at this moment that a sudden realization hit him. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then slowly rose to his feet. His hand hovered in the air, as if ready to summon a weapon. That action was enough to cause a chain effect among the lost. One of them suddenly lunged forward, throwing a javelin at Sunny. Another drew his bow, an arrow already knocked on the string. Nothing came of it, however. Almost instantly, Pierce growled, his voice easily suppressing the shouts. "Stop, you wretched bastards! Who ordered you to attack? Anyone who moves, I'll kill myself." At the same time, Wealth turned into a blur and appeared in front of Sunny, catching the javelin before it could get anywhere near him. She looked at the weapon with a scowl, then threw it on the floor. The echoes standing in front of the sentinel formation suddenly turned, facing the lost. Their empty eyes stared at the frightened warriors, no emotion in them. Just like that, the two masters tamed the wild beast of the human crowd. No matter how far gone the sentinels were, there were still remnants of discipline etched deep into their bones. More than that, the easiest way to defeat fear was with a different, much greater fear. Under the unnerving gaze of the echoes, the accusing shouts abruptly stopped. The lost hesitated, then hesitantly lowered their weapons. However, their burning gazes were still focused on Sunny and Cassie, their thirst for violence temporarily leashed, but not quenched. Wealth lingered for a moment, then looked at them over her shoulder. "You better come with me. It is not safe for the two of you to remain with the others. Don't worry, though. We'll keep you safe." Sunny pretended to shiver, glanced at the crowd of the lost, and nodded. "Sure. Yeah, no problem." Inwardly, though, he was grinning. "Keep us safe, what a bunch of crap." Sunny and Cassie were led deeper into the inner sanctum. They passed the room with the round table where the two masters had first interrogated them, then the personal quarters of the ascended knights, and were finally led to a small room with a single door. Wealth let them inside and remained at the threshold. She was quiet for a few moments, and then said, "Wait for a bit. I will bring you food and water later. This will be your lodgings from now on, so get comfortable." With that, she closed the door and left. Sunny smiled darkly. He didn't hear the click of the lock, but the implication was clear. The small room was much more comfortable than the iron cage, but it served the same purpose. Once again, they were in a prison cell. However, Sunny knew that this time, they won't be staying in it long. Several days passed with nothing disastrous happening. Sunny and Cassie spent them inside the small room, eating the food Wealth or one of the echoes brought them and restoring their strength. Even though they were constantly watched, both remained calm and somewhat relaxed. Outside, things weren't as peaceful. Of course, Mordred had not killed again, doing so would have only compromised his efforts to frame Sunny for the murders. However, the air was so full of tension that one could almost cut it with a knife. With every day of nothing happening, the already frayed nerves of the lost drew tauter and tauter. Fear, unease, and anxious anticipation built and built, mixing under the pressure of uncertainty into dark, viscous, and volatile dread. Sometimes, doing nothing produced the best result. Mordred knew when to push and when to pull too well. With nothing to do but wait for an inevitable attack and nowhere to release the tension, the Lost spent a lot of time staring at the closed doors that led to the quarters where Sunny and Cassie were kept, their face growing darker with each day. Something had to give. At this point, even Pierce and Weld didn't seem confident in their ability to keep these soldiers under control and battle-ready. The two masters spent the time making their own plans. Sunny didn't know what these plans were, since he didn't dare to send one of his shadows to spy on the formidable Knights of Valor. He had a pretty good guess, though. On one of these days, he noticed that the Lost seemed especially restless. Pierce and Weld were behaving a bit strangely, as well. Sunny frowned, then walked to the door, picked up a tray of food that had been delivered by an echo a few hours earlier, then brought it over and handed one of the bowls to Cassie. "Eat well today." The blind girl gave him a short nod. To an outsider, this exchange would not have looked like anything, but the two of them knew each other very well, no matter how complicated this relationship was. Sunny had let Cassie know everything he needed to convey, and she had signaled that his message was received. Not saying anything else, they concentrated on the food. Although the night temple was sealed and cut off from the outside world, it seemed as though the temperature inside had dropped by a lot in the last few days. The cathedral was chilly before, but now, the cold felt intrusive and ever-present. Beyond the black walls of the citadel, November was in full swing. It was at least 1 week past the date when Sunny and Cassie were supposed to rendezvous with the rest of the cohort on the shipwreck island, in case Valor denied them access to the gateway. Sunny wondered how Effie and Kai were doing right now. Were they worried, or waiting patiently, not knowing that everything had gone horribly wrong? There was no way to know. He sighed and looked at Cassie. The blind girl was sitting silently, staring into nothingness. They were close enough for him to see the reflection of his pale face in her beautiful blue eyes. Sunny smirked. Not bad. He had looked terrible after crawling out of the iron cage, but by now, his appearance was more or less back to normal. He felt much better, too. Whatever fate had in store for him, he was ready. A few hours later, the door of their small room opened, and Weld appeared outside. The master looked at them somberly and said in an even voice, "Lady Kasha, awaken sunless. The situation has changed a bit. It is not safe for the two of you to remain here anymore. Come. We have to move you to a different location." Sunny stared at her for a few moments, then asked cautiously, Is everything all right?" She lingered, then answered succinctly. "It will be. Wow. Not ominous at all." Without much choice, Sunny and Cassie stood up and followed the red-haired master. They were led into the main hall of the fortified encampment and through it, feeling the Lost follow them with dark gazes. At some point, several echoes appeared to their right and left, as if to protect them should anything happen. Or to prevent them from escaping, depending on how one was inclined to look at it. The small procession left the stronghold of the Valor forces and entered the corridors of the inner sanctum. They walked through the maze of them and entered a spiral staircase. Sunny looked around tentatively, then asked, "Where are we going?" Weld gestured down. "The bell tower." She didn't add anything else, as if her answer had explained everything. Sunny scowled, but didn't press the issue. What was the point? The staircase was long and winding, circling the entire tower many times. With each revolution, the spiral became narrower. From time to time, they saw closed doors to their left, but never to their right. Finally, after a while, they reached the end of the stairs and waited as Wealth opened a heavy gate blocking the path forward. Sunny and Cassie found themselves at the very bottom of the main bell tower of the Night Temple. Somewhere below them, a massive bell was swaying gently on an ancient iron chain. The tip of the seventh belfry was narrow, encompassing only a circular corridor and one central chamber. Currently, they were looking at its door. The door was slightly opened. Wealth stopped, then looked at Sunny and gestured forward. "Come inside." Sunny threw a glance at her, then at the echoes surrounding him. He hesitated for a few moments, then sighed, swung the door open, and stepped into the chamber. He found himself in a room built of cold stone. It was dark and full of deafening silence, arranged in the shape of a heptagon. Its 7 corners were drowning in shadows, and at each of its 7 walls, a large mirror frame stood. However, the frames were empty. The mirrors they had once housed were long shattered and gone. Sunny stared at them for a moment. Well, at least it's now clear where those thousands of mirror shards came from. That discrepancy had been tormenting him for a while. In a prison where no mirrors were allowed, where had Mordred found all those shards? Where had the piles of broken mirrors that Cassie saw in her vision appeared from? Now, he had an answer. Satisfied, Sunny lowered his gaze and looked at the figures waiting for him inside the dark chamber. Pierce was standing in its center, surrounded by the rest of the echoes. His eyes were cold and heavy. The fearsome master grimaced, then said, his voice low and threatening. "Whatever you think of doing, I would advise against it." At the same time, the door of the chamber closed with a deafening bang. The echoes that had escorted them here were already inside, behind Sunny. Wealth was there, too. She was holding a blade to Cassie's throat. Her expression was dark and calm. Sunny lingered for a couple of seconds, then slowly raised his hands with his palms open. "Damn! How very unexpected, what a surprise." Sunny froze, trying not to move a muscle. His face grew pale and solemn. "What is going on, Master Wealth?" The woman stared at his back, the blade of a slender saber pressed against Cassie's throat. She remained silent, as though unwilling to answer. However, Pierce spoke in her stead, a dark grin appearing on his lips. "Don't worry, we'll tell you shortly." With that, he commanded 2 echoes to step forward. One was holding a large wooden box, its surface engraved with a complicated weave of a beautiful, but disorienting pattern. The other was holding a folded piece of black cloth. Pierce carefully took the box, then placed it on the floor in front of him and closed his eyes for a moment. A loud click resounded from inside, and its lid rose by a few millimeters. He didn't touch it, though. Instead, the fearsome master sighed and took the folded cloth. Sunny stared at the wooden box with a bit of apprehension. "What is that thing?" Wealth finally spoke, her voice cold and even. "It is a mirror trap. A very special artifact created by the elders of our great clan. With its help, we can capture and bind the prince." He blinked a couple of times, then forced out a weak smile. "Well, that is good, right?" Pierce snarled. "Indeed, the problem is, the ritual requires some time to be performed. And that monster has proved to be too devious to be held back long enough for it to work. Every time we cornered him, he simply destroyed the vessel and slipped away. Because we were always a step behind, and he was the one in control of the battlefield." The master smiled. "Well, that is about to change." Sunny frowned. Behind him, Cassie suddenly spoke. You want to lure him into a trap? By using us as bait?" Wealth shook her head. "Not you, Song of the Fallen. Just your companion. He is the one Prince Mordred wants, after all." The other knight chuckled. "He is the one who caused all this, isn't it only fair that he would be the one to end it?" Pierce took a step forward and looked down at Sunny. "I don't know why the bastard chose you as the final vessel, but from his actions, it is obvious that he is fixated on taking your body above all others. Why else would he have gone to such lengths to frame and excommunicate you? Going as far as to risk sneaking into our camp, the mad prince is ill and unhinged. If we present an opportunity to possess you, he won't be able to resist. The master scowled furiously. And this time, we will be the ones in control. He won't escape us again. So, you wouldn't mind making a sacrifice for the greater good, would you, awakened sunless? Sunny shivered and took an involuntary step back. However, there was nowhere for him to go. Wealth and 5 echoes were behind him, blocking the path of escape. What if I do mind? Pierce smiled. Then Lady Kasia will tragically lose her life at the hands of the escaped murderer, while heroically assisting the great clan valor and saving lives, of course. And you will do as I say, anyway, only after a few additional, and very, very unpleasant, steps. Cassie gritted her teeth, then shouted. Sunny! Don't do it. In the next moment, Weld moved her saber, making the blind girl fall silent. A drop of blood rolled down her neck. Quiet. Sunny froze, as if not knowing what to do. His eyes darted around the chamber, as if searching for something to save him. But there was nothing he could use, only the 2 masters and the 10 echoes, all ready to pounce at him if he were to try something. I. He trembled, hesitated, and then suddenly hung his head, as if defeated. I'll do it. Just don't hurt her. Please. That wasn't too much, right? Cassie struggled in Weld's grip. Sunny. No. He looked back, a solemn expression on his face. When he spoke, his voice sounded stifled and frightened, but also certain and full of resolve. Almost heroic. It's all right. Don't be sad, Cassie. At least this way, one of us will survive. With that, Sunny faced Pierce and shivered. What do I need to do? The fearsome master smirked, then handed him the folded piece of cloth. Good choice. Get down on your knees, first. Sunny took the cloth and kneeled in front of the wooden box. Slowly, Weld moved to stand side by side with Pierce, and the echoes dispersed, hovering near the walls as they surrounded him. He closed his eyes. Now what? Weld spoke, still holding Cassie with an iron grip. Pierce, meanwhile, bent down and put one hand on the lid of the box. Open your eyes. Unfold the cloth, then look at the item inside. Don't think of playing any tricks. She moved her saber, making Cassie whimper. Sunny flinched, but remained on his knees. Gritting his teeth, he glanced at the blind girl, then lowered his head and slowly unfolded the cloth. Inside, laying on the black fabric, was a single piece of a broken mirror. Sunny stared at it, and saw his pale reflection staring back. The masters tensed. And then, nothing happened. Well, of course it didn't. If Sunny had thought otherwise, he would have never allowed himself to end up in this situation. In fact, he was pretty sure that he knew what Mordred was planning, and why. For that reason, he believed that staring into a mirror was perfectly safe for him, at least right now. That's why he and Cassie had acted out this little performance, pretending to be frightened and clueless, or at least resigned to their fate. Sunny was actually pretty proud of himself. It seemed that his acting ability had really improved. That last line, especially, such intensity. Cassie had done surprisingly well, too. Pierce and Weld stared at him, waiting for a sign that Mordred took the bait. However, after a few seconds of nothing happening, slight confusion appeared in their eyes, and then a hint of doubt. And then, fear. Weld was the first one to understand. Her face paled, and she suddenly looked up, as if hoping to pierce countless layers of stone with her gaze. And see the fortified camp that they had left behind. Her lips trembled. No. It had taken Sunny a lot of time to understand what Mordred was doing, and why. But in the end, he had succeeded, and thus managed to predict what the elusive prince was going to do, or at least do it with a sufficient degree of certainty to stake his life on it in this desperate situation. Just like everybody else, Sonny had been fooled at first. The initial revelation he had received had to do with the brutal murder of the two guards. It was then that he realized that Mordred was not as insane and perverse as everyone seemed to think. Mordred's grotesque brutality was not the result of an irresistible, unhinged and sadistic compulsion. Instead, it was a cold and calculated strategy that the prince had employed to diminish his enemies, break their spirit, and make their souls susceptible to his attacks. He had weaponized terror itself, and made good use of it. After all, people were most scared of that which was unknown. And what was more unknowable than the mind of a deranged, murderous madman? After Sonny realized that there was such a possibility, the next step was both simple and hard to take. He had to take a good look at himself and admit that he himself had fallen victim to this tactic. Mordred had gotten under his skin. Sonny was more resilient to deceit and manipulation than most, but he was also more vulnerable to the schemes of the Prince of Nothing. Their enmity was personal, and as such, involved powerful and destructive emotions. Humiliation, resentment, the sense of betrayal. Such emotions were the enemy of clarity. Sonny had allowed his mind to be clouded by them, and through them, by fear. So, he had to separate his emotions from his perception of the situation, knowing that some of them were a dire obstacle, and some were engineered by Mordred in order to obfuscate the truth. Once he did, it was as though a veil had fallen from his eyes. Without it, several things became apparent. The first one was that Mordred was not as terrifying as he wanted everyone to think. Sure, he was astonishingly powerful for an awakened, and equally as lethal, enough so for Sonny to suspect that the prince possessed a divine aspect. If he and Nephi's could, why not Mordred? He didn't know how many soul cores Mordred possessed, but if his aspect was indeed similar to theirs, there had been much more time for the former heir of valor to accumulate soul fragments and grow stronger. This could also explain why his power level was so anomalous. In any case, it didn't matter. Regardless of how powerful Mordred was, he was clearly not powerful enough to obliterate his jailers completely, otherwise, they would have been already dead. In fact, Sonny suspected that the Prince of Nothing was in the exact same situation as he himself was. Sonny could take on one of the masters, maybe even both of them with Cassie's help and a lot of luck. He also stood a chance in the battle against the surviving Lost. But he couldn't fight them all together, and neither could Mordred. It was not an accident that the guards had been killed in the usual brutal and ghastly fashion, but the wounded sentinels simply had their throats cut. The murderous prince had not abandoned his barbarous ways on a whim, he simply wasn't capable enough to do more unnoticed. Mordred was not all-powerful. Just very, very good. The second realization came thanks to the first one, after the two wounded sentinels had been killed and the crowd of their comrades was hungry for Sonny's blood. Back then, he briefly considered running away, despite the fact that Pierce and Weld would certainly pursue. And this was it. At that moment, he understood Mordred's true goal. It was not to single out Sonny, separate him from the Lost, and possess his body. No, what the prince wanted was to separate the Lost from each other with Sonny's unwilling help. So that he could kill them, divided. Which didn't mean that he had no plans for Sonny's body. Only that he wasn't aiming for it yet. After Sonny understood Mordred's immediate goal, one last thing became apparent. It was that the murderer was indeed already among them. Only he wasn't hiding inside Sonny, as the Lost suspected. Instead, he was hiding inside one of them. This mystery tormented Sonny for a while. How could this be? After all, Pierce and Weld weren't fools. They had a reason to be confident in their soldiers, and that reason was that none of the sentinels had interacted with a mirror or any sort of a reflection after Mordred's last vessel had been destroyed. Everyone was careful, and watchful of their comrades to keep them safe, too. How could he have possessed one of them, then? The answer was both simple and frightening. Sonny understood it after thinking about the sentinel who had brought food and water to their cage, then lost his mind and tore out his own eyes. The eyes. The eyes were the mirror of the soul, after all. Locked in a small room with Cassie, Sunny couldn't help but notice his own reflection in her beautiful eyes. Seeing his own face staring back at him from their depths, he shuddered. Mordred didn't need a mirror to enter someone's soul. Every human in the Night Temple was a walking mirror, they just didn't know it. Not by chance, but by design. The banished prince had purposefully kept this facet of his power hidden, only using the mirrors and mundane reflections to take vessels, thus creating a false impression that this was the only way he could achieve it. He was a devious monster, indeed. Sunny kept this dreadful guess to himself and tried to deduce who among the lost was the real murderer. He considered both Pierce and Weld, then the only wounded sentinel to survive. Using him as a vessel was just insidious enough for a fiend like Mordred. But then, he entertained the idea that Mordred had not chosen his victims randomly. He had the ability to kill people inside the stronghold, to a much more terrifying effect, so why target the guards first? One of the murdered guards had been a familiar face, the lost who had an aspect that allowed him to see the unseen, like Sunny's shadow hiding in the darkness. Or peer through the veil of invisibility that the female sentinel who had almost cut Sunny's throat, invited him to see Weld and Pierce, and even escorted him and Cassie to the bathroom could create. Yes. Sunny was almost sure that Mordred was hiding in her body. This was how he had been able to kill the 2 guards, and later the 2 wounded, without being seen or heard. The answer was so obvious, the simplest solution was most often the correct one, after all. And so, Sunny had predicted what was going to happen. Mordred had pushed Pierce and Weld into action. With their forces dwindling by the day and no definitive information on when St. Cormac would arrive, the masters could not simply wait. He lured them into leaving the stronghold to take Sunny away, thinking that they were luring Mordred into a trap instead. And while they were gone, the surviving lost had no one to protect them from the monster hiding in their ranks. Weld suddenly looked up, her face growing pale. Her lips trembled. No. Sunny lowered his head and suppressed a dark smile. At that moment, the masters finally understood what he had known for a while. But it was too late. Utterly and irrevocably late. Weld froze, but only for a moment. Then, she threw Cassie aside and dashed toward the door, disappearing in a blur. Sunny was pushed away, rolling on the floor and almost crashing against one of the empty mirror frames. By the time he regained his balance, she was already gone. Pierce growled, then threw a murderous look at him and screamed. "Kill them." With that, he dashed out of the chamber, too, dismissing most of the echoes to take them with him. The fools still hoped that they could save their men. Or avenge them, at least. Sunny also couldn't really be mad at Pierce for ordering their death, he would have done the same. Now that their plan to bind Mordred had failed, the next best option was to make sure that there were no more vessels for him to possess. The sentinels were already as good as dead. That left only Sunny. However, Sunny was not one to let go of the grudge. "Curse you, you bastard." There were only 2 echoes remaining in the mirror chamber. One was moving toward Cassie, already thrusting its sword forward. The other was towering over Sunny, its heavy battle axe raised. Sunny glared at the echo, not amused. In the next moment, a Stygian serpent appeared from the shadows behind the creature, wrapping its long and powerful body around the macabre effigy. Then, its head shot forward, the maw opening to a terrible width. Sharp fangs closed on both sides of the echo's face, easily piercing through the skull and crushing it with a grisly crunch. At the same time, Cassie rose to one knee and deflected her enemy's sword with a long dagger. A slender rapier flashed from behind her, piercing the creature's neck and emerging from its other side in a shower of blood. Both echoes fell to the floor, disintegrating into a rain of sparks. From start to finish, they had not made a sound. Sunny rushed to Cassie and bent down, trying to ascertain the severity of her wound. His voice sounded tense and worried. "Are you okay?" There was blood flowing down her delicate neck, but the cut seemed shallow and not at all dangerous. A sense of profound relief spread through his chest. The blind girl nodded. "I'm fine. Go. There won't be another opportunity. He hesitated for a moment, then rose without saying a word, and stepped into the shadows. Cassie was right. There would not be another chance. They were faced with two equal threats. One was the pair of ascended knights, and the other was the cursed hellspawn, Mordred himself. Sonny had to make sure that all three died today. Well, two of them. He didn't know how to destroy the mirror fiend, so leaving Mordred without a vessel was going to have to suffice. Previously, Sonny had left one of his shadows at the precipice of the stairway, and then commanded it to hide. Now, he appeared out of it, turning into a shadow himself, just in time to see Weld and Pierce shoot past him. Fast. Most of the Night Temple was submerged in darkness now that no one was alive to keep the lanterns aflame. Rushing through it, he followed the masters, and reached the doors of the last stronghold of the Valor forces almost at the same instant as them. Wealth simply crashed through the door, pulverizing it into a cloud of splinters. What met them inside was a bloodbath. The encampment of the Lost was unrecognizable. Before, it had been clean and orderly, somewhat somber, but looking like a well-inhabited space. Now, all Sonny could see was blood. The floor was slick with blood, and so were the walls. Even the ceiling was painted red. All of the hall was one vast, morbid pool of the crimson liquid, with severed limbs and mangled bodies sprawled in it, some of them mutilated so thoroughly that it was almost impossible to recognize them as former humans. The sight of it was revolting and horrid. And in the center of this vile slaughterhouse, a lone figure was sitting cross-legged, a carefree smile on her lips. The beautiful female sentinel looked different, too. Her appearance was the same, but everything else about her, her bearing, her gaze, her presence, had changed. It was relaxed and friendly, almost polite. She looked, exactly how Mordred had sounded, back when he and Sonny spoke in the lightless abyss of the sky below. The dissonance between her pleasant demeanor and the gruesome bloodbath surrounding her was ghastly, bizarre, and deeply disturbing. When the two masters appeared inside the hall, 8 echoes weaving themselves from sparks of light around them, Mordred's smile widened. He absent-mindedly threw a knife cut out of a single piece of a pristine white stone into the air, then caught it again, and somehow made it disappear without a trace. Ah! Sir Pierce, Lady Welf. You have finally made it. Then, he shifted his gaze and looked directly at Sonny, who was hiding in the shadows near the door. And you, Sunless. It is such a pleasure to finally meet you face to face. Well. I guess we've already met a few days ago. Still, what an occasion. I've waited for it for a long, long time. He looked back to Weld and Pierce, his smile remaining the same, but his eyes growing cold and frightening, as though there was a dark ocean of unfathomable depth hiding beneath their surface, full of harrowing terrors. But not as long as I've waited to meet the two of you. Pierce growled, taking a step forward. You bastard. Mordred threw his head back and laughed. What? Don't you like my handiwork? I've tried so hard, just to impress you. He grinned, then slowly rose to his feet, the friendly smile disappearing from his face. Instead, an expression of dark, cold, murderous wrath appeared on it. 6 years, 6 long years you have kept me in that empty mausoleum. You and the rest of the great, noble, illustrious clan Valor. The female sentinel outstretched her hand, summoning a simple sword from the thin air. You destroyed my body, stole my birthright, you even destroyed my reflections. Ah, but no matter. I had plenty of time to think of ways to repay your generosity. The things I have in store for you, oh, my. When I am done with Clan Valor, the word itself will gain a new meaning. Even the gods will look up from their graves, and tremble. Mordred smiled, then said evenly, not moving his gaze away from Pierce and Wealth. What do you think, Sunless? You and I have no quarrel, well. Unless you are still angry about that little deception of mine. I can't really blame you, these two, however, will never let you leave this place alive. Shall we join forces, deal with them, and then escape together? Ah, I could be lying, of course. Maybe I'll just use you again, then kill that little oracle of yours, and take your body. Who knows? Sunny lingered for a moment, then stepped out of the shadows, appearing between Mordred and the masters. Weld glanced at him with a hint of concern. Pierce grimaced, then uttered through gritted teeth. Don't do anything stupid, boy. This thing isn't even a human. I don't know what was done to him, but he had not been a human for a long, long time. He will consume your soul and wear your body like a suit, and even then, it won't be of any use. Once Lord Cormac returns, even that which remains of you will be obliterated. It's not too late, join us, and together, we can stop this demon. Sunny stared at him for a bit, then glanced at Mordred. Finally, he sighed, took a few steps, and stopped beside the female sentinel. Saint and the Soul Serpent appeared from the shadows to his left and his right. Together, the four of them, Sunny, Mordred, and the two shadows, faced the two knights of valor and the 8 human echoes. Sunny smirked. I am somewhat of a demon myself, you know. As the cruel sight started to manifest itself from swirling dark mist and the helmet of the undying chain was being summoned into existence, Sunny had a moment to evaluate their chances. The result wasn't too good. He didn't know how powerful exactly Mordred was, but the chances that he was considerably stronger than their enemies seemed to be slim enough to be considered non-existent. Otherwise, the banished prince would not have had to rely on his cunning so much. From how they were positioned and the little details of everyone's gazes, Sunny knew that Weld was aiming for Mordred, and vice versa. That meant that he was going to have to face Pierce, while Saint and the Serpent would be tasked with holding back the echoes. He wasn't too worried for Saint, who was an ascended and excelled in defense and durability. The Serpent, however, would have to be really careful. Sunny was most worried about himself, though. He was not going to underestimate Pierce. The man was not only a master, but also an elite, a knight of the great clan Valor. He was as formidable as he was deadly. His aspect made Pierce resistant to all sorts of attacks, as well. With this in mind, Sunny commanded 2 shadows to wrap themselves around his body, and reluctantly sent one to Saint. Ascended or not, fighting against 8 echoes was going to test the limits of her ability. That was all the time he had to prepare. Long before the cruel sight finished weaving itself from mist, the blood-soaked hall of the somber cathedral exploded with violence and motion. Weld's eyes suddenly shone with a hypnotic scarlet light, and Mordred staggered as he was dashing forward. A pained groan escaped from his lips, and his movements slowed down considerably. In the next moment, the body of the female sentinel shimmered and disappeared. Moving with terrifying speed, Weld lunged forward, then spun, her slender saber colliding against something midair. The clashing of blades echoed amid the black stones, and 2 fissures appeared on the layer of blood covering the floor, as if someone was sliding back, pushed away by the force of the impact. At the same time, the 8 echoes attacked. The creatures moved with the frightening precision of soulless machines, coordinating their assault with enough cohesion to make them a fearsome threat. Although their intelligence couldn't compare to actual humans, the morbid effigies retained enough of the skill of their originals to fight almost as human warriors would. Each of them possessed an aspect, too. Saint collided with their formation like a demon born out of darkness, her kite shield receiving a rain of blows as the midnight shard shot forward. The Soul Serpent submerged into the shadows and flowed through them, appearing behind the 6 advancing echoes to lunge at the 2 whose aspect abilities allowed them to perform ranged attacks. And lastly, there was Sunny. Pierce descended upon him like a siege ram, bringing down his long sword with enough force to make the whole hall tremble. Even augmented by 2 shadows, Sunny was still unable to compete with the master in terms of physical ability, but the gap between them wasn't large enough for him to be instantly overwhelmed. Sidestepping, he received the edge of the enemy's sword on the vambrace of the undying chain, angling it in a way that allowed for most of the force to be deflected instead of absorbed, and threw his other hand forward, the ghostly blade of the moonlight shard glinting dimly as it appeared out of nowhere, aimed at Pierce's throat. The master simply lowered his head, allowing the tip of the stiletto to slide off the cheek guard of his helmet, and pushed the hilt of his sword forward, trying to deliver a crushing blow to Sunny's chest. Sunny jumped back, not at all disappointed by the failure of his treacherous blow. It had not been meant to do any damage, anyway. It just had to buy the cruel sight time to finally manifest itself into a material form. And now, it had. Sunny thrust the somber spear forward, forcing the enemy to dodge out of the way and give him a moment to breathe. Strong, the bastard is just too strong. Through the insight of Shadow Dance, Sunny could see and understand some of the Ascended Knight's battle techniques. Pierce possessed explosive strength and enough agility to channel it into almost inescapable attacks. His understanding of combat was tremendously deep, sharpened by years upon years of relentless training in countless battles. A warrior of such skill was not going to be led into an easy trap. His control of soul essence was also on a completely different level. From what Sunny could perceive, the master was using it with terrifying efficiency, achieving results that he himself couldn't even dream of, especially without the help of Soul Serpent. That was the core difference between them, and his main disadvantage. The only advantage he had, really, was the undying chain. The transcendent armor was durable enough to withstand a few blows from Pierce, and his high divine affinity only made it stronger. He just had to make sure that he doesn't receive the brutal blows directly. His body beneath the bleak steel was not as resilient. Neither he nor Pierce possessed aspect abilities capable of dealing direct damage, so this fight was going to be decided by skill, cunning, and the hidden aces they were saving for the right moment. Problem was, Sunny didn't really have any aces left. At least none that would work on the fearsome master. He was already going all out. Sunny had a split second to check on how the others were doing before resuming the deadly dance of death with Pierce. He quickly glanced to the side, and saw the Soul Serpent entangled with the two echoes, dodging destructive attacks as it slithered around them. Saint was forced into a defensive stance, being barraged by constant strikes as she somehow managed to deflect all of them with the Patient Avenger and the Midnight Shard. Mordred and Wealth seemed to be at a temporary stalemate, too, or at least that was how it seemed. The second master was moving too fast, and their battle was too bizarre to really tell. Sunny gritted his teeth. Curses. He couldn't divide his attention anymore. If he wanted to win against Pierce, he had to focus all of it on him. And make sure that the bastard had no time to pay attention to anyone else, as well. Sunny used everything he had, moving with unimaginable speed, agility, and precision. Both shadow essence and the tenacious blood of Weaver flowed through his body, supplying his muscles with the strength and endurance necessary to perform with such an inhuman level of effort. His mind was aflame, devouring information about his surroundings and the enemy's movements, making lightning-fast decisions, trying to predict countless probable eventualities, and simultaneously studying the sophisticated battle style of the battle-hardened master. And despite all that, he was barely surviving Pierce's unrelenting assault. Every moment, he was just a split second away from death. The Knight of Valor was just too powerful, skilled, and overbearing. His cold eyes were full of calculating ruthlessness and dark, iron-killing intent. They were calm and focused, like that of an experienced predator stalking helpless prey. That prey, unfortunately, was Sunny. Damnation. Nothing he had experienced could have prepared him for this. Sunny had fought many opponents that were stronger and faster than him, but he had never been this outmatched in terms of sheer power, at least not in a fight against a human, who, unlike most nightmare creatures, also possessed a keen mind, devious cunning, and martial skill that were the greatest weapons of his kind. Maybe only Morgan of Valor, but she had held back, and theirs had not really been a battle to the death. Sunny and Pierce clashed on the bloodied stones, their weapons flashing through the air fast enough to leave afterimages behind. The clangor of metal filled the somber hall, mixing with the furious sounds of battle coming from their left. There, two different storms of metal raged violently, one centered around Mordred and Wealth, the other from where his shadows fought the echoes of the fearsome master. Sunny had no time to look that way, but he could hear the constant ringing of blades landing on Saint's shield. There were so many blows that their sounds almost merged into one dreadful, uninterrupted litany of steel. He had not heard the spell yet, so he knew that none of the echoes had been destroyed. The shadows were in one piece, as well, even if he didn't know whether or not they were whole, damaged, or dying. He deflected another strike of Pierce's swift longsword, then whipped the butt of the cruel sight forward, hoping to catch the enemy in the face. Helmet or not, such a strike was bound to deliver some damage. Pierce received the blow calmly, and didn't even flinch. Instead, he lunged forward and rammed into Sonny with his shoulder, sending him flying back. Curse that bastard! Is he made of stone or what? Sonny twisted in the air and landed on his feet, tasting blood in his mouth. That shoulder bash was powerful enough to shatter a stone wall. His tempered bones had not shattered, though. Gritting his teeth, he immediately shifted, dodging a powerful thrust, and brought his spear down on the enemy. Fine, this is fine. The longer I survive, the better I understand his style, the better I understand his style, the longer I'll survive. The two of them fought ferociously, neither showing any sign of doubt, hesitation, or weakness. Yes, Sonny was younger and less powerful, but he was skilled and experienced, too. He was ruthless and cunning, too. He was a killer himself. Pierce had managed to land several debilitating blows, rattling his entire body. The undying chain held, but beneath it, Sonny was bruised and battered. However, he had been able to break through the knight's defense and deliver a few strikes of his own. The results were less than ideal, though. Even when he succeeded in thrusting the tip of the cruel sight through a crack in the enemy's armor, it was like trying to cut through a monster's hide. He only managed to burn the bastard a little, and make a few drops of blood roll down. Why was divine flame not as destructive as it should have been? What was wrong with this monster? Pierce pushed him away, briefly glanced at the shallow wound, and grinned darkly, not showing any indication of being bothered by it. Is this all you can do? Not enough, not nearly enough, little rat. Sonny growled. Shut your mouth. You suddenly have time to waste breath. With that, he attacked again, this time switching the enchantment of the mirror blade from incandescent flame to invisible, insidious soul damage. Pierce snarled and deflected the blow without too much effort. It was almost time, though. When the master decided to speak, without doubt aiming to distract and agitate the opponent, Sonny had a split second to steal a glance at how his shadows were doing. The serpent was on the verge of destroying one of the echoes, and had already wounded another. Saint was doing worse. Faced with 6 opponents, she couldn't launch a successful attack. Some of the echoes surrounding her were severely wounded, but none seemed to be close to death. That was not her task, though. Actually, Sonny preferred that she didn't eliminate any of the echoes. He wanted them all in one piece, constantly attacking the taciturn knight. Landing more and more blows on her shield. The patient avenger. By now, its surface was glowing with an angry orange light, as if there were furious flames burning beneath the cold steel. And there were, in a sense. A string of runes surfaced in his memory. Cold steel, enchantment description. This shield can store a portion of impact damage it receives to augment another weapon of its wielder or unleash an immolating wave of fire. Well, by now, the patient avenger received more than enough impact damage to unleash an ocean of flame. A few more strikes, and it was going to overload, sending all that fire outward. Just as Sonny thought that, 2 more strikes landed on the shield, and the angry orange glow turned brighter, slowly turning incandescent white. Currently, Saint was wielding the Blood Blossom charm, as well. With all the dismembered corpses lying around, its enchantment had long reached its limit, augmenting all the memories the shadow wielded with rampant strength. Sonny blocked Pierce's strike and slid back, his hands trembling from the force of it. At the same time, Saint spun and deflected 2 more swords with her shield. Its surface was almost entirely white now. Almost there, damn. Sonny gave a mental command, and the shadow that had been augmenting Saint flowed from the graceful demon's body onto the furiously shining shield. Another blow landed on the patient avenger. Saint braced, putting her shoulder behind it. Crap. And in the next moment, a terrifying explosion rattled the entirety of the inner sanctum. Just a moment before the patient Avenger detonated, Sunny fell backward and dove into the shadow cast by a wide stone pillar. He noticed a hint of surprise in Pierce's eyes, and in the next second, everything was suddenly drowned by blinding white light. The sound came next, a thunderous roar that would have probably destroyed his ears if he had not turned into a shadow. Then, the shockwave arrived, obliterating the pillar and turning it into a mass of flying rubble. Sunny's shelter was destroyed, and he was thrown back into the corporeal world, just in time to be engulfed by a terrifying, immolating flame. Luckily, he had summoned the memory of fire at the very start of the fight. Protected by its enchantment and by the undying chain, Sunny had withstood the terrifying heat. His eyes were tightly shut, and so only his eyelids were singed. The explosion had turned out to be much more powerful than he had expected. Damnation! The hall was completely decimated. The pillars supporting its ceiling had been destroyed, and its walls had cracked, some sections crumbling completely. The bodies of the murdered lost were practically erased from existence, and everything was obscured by a cloud of stone dust mixed with thin crimson mist, which had appeared after the pool of blood had evaporated. In all this mayhem, Sunny was able to sense a few familiar shapes. The serpent had merged with the shadows before the explosion had hit, too, so it was unharmed. Saint, however, was not as lucky. Her entire left arm had been torn off at the shoulder, the onyx armor mangled and revealing scorched alabaster skin. Fine ruby dust was flowing from the terrible wound, falling to the floor like a stream of a morbid hourglass, as if counting off how long she had left to live. That was the result of augmenting and overloading an ascended memory. Even the wielder was not safe from the consequences, as it turned out. Sunny's mouth twitched, and he immediately dismissed the taciturn knight, then called back his third shadow. In the short moment before it reached him and wrapped itself around his body, he managed to sense the rest of the devastated hall. The echoes seemed to be obliterated. Wealth was kneeling at a distance, shaken and superficially wounded, but still alive. Mordred was sprawled on the floor, seemingly thrown out of his invisibility. Only Pierce was still on his feet, as if not affected by the explosion at all. His armor was battered and scorched, wisps of smoke rising from the cracks, but the master himself appeared unperturbed. In fact, his murderous intensity only grew more suffocating. He was like an impregnable stone cliff that could never be brought down by the raging winds. Not wishing to reveal himself, Sunny suppressed an infuriated growl and silently dashed forward. The silver blade of the cruel sight whistled quietly, shooting toward the bastard's heart. However, at the last moment, Pierce shifted and easily deflected the blow with his sword, throwing the spear off course. His armored fist flashed, flying towards Sunny's head. When the blow connected, Sunny was blinded for a moment. His eyes were still closed, but it was as if something exploded behind his eyelids, and at the same time, his mind blanked. He only felt the world spinning. Disoriented, Sunny continued his lunge and collided with the fearsome master. The impact threw them both to the ground in a clatter of metal. They flew back, then collided against the stone floor. Pierce grabbed Sunny by the throat and drove a knee into his abdomen, causing another explosion of pain to spread through his body and sending him rolling over his head and away. But not before Sunny's free hand snaked toward one of the cracks in the ascended knight's armor and planted something deep into his flesh. A long, narrow needle forged out of black steel, with gold wire wrapped around one of its ends. Driven with all of Sunny's strength, the heavenly burden sunk into Pierce's flesh almost entirely, with only a few centimeters sticking out of his skin and barely visible in the narrow fissure marring the surface of the knight's armor. Of course, such a tiny needle was not going to wound a master seriously, or even slow down his movements. But damage was not what Sunny used it for. Rolling on the ground, he twisted and landed on his knees, sliding a few steps back and almost instantly regaining his balance. A few meters away, Pierce was already rising to his feet, too. His eyes were brimming with killing intent, and his long sword was glistening as it reflected the flames burning around them. He was ready to finish this fight. But then, something strange happened. The fearsome master suddenly swayed, a confused expression appearing on his face. A moment later, the soles of his armored boots separated from the stone floor and rose into the air. The heavenly burden was the memory Sunny had exchanged for contribution points after helping Master Jet put down the demented awakened, Shadow Blade Kurt. Its single enchantment was simple and straightforward: living beings pierced by the needle would float up, and up, and up, until it was removed. Sunny had acquired it to combine the enchantment with the dark wing and receive the ability to fly out of the sky below, if need be. Which did not mean that it had no other uses. Pierce was rising into the air, his feet already a full meter above the floor. His initial confusion was gone, and he swiftly looked down, at the tip of the needle buried in his flesh. The master's hand shot toward it, but the fingers of his armored gauntlet were too thick and clumsy to dig the needle out on the first try. Sunny had no doubt that he would manage soon. He was also fairly certain that the Ascended Knight possessed at least one memory in his arsenal that would be able to help him either counteract or control the effect of the heavenly burden. However, both of these options were going to require some time, no matter how short. The time that Sunny wasn't going to give him. He thrust his hand forward, sending the moonlight shard flying toward Pierce's eye. Without anything to use as purchase, the knight was deprived of the very foundation of combat ability, the warrior's connection to the ground. He couldn't move to dodge, couldn't control the distribution of his weight to mount an effective defense, and couldn't even use most of his strength. However, Pierce still managed to deflect the ghostly stiletto with his sword, which left him open and defenseless to Sunny's true attack. As soon as the moonlight shard left his right hand, Sunny brought his left up and behind him, used all of the strength the three shadows gifted him, sent a flood of essence into his muscles, and cast the cruel sight forward. His throw was performed with perfect form, just like Effie had taught him. At the last moment, the three shadows flowed from his fingers and wrapped themselves around the somber spear's silver blade. Pierce's eyes widened. The cruel sight shot through the air like a black comet and sunk into the fearsome knight's chest. The force of the throw was so great that it went right through his damaged armor, his tough skin and bones, and then his heart. Still affected by the heavenly burden, the master's body was sent flying up with terrifying speed and impaled on the stones, hanging lifelessly from the tall ceiling of the devastated hall. A stream of blood fell down like crimson rain. Sunny staggered, then supported his weight with his hands and let out a shaky breath. Come on. A moment passed in silence, and then, he finally heard the painfully familiar voice. This time, the spell's whisper sounded like beautiful music to his ears. You have slain an ascended human, Pierce. Your shadow grows stronger. Gods. I actually did it. Sunny smiled darkly, allowed himself a second of rest, and then rose to his feet, knowing that the battle was not over. Mordred and Weld were still there, both as deadly as the damned bastard he had just killed. He dismissed the cruel sight and immediately summoned it again, simultaneously checking on his reserve of shadow essence. Sunny had spent a lot, but not so much as to worry, yet. The soul serpent appeared from the shadows and slithered onto his skin, turning into an intricate tattoo. Still keeping his eyes closed, partially out of caution and partially because his eyelids were burned and hurt like hell, Sunny extended his shadow sense forward and tried to understand what was happening to the other two participants of this hellish battle. Weld was standing some distance away from him, swaying. Her hands were pressed against her face. Meanwhile, Mordred. Sunny froze. The female sentinel was dead. He had not noticed it before, but she was laying lifeless on the floor, her neck twisted at an unnatural level. How can this be? Something was not adding up. How could Mordred lose his only vessel so easily? He had only fought one of the masters, surely, he had the ability to defeat Weld one-on-one. Otherwise, what had he been planning to do if Sunny allied with the Knights of Valor? How had he planned to resist both of them, let alone with a third enemy added into the mix? The Prince of Nothing could not have been that weak. Suddenly, a small detail attracted Sunny's attention. One of the sentinel's hands was clenched in a fist, something dangling from it. A piece of a torn chain. Didn't that chain feel awfully familiar? A cold, uneasy feeling appeared in Sunny's chest. He turned his head slightly and concentrated on the last survivor of the Valor forces, searching for. Wealth suddenly laughed. Her voice sounded strange and different. And her amulet, the anvil amulet, was gone. The master lowered her hands and smiled. Ah! That is much, much better. Mordred, he has taken Wealth. Sunny shifted, lowering the cruel sight and slightly turning its blade. His heart was full of unease, his mind in the throes of a dark premonition. The banished prince had already been monstrously powerful, how much more deadly would he become in a body of a master? A few things were now clear, at least. Out of the two ascended knights, Wealth had been the more powerful one. Her aspect possessed abilities that could debilitate her enemies, all the while enhancing her own physique. That was why she had been the one to sap Mordred of a large portion of his strength and attack him. And yet, it was strange to see that the Prince of Nothing had struggled to defeat her so much, and for so long. If he couldn't win against one of the masters, how had he ever planned to face both? However, if he had decided to take Weld's body and thus couldn't harm it too much, that would explain his tardiness. Fighting an ascended elite while not being allowed to wound her was a dreadfully harsh task. Had Mordred been aiming for Weld's body from the start, or had he changed his plans on the fly when the opportunity presented itself? Was his intention to take Sunny as his vessel just a ruse, a misdirection, or was Sunny still in danger? No way, he already has a body of a master. There is no reason to abandon it for the sake of mine. Right? Ah. That is much, much better. Mordred straightened, then stretched, looking at his own arms with curiosity. He clenched Weld's fists, then grimaced slightly and let his hands relax. Finally, the Prince of Nothing turned slightly and looked at Sunny with a smile. Wouldn't you say, Sunless? Sunny lingered for a moment, then nodded cautiously. I guess. How does this work, exactly? Are you an ascended now? Mordred's smile widened a little. So curious. Your inquisitive nature is truly worthy of an academy researcher. Dodging the questions like always, huh? Sunny sensed the slender saber laying by the former master's feet, then concentrated on the corpse of the female sentinel for a moment. So, what now? How are we going to escape this place before the saint arrives? The Prince of Nothing bent down, picked up the saber, and sighed. Oh, that, don't worry. I do have a plan. It's just. I am not sure that you are going to like it very much, Sunless. Sunny felt cold shivers running down his spine. Mordred's tone was still friendly, but the implication behind his words did not promise anything good. Bastard. He's going to double-cross me, isn't he? Well, it's not like Sunny had not been planning to do the same. He gritted his teeth, then said somberly. We don't have to do this, you know. It is just like you said, there's no quarrel between us. We can just go our separate ways. Maybe even work together, for a bit. Let's be friends. Mordred chuckled. Oh. I would like that very much. But, Sunless, if you really want to be my friend, why do you still have your eyes closed? He took a slightly awkward step forward, as if not yet entirely used to his new body. It's hard to trust someone who refuses to look you in the eye, you know. Why don't you look at me, Sunless? Sunny paled, then backed away a little. I'd rather not. My eyelids hurt. Mordred grinned. That is a pity. But oh well, to tell you the truth, we wouldn't have become real friends, anyway. Sunny took another step back, then asked tensely. Oh yeah? Why is that? The Prince of Nothing stopped smiling. When he spoke, Weld's voice sounded cold and insidious, full of endless darkness. Do you take me for a fool? Did you really think that I would not smell the stench of dream spawn on you? Huh? You better tell me, Sunless, why did Asterion send you to the Chained Isles? Why hunt down my beast? What is that abomination scheming now? Sunny scowled. What? He was genuinely confused. If his eyes weren't closed, he would be blinking in surprise right now. Did Mordred really lose his mind? I have no idea what the hell you are talking about. What stench? Why would I be sent by Asterion? I've never met anyone by that name, let alone knowing anything about their schemes. Are you hearing yourself, you lunatic? Wait a minute, the prince, the dream spawn, could it be? Mordred froze, then tilted his head a little. Ha, how curious. You can't lie, so this must be the truth. But if you never met Asterion, why do you reek of dream spawn? Sunny grimaced, not wishing to answer. However, he had no choice. Surrendering to his flaw, he uttered through gritted teeth. I may have met another dream spawn. The Prince of Nothing raised his eyebrows, surprised. Really? Who? God damn it. Sunny clenched his fists, then said darkly. Nephis. Mordred frowned. Nephis. Nephis of the Immortal Flame Clan. Wait, she is still alive. Sunny nodded, and the banished prince threw his head back, laughing. Oh, my. So there is another dream spawn walking the dream realm, and she is the daughter of Smile of Heaven and Broken Sword. This must be fate. I wonder if the old bastard knows. While Mordred was laughing, Sunny was feeling cold all over. Not because of this sudden outburst, but because of what the Prince of Nothing had said right before. You can't lie, so this must be the truth. How does he know that I can't lie? Since when had Mordred known about his flaw? Had he simply figured it out after watching Sunny for a few months? No, that wasn't possible. Sunny had not spent that much time in the dream realm after escaping the sky below, and especially not communicating with a lot of people outside of selling them real-world items. He had not done anything to compromise himself. What was going on? For a moment, Sunny's heart grew heavy, his mind consumed by murderous darkness. He thought that he had been betrayed again. There were very few people in the two worlds who knew the secret of his flaw. Nephis was one, but she was far away. Kai and Effie probably had their guesses. However, they chose to remain silent out of respect for his unwillingness to speak about this matter. That left only Cassie. Cassie, who was right here in the Night Temple and had already turned on him once. But after thinking about it a little, Sunny realized that there had been another being who possessed the knowledge of his aspect. The problem was that it had been dead for a long, long time. The mirror beast. The ascended reflection had mirrored his aspect, so it had to have glimpsed it somehow. And it was connected to Mordred far more thoroughly than Cassie ever could be. The Prince of Nothing had not known everything about the shadow slave aspect before, Sunny was sure of it. Back in the abyss of the sky below, Mordred had expressed genuine curiosity and surprise about things that he would have already learned otherwise. Which meant that he had most likely only received that information after the mirror shard was brought into the Night Temple. It also meant that he was only informed about what the mirror beast had learned, and what had been true then. If this guess was correct, maybe Sunny would be able to use a gap in Mordred's knowledge to his advantage. Or he was wrong, and Cassie had really betrayed him again. A lot of things depended on whether or not he was ready to trust her again. His very life, most likely. Sunny frowned, then said, his voice even. You seem to be having fun. So, now that you know that I have nothing to do with Asterion, whoever that might be, are you going to rethink your previous plans and leave me be? Mordred chuckled. What do you think? Sunny sighed. Honestly, I don't know what to think anymore. Not when it comes to you, at least. You really are a devious bastard, you know that, right? Oh, don't take it as an insult, by the way. Coming from me, it's actually a compliment. The Prince of Nothing shook his head, then took another step forward. Well. A mirror can only reflect what is in front of it, Sunless. Is it my fault that the things in front of me are cruel, vile, and deceitful? I think not, then again, maybe it is. Either way, I don't really care. Blame your bad luck for being of use to me, if you wish. His eyes ignited with a hypnotic scarlet light, and although Sunny's own were closed, he suddenly felt slow and sluggish, strength draining from his muscles. He swayed, and used the cruel sight to support himself. Arg. Wait, before we start this, answer me one last question. Mordred smiled. Sure. Why not? What do you want to know? Sunny strained, as if trying to speak. His mouth opened. But instead of saying anything, he simply attacked. The Prince of Nothing laughed, amused by this little deception. His saber flashed forward to meet the blade of the cruel sight. A moment later, though, his laugh abruptly stopped. Sunny had no illusions about his chances in the fight against Mordred, not when the bastard occupied the body of a powerful master, one whose aspect allowed him to weaken his enemies and strengthen himself, no less. But then again, when had Sunny ever fought fairly? From the start of it, he had been subtly manipulating the banished prince. Every step back he had taken was meant to bring them into the right positions. The angle at which he held the cruel sight had been calculated so that the mirror blade only reflected what Sunny wanted Mordred to see. Or rather, so that it didn't reflect what Mordred was not supposed to see. And at the moment of his attack, his efforts finally paid off. Because, in the end, he had chosen to trust Cassie after all. The blind girl silently appeared at the entrance of the hall, behind the banished prince. Her eyes were hidden by the silver half-mask, but the polished steel armor and the midnight blue coat were gone. Instead, she was wearing the familiar light tunic and a cloak the color of sea waves. This was the memory gifted to her by Nephice, one that Changing Star had received after slaying an awakened terror in her first nightmare. The armor that possessed an enchantment which made enemies less likely to pay attention to its wearer. Unnoticed, Cassie knelt and placed something on the floor in front of her. It was a large wooden box, its surface engraved with a complicated weave of a beautiful, but disorienting pattern. The lid was still slightly opened, rising above the lip by a few millimeters. Sunny suppressed a grin. Good thinking. The box had not been part of the plan, but Cassie seemed to have made a correction when a beneficial opportunity presented itself. The moment the blade of the cruel sight met Weld's saber, the blind girl grabbed the lid, threw it open, and then poured her soul essence into the box. Inside, the mirror trap was lined with plates of polished silver, each reflecting the one opposite it, thus creating an infinite labyrinth of reflections. The pattern on its surface shined with a pale glow. Mordred staggered, his laughter cutting short. His hand seemed to weaken. Sunny easily pushed the saber aside and thrust his spear forward, aiming to end the fight with one ruthless strike. However, the Prince of Nothing wasn't done yet. He recoiled, narrowly avoiding the killing blow. Even though the tip of the cruel sight pierced Weld's flesh, the wound wasn't fatal. In the next moment, Mordred disengaged, jumping back and staggering as he raised the saber into a defensive stance. His eyes darted toward the wooden box. That cursed thing. Blood was streaming down his side, but the banished prince didn't seem to care. Neither did Sunny. He dashed forward, feinting a downward slash, then turning it into a swift thrust. Who knew how long Mordred would be slowed down by the mirror trap? It hadn't helped the forces of valor. He had to finish this fast. Mordred barely deflected the attack, moving with visible strain. His mouth twitched. Hey Sunless, why don't you go and destroy that box? Sunny pushed forward, closing the distance between them and simultaneously turning the cruel sight into a sword. It flashed through the air, but was deflected once again. Even with his powers reduced so direly, the prince was still a formidable fighter. Mordred bared his teeth. No. But I must insist. Why don't you go and kill that little oracle of yours? His eyes gleamed with vicious amusement. Lost from light? That is your true name, is it not? Do it. Sunny froze. His sword trembled. Then, as his face became pale as a ghost and his pupils widened in horror, he slowly turned, facing Cassie. A strange sound escaped from his lips. Mordred smiled, slightly relaxing his guard. It was at that moment that the cruel sight shot toward his body, easily sliding past the slender saber. Sunny scoffed. "Why don't you go to hell? I already have a master." Indeed, it was as Sunny had thought. Mordred had learned his secrets from the mirror shard left behind by his beast. He didn't really know of his aspect, he only knew of its reflection. And that reflection was incomplete. That was why the cunning prince had assumed that he would be able to enslave Sunny by using his true name. Of course, Mordred would have been careful, taking the possibility that Lost from Light already had a master into account, but Sunny was half a step ahead. He had doused that caution by being ready to pretend to be enslaved. And then attacked. The cruel sight shot forward, narrowly avoiding the mirror fiend's saber and sinking deep into his flesh. It cut through the enchanted black tunic, pierced Wells' body, and emerged from her back. Mordred's face contorted, his eyes full of shock and pain. Sunny, of course, couldn't see it, since he was still relying on shadow sense to navigate the world. All he felt was a tremble that went through his enemy's body. A moment later, the Prince of Nothing groaned, a stream of blood escaping from his mouth. Then, he lashed out with the saber, forcing Sunny to stagger back. The cruel sight slid out of the terrible wound, wreaking more damage on its way back. Sunny was slightly disappointed that he had not been able to end the fight right there and then, but it hardly mattered. The wound he had delivered was not immediately fatal, but deadly nevertheless. Now, all he had to do was wait for the enemy to bleed out. Even a master's body was not resilient enough to stem the flood of blood he had caused. Mordred, it seemed, realized the same, and dashed forward in a desperate attempt to kill Sunny before the blood loss made him too weak. Or so Sunny thought. What? Instead of attacking with the saber, the Prince of Nothing used it to push the cruel sight aside, and continued to move forward, eventually colliding with Sunny and grabbing him by the throat. Is he crazy? At such a close distance, Sunny had all the advantages. Mordred couldn't slash with the saber, but he could easily bring his short sword back for a killing thrust, long before anyone would have been able to strangle him. This attack made no sense. However, in the next moment, he felt that something was wrong. And then, his chest was pierced by a blinding explosion of pain. Sunny screamed and staggered back, falling to the floor. Somehow, against all logic, the Prince of Nothing seemed unscathed again, the bloody gash on his torso gone. Instead, it was as though Sunny had run himself through with a sword. He could feel a deep wound in his chest, even though the surface of the undying chain remained unbroken. Curses! Fighting through the pain, he rolled away, dodging the descending saber. Luckily for him, Mordred did not pursue, instead choosing to dash toward Cassie and the mirror trap. Damned wealth. Although Sunny was not entirely clear on what had happened and how he had ended up with a hole in his chest, he had an inkling. Wealth's aspect seemed to be all about devoiding the enemy of their power while enhancing your own, almost as if transferring it. A master had 3 aspect abilities. Was her third ability capable of transferring wounds from her body to that of others? If so, was he going to die by his own sword? No, he wouldn't. Unlike Mordred, Sunny was not going to bleed to death. In fact, he was barely bleeding at all. His body was pierced and heavily damaged, but fortunately, blood loss was one of the 2 causes of death he was practically immune to. The other being broken bones. The evolved weaves of his body would not allow such a thing to happen. Arg! Growling from pain, Sunny stood up and swayed slightly. He didn't feel too well, in fact, he felt pretty terrible. Every breath was torture, and his heartbeat was strange and irregular. Every contraction sent a pulse of suffering rolling through his body. It's all right. I've been through worse. I think. Sunny willed the Midnight Shard to manifest itself into existence, and tried to assess what was happening around him. Mordred was already upon Cassie, his saber flashing toward her neck. The blind girl met his attack with a skillful block, the quiet dancer ringing clearly as it deflected the enemy's blade. The blind girl survived. However, she was pushed back, away from the mirror trap. As soon as her hand left the surface of the wooden box and the flow of soul essence was interrupted, the glow of the engraved pattern shimmered, dimmed, and was then extinguished. Mordred sighed. "Not bad, guys. Truly, a valiant effort." He glanced at the mirror trap, and then brought the saber down on it, turning the box into a pile of splinters and mangled silver plates. Sunny shuddered. Crap. Released from the burden and back to the full might of his stolen body, the Prince of Nothing inhaled deeply, an expression of delight on his face. Then, he turned to Sunny and smiled amicably. "Now, who should I deal with first?" At that moment, the austere Tachi finished manifesting itself into existence. The unbroken enchantment activated, filling him with newfound power. Its effect wasn't as incredible as when he had been a mere sleeper, but still quite pronounced. Holding the midnight shard in one hand and the cruel sight in another, Sunny willed the mirror blade to ignite with the incandescent light of the divine flame, and grimaced. "Come here, your royal highness. I can promise to kill you quickly." With Sunny in front of him and Cassie behind, Mordred laughed. "So fun, ah, what a pity. I am really going to miss you, Sunless." With that, he blurred and was suddenly just a step away, the slender saber falling down with terrifying speed. The two of them clashed, with one attacking and the other desperately trying to defend. The ringing of steel merged into one deafening sound. Sunny cursed. Although it seemed like an eternity, in fact, just a second had passed. The quiet dancer had not even had time to reach them from the other end of the hall to help. And he really, really needed help. Perhaps if he had not been wounded and under the debilitating effect of Wealth's aspect, Sunny would have been able to hold his ground against the deadly prince. With 3 shadows wrapped around his body and the gift of the unbroken, his prowess would not have been much less than that of a master. But as things stood currently, fighting against Mordred was like trying to fend off a tornado. He barely managed to deflect the killing blows, but couldn't do anything against the rest of the rain of ruthless strikes. The Prince of Nothing fought with terrifying skill and purpose, not leaving Sunny any chances to retaliate. Well, what else did he expect from the heir of War God? The bastard truly lived up to his lineage. The undying chain held, for now, but Sunny knew that it wouldn't be able to protect him much longer. Even when the quiet dancer joined the fray, things didn't change much. Sunny thought feverishly, trying to come up with some trick, some way for him to survive and prevail. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't think of anything he could do to win this fight. It all seemed hopeless. Slowly, a creeping fear settled in his heart. Ignoring it, ignoring the terrible pain nesting in his chest, Sunny gritted his teeth and continued to resist with all his might, all his cunning, and all his will. And it was then that Cassie's voice suddenly reached his ears. "Open your eyes." He shivered, suddenly experiencing a feeling of a terrifying déjà vu. What, has she lost her mind? "Open your eyes, open them, Sunny." Was Cassie hysterical or planning to kill him? Why else would she give him such stupid advice? Sunny couldn't come up with one logical reason to listen to her. In the end, it all came down to a question of blind trust. He sighed, then strained his singed eyelids and slowly opened his eyes. Mordred's figure came into focus, a surprised and joyful expression on his stolen face. Sunny saw his reflection in Wealth's eyes, clad in the bleak steel of the undying chain. No, it wasn't him. There was another reflection hiding even deeper, almost lost in the darkness. And then, it was gone. Something cold and alien entered him through the reflection, sinking deep into the dark depths of his soul. A moment later, the world disappeared. Sunny found himself in the tranquil darkness of his soul sea. It seemed as empty and silent as usual. The 3 black suns burned with dark flames above him, arranged in a perfect triangle. Small spheres of light, his memories, floated between them like dying stars. The silent waters were vast and motionless, and some distance away, just beyond the periphery of his vision, the rows of lifeless shadows stood, unmoving. However, this time something was different. Sunny did not remember entering the Soul Sea, or even wishing to do so. More than that, he couldn't perceive the real world at all. Usually, visiting this place resulted in a strange split of his consciousness, with one part of it exploring the depths of his soul, while the other remained aware of his actual surroundings. It was akin to imagining a landscape, doing so did not turn you blind and deaf. But now, he was here and only here, as nothing existed outside of this dark and silent sea. Come to think of it, it was a lonely and frightening place. Untethered from the real world and surrounded by nothing except for deathly silence, Sunny did not feel as calm and comfortable as he usually would. And he wasn't really alone in the darkness. What a strange soul you have. Hearing those words, Sunny flinched, then turned around. The voice that had spoken them did not belong to Wealth. It was familiar and pleasant, just like it had been in the lightless abyss of the sky below. Mordred was speaking with his real voice once again. The Prince of Nothing stood some distance away, looking up with a curious smile on his face. Now, for the first time, Sunny saw how he must have looked before his true body was destroyed. Mordred was tall and slender, with pale skin and raven-black hair. He seemed to be in his 20s, older than Kai and Effie by a couple of years. His face was sharp and thin, not exactly handsome, but at the same time charming and strangely beautiful. His most striking feature, though, were his eyes, which didn't seem to possess a color of their own, and instead reflected the world back on itself like two pools of liquid silver. Currently, they were as dark and lightless as the endless abyss of the void. Mordred was dressed in a simple tunic, its fabric long devoid of any color. He wore no armor, and didn't seem to bear any weapon. However, Sunny could feel immense pressure radiating from his slender figure, and knew that he was in mortal danger. What surprised him, however, was that Mordred's face seemed familiar. In fact, he looked exactly like a slightly older, male version of Morgan of Valor. The resemblance was too striking to be a coincidence. It could only be shared by siblings. And there was another thing that Sunny saw which made him tense and apprehensive. All around the Prince of Nothing, he could see a pale golden glow. The same kind of beautiful radiance that hid in his own blood, and surrounded Nephi's, the light of divinity. Curses. Mordred studied the three cores of Sunny's soul curiously, then looked at him with a friendly smile. I have never seen anything like it. How kind it was of you to invite me inside, Sunless. I really do wonder what your little friend was thinking, though. Does she, perhaps, think that you will be able to resist me? Sunny stared at the invader somberly, then shrugged. How would I know what she is thinking? Trying to understand an oracle is a fool's errand, you know. Mordred chuckled. Ah, wiser words have never been said. Well, I guess we will find out soon. Sunny shifted slightly, then asked, his voice gloomy. Why would you even want to possess my body, anyway? Didn't you get wealth already? What's so great about it that you would rather have me than a master? The Prince of Nothing smiled. Who says I can't have you both? That seemed like an answer, but actually, it wasn't. Sunny had already experienced Mordred's habit of dodging questions to be misled this way. He frowned and glared at the mirror fiend, unamused. The invader laughed. So serious, don't sell yourself short, Sunless. You might be just an awakened, but then, who else should I make a vessel if I wish to ascend myself? Plus, your body suits my current needs perfectly. You have an aspect that gifts you both stealth and teleportation abilities. A perfect combination for someone who wishes to escape a saint, don't you think? He took another step forward and continued. I also have never met or heard of anyone else who possesses a divine aspect. Imagine my surprise when I found out that you were just like me. And that thing you have. I am very curious to find out what it is that allowed you to make me blind, back in the Ebony Tower. Such a powerful anti-divination artifact will make my life much, much easier, so, you see, although I am not too happy about it, taking you as a vessel is a regretful, but inevitable choice I had to make. Sonny narrowed his eyes, trying to understand what Mordred was talking about. Making him blind, back in the Ebony Tower. Sonny had worn Weaver's mask to read the harrowing runes on the 5th level of the stronghold of the ruler of the underworld. Was that what the Mirror Fiend meant? So the mask had been able to hide Sonny from his spying, as well, and more than that, the Mirror Beast had not managed to glimpse its secrets. So, Mordred did not know what it was, just that there was something in Sonny's possession that could prevent him from being tracked and seen by otherworldly means. When he narrowed his eyes, though, something else happened. Sonny didn't expect it, so he almost lost his composure. He had not known that he possessed such an ability, but it seemed that the evolution of the blood we've had enhanced his eyes, as well. Suddenly, he was able to peer beneath the surface of Mordred's soul, just like he was able to peer beneath the surface of memories and echoes to study their weaves. And what he saw there made him tremble. Crap. As a living soul, the Prince of Nothing did not possess a spell weave, of course. However, what he did possess were soul cores, 6 of them. Mordred was a terror. And that terror was getting closer and closer to Sonny. To tell you the truth, Sunless, your body fits me so perfectly that I even thought, for a second, that the old man had sent you to me as a gift. Gods know he has a lot to apologize for, to think that he had nothing to do with it, and all of this was just a coincidence. That funny attribute of yours is really something, isn't it? Sonny gritted his teeth, and then said in a grim tone. That is really wonderful. I am very glad for you, pal. However, what exactly happens now? You don't really expect me to just surrender my body to you, right? Here in the Soul Sea, Sonny wasn't bound by his flaw, since his words were nothing more than thoughts. It was actually a bit of a relief. Mordred stopped, now just a few steps away from him, and smiled. Now. Why, what else, now, I am going to destroy your soul, of course. Sonny looked down on himself, evaluating his own state. The wound in his chest was gone. However, it wasn't as though he was unscathed, his body, or at least this manifestation of it, seemed battered and beaten. However, it was also full of ferocious strength and vigor, as well as feeling light, as if a tremendous weight had been lifted off his shoulders just a few moments ago. He didn't know how exactly this battle of the souls was supposed to work, but suspected that his current form was a representation of his spirit. He had endured a lot in these recent weeks, enough suffering and fear to crush someone with a lesser will. Sonny, however, had survived far worse, so his strength was not diminished by much. He was still clad in the bleak steel of the undying chain, and holding his weapons. 3 shadows lay at his feet, and he could feel the presence of the soul serpent nearby. His enemy, meanwhile, was alone and unarmed. This was Sonny's soul, after all. Here, he was bound to have the ultimate advantage. Let's see who will destroy whom, you bastard. With a smirk, Sonny commanded the shadows to rise and wrap themselves around his body. Instantly, his strength, speed, and resilience were enhanced manifold. In the next moment, however, his expression froze. Mordred looked at him, then smiled. As he did, 6 shadows descended upon him like a dark mantle, making the pressure that the Prince of Nothing exerted feel almost suffocating. You didn't think that it would be that easy, did you? A split second later, he was beside Sonny, his fist crashing into the breastplate of the undying chain. As pain exploded through his body, Sonny flew back and fell onto the still water, sliding across it into the darkness. What? Before he could even rise, Mordred was already upon him, his foot slamming into Sonny's ribs. Sonny yelped as he was thrown into the air, then felt another blow landing on his chest, pushing all air out of his lungs and sending him plummeting back down. Knowing that he had to escape somehow, Sonny dove into the shadows and emerged from the darkness behind the Prince of Nothing, the blade of the cruel sight shooting forward. However, it pierced nothing but air. Mordred had turned into a shadow himself, and disappeared without a trace, his laughter echoing across the surface of the silent sea. Weak. Too weak. Something struck Sunny in the back, sending another explosion of pain rolling through the very core of his being. He groaned and tried to slash with the midnight shard, but the enemy was already gone. A moment later, he was kicked in the abdomen, then ruthlessly slammed across the face. Mordred's fist felt like a sledgehammer, no, like a mountain descending. Half-blinded and disoriented, Sunny fell to his knees, spitting blood. What the hell? This was not how he had imagined things going. The damned mirror fiend clearly had to weaken his prey before attacking, so, his victory was not set in stone. There was a way to defeat him, somehow, and since Sunny's spirit had not been broken, he had expected to be able to prevail. However, the bastard was just too powerful. How was he supposed to resist such terrifying force? Worse than that, Mordred seemed to be able to mirror all of his powers. Bastard! Lost from light, stop! The Prince of Nothing laughed again, then struck Sunny in the side of his head, almost blinding him. Sorry to say this, but that trick is not going to work. This is an entirely different situation, you know. Hurting and hoping to escape the next blow, Sunny turned into a shadow again. This time, however, he wasn't in a hurry to attack and remained incorporeal, thinking. Before he could form a single thought, however, another shadow lunged at him from the darkness, and suddenly, he was in the throes of indescribable agony, his very soul damaged and cracked. With a stifled shriek, Sunny escaped the shadows and assumed his human form again, only to be ruthlessly struck down a moment later. He fell on his back and desperately gulped for air, but his lungs seemed to be paralyzed. All he could do was try to block the next blow, only for it to fail and another wave of pain spread through his body. Goddamit! Sunny used Shadow Step to disengage, but his enemy simply followed. He deflected one strike, almost managing to cut Mordred's forearm open, but the mirror fiend was just too fast, strong, and skilled. No matter how hard Sunny fought, it was all useless. No matter what strategy he tried to implement, Mordred saw right through it. Fighting against the Prince of Nothing was like fighting against death itself. He was terrifying, inevitable, and final. There was no escape. But Sunny was not going to give up. At this point, he wasn't even sure that he knew how. He gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and fought. After what seemed like an eternity, beaten and bloodied, Sunny was thrown down again. The helmet of the undying chain was bent and deformed, pressing into his temple and obstructing his vision. He dismissed it and raised a hand to defend himself, but it was easily wrestled down. Mordred had a few bruises of his own, but looked infinitely better than Sunny. Grabbing him by the throat, the banished prince inhaled deeply, and then asked in a somber tone. Haven't you had enough? Why don't you just surrender? I am not enjoying this one bit, you know. Sunny looked at him through the red haze and grinned, his teeth painted red by blood. Really? Ah, too bad, cuz. I'm actually having the time of my life. With that, he lowered his head and tried to sink his teeth into Mordred's hand. The Prince of Nothing sighed, then hit Sunny in the face, sending him rolling away. Crap, that one, really hurt. Sunny slid a few meters and came to a rest just beyond the rows of silent shadows. He tried to stand up, but the world suddenly spun around, making him fall back down. A quiet groan escaped from his lips. Mordred shook his head dejectedly, and then walked over to the cruel sight, which lay on the surface of the tranquil waters where Sunny had dropped it. He bent down to pick it up, but the somber spear simply turned to tenebrous mist, dismissed by its master. The mirror fiend remained unperturbed. He lowered his fingers into the water and caught the reflection of the fearsome memory before it fully dissipated, then brought it up, ending up with the exact same spear in his hand. To think that the spell would make it anew and return it to me, it's fitting, I guess. He studied the cruel sight for a moment, then turned to Sunny, a dark look in his eyes. Let's end this now. No matter what you may think, I don't enjoy torturing people. Unless they deserve to be tortured, of course. Sunny finally managed to rise to his knees, and glanced at the approaching prince with a grim expression. One of his hands reached toward the hilt of the midnight shard, which lay some distance away, while the other was pinned awkwardly behind him. In it, a ghostly stiletto silently appeared, its transparent blade hidden from sight by Sunny's body. "Whatever you say." Mordred willed the cruel sight to extend to its full length, then lunged forward, thrusting it toward Sunny's heart. Sunny tensed, preparing to dodge. But before he had a chance to, he was suddenly covered by a massive shadow, and a long, multi-jointed arm appeared from somewhere above, blocking the blade of the spear with its terrifying bone claws. Sunny blinked. Mordred froze, too, and then slowly looked up. As he did, Sunny mirrored the movement. Towering above him, the shadow of the Mountain King stood silently, one of its 4 arms extended forward. For a moment, nothing happened. And then, another shadow moved slightly, clicking its chitinous claws. One of the carapace scavengers took a small step forward. Like a chain reaction, a wave of movement spread through the ranks of the silent shadows, bringing them to life. All of them shifted, their gazes focusing on Mordred. Members of the Carapace Legion, dwellers of the Crimson Labyrinth, horrors of the Dark City, inhabitants of the Chained Isles, there were monsters of all shapes and sizes, each more terrifying than the other. A horde of creatures that Sunny had slain. There was an abominable spire messenger, a nest of slithering vines, a tall knight in a heavy suit of intricate armor, a strange creature with a chest in place of a head, and many, many more. For the first time, confidence drained from Mordred's face, and he paled. Taking an involuntary step back, the Prince of Nothing hesitated, then said evenly. "Sunless, my dear friend, tell me, why is there an army of dead nightmare creatures hidden in your soul?" Sunny finally managed to grab the midnight shard and slowly rose to his feet, using the tachi as support. His teeth flashed in a dark smile. "Oh. I have human souls here, too. So, don't you worry, Mordred, when I kill you, you'll have good company, at least." The mirror fiend chuckled nervously, then slowly brandished the reflection of the cruel sight. In the next moment, the horde of shadows surged forward, descending upon him like an avalanche of darkness. And Mordred suddenly vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Sunny opened his eyes, disoriented. The orange glow of the fire and the dancing shadows on the shattered walls, the smell of blood, the tearing pain in his chest, he had escaped the soul sea and returned to the scorched heart of the Night Temple. He had prevailed, but what was going on? It felt as if he was falling. Why was he falling? Sunny crashed onto the cracked stone plates of the floor and heard Weld's body falling somewhere nearby. A tortured groan escaped from his lips, and then a stifled curse. What the hell? Although his battle with Mordred had lasted for a while, it seemed that just a single moment passed in the real world. That time had not even been enough for Sunny to properly fall down. The quiet dancer was still in the same position, and Cassie was still rushing over, dagger in hand. I survived. However, why did it feel like he was forgetting something? Sunny strained his wounded body, trying to sit up. He felt exhausted and weak, both from his physical injuries and the damage his soul had sustained in the harrowing battle against Prince of Nothing. What was it? Cassie was already by his side, reaching out to help him sit. Her rapier hovered in the air, and then turned, the tip of its blade aiming at Weld's unmoving form. Oh, right, where did Mordred disappear to? Suddenly, his eyes widened. Sunny raised his head, pointing at Weld. Kill her. The quiet dancer was already flashing through the air, reacting faster than its master. Cassie frowned. What? Isn't he dead? But it was too late. Weld suddenly moved, her hand shooting forward to catch the flying rapier by the blade. The sharp point stopped just a few centimeters away from her throat. No, Mordred wasn't dead. He had simply run away, retreating from a fight that he knew he wouldn't be able to win. Back to his previous vessel. Cassie stared at the Prince of Nothing in shock, and then shrieked when thin cracks appeared on the blade of the graceful rapier. She hurriedly dismissed the echo, saving it from the crushing grip, and pulled Sunny to his feet. What do we do now? Sunny saw the body of the ascended knight stirring, as if slowly coming back to life. Her hollow eyes suddenly glistened, becoming full of dark will and lethal intelligence once again. His heart skipped a beat. Now that Mordred had failed to both enslave and possess Sunny, there was only one use for him left. Torture the Weaver's mask out of him, and then dispose of what was left. With that fiend wearing a master's body, what were they supposed to do, indeed? Actually, Sunny had a perfect answer. He glanced at Cassie with a determined expression, and then screamed. What else? Run! Mordred wasn't the only one who knew when to remove himself from a hopeless situation. Pushing the blind girl toward the large hole in the wall of the former stronghold of the Valor forces, Sunny turned his back on Wealth, who was slowly rising to her feet, and sprinted away as fast as he could. His eyes were tightly shut, so that the bastard couldn't spy on them through the reflections. The Night Temple was a large place. With some luck, they would be able to play cat and mouse, or rather, mice and tiger, with the damned prince for a few days. Hopefully, Saint Cormac would arrive soon. As he was diving through the breach in the wall, a mocking voice assaulted him from behind. What, leaving so soon? Feeling Mordred taking a step forward, Sunny dismissed the heavenly burden. Pierce's corpse, which was still pressed against the ceiling, suddenly plunged down and crashed right in front of the mirror fiend, forcing him to jump back and slow down a little. Without turning his head, Sunny threw the broken oath behind him, then sent the ordinary rock flying into the depths of a random corridor, and ran in the opposite direction with Cassie. As they rushed away, the rock ricocheted off the walls and screamed loudly in Sunny's voice. Run! 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 Sunny didn't expect his tricks to slow down Mordred for long, but with enough of a head start, they were bound to be able to disappear into the confusing labyrinth of the great cathedral. They just had to get out of the inner sanctum in time. Once outside, catching them would be much harder. He might not have been a match for the Prince of Nothing in direct combat, for now, but when it came to stealth and traversal, Sunny had a decisive advantage. Not only could he use Shadow Step to jump across large distances, but he could also use his shadows and senses to scout, spy on the enemy, and navigate in the darkness. Mordred, meanwhile, was only able to see through reflections, which were few and far between in the Night Temple. Hiding from him was not an impossible task. Especially with the help of Cassie and her uncanny intuition, the blind girl was going to slow Sunny down somewhat, but at the same time, having her with him was a boon. Just as he thought that, Cassie suddenly pulled him into a barely visible mouth of a narrow corridor, which then led them to a small staircase. They ascended it and ran through a circular hall, sliding down the domed floor and then climbing back up. As they did, an echo of a deafening crash reached their ears, announcing that the Prince of Nothing was not too far behind. What was the bastard doing, breaking through stone walls instead of searching for a path? The interior of the citadel was bizarre and confusing, so Sunny quickly lost his sense of direction. All he knew was that they weren't moving toward the familiar exit out of the inner sanctum, nor were they approaching the central bell tower. His doubts were dispelled, however, when Cassie opened a narrow wooden door, and cold wind hit him in the face. Somehow, they had reached the grand hall of the cathedral, where the broken gateway stood in the center of the vast basin of the craterous dome. Instead of entering it through the tall gates of the inner sanctum, Sunny and Cassie appeared on a hidden gallery circling the hall's perimeter high above. Almost at the same time, a familiar figure emerged from the gates far below. Mordred was right below them, walking out into the great hall of the somber cathedral at a relaxed pace. Above his shoulders, a dozen blinding orbs of light hovered in the air, throwing white reflections of the dark stones. Sunny silently stepped back, pulling Cassie with him. Pressed against the back wall of the gallery and safely hidden in the deep shadows, they slowly moved away. Below, the spheres of light suddenly shot in different directions, illuminating a large portion of the dark nave. Luckily, their radiance did not reach the hidden gallery, be it just barely. What it did reach, though, were the hundreds of mirror shards scattered around the vast expanse of the inverse hall. Each of them shone, reflecting the white light. It was as though countless stars suddenly ignited in the darkness. Sunny silently cursed, knowing that those shards served Mordred as eyes. Who knew how many more were hidden throughout the cathedral? Without slowing down, he dismissed the memories he had left behind, and continued moving toward the distant end of the vast circular chamber. The Prince of Nothing, meanwhile, tilted his head a little. Where are they hiding? I wonder. Suddenly, he was surrounded by a whirlwind of white sparks. Sunny did not linger to see what memories Mordred was summoning, and instead concentrated on reaching another door. Before the sparks of light coalesced into tangible shapes, Cassie and he had already left the gallery, finding themselves in another corridor. They had successfully left the sanctum behind and were now in the main structure of the citadel. It was a large and convoluted space, so finding them here was not going to be easy. From where they stood now, just outside the nave, they could go anywhere in the temple proper, exit into the outward ring, or descend into any of the 6 belfries. They could even circle back and try to hide in the 7th, the main bell tower, hoping that the mirror fiend would not expect them to return. However, somehow, Sunny doubted that escaping Mordred would be that easy. The morbid remains of his butchered victims were all around them, after all. None of these people had escaped. He hesitated for a moment, then pulled Cassie in the direction of the outward ring. That was the part of the citadel they both knew the best, which was an important advantage. Of course, the banished prince understood that, too, which meant that he would most likely be moving there, too. This was a risk Sunny had to take. At the end of the day, their goal was to escape, and they could only do that by reaching the sealed gates of the Night Temple. A few hours passed, suffused with fear and tension. Sunny and Cassie had moved through the main structure of the cathedral, getting closer and closer to the outward ring. On the way, they took a short break, partially to eat and replenish their strength, but mostly because he simply couldn't walk anymore. The exhaustion and pain were taking their toll on Sunny. Finding a safe spot, he fell to the floor and remained motionless for a while, breathing hoarsely. Then, he dismissed the breastplate of the undying chain, pulled the shirt hiding beneath up, and tentatively explored the dire wound dealt to him by Mordred. The result was not too good. Sunny wasn't going to die anytime soon, but neither was he going to heal quickly. For the time being, he was as good as crippled. Curses. At least he had not bled to death, that was something, at least. He summoned the breastplate back, then opened the covetous coffer and took out a couple of tubes of synth paste. The two of them hurriedly consumed the nutritious sludge, and then, it was time to get back up again. Before that, however, Cassie handed him something. Here. You hold on to this. Sunny took the item and raised his eyebrows, recognizing the shape. It was a small piece of cold steel, shaped into a semblance of an anvil. His fingers, though, could feel that the thing was not at all simple. In fact, it seemed like one of the most potent artifacts he had ever held. Wealth's amulet. When did you grab it? The blind girl sighed. After you opened your eyes. I should have tried to reach his body in time, instead. If only I had more essence, I could have seen, could have done something differently. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then threw the amulet into the maw of the covetous coffer. Why are you so down? Yeah, we might have failed to get rid of that bastard, but then again, we've done better than 100 lost and 2 knights of valor did. That's not too bad of an achievement, isn't it? Plus, Mordred's plans are also ruined. He might seem in control, but trust me, that guy is in as much trouble as we are. Things didn't exactly go his way, either. The blind girl remained silent for a few moments, then nodded and helped him stand up. Somewhat rested, but not at all free of exhaustion, they continued moving forward, soon crossing into the outward ring. When they did, however, Cassie suddenly froze, then trembled. Sunny tensed. What? Then, he heard it too, the insidious sound of approaching footsteps. And a second later, Wealth's familiar voice. There you are. Gritting his teeth, Sonny grabbed Cassie's hand and ran in the opposite direction. Damn it, damn it, damn it. His chest was burning, pulsating with excruciating pain. They moved with all the speed they could muster, but what was the point? A master was so much faster than an awakened. Even though Mordred didn't seem to be in a hurry, the sound of his footsteps was growing closer and closer. Before he could reach them, however, the whole Night Temple suddenly shook, throwing Sonny to the floor. An explosion of pain radiated through his body, and a moment later, his shadow sense was not constrained by the outer walls of the citadel anymore. It pierced the black stone and easily reached into the vast emptiness beyond. Sonny clenched his fists. The seal, it's lifted. The saint had arrived. At that point, Sonny and Cassie weren't too far away from the gate chamber, where they had made a morbid discovery soon after escaping from the cage. Back then, the heavy gates had been closed and sealed. Now, however, it seemed that they were finally opened. Saint Cormac had returned from his expedition to the Hollow Mountains a few days sooner than expected. For a moment, Sonny was overcome by fierce joy. Then, however, the cold and rational part of his mind took over. Yes, the arrival of the saint created a path of escape, and was bound to solve their Mordred problem, most likely. But who was to say that the transcendent warrior would not turn out to be an even deadlier threat? The first thing Saint Cormac was going to see after entering the citadel was a pile of mutilated corpses. After that, he would most likely kill anyone who appeared in his way. After all, any survivor would either be a potential vessel of the banished prince, or a witness. Sonny gritted his teeth, then rose to his feet and pulled Cassie into a side corridor. There, they hid in the shadows, wrapped her cloak around themselves, and waited. He didn't dare to extend his shadow sense toward the gates or send his shadows forward to scout, fearful to draw the saint's attention, so neither of them knew what was going on. A few seconds passed in terrifying silence, and then, Sonny heard something rustle through the corridor they had just left. A gust of wind blew past them, as if left behind by something moving at incredible speed. A moment later, they heard a distant impact, and the Night Temple trembled once again. It seemed that Saint Cormac had already found Mordred. Sonny pushed Cassie to her feet and hissed. "Hurry! To the gate!" They ran toward the exit. Soon, the familiar chamber came into view, fresh air mixing with the terrible smell of the rotting corpses. The gates of the Night Temple stood wide open, the impenetrable darkness of the sky below stretching into eternity beyond them. The tall doorway seemed like a portal into the endless night. Not slowing down even for a moment, Sonny and Cassie dashed toward freedom, passed through the gates, and finally escaped the cursed cathedral. After a month of suffering, bloodshed, and harrowing dread they had experienced in this ghastly stone trap, the air of the lightless abyss seemed sweet like nectar. Just as they left, the Night Temple shuddered once again, dust falling from its ancient walls. Far below, the bells rang somberly, their usually melodious song sounding strangely staggered and frantic. The saint was battling the Prince of Nothing, the whole citadel suffering the burden of their furious clash. "Hurry! It's not over yet." The two of them dashed across the rickety bridge that swayed above the chasm of the sky below on rusty chains, and soon reached the treacherous stairs that skirted the slope of the northern island. Running up the narrow steps, both of them knew that one wrong step could potentially cost them their lives. But Sonny was unwilling to slow down. They had to reach the surface, cross the island, traverse the heavenly chain, all before Saint Cormac was done dealing with the escaped prisoner. "Too long, this is taking too long." Sonny hesitated for a moment, then summoned the heavenly burden. "Climb onto my back." Cassie lingered, then did as she was told. He drove the black needle between the plates of the undying chain, cursed, and then threw his hand forward, the triangular blade of the prowling thorn shooting into the overhanging stone slope. With the blind girl's weight added to his own, the speed of their ascent wasn't too fast. However, with the help of the kunai and its invisible string, Sonny was able to increase it somewhat. It was an arduous and nerve-wracking journey. The two of them were like a spider scaling a mountain with the help of a single thread of silk. The difference was that the mountain was steeper than vertical, and there were furious winds threatening to either crush them against the stones, or throw them away into the darkness of the sky below. However, after a dozen torturous minutes, or maybe an eternity, they still managed to reach the surface of the island, alive. Sunny dismissed the needle and fell onto the soft ground, gripping his chest. There were disturbing, wheezing sounds coming out of his lungs with each breath. He lay motionless for a few moments, then allowed Cassie to pull him to his feet. I know. We need to move. It's not time to rest, yet. They ran across the field of flowers, the hollow mountains towering behind them. White mist was flowing down their slopes, and there was something white dancing in the air in front of them, too. Sunny felt a pleasant cold spreading across his burning face. His heart contracted painfully. Snow, it's snowing. Was it December already? Or did the first snowfall arrive ahead of time, as well? There was no escaping fate. The northern island trembled beneath them. And just a few moments later, a dark figure appeared in their way. Sunny had never met Saint Cormac, but he recognized him almost instantly. Only a transcendent could have such a deep, unfathomable shadow, and a presence that seemed to affect the very world around him. The saint looked to be in his 30s, with a cold face and dark, ruthless eyes. His black armor was battered and worn, barely holding together after a month of exploring the death zone. Surprisingly, it wasn't too impressive, as far as armor-type memories went. Neither was he wielding a terrifying weapon. His fingers, however, were covered with fresh blood, crimson drops falling down and painting the delicate violet flowers red. It seemed that Mordred had failed to gain freedom, in the end. His last vessel was destroyed. Saint Cormac frowned, looking at the two of them, then took a step forward. The snow swirled, surrounding him like a cold mantle. Sunny was suddenly overwhelmed by a feeling of suffocating killing intent. He shifted slightly, pushing Cassie behind him. His eyes darted around, hoping to find something, anything, that would save their lives. Then, suddenly, the world darkened, as though a transient shadow covered the sun. A second later, the shadow was gone in a rustle of wings, and a tall, slender woman was standing between them and the approaching saint, her posture straight like an arrow. Sky Tide shielded Sunny and Cassie with her body and glanced at the other transcended warrior, her beautiful face as cold and stark as always, her vertical pupils full of calm, grim resolve. That is enough, Cormac. Turn back. Sunny staggered back, stunned by the sudden appearance of Saint Tyrus. A tense, dangerous silence settled over the island after she spoke, with only the wailing of the wind breaking it. Snow danced in the air, slowly settling onto the cold ground. His heart was beating like a caged animal. Where did she come from? What is going on, damn it? Cormac scowled and looked at the slender woman with a dark expression on his stern, weathered face. The saint did not seem amused by the sudden appearance of the leader of the White Feather clan. Sky Tide, stay out of this. Saint Tyrus didn't move, still shielding Sunny and Cassie with her slender body. The wind picked up, and the clouds seemed to become heavier, as if expressing her suppressed emotions. Only, as Sunny realized, they weren't suppressed at all. Sky Tide just didn't show them on her face. Instead, the world itself did it for her. I think not. Cormac winced, resentful sparks appearing in his eyes. You don't know what you are interfering with, Tyrus. Get out of my way. This is not your business. She shifted slightly, the howling of wind growing louder. The violet flowers bent, pressed down to the ground. This is my land. These awakened are of my citadel. Anything that happens here, and to them, is my business. The other saint sighed, then took a step forward. The entire garrison of the Night Temple was wiped out. These two are the only witnesses. Are you sure that you want to make their fate your burden? Sky Tide frowned, then spoke, her voice even. If that is true, we can question them together, back in the sanctuary. Cormac smiled darkly, then shook his head. I'm afraid that won't be convenient. You might not know my task here, Tyrus, but you know who gave it to me. Obstructing me in this matter is the same as obstructing the will of valor. You wouldn't want to do that, would you? A corner of Sky Tide's mouth suddenly twisted upward. She stared at the fearsome saint, and said, a hint of mocking in her voice. What is he going to do? How is he going to punish me? Exile my clan to a remote frontier region, maybe? Oh, wait. She took a step forward, as well, her tone changing, becoming darker and heavier. The clouds swallowed the sun, submerging the world into shadows. You have forgotten, Cormac. I am Sky Tide of the White Feather clan, not Valor. I am a vassal of the king, not his servant. 6 years ago, I looked the other way and allowed your odious scheme to happen. I have regretted it ever since. This is my land, my isles. You are only a guest here. I warn you, do not test the limits of my hospitality. As she spoke the last words, a deafening thunderclap resounded, rolling across the chained isles like a herald of heavenly wrath. Cormac stared at her, unimpressed. An expression of contempt appeared in the depths of his cold, dangerous eyes. The saint moved his shoulders, as if stretching his muscles, and then said darkly. Your arrogance is so tiresome, Tyrus. Warn me. What gives you the courage to warn me? You say that I have forgotten, but it is you who doesn't seem to remember. Who I am. What I am. And what I am capable of. He stepped forward, his killing intent growing thicker and more suffocating, almost palpable. What gave you the idea that this is a negotiation? You will stand down, or I will put you down. Either way, the result will be the same. Saint Tyrus lingered for a moment, then looked over her shoulder at Sunny and Cassie. Her gaze was calm and somber. It's time for the two of you to go. Sunny took a step back, his mouth suddenly dry. He opened it, trying to force out a question. But what about? Sky Tide was already looking at Cormac, who was approaching with steady steps. Her hair danced in the wind like a stream of pale gold. Run. You won't survive the fury of this battle. Sunny hesitated for a split second, then grabbed Cassie and ran. They dashed away from the two saints, heading for the distant edge of the island. He didn't know what a fight between transcendents would look like, but had no doubt that mere mortals like the two of them had no place in the middle of it. Crazy, the world has gone completely crazy. A moment later, something collided with a thunderous roar behind them, and Sunny was thrown into the air. A violent shockwave passed through his body, causing a short scream to escape from his mouth. He hit the ground and felt it shifting, as if a powerful earthquake was happening mere meters away. Sunny struggled to rise back to his feet, then helped Cassie do the same and continued to run. Shards of stone flew past them like bullets, and the snowfall was already turning into a furious blizzard. Behind them, two vast shadows rose into the sky. One was a giant bird of prey, her feathers white, her sharp beak and devastating talons forged out of lustrous, polished steel. Her enormous wings were wreathed in thunderclouds, and bolts of lightning danced around her body like a radiant mantle. The other was a ferocious wyvern, his black scales as dark as the abyss, with mighty muscles rolling under them like iron chains. The head of the creature was crowned with twisting horns, and in his maw, countless sharp fangs glowed darkly, illuminated by immolating red flame burning in the depths of the beast's adamantine body. Tyrus and Cormac flew into the skies, soon disappearing in the veil of storm clouds. A terrifying roar rolled across the island, and then, another shockwave hit, tearing a hole in the blizzard. Boiling blood suddenly streamed from above, falling on the snow like vermilion rain. Gods, oh, gods! Sunny and Cassie could only run. From time to time, a violent tremor threw them to the ground. The hurricane wind threw snow and sharp bits of ice into their faces, and their ears were ringing from the thunderous cacophony of the titanic battle happening somewhere above them. They were almost to the edge of the island, ready to jump onto the chain, when there was a sudden lull in the terrifying havoc. And then, two shadows fell down from the skies, so fast that Sunny couldn't even tell who was who. The saints collided against the center of the island with such force that its surface swayed like water. The shockwave of the impact was so fierce that it instantly obliterated the field of flowers, blew away the top layers of the soil, and made the stronghold on the northern edge crumble into dust. The ground itself split open, a wide crack spreading to both ends of the isle, cutting it in two. The northern island shuddered, and then crumbled, large pieces of stone breaking off and flying into the darkness as more and more cracks appeared, and the tension of the heavenly chains tore the island apart. Sunny, of course, could not appreciate the full scope of the disaster. All he could sense was that they were sent rolling down once again, this time even more violently than before. Only this time, instead of soil or stone, what they found beneath them was nothing. The ground disappeared, and Sunny found himself falling down, down, down. Down into the endless darkness of the sky below. All he could do was grab Cassie and hold her close, making sure that they weren't separated. Bloodied, mangled, and weak, they plummeted into the abyss as all around them, devastation reigned. The night temple cracked, then disintegrated into a rain of black stones. The 7 bells rang mournfully as they disappeared into the void. The colossal chain that served as one of the anchors of the chained isles shot toward the hollow mountains, colliding with their slopes with enough force to make the ancient slope shatter and create a momentary hole in the veil of flowing mist. Luckily for Sunny, his eyes were still closed, so he didn't see what hid beneath. And somewhere in all this chaos, the two saints continued their harrowing battle. Sunny held Cassie tightly and fell, happy to be getting further and further away from that clash with each second. After a while, the sounds of the fighting disappeared far above. The signs of destruction disappeared, too, as well as the last remnants of the light. Now, they were falling through absolute darkness in complete silence and solitude, with nothing threatening their lives. It was sort of peaceful. Sunny sighed, finally allowed himself to open his eyes, then glanced at Cassie and forced out a weak smile. "See? We're not dead. Your vision was a bust, again." She trembled. How are you so calm? We are falling into the sky below. Not dead, yet." He tried to laugh, then winced and decided against it. "This place is actually not so bad. Just wait for a little, we'll fall for a bit more, and then I'll summon memories to either guide us back up or push us toward the rift. We have food and water, at least. You won't believe what I had to eat the last time." Remembering the dead mimic, Sunny shivered. "Yeah, this is definitely not bad. Believe me, it could have been so much worse." However, as soon as Sunny said that, something changed in the lightless void. A swift shadow shot toward them, surrounded by a circle of furious light. What? Before Sunny could even react, 2 hands extended toward them, one grabbing him, the other closing around the nape of Cassie's cloak. With nothing to stand on, they were as defenseless as Pierce had been moments before Sunny killed him. "Damna! Oh, thank gods! I found you." He blinked. That voice, why did it sound familiar? Sunny stared into the light, his eyes slowly adjusting to it. Soon, he was able to see the shape of a paper lantern that floated in the air, just above the shoulder of a tall, infuriatingly handsome young man in a needlessly fashionable armor. Sunny opened his mouth, then closed it, then opened it again. "Kai. What the hell are you doing here?" The charming archer smiled, an expression of joy and profound relief appearing on his face. "What else? Rescuing you, of course. Hold on for a bit more." The archer strained a little, bearing their weight as he darted through the abyss, his flight swift and effortless. Illuminated by the paper lantern, the 3 of them traveled through the darkness like a small comet, moving faster and faster. The wind whistled in Sunny's ears. He remained silent for a bit, dumbfounded, then asked. "Wait, was it you who brought Saint Tyrus here?" Kai smiled, looking somewhere far away. "Of course. When you and Cassie didn't return to the real world, we knew that the negotiation with the representatives of Clan Valor must have failed. But when you didn't arrive at Shipwreck Island by November, as the plan had been, it was clear that something went wrong. So, Effie and I waited for a bit, then went to the White Feather Clan for help. He paused for a moment, and then added. Eventually, we decided to come to the Night Temple ourselves. That was a week ago. We have just arrived yesterday. But the citadel was sealed. Sunny frowned, suddenly catching an inconsistency in Kai's words. Wait, a week ago? How did you cross the chained aisles so fast? The archer smiled brightly. Look ahead. What does he? Sunny glanced forward, and froze. They were swiftly approaching another source of light, this one much, much larger. Or rather, it was moving in their direction, even faster than Kai was flying. A few moments later, a graceful shape of a resplendent wooden ship became visible, flowing through the darkness of the sky below as though on water. Its sails were pristine white, and around the main mast, a young tree was growing, its branches brimming with vibrant green leaves. The fire keepers had succeeded in repairing the ancient vessel after all, it seemed. It looked elegant and swift, its hull devoid of the cracks and breaches that had marred its surface before. A patchwork of replacement boards still stood out on the polished wood, and here and there, the structure of the ship seemed rickety and slapdash, especially near the bow, which had been previously almost destroyed. However, overall, the vessel was a magnificent sight to behold. There was a battery of light memories illuminating the ship, an especially bright one burning at the tip of a long and sharp bowsprit. Human figures could be seen on the deck, moving around in a hurry. Sunny stared at the swiftly approaching ship, stunned by the sight of it. It was hard to believe that this had been the same abomination-infested wreck he knew. Now that the ancient vessel was repaired, it looked almost the same as on the golden coins he had sacrificed to the altar of Noctis. Kai accelerated even more, then slowed down, and landed on the wooden deck smoothly. Feeling a solid surface under his feet, Sunny swayed a little and looked at the fire keepers that surrounded them. Then, he sighed, and fell down, instantly losing consciousness. After the terrible day, no, the terrible month he had, some rest was long overdue. A couple of hours later, Sunny came back to his senses. He was laying near the main mast of the ship, under the branches of the young tree, a soft pillow under his head and a warm blanket covering his body. He still felt terrible, but mostly due to the soul damage Mordred had dealt him, the physical wounds were not bothering him too much anymore. It seemed that while Sunny was out of it, the healer of the fire keepers, Shim, had treated him. I am actually alive. What a miracle. He grimaced and sat up, then stared into the darkness for a bit. The ancient vessel was swiftly flying through the abyss, descending into its depths. Due to that, his body felt nice and weightless. Sunny dismissed the outer layer of the undying chain and studied his chest, where the terrible wound had already closed, be it just barely. Now that he was conscious, he would be able to stitch it up, or at least cover the gash with a bandage, as well as properly take care of the countless smaller injuries on his body. Satisfied with his state, Sunny looked around, noticing Cassie sleeping nearby. Her face was calm and peaceful. He remained still for a few moments, coming to terms with the fact that their harrowing adventure seemed to be over. Of course, in the future, he was going to have to deal with its consequences, and even before that, the second nightmare awaited, perhaps much more terrifying. But at least they were free of the damned Night Temple. What a fiasco. He didn't get to dwell on his frustration for long, however, because a delicious smell suddenly reached his nostrils, and a few moments later, Effie appeared nearby, carrying 2 plates of something that seemed like real, freshly cooked food. Sunny's eyes glistened, and his mouth instantly watered. The huntress grinned and handed him a plate. Here you go, doofus. Welcome aboard. He flashed her a smile, and then attacked the food like a ravenous beast. Effie sat down on the deck and placed the second plate near Cassie, who stirred awake soon after. A few minutes were spent in silence, disturbed only by the sound of energetic chewing. At some point, Kai landed nearby and joined them, an easygoing smile on his face. Finally, Sunny was done with his meal and pushed the plate away. "Hey, Effie. About that marriage proposal of yours. I might have changed my mind." She scoffed. "Pfft. You wish." He chuckled, then glanced into the darkness that surrounded them from all sides. "From the fact that we're descending, I get it that we are going toward the Ebony Tower." Kai nodded. "Yes. We are moving down and toward the tier, as fast as we can. You will have to guide us to the rift in the flames once we reach them. Whatever had happened in the Night Temple, we thought that ascending should take priority. Not to mention that facing the fallout as masters might change everything." Sunny remained silent for a bit, then smiled crookedly. "Good thinking." As soon as he said it, though, his face darkened. Sunny suddenly looked up, and then paled a little. "Get ready. Something is approaching." They hurriedly stood up and summoned their weapons. The fire keepers did the same, staring into the darkness with tense faces. A few moments later, something landed on the deck with a wet thud. Sharp fangs glistened, reflecting the light of the lanterns. It was the head of a giant black wyvern, torn viciously at the neck. Its eyes were glassy and empty, and its tongue hung lifelessly out of the terrifying maw, the red flames that had once burned within it gone. Saint Cormac was dead. The realization sent a shiver through Sunny's body, and a split second later, Sky Tide was suddenly standing above the head of the slain transcendent, her face cold and expressionless. Tyrus looked battered, her graceful armor torn and bloodied. Her golden hair was disheveled, some strands of it painted red. Her presence, however, was unchanged. It was calm and steady. She looked at the four of them, and frowned. Then, her gaze slid lower and focused on the empty plates. "Do you have more food? Bring it. I am famished." As the saint ate, not at all perturbed by the head of the terrifying wyvern staring at her with dead eyes, the rest of them stood awkwardly and waited for her to satiate her hunger. Sunny observed Sky Tide with a somber expression, then glanced at what remained of the fearsome transcendent Cormac. His heart was heavy. Damnation. Being the cause of 100 lost and 2 masters dying, one of them by his own hand, no less, was already bad enough, not to mention that the whereabouts of the sole prisoner of the Night Temple, Prince Mordred, were currently unknown, also as the direct result of Sunny's actions. But causing the demise of a saint was nothing short of an utter disaster. Saints were irreplaceable. In all of humanity, there were just a few dozen. Cormac's death was not going to go unnoticed, or unpunished. Would I even be able to return to the real world? Sky Tide finally finished her meal, then drank some water and glanced at Cassie and him. What exactly happened in the Night Temple? The two of them looked at each other. After a few moments, Sunny spoke, his voice somber. "Everything went wrong from the very start. As soon as we arrived, one of the masters discovered a piece of mirror in my belongings. That shard. I picked it up on Reckoning Island. There was apparently a person imprisoned in the citadel, and he escaped his bindings with the help of the mirror I delivered, somehow." He paused and studied the saint's face, trying to ascertain if she had known what would happen. Tyrus certainly knew of the mirror beast, however, she could not have known that Sunny used to carry the mirror shard the creature had left behind. His attempt to read anything on her face failed, so he was left without an answer. With a sigh, Sunny continued. "The masters destroyed the gateway and sealed the temple. After that, the escaped prisoner slaughtered the lost, and took possession of a master's body. He even stole the knife from the shattered altar. In the end, it was just the 3 of us left alive, and he would have probably killed us, too, but Saint Cormac arrived just in time. You know the rest." Saint Tyrus stared at him for a few moments, then shook her head. "So the prince still lives, how could this be?" She frowned and looked straight at him. "Where is he now?" Sunny shrugged. "That we don't know. Saint Cormac must have destroyed his body, but as to where his soul went, your guess is as good as mine." He is probably hiding in one of the mirror shards, falling into the sky below with the rest of the Night Temple as we speak. Sky Tide remained silent for a while, then sighed. I see. You did well to survive. Don't worry about the rest, there are no witnesses left, and even the citadel itself is gone. I will deal with the fallout, as well as I can. However, it will be good for the two of you to disappear for a while. Proceed to the Seat of Nightmare as you have planned, and challenge it. By the time you return, if you do, the worst part will be over. The situation will be different, too. She rose and glanced into the darkness of the sky below, a somber expression on her face. Now that the Hollow Mountain's anchor is no more, the chained isles will shift and change position. That will cause a mass migration of the nightmare creatures, both those from the surface and those from the dark side. Even some of the corrupted abominations might move to new hunting grounds. I will have my hands full for the foreseeable future, so, we won't see each other again for a long time. Good luck to you. Sunny stared at the beautiful saint, then at the head of the wyvern. He cleared his throat. I am sorry, Lady Sky Tide, but won't you be in trouble? Killing a saint is not something that can be simply forgiven, no matter your status. Right? Tyrus lingered, then shook her head. I will be punished, sure. But not too severely. Do you understand why? Sunny glanced at his friends, who had the same confused expressions. Not really. She sighed. Were 12 saints who swore loyalty to the great clan Valor. One less than those who are sworn to the great clan Song. Now, there are 11, while Song still has 13. With Song Saishan back from the Forgotten Shore, that number will soon increase even further, while Lady Morgan is still too young and lacks the experience to challenge the third nightmare. The balance of power will be broken. Sunny listened to her words attentively. So the great clans are at odds with each other, the two strongest are, at least. Makes sense. Sky Tide frowned, remained silent for a few moments, and then said. With the gap widening so drastically, Valor can't allow to lose me. Or any more of their saints. So, I will be fine, more or less. That is also the reason why you will be, too. He raised an eyebrow. Us? What do we have to do with any of this? Tyrus smiled slightly, looking at him, Cassie, Effie, and Kai. Right now, the four of you are just people who have raw potential. You are valuable, but not irreplaceable. However, should you survive the second nightmare and ascend, you will prove that you have the courage, skill, and determination to realize that potential. You will prove that you can be saints, and thus become precious. When you return, the great clans will not only be unwilling to eliminate you, they'll be fighting for the right to have you. Sunny scowled, connecting that statement with what Master Jet had told him before. His eyes grew bleak. What if we don't want to be had? Sky Tide looked at him for a while, then turned away. Her voice sounded even. Then you are out of luck. With that, she jumped up. A gust of cold wind suddenly enveloped the deck of the flying ship, and a moment later, a massive shadow separated from it and shot upward, soon disappearing into the distance. Sunny, Cassie, Effie, Kai, and the fire keepers were left standing in the darkness alone. After some time, the huntress shifted and sighed heavily. She ate all my food. What a disaster. What a tragedy. The flying ship soared through the darkness, descending deeper and deeper into the empty void. After St. Tyrus had left, nothing much happened for a long time. They were surrounded by nothing, and nothing bothered them. This was the oppressive nothingness that Sunny was familiar with all too well. However, now, things were different. The first time he had fallen into the sky below, he was alone and desperate, without any way to escape and no certainty of what awaited him below. This time, he was surrounded by people, knew where he was going, and that they would be able to turn back at any point, if need be. Not to mention that Sunny had a whole ship to explore, as opposed to plummeting down atop the corpse of a dead devil. The ancient vessel was not giant, but large enough to make their journey rather comfortable. There was an upper deck, the main cargo hold, the lower deck stretching from the bow to the middle point of the ship, the auxiliary cargo holds beneath it, and various compartments near the stern, including living quarters for the crew, 2 separate mess decks, a spacious captain's cabin, several smaller cabins that seemed as though they were meant for either guests or officers, a large war room, and a few service compartments. Currently, there were less than 30 people on board, so there was more than enough space for everyone. In fact, the vessel seemed rather empty and rough around the edges. The members of Cassie's cohort and other fire keepers that joined them to assist in the repairs had done a splendid job of restoring the flying ship's overall integrity, but had had no time to work on its interior. A few essential facilities had been haphazardly outfitted with everything necessary to barely function, but most of the compartments still required a lot of work. There was no furniture of any kind except for some crude tables, chairs, and flimsy hammocks, and most of the vessel looked empty and barebones. It was a far cry from how luxurious it must have been furnished, outfitted, and decorated once, in the ancient past. However, after the hellish month Sunny had spent in the Night Temple, this environment seemed almost like paradise. He had a whole cabin to himself, and the cargo hold was stocked with enough food and water to last them for a few months. The galley was also fully operational, so at least their meals were taken care of. More than that, the flying ship did not wobble constantly up and down like a seafaring one would, and instead swayed gently from time to time, which was sort of calming, and even a bit cozy. It was a strange vessel that moved partially due to sorcery, the sapling of a sacred tree growing around its mast serving as the source of it, and partially due to the wind. The fire keepers seemed more or less capable of operating the sails, be it somewhat tentatively, and used either their aspects or memories akin to Cassie's wooden staff to produce gales that pushed the ship in the right direction. As the result, their descent into the abyss was swift, smooth, and almost relaxing. Sunny spent around a week slowly recuperating from his wounds, restoring his strength, and resting. He slept a lot and ate as much as he could, knowing that the second nightmare was going to test the limits of his endurance. He had to enter it in as good of a shape as he could. He also used that time to think about what had transpired in the Night Temple, analyze everything he had learned about Mordred, and go over each of his thoughts and decisions, trying to learn from his mistakes. The memory of being fooled and manipulated by the Prince of Nothing still haunted him. There was also a lot of new information Sunny had received in that month, information about the awakened of higher ranks, Anvil of Valor, the great clans, the tension between them, and even about his own aspect. The silent shadows that dwelled in his soul's sea were not there just for decoration, after all. He had always suspected that there was a purpose to them, but never had any proof. Well, now, there was proof. Sunny just had no idea what it all meant, and what he was supposed to do with them. No matter what he tried after the battle with Mordred, the shadows refused to react. They just stood in their usual spots, silent and lifeless just like before, as if pretending that nothing had happened. It was almost like he had imagined the whole thing. In the end, Sunny had to accept the fact that the mystery of the shadows was going to remain unsolved, for now. He had learned that his soul had a fearsome defense system against those who would try to possess it. That was something, at least. After the first week, when his injuries healed enough, Sunny started training, slowly conditioning his body for the deadly trial ahead. This was somewhat of a useless process, really, since he would be inhabiting a different vessel entirely inside the nightmare. But training the body helped him put his mind in order, as well. For that reason, Sunny practiced with the same ferocious determination as back in the Dark City. Kai, Effie, and Cassie joined him, too, working on improving their own condition, as well as learning how to work together as a single unit again. It had been a long time since the four of them fought side by side. All of them had grown since then, both in terms of power and experience. They were awakened now, possessed new abilities, and had improved in their understanding of combat, technique, and skill. They needed to find new and better ways of enhancing each other's strengths and shielding each other's weaknesses, as well as cooperating seamlessly to achieve a common goal. Without the guiding hand of Changing Star, it was much harder than they had remembered. None of them was really a natural leader, let alone one as talented and gifted in the art of battle as Nephi's had been, back on the forgotten shore. Only now, faced with her absence, did Sunny understand how hard it actually was to build a powerful, cohesive, and effective cohort. Still, they did their best. A few days before they reached the rift in the divine flames, with the air outside of the flying ship already growing sizzling hot, Sunny woke up and stared into the darkness for a bit, then sighed and went to the galley to find something to eat. The food was tasty, but not very luxurious. And, once again, he failed to meet this day by drinking a cup of coffee, with a lot of sugar, and maybe even real milk, as he had wished to do once, a long time ago, in the cafeteria of the awakened academy before venturing into the dream realm for the first time. Today was the day of the winter solstice. Sunny had turned 19. Last time, he celebrated his birthday in a blood-soaked castle standing in the middle of a cursed city. This time, he was going to celebrate it aboard an ancient ship that flew through a lightless abyss, descending toward an ocean of flames. It is somewhat of an improvement, I guess. Sunny was not going to do anything special on that day, more so because the whole crew was in a bit of a melancholic mood. This was all of theirs first winter solstice after escaping the forgotten shore, so the fire keepers huddled together, remembering their fallen friends and wishing the young sleepers who were going to enter the dream realm come night well. However, Effie and Kai had other plans. It seemed that Cassie had told them that this was his birthday, so the huntress cooked up something special, and the four of them had a comparatively lavish dinner on the smaller mess deck, sharing the tales of what had happened to them in the past year and laughing about this and that. Laughter was much better than sorrow. Especially considering that none of them knew when they would have an opportunity to laugh again. On the next day, the dark void around them was already hot enough to make moving on the upper deck hard. All of them dismissed most of their armor and worked the sails, their bodies glistening with sweat. Everyone worked together to keep the ship afloat and moving in the right direction, divided into two shifts. One would control the vessel, while the other retreated inside to cool off and drink water. Luckily, with the hot air blowing from below, they didn't need all of the sails to achieve their goal, which made things easier. It had taken Sunny almost a month to reach the divine flames before, but the flying ship made the journey faster. Using several aspect abilities and ingenious tools, they were also able to navigate the abyss with a sufficient level of precision, quickly reaching the tier and continuing to descend in a wide spiral. The memory of the golden string of fate was still burned into his mind, so, by knowing where the twisted rock had been located in relation to their position, Sunny was able to guide the ship toward the rift in the ocean of divine flames. By the evening, it was already visible, looking like a tiny black hole in the incinerating tapestry of furious light. However, the rift wasn't really that small. It just appeared so because of the distance. Sunny had almost missed it the first time, flying through the very edge of the rift and being burned by the divine flames. This time around, they were going to keep to the very middle of it, separated from the immolating orbs of white fire by many kilometers of empty space. Hopefully, that would be enough to keep them from dying of heat. The sails were hoisted, and the ship continued to plummet toward the flames, supported only by the sorcerous power of the sacred tree and the ancient enchantments permeating the hull. Sunny was left alone at the helm, the rest of the crew seeking shelter in the main cargo hold, where the air was coolest. He had summoned the undying chain and the memory of fire, augmenting the protective charm with all three of his shadows. As the flying vessel came closer and closer to the rift, the leaves of the young tree rustled above him, and ghostly runes suddenly appeared on the surface of the ancient ship. Slowly, the heat retreated a little. Standing on the upper deck was still hard and uncomfortable, but at least tolerable, especially with the help of his charm. Sunny carefully guided the vessel into the rift, keeping to the very center of it, as far away from the walls of divine fire as he could. It was as though he was guiding the ship through a vertical tunnel that twisted slowly, moving left and right, forward and back. Luckily, descending didn't require a lot of skill from the helmsman. Sunny was barely acquainted with how to steer a boat, let alone a flying one the size of a frigate, so he wouldn't have been able to do much if things went wrong. But they did not. Some time later, the ancient vessel left the rift and submerged into the darkness once again, the skies above burning like a sea of flame. He sent the ship flying toward the island that loomed in the void, not too far away, and let out a relieved sigh. They had made it. They moored the ship to one of the horizontal stone masts protruding from the island, and disembarked. Walking across the obsidian pillar, everyone reached the solid ground and stopped, staring at the somber landscape in front of them in stunned silence. The ebony island was just as the last time Sunny had visited it. It was cut out of dark stone and floated in the endless emptiness, surrounded by drifting slabs of shattered obsidian. A tall and magnificent pagoda stood in its center, built of a flawlessly black, lusterless material that seemed to devour any light that touched it. Here and there on the desolate surface of the island, remains of mysterious structures stood, long turned to ruins. Several obsidian pillars protruded horizontally from its edges, stretching into the empty void like strange wharves. The flying ship floated near one of them, fastened to it by strong chains. Effie stared at the ebony tower, then turned to Sunny, her face uncharacteristically pale. "I can't believe you made it all the way here alone. How did you even survive?" Sunny hesitated, then shrugged. "Barely. And with a bit of luck." With that, he sighed and headed toward the dark tower. Near its doors, it was time for the four of them to say goodbye to the fire keepers. Cassie's cohort, and the rest, were not going to follow them into the nightmare. Some would maybe challenge their own in the future, when they felt ready, but 1 year was really not enough to prepare most of Awakened for this harrowing trial. Instead, the fire keepers were going to remain on the Obsidian Island. Some were going to establish a temporary base there, while others would guide the flying ship back to the sanctuary of Noctis, and then return with more supplies and enough materials to continue working on the vessel itself. In that manner, they would travel between the sky below and the chained isles, awaiting the return of the challengers for as long as needed. The farewell was a bit emotional, at least on the part of the members of Cassie's cohort. She entrusted the command of it to Shim, the healer, and turned away, the silver half-mask obscuring her expression. No one knew if they were going to see each other again. For the survivors of the Forgotten Shore, parting with those who they cared about was nothing new. However, it never became easy. Sunny opened the gates of the ebony tower and guided the others into its dark halls, ascending one level after another. Effie and Kai were looking around, curiosity mixing with fear on their faces. Cassie paled terribly on the second level, where the harrowing rot had once grown from the severed arm of a deity, but did not say anything. The Hall of Runes affected her even worse. Kai and Effie were guided through it by Sunny, their eyes tightly shut, but the blind girl could not do the same. Her keen intuition and enhanced senses, sometimes, were akin to a curse. However, for that very same reason, her mental resilience was also unmatched. She gritted her teeth, and persevered. Finally, they reached the last level, and drowned the stone arch of the portal with divine flame, taking turns feeding their soul essence to the cruel sight. With their combined efforts, activating it did not take as long as when Sunny had tried to do it alone. Soon, they were standing inside a graceful white gazebo, the portal disappearing behind them. In front of them, though, was the tranquil haven of the Ivory Island. Slates of shattered marble floated around it. There was a beautiful meadow near the gazebo, and a peaceful grove of trees, their branches rustling under the gentle wind. Some distance away, connected to the gazebo by a stone path, stood the magnificent pagoda built out of pristine white material that was neither stone nor wood. It was beautiful, graceful, and slightly surreal, as if too sublime to exist in the mortal realm. And around it, the bones of a dead dragon lay, reflecting the radiant light of the sun. They walked past the clear lake and through the jaws of the great beast, finally entering the solemn darkness of the ancient Hall of Chains, where hope had once been bound. Once inside, the four of them froze, suddenly overwhelmed by fatigue. 7 chains lay on the pristine white floor in front of them, each ending in a broken shackle. The shackles were marred and torn, their mangled surface inscribed with a myriad of runes. A strange shimmering rose from their surface in ethereal wisps, coalescing into a chaotic, ever-changing mass of pure darkness that pulsated in the very center of the great hall. But it wasn't darkness, not really. Instead, it was a rift in the fabric of reality, one that could devour even light itself. Hypnotized by the visage of the seed, Sunny felt it, deep in his soul. The magnetic, insidious call of the nightmare. This time, finally, he was going to answer it. Sunny sighed, and then looked at his companions. They had already said everything that needed to be said, discussed everything that could be discussed. There was no reason to linger. Are you ready? Effie, Kai, and Cassie remained silent for a while, staring at the pulsating darkness. Their faces were pale and vulnerable, devoid of the usual masks of confidence. Finally, the blind girl whispered. What are we waiting for? It is just the second nightmare. Sunny smiled, then suddenly laughed. Indeed. With that, he gripped her shoulder for a moment, and then stepped forward, heading toward the pulsating rift in reality. With each step, the world seemed to dim a little, turning darker and darker. Effie, Kai, and Cassie followed. A few moments later, they were gone. The Hall of Chains was gone, too. Sunny found himself standing alone in complete darkness, surrounded by utter nothingness. In this nothingness, he heard the voice of the spell. Awakened. Prepare for your second trial. He smiled darkly. Just like the first one, well, let's see where I land this time. I doubt that it can be any worse than before. The voice of the spell thundered again, making him shiver. 5 brave ones, welcome to the nightmare. The darkness moved, turning into something else, something different. Sunny, however, was not paying attention. Wait, 5? Did it say 5? Who's the 5th one? What? He didn't get to finish that thought, though. His vision cleared, revealing. Sunny dreamt of boundless blue skies. Beneath them, a patchwork of islands floated in the air, laid on the backdrop of velvety darkness like a beautiful mosaic. Some islands were verdant and green, some were desolate and empty, and some were covered by ancient ruins, the weathered stones overgrown by moss. All of them were bound by colossal iron chains that rattled loudly as the islands rose and fell, hovering above the abyss, a scattering of pale stars shining somewhere far, far below them. In the center of the mosaic, an ugly wound gaped, a vast tear in space where nothing but emptiness remained. A lone island soared above that tear, 7 torn chains hanging from its slopes, a beautiful white pagoda standing on its surface in a mantle of clouds. Suddenly, the sun rolled backward, soon disappearing behind the eastern horizon. The skies darkened, and then were illuminated again as a radiant moon streaked across them, swift enough to turn into a blurry trail of light. A moment later, it was day again, and then, it was night once more. The skies grew torn between light and darkness, time flowing in reverse with terrible speed. Sunny watched as the islands beneath him slowly changed their shapes, as ruins rose from the ground and assembled into unwavering structures, as the stars burning in the abyss grew brighter and brighter, new ones igniting each moment, until the whole void was suffused with a furious white light. One after another, fallen islands rose from that annihilating light, the chains that had tethered them to the rest of the mosaic repairing themselves. Soon, the tear in its center was no more, and instead, a vast ashen wasteland of scorched isles appeared in its place. The ivory tower descended from high above, taking its place at the very heart of the wasteland. An instant later, the ashes were no more, revealing a breathtaking aerial city that sprawled across dozens of islands, all of them connected to each other by arching bridges and overflowing aqueducts built out of pristine white stone, with vibrant flags fluttering in the wind and sparkling waterfalls flowing into the abyss below. Slowly, Sunny's gaze was pulled west, toward the very edge of the chained isles. There, one of the great chains anchored them to the lands beyond, and a mighty fortress stood at the precipice, similar to the other border strongholds he had seen before. The island next to it resembled a vast stone bowl, with rows of seats cut into its weathered white slopes and a circular arena laying at its bottom, painted dull red. And even further than that was an island with a strange river that flowed endlessly through it, forming a circle around an ancient statue of a beautiful woman wielding a spear in one hand, and gripping a beating human heart in the other, her nakedness covered only by a beast hide tied around her thighs, her face lost in the shadows. That was the island where Sunny found himself. And of course, he was thrown straight into the damn river. God damn it. Why does this keep happening to me? Sunny was so angry that he didn't even feel any panic, unlike the previous 2 times the spell had decided to give him a cold and wet welcome, first on the Forgotten Shore, then at the sanctuary of Noctis. This time, at least, he had an idea of where he was, and in which direction to swim if he wanted to reach the surface. Sunny strained his muscles to struggle against the strong current. And finally realized that something was terribly, terribly wrong. His body refused to listen, or rather, it did, but in a way that made no sense at all. His limbs didn't move as he willed them to, and instead of swimming, he simply thrashed around, submerging deeper and deeper into the cold, dark water. His senses were all messed up, too, so he couldn't even understand what had gone wrong. What the hell? Now, Sunny finally was starting to panic a little. This went way beyond what he had experienced in the first nightmare. Back then, the body given to him by the spell had felt almost the same as his own. This time, however, it was way too unfamiliar. Was this what Master Jet had warned him about? Sunny tried to keep calm and swim ashore, but moving through water, especially with such a strong current, was not an easy task. It required a lot of coordination and a fair bit of balance, which he simply lacked right now. No matter what he tried to do, his efforts only made things worse. He fell deeper and deeper into the river, drowning slowly. His lungs were already starting to burn from the lack of oxygen. They also felt as weird as the rest of him. His vision was already darkening. Sunny gritted his teeth, which suddenly sent a wave of pain through his mouth and jaw, and then stopped struggling, letting the current pull him down. Then, he concentrated on his shadow sense, and, as soon as his body struck the rocky bottom of the river, stepped through the shadows to appear near the stone statue. Sunny fell into the grass. Coughing violently, he tried to suck in a breath of fresh air, only to find out that even that was a struggle. His lungs were refusing to work as they were supposed to, and even though he managed to inhale, it was still not enough to chase the sensation of suffocating away. What is going on, damn it? Sunny sprawled on the ground and closed his eyes, cutting off all of his senses to concentrate on trying to take control of the mess of his new body. Don't think. Thinking will only make things worse. This thing has to have instincts, you now have them, too. He cleared his mind of any thoughts about breathing and oxygen, and soon, his instincts did, indeed, take over. It was like the story of a centipede that was asked how it walked, and fell down, unable to move. As soon as Sunny stopped thinking about inhaling, his body did so on its own. Suddenly, his lungs were full of sweet air, and he was strong and vigorous once more. Oh, thank gods! Sunny did not move for a few moments, breathing deeply, and then tried to understand what type of a vessel, exactly, had the spell chosen for him. Before he could, however, a beautiful voice suddenly sounded above him, full of curiosity and amusement. What a strange thing you are. Sunny opened his eyes and struggled to rise to his feet, turning his head swiftly in the direction of the speaker. When he did, he froze. In front of him, kneeling near the statue, was perhaps the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. She had soft skin and a delicate, exquisite face, her chestnut hair streaming down her shoulders like lustrous silk. Her eyes were suffused with light and shone gently, like 2 silver stars. Sunny had seen a lot of stunning beauties in his lifetime, but no one could even remotely compare to the quiet, breathtaking grace of this stranger. Just one look at her made his heart race, and his face flush. She was more like a fairy than a mere mortal. And, maybe, she was. The beautiful woman was wearing a simple red tunic that left her shoulders bare, and wielded no weapons. Despite that, her presence was vast and permeated the whole island. It was as though the blades of grass bent slightly to be closer to her, the rays of sunshine changed their path to caress her skin. As if she didn't exist in the world, but instead, the world existed around her. And something about her felt strangely familiar. Sunny opened his mouth, stunned, and said, Greetings. Or at least, he tried to. However, what came out of his mouth instead was a hoarse, bestial growl. What the? He tried to speak again, and once more, his mouth produced a low, threatening snarl. The woman frowned. One of Shadow God's creatures, how curious. I didn't know that there were any of you left here, in the Kingdom of Hope. Sunny stared at her, dumbfounded. Then, he lowered his eyes and finally looked at himself. Oh, crap. Well, at least one of his desires had come true. Sunny wasn't short anymore. In fact, he was at least 2 meters tall. The problem, however, was that he wasn't a human. His skin was light gray, the color of stone. His legs were long and digitigrade, bending backward and ending with powerful, sharp claws. He had 4 arms, each longer and stronger than that of a human, and a long twisting tail. His face was like that of a demon, with sharp features and a mouth full of terrifying fangs. 2 curved horns were growing from his forehead, and his hair was long, black, and coarse. His eyes were fully black, with no irises and 2 vertical, furious pupils. What's worse, Sunny didn't seem to possess the vocal cords of a human. He couldn't speak. Oh, crap. The beautiful woman looked at him, and smiled. Her smile was dazzling and breathtaking, but made Sunny feel cold and scared, for some reason. You shouldn't have invaded my lands, little creature. But don't worry. I will gift you a death most glorious. This, I promise before the gods. She rose, standing tall in front of the ancient statue. After all, Solvain, am nothing if not merciful. Slow down there, lady. Sunny tried to take a step back, but ended up staggering and almost falling down. Somehow, he managed to keep his balance, crouching as his talons dug into the ground. His 4 arms rose, sharp claws aimed at Solvain. All that talk of glory and death made him very, very tense. Solvain, wait. Solvain. A low growl escaped from Sunny's mouth as he realized who was standing in front of him. So this beautiful, graceful woman, she was the ghastly living corpse he had destroyed in the cargo hold of the crashed ship? Or rather, would be. He had traveled into the past of the Chained Isles, after all, or at least an illusory reenactment of it. It made sense that Solvain had not succumbed to her harrowing fate. Yet. Sunny shivered, remembering the silent pleading and boundless torment in the empty eyes of the Wormvine's host. How could those terrible eyes be the same as the radiant ones looking at him right now? Suddenly, he was overwhelmed by pity, compassion, and sorrow. And fear. Because if he was right and this was really the same Solvain, then this dazzling stranger who had just promised to gift him a glorious death, was a saint. And a saint promising to kill him was not something Sunny had ever wanted to hear. He peered beneath the surface of Solvain's lovely figure, and saw a single sphere of light burning brightly in her chest, so radiant as to appear almost blinding. Her soul core, the soul core of a transcendent. His vertical pupils narrowed, a single thought ringing in his mind. Run. Sunny felt that his body was much more powerful than his own, inhumanly so, but without knowing how to properly control it, outrunning a saint was out of the question. If it had ever been. So, his only hope was Shadow Step. He already started to fall into the shadows when a beautiful silhouette suddenly appeared near, a graceful hand falling from above to grasp one of his arms into an iron grip. If not for bone weave, his wrist would have shattered like glass. The hold of a saint was as inevitable and inescapable as death. Sunny couldn't escape into the shadows anymore, and summoning any memory would have taken too long to be of any use. All except for one. A ghostly stiletto suddenly appeared in his trapped hand and awkwardly shot upward, leaving a thin scratch on Solvain's perfectly smooth, silky skin. She glanced at the scratch, which was slowly welling with blood, a single crimson drop falling on the verdant grass. Her luminous eyes glistened. Is this fate, then? A sacrifice of blood was made, on the altar of war. Little shadow spawn, how special you are. Ah, so be it. With that, she smiled radiantly. In the next moment, her other hand moved forward, and before Sunny could even feel fear, the world exploded with pain, and then turned utterly dark. Shadows, shadows. Sunny was surrounded by shadows. Some were close to him, and some were far. Some were small, and some were large. Some moved, and some were still. He was one of the shadows, too. No, not one. A swarm of them. A legion of shadows, all hidden in one vast and lightless soul. Silent and tranquil, free of all burdens. Free of all desires, free of reason and will. For now. Ugh, my head hurts. Slowly, Sunny regained his senses. The first thing he felt was pain, and then, the steady beating of his hearts. Hearts. Yes, apparently, he had two now. As well as 4 lungs. His body was heavy and unfamiliar, too large, too cumbersome, and too strange. Something hard and cold was pressed against it, making him feel a dull pain in his limbs. His head ached, too, as if he had been struck on it hard enough to shatter a weaker skull. Well, he had been. Had he not? The breathtaking beauty, Solvane, hit him. She killed him. Damnation, why am I still in pain if I am dead? What nonsense is this? Full of outrage, Sunny tried to chase the pain away. But it remained. Why wouldn't it disappear? It wasn't supposed to torment him still. Unless, he wasn't dead. And the saint had not, in fact, killed him with one strike. Sunny hissed, and opened his eyes. What he saw made him stare for a few moments, and then laugh. Or rather, he wanted to laugh, but what came out of his mouth instead was a chilling, deeply disturbing, uneven wail. Oh, gods, this is just too on the nose, really. Come on. Sunny was so amused because the hard and cold things pressed painfully against his body, were the sturdy bars of an iron cage. He was in a cage again, and there was a steel collar wrapped around his neck. Sunny was, once again, turned into a slave. Hey, spell. Is this funny to you? Are you happy with yourself, you wretch? His new cage was way smaller than his previous one in the Night Temple. In fact, it was barely large enough to fit his lanky body with all its limbs, claws, and horns. The cage was hung from the ceiling by a rusty chain, and his every move caused it to sway lightly, the bars digging painfully into his flesh. Sunny growled angrily and looked around, trying to make sense of his previous sensations. What were all the other shadows he had felt close by? Crap. All around him were rows of hanging cages of different sizes, and each of them imprisoned a creature of some sort. There were monstrous wolves, stone gargoyles, giant slithering worms, bulging mounds of flesh with gaping circular maws, and all kinds of abominations, some of which he had seen and fought before, and some that he had never even heard of. There were closed metal boxes that produced the sound of hundreds of small feet rustling against their surface, and cages large enough to fit a chain worm. In fact, there was a chain worm trapped in one not too far away from Sunny. There were even cages that contained humans. Sunny stared at this dungeon of horrors for a bit, and shivered. What the hell is this place? Sunny stared at the menagerie of monsters for a bit, getting used to the fact that his eyesight was different now, too. His eyes seemed to be much keener and were naturally able to see in utter darkness, as opposed to being gifted this trait by his aspect, but had trouble differentiating colors. The world was basically black and white, or rather consisted of various shades of gray, similar to how he used to see the world through shadows. His sense of smell was also enhanced, overloading his mind with an avalanche of new information. It was hard to concentrate on any one thing, let alone make sense of all this mess. Ah, who cares? Let's just get out of here. Just like in the Night Temple, the cage limited his shadow sense. However, this one did not sap him of shadow essence, which was a pleasant surprise. Sunny's joy was short-lived, however. As soon as he tried to shadow step away, he realized that he couldn't teleport through the iron bars. What's more, even his shadows couldn't slide through them, as though there was an invisible barrier blocking their way. Sunny gritted his teeth, and felt a sharp pain as his fangs sunk into the soft flesh inside his mouth. He tried to curse, and produced a furious growl instead. After that, he simply remained motionless for a bit, staring at the other prisoners of the dungeon with gloomy resentment. Curse it all. Finally, he shook his head and awkwardly knelt at the bottom of the cage, grasping the iron bars with all four of his hands. Moving twice the amount he had possessed previously was a bit of a challenge, but he did manage after a couple of attempts. Fine. There are other methods. I'll melt this whole damned cage, if necessary. He stretched one hand through the bars, and summoned the cruel sight. And then, nothing happened. The only thing that changed was that his steel collar turned a little colder for a moment. Sunny frowned, his black eyes growing even darker, then tried again. The somber weapon did not appear. There was no tenebrous mist shrouding his hand, and no feeling of a small portion of his shadow essence disappearing to grant the memory a physical shape. Feeling unease, Sunny lingered for a second, and then tried to summon the midnight shard. Once more, his collar grew colder for a moment, and nothing happened. What is going on? One after another, Sunny tried to manifest all of his memories, to the same result. His memories refused to appear, and not even a single spark of ethereal light ignited in the darkness of the dungeon. It was almost, as if they were all gone. Stolen. Even Weaver's mask. Panicking, he hurriedly summoned the runes, hoping to see that he was wrong, that the list of his memories did not turn empty. No. But the familiar shimmering runes did not appear. There was nothing in the air in front of him, just cold and dark emptiness. Wait, what? Sunny called the runes forth again and again, but they were inexplicably gone. His collar was now as cold as ice. Can't be. It was almost as if he was completely cut off from the spell. When the realization hit him, Sunny leaned heavily on the bars of the cage and remained motionless for a while, utterly stunned. What kind of a nightmare was that? How was it even possible to lose connection to the spell? Spell. It was the spell, damn it. The terrifying, almighty spell. Who could snatch and awaken away from it? He wasn't even able to enter his soul sea. The scale and scope of this tectonic change simply failed to fit into his mind. Sunny had spent so long living with the spell that he almost didn't remember what existing without it felt like. It was as though an integral part of his being was suddenly taken away, leaving him hollow and incomplete. I don't understand. He was still trying to cope with this new reality when heavy footsteps suddenly resounded in the ghastly dungeon. Raising his head, Sunny saw a giant of a man walking between the hanging cages, his powerful figure radiating a sense of vast, solemn strength. The man was wearing a worn leather armor and a tattered red robe, its edges frayed and torn. On his back, a barbarous curved blade hung, wide and heavy enough to split any abomination in half, and on his belt, heavy chains rattled with each step. The giant's face was hidden beneath a hood, but Sunny didn't need to see it to know that he was looking at an Ascended. And that Ascended was walking straight to his cage. Now is my chance. But, to do what, exactly? Sunny was not accustomed to his new monstrous body, and was devoid of the ability to summon memories. He was unarmed and defenseless. He didn't even know if his aspect still worked. What was he supposed to do? Try to fight a master with his bare fists, claws, or whatever, or wait and see what happens? In the end, the cautious part of his mind won. Sunny silently stared as the man in the red robe approached the cage, glanced at him, and then somehow made the iron bars disappear without a trace. One moment they were there, and the next, they were gone, throwing Sunny to the ground. The giant cruelly slammed his massive fist into Sunny's head, and before he had a chance to shrug off the disorientation, a thick chain was already fastened to his collar. Then, Sunny was dragged somewhere, sliding across the dirty floor as the collar dug painfully into his neck. Not too long after that, bright sunlight suddenly blinded him. A sharp pain pierced his black eyes, and a moment later, Sunny was thrown ruthlessly to the ground, landing on it in a graceless heap. Still unable to see, he felt the chain being removed from his collar. Slowly, his eyes adjusted to the light, and even though his vision was not as good as it had been in the darkness, Sunny was able to see that he was sprawled on the stone floor of a circular arena. All around him, rows of seats rose, cut from pristine white stone to form a vast amphitheater. The theater was not crowded, and yet there were a lot of humans seated in it, looking down at him with joy and excitement. They were dressed in simple tunics and other kinds of archaic garments, most of them of some shade of red. The arena itself was not white like the rest of the amphitheater, instead, it was dull red, too. Or rather, it might have been pristine once, but now, its stone surface had absorbed too much blood and changed color. Sunny looked up and saw another monster being led off its chain some distance away. A cold shiver ran down his spine. Yes, he was a slave again. But it seemed that, this time, fate had made him a very different kind of slave. Wait, don't tell me. As the crowd of spectators cheered, the other monster roared, spun around, and fixed its bloodthirsty eyes on Sunny. It's a damned Colosseum. There were wooden fences built throughout the arena, partitioning it into many small enclosures, each connected to a next one by a rusty iron gate. Currently, Sunny was at the very edge of the Colosseum, with one of its stone walls behind him. 3 sturdy fences formed the rest of the killing box, sharp spikes mounted on them to prevent the combatants from trying to escape. And that was unmistakably where he found himself, a Colosseum. A theater of death where slaves fought each other for the entertainment of the crowd, unless they wanted to be slaughtered by the other gladiators or their own masters. Granted, this one was rather strange. For one thing, the slaves were predominantly wild beasts and monsters of all kinds, as opposed to captured humans. The crowd was behaving weirdly, too. After his experience in the dreamscape, Sunny expected to see the spectators overwhelmed by bloodthirst and dark, cruel fascination. Instead, these people seemed to be joyful and proud, almost solemn. It was as though they were genuinely happy for the gladiators, even a little bit jealous. The crowd was undulating and shifting, singing one word over and over again. Glory! 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 Their voices merged into an echoing, thunderous roar. What the hell is wrong with these bastards? Sadly, Sunny didn't have a lot of time to think about the weirdness of the audience. He had bigger problems on his plate. Right in front of him, another creature was let go of the chain, its powerful body covered in dirty brown fur. For mighty paws, a long muzzle with terrifying fangs, and 6 eyes burning with madness, it was very similar to the dread wolves he had fought at the island covered by strange, twisted trees. And it wasn't alone. 2 more beasts appeared from behind the first one, falling low to the ground as guttural growls escaped from their maws. Damnation! Sunny shifted his gaze, trying to discern the rank and class of the murderous beasts. They seemed a lot smaller than the fallen monster he had killed before, at least, simply the size of a bull instead of a full cargo vehicle. His newfound ability to peer into the souls of living things and see their soul cores was going to come in handy. However, what he saw beneath their tough hides left him confused. Instead of spheres of radiant light, the creatures had hideous masses of swirling darkness at the center of their beings, veins of it spreading throughout their souls like cancerous growths. In the depths of that darkness, something unclear seemed to be moving, as if trying to break free. The sight of it was both frightening and repulsive. It reminded him, somewhat, of the harrowing rot he had witnessed in the Ebony Tower, growing from the severed arm of Weaver. So this is what soul cores of nightmare creatures look like. Sonny had no idea how to judge the rank of such cores, since he only knew to measure the usual ones by their size and luminosity. The growths of darkness in the dread wolves seemed to have 2 swirling nodes each, which at least told him that they were mere monsters. Not that it helped him very much. How was he supposed to fight against 3 monsters while barely being able to stand upright in this new, unfamiliar body? Curse it. He was also not at all happy with the fact that this gaunt and powerful body was standing more than 2 meters tall, devoid of any fat, and stark naked, with all his stuff hanging loose for everyone to see. Or bite off. Plus, there were a lot of women in the crowd. Hiding his discomfort, Sonny stared at the wolves, his black eyes full of menacing resentment. His lips parted, revealing sharp fangs that were in no way inferior to that of the monstrous beasts. A low growl escaped from his mouth. "Come on, look how big and scary I am. You wouldn't want to fight a scary demon like me, would you? One would have to be insane to attack such a monstrosity." Sadly, this was exactly what nightmare creatures were. Insane. The wolves lunged forward, madness burning in their bloodshot eyes. Their maws opened, foam glistening on jagged fangs. The crowd roared. Damn it all. Sonny commanded the shadows to wrap themselves around his body, which suddenly turned black and lusterless, as though cut from obsidian. Thankfully, at least that part of his aspect still worked. Almost instantly, his might quadrupled, and so did his speed. He dashed through the darkness and appeared from the shadow of one of the wolves, his 4 hands shooting forward to grab the beast, sharp claws sinking into the soft flesh. Sonny was still struggling to control his body, and for that reason, his movements were much slower and messier than they could have been. But, embraced by the 3 shadows, he simply used brute power to overcome that disadvantage. Raising the massive monster above his head, he hissed and pulled with all his might. Lean muscles moved like steel cables under his onyx skin, and in the next moment, a river of blood flowed onto his horned head from above as the body of the wolf was mercilessly torn apart. The crowd went wild, their voices growing loud and triumphant, at least of those spectators who were close to his enclosed box. What are you screaming for, idiots?" Sonny was more than a little startled by the violent strength of his new body. It was much more powerful than his human one, however, it was also much taller, and his center of gravity was much further from the ground. For that reason, Sonny miscalculated his posture completely, lost his balance, and toppled over as soon as the dread wolf's body lost its integrity. He crashed onto the bloodied stones, instinctively raising 2 of his 4 hands to cover his throat. Almost instantly, one of the remaining 2 monsters was upon him, its maw opening wide before closing around his neck like a crushing bear trap. Luckily, Sonny's arms were already in the way, so instead of tearing his throat open, the wolf only managed to bite into them, sharp fangs burrowing through tough skin, piercing flesh, and scraping against bone. Overwhelmed by the explosion of terrible pain and the sudden fall, Sonny momentarily forgot how to control his limbs and operate the shadow demon's body. The second wolf jumped on him, tearing his abdomen with long claws. Arg! Not good, this was not good. He was pinned to the ground, defenseless, seconds away from being disemboweled and having his head torn off. And he couldn't even remember how many hands he had, and what to do with them. Sonny shuddered, then opened his mouth and roared. His bestial scream washed over the wolves, momentarily stunning them. Then, he moved his 2 upper hands, grasping the first wolf by the jaws, and simultaneously threw his lower arms around the second one. Twisting his body, Sonny threw the monster digging into his abdomen off and pinned it to the stones, at the same time pushing the maw away from his neck. Growling menacingly, he pulled the jaws of one of the monsters apart, while crushing the other in a devastating embrace. The 3 of them struggled furiously for a few moments, more and more gashes and lacerations accumulating on Sonny's body. The pain flooded his mind, clearing it of all unnecessary thoughts. All that remained was a cold and murderous will to kill. He strained the muscles of his demonic body to the limit, and finally felt the spine of one of the wolves snap in his embrace, and at the same time, the lower jaw of the other one separate from its skull. A pitiful wail assaulted his ears, and he threw the paralyzed monster away, ripping the other's jaw off entirely. Both wolves fell to the ground, while Sunny was finally able to rise. His fists came down like sledgehammers, crushing the skulls of the abominations into paste. The massive bodies of the nightmare creatures shuddered, and then grew still. Sunny was left kneeling, his chest rising and falling heavily. His naked body was covered in deep lacerations and blood, most of it not his own. His eyes were as black as the bottomless abyss of the sky below, and his 4 hands hung low, claws marred with strands of brown fur, bone dust, and disgusting grayish-red sludge. The crowd cheered loudly, more spectators starting to pay attention to his box with disturbingly joyful and sincerely pleased expressions on their faces. Sunny sucked in the air into his 4 lungs, his 2 hearts beating wildly, and slowly rose to his feet. He scowled, painfully aware of the absence of the familiar voice announcing his kills. The spell was silent. Now what? As though to answer his question, a rattling of chains resounded from somewhere up ahead. And then, the rusty iron gate in the front fence of the box rose, opening a path to a new one, this one closer to the center of the arena and permeated with the smell of death even more. Sunny stared at the newly opened path with a bleak expression, then let out a low growl and walked toward it, now acquainted with his towering body a little bit better. Damned Solvane, that witch! I am going to kill her again, I mean. Anyway, she's going to answer for everything before the nightmare is over, this, I promise before the gods. Radiating a menacing aura of anger and resentment, Sunny passed beneath the rusted gates and entered the second box. As Sunny was walking toward the next enclosure, he had a few seconds to think. The first thing he realized was that, despite the fact that the spell remained silent, he had in fact received the shadow fragments from the 3 dread wolves. The feeling of his cores, and thus body, growing a tiny bit stronger was there, even though it was hard to sense the minuscule change in all the chaos. Strange, this is all so strange. His connection to the spell seemed to be gone, cut by the steel collar on his neck, and yet not all of his powers disappeared. Sunny couldn't access his soul see and summon memories or runes, but he still possessed the ability to absorb fragments. He was also able to command his shadows to augment his body, as well as use shadow step. Even though its range seemed to be limited by the walls of the arena. What did it all mean? Well, from the look of it, while the spell was gone, his aspect remained. There was a lot of meaning hidden in this simple fact, but Sunny had no time to unpack it. What else was his aspect capable of? Walking under the rusty gate, Sunny hesitated for a split second, and then summoned the Soul Serpent. A moment later, almost unnoticeable on his obsidian skin, an intricate tattoo of a coiling serpent appeared, wrapped around his arms and torso. When Sunny sent shadow essence coursing through it, the coils shone with dark radiance, revealing themselves for everyone to see. His lips moved, revealing powerful fangs in a frightening grin. So you are here as well, buddy. What did it mean? It meant that Sunny didn't have to fight unarmed anymore. It also meant that Saint was with him, as well. He might not have been the most deadly of creatures at the moment, still unaccustomed to this new lumbering body. But the two of them? Together, Sunny and Saint were a duo most fearsome. Full of new confidence, he entered the second killing box, sending his shadow sense forward to encompass it. What he saw there made him squint a little. There was already a battle going on in the enclosure, a pair of humans desperately trying to fight off a swarm of small, swift lizard-like creatures. Both of them wore white tunics, the younger one unarmed, while the older one had a simple sword in his hands and a leather cuirass protecting his torso. There were several human corpses laying on the ground, terribly disfigured by the sharp claws and triangular fangs of the abominations, with their once white clothes soaked in blood. Sunny shifted his gaze and saw the vile darkness spreading through the souls of the lizard-like gremlins. From the look of it, they were all awakened, the same as the wolves he had fought. Sunny measured the strength of the monsters during the battle and judged their rank to be the same as his. The younger man was an awakened, as well, with a single radiant soul core, while the older one had none at all. He was a mundane human. As Sunny watched, the older warrior was finally overwhelmed and fell to the ground, the gremlins easily tearing through his cuirass and sinking their claws and teeth into the soft flesh beneath. The young man screamed and dashed to help him, but it was already too late. Even though the awakened youth managed to kill several beasts with his fists and push the others away, his partner was already mortally wounded. He shuddered, a river of blood flowing from a ghastly gash in his neck, and weakly pushed the hilt of the sword into the younger man's hands. The crowd went wild, happily chanting the same damned word. Glory! 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 The last surviving human raised his head, pain and sorrow mixing with hatred in his light blue eyes. He didn't get to dwell on his loss for long, though, because the remaining gremlins were already rushing to tear him apart. Some, however, found a new target. Sunny grunted and tried to control his body as precisely as possible. He didn't command the soul serpent to assume the form of a weapon or summon saint yet, preferring to keep his cards hidden, for now. The lizard-like abominations did not seem too dangerous, anyway. At least not with their remaining numbers and their attention split between two targets. Curses. The four-armed demon's gaunt body was too tall, heavy, and unwieldy. Every motion required more effort, and was slower than he was used to. Even though there was inhuman strength in the shadow creature's steel muscles, which was supposed to translate into explosive speed, dragging so much mass around was still different from operating a small and slim human body he had possessed before. Who would have thought that I would miss being short one day? Four gremlins jumped at Sunny at the same time, more of them lagging a second behind. Their narrow eyes shone with rabid bloodlust, and their jagged claws were aimed at his flesh, lusting to rip it apart. Wrapped in shadows, with the coils of the soul serpent shining darkly on his skin, Sunny took a step forward and caught all four creatures from the air, then slammed their skulls against each other, crushing them. Even though he was having trouble controlling his new body, how could these beasts ever hope to survive a battle against a demon? And a very special one, at that. Sunny bared his teeth and lunged forward, a low growl escaping from his mouth. His four arms moved, crushing flesh and bone. Several beasts managed to slip past his assault and sink their claws into his thighs, one even trying to bite off a big chunk of flesh. Sunny hissed from pain and crouched, using his claws to rip four more gremlins apart. There was no free hand to finish off the last one, so he simply bit off its arm with his sharp fangs, feeling the bone crunch and the disgusting taste of corrupted blood on his tongue. Arg! I'm going to vomit. Sunny spit a mouthful of fetid, dark blood and silenced the shrieking creature with a bone-shattering backhand slap. Suddenly, the box became deathly silent. He groaned, overwhelmed by pain for a moment. The damned abominations had died rather easily, but not before doing a lot of damage. He might have overestimated his newfound prowess, or underestimated the gremlins due to their small stature and frail frames. The irony. Sunny gritted his teeth, this time careful not to pierce his own lips by doing so, then wiped his face and straightened. Finally, he glanced in the direction of the remaining group of abominations. To his surprise, they were already dead, the young awakened had slaughtered them with the sword, somehow, and was now standing there motionlessly, frozen stiff by fear. The youth was staring at him with a pale face, eyes wide with terror. Then, he took an unsteady step back and whispered. "Oh, oh gods! Lord, protect me against the hideous demons of the night." Sunny looked down at him from his immense height, his cobalt-black body covered in terrible wounds and blood, more streaming from between his sharp fangs. He suppressed the desire to roll his eyes. Hideous. Rude. Sunny glanced down at the young man, then slowly moved toward him. The awakened shuddered and took another involuntary step back, then gritted his teeth and lowered his stance, raising the sword into a proper defense position. "Lord, shine thine light upon me. Let my soul burn unextinguished, as the sun can never be extinguished." Ha! I've seen suns fade away and disappear before. Never say never, fool. Sunny listened to the strange prayer and allowed one of his shadows to slide off his menacing body, flowing to the ground like a dark veil. After that, he hissed from pain and stopped near a mangled human corpse. He stared at the trembling youth for a few moments and then bent down, stretching his hands toward the body. The young man flinched and fell silent, then shouted. "Get your vile hands away from him, demon." Sonny ignored the awakened and used his claws to rip the white tunic off the corpse. Then, he straightened and glanced at it with displeasure, his black eyes narrowing. This one was not too dirted by blood, but sadly, its previous owner was of a normal size for a human. As such, the tunic was way too small for Sonny's new towering body. He snarled, and then tried to tie the tunic around his waist like a makeshift loincloth. There was a big problem, though: his tail. Sonny froze, somewhat confused about what to do. Then, he awkwardly tore a hole in the tunic and made another attempt, this one, thankfully, successful. With his nakedness finally covered, he instantly felt better and turned his attention back to the trembling youth. The young man was staring at him with wide eyes, periodically glancing at the unceremoniously disrobed corpse at his feet. Finally, he opened his mouth. You barbarous beast. Have you no shame?" Sonny grinned, revealing 2 rows of sharp fangs and 4 long, terrifying canines. In the next moment, though, his smile dimmed, because there was suddenly a familiar pressure rising in his mind. So, his flaw remained, as well. Damn it. He hesitated, then slowly shook his head. Instantly, the pressure disappeared. Figures. I can't escape the damned curse even if when I'm mute. How is this even fair? The awakened blinked. No, of course not. Why would a demon know shame? Wait. You can understand me. With the spell gone, its magical ability to translate any language in the nightmare was gone, too. However, Sonny found himself able to discern what the young man was saying, as well as the only word the spectators seemed to know, even if it demanded some effort. The language they spoke was not exactly the same as the ones he had learned before, first in the academy and later during his travels in the dream realm, but similar enough to make out some of the words. He was able to deduce the rest. Sonny stared at the youth from above, then nodded darkly. The young man blinked. Wait, you are not one of the corrupted, then? What kind of a creature are you? Sonny scowled. The word meant something that was tainted, infected, changed, and perverted, a being cursed with some form of corruption. But what exactly was the awakened asking? Was he referring to the nightmare creatures, perhaps? He hesitated, then shook his head again, and pointed to the coils of the soul serpent glistening on his skin. The youth frowned, confused. A snake, a serpent? Can that demon be Shadow's kin? No wonder the warriors hunted him down, then. Their god and Shadow are old enemies. Is he talking to me? Or to himself? Sonny lingered for a moment, then took a step forward. The awakened flinched, torn away from his pondering, and raised his sword higher. Stay away, demon, or I will. He felt silent when the gaunt, towering monstrosity walked past him with absolute indifference. Sonny wasn't going to fight the youth, unless the fool chose to attack first, of course. Made into a gladiator or not, he was not going to play the part of an obedient slave. He had no qualms with killing humans, but not to satisfy anyone's thirst for entertainment, especially not of anyone wishing to be his owner. They would have to come down in person if they wanted to force him. He studied the dead humans. Men, women, young and old, the only thing in common they had was the color of their white garments. Some had been unarmed, and some had wielded weapons. The weapons were what he was really interested in. There was a couple laying on the red stones, none of them bearing any enchantments. He picked up a battle axe, glanced at it, and then threw it back to the ground. What was the point of having a mundane weapon? His claws were sharper and far more devastating. Luckily, the young man seemed to have decided against using the sword against him, too. He just stood there, staring at the corpses, a dark and inconsolable expression on his face. The steward of the arena, whoever that was, did not seem to want them to kill each other, as well. With a sound of scraping metal, another rusty gate rose, opening the path to the third box, this one even closer to the center of the Colosseum. Sunny and the young awakened glanced at each other warily. And then walked toward the gate together. Sunny's next cage was larger and more comfortable, well, he at least could stand up straight in it. Not that he was in any mood to do so. In the end, he had been forced to fight his way through 7 killing boxes, the last circular one at the very heart of the Colosseum. In each box, a new nightmare creature, or a group of them, awaited, those abominations who had prevailed in their own battles at the outer circles of the arena. In this way, only the strongest and the most ferocious of the enslaved creatures had a chance to reach the center. The further they went, the louder the cheers of the spectators became. And on the final stage, their salvation awaited. Kill the final enemy, and get the chance to live another day, only to be forced to go through this meat grinder again, undoubtedly. Collecting more wounds, more kills. More glory. Sunny had received a lot of injuries, as for the glory, he wasn't so sure. Currently, he was sprawled on the bottom of a hanging cage, his body a map of gashes, lacerations, and bruises. Everything hurt, but at least he wasn't bleeding, that was the benefit of losing his chance to receive Shadow God's lineage. He was slowly healing. In the cage next to him, the awakened with light blue eyes sat, an empty and hollow expression on his smooth, youthful face. The young man had somehow managed to survive, as well, but grew quiet and despondent after they were brought back to the dungeon. Sunny didn't blame him. He was a bit desperate, too. Yes, they had survived today, but just barely. And who knew how many such days there were going to be, in the future? Somehow, he had a disturbing feeling that once someone had entered the arena, they never left it alive. Sunny closed his eyes, exhausted. So what if his fate was to die as a slave in this cursed Colosseum? Fate was not something immutable. It was just very, very hard to change. Was he or was he not the heir to the demon of fate? If anyone could do it, it was him. Caged in the darkness, Sunny had a lot of time to think. All around him, a horde of nightmare creatures waited for their turn to be slaughtered in the blood-soaked arena, a few unfortunate human slaves among them. Here in the nightmarish dungeon, both abominations and people were the same, equal in the face of inevitable death. His thoughts returned to the very start of the trial, to the announcement the spell made. 5 brave ones, someone else had entered the nightmare with them, and Sunny had a good idea who. Mordred, the Prince of Nothing still lived, against all odds, and had found a way to reach his goal. Perhaps his reflection had hidden in the eyes of Saint Cormac, and then slid unnoticed into either Effie's or Kai's. Was one of his friends dead? No, that didn't make sense. If Mordred had devoured one of the souls aboard the ancient flying ship, then someone would have noticed. The Fire Keepers were a close group, and knew each other too well to miss a sudden change in the demeanor of one of them. As for Effie and Kai, if they had fallen victim to Mordred's terrifying ability, then there would have been only 4 souls entering the nightmare. But who was to say that the Prince of Nothing had to invade a soul once his reflection jumped into the person's eyes? Maybe he could just hide in the reflections, biding his time and waiting for an opportunity to find a better vessel. And speaking of vessels, Sunny studied his monstrous body, his black eyes full of a somber apprehension. Why had he been sent into a body of a demon? The spell was supposed to find suitable vessels for the challengers. Had he been made into a hideous abomination because of his 3 shadow cores? After all, it was hard to find a human with a soul worthy of a divine aspect. If so, was Mordred in the body of a terror right now? Hidden in the darkness, Sunny shivered. Yes, this was most likely the case. This fact had the potential to either reveal itself to be a blessing or a curse. In theory, all 5 of them had the same goal, to resolve the conflict of the nightmare and ascend. So, having a terror fight on their side would be a boon, no matter how much resentment Sunny had for the bastard. He also suspected that Mordred wielded the ivory knife, increasing their chances of success even further. But Sunny also remembered what Master Jet had told them, not all of the awakened trying to conquer the trial of the spell had to pursue the same goal. Sometimes, their solutions and ideals clashed, making them enemies. The idea of having Mordred as an enemy in this already insurmountable hell scared him. The Prince of Nothing was maybe the most dangerous opponent he had ever faced. Would Mordred turn on the other 4 humans that had entered the seed? It was impossible to tell. He was not cruel for the sake of cruelty, and was not nearly as insane as everyone seemed to think. His hatred was directed toward Valor, and not them. But at the same time, Sunny could not say that the banished prince was completely of sound mind. Something about him, when Sunny looked Mordred in the eyes, it felt as though something was missing in them. It was a very small difference, but one that made facing the Prince of Nothing strangely unsettling. Mordred was a wild card, one whose actions Sunny simply could not predict. No point in dwelling on it right now. Unless I find a way to escape this morbid place alive, all that awaits me is death, anyway. He shifted and hissed slightly as pain radiated through his body, originating from countless wounds. Sunny thought back to his battle in the arena. Strange, it was all so strange. Some of his powers were gone, but others remained. His aspect seemed to be unaffected, but his connection to the spell was gone. Then, did this mean that an aspect was not a part of the spell, but instead existed outside of it? Trapped in an unbreakable enchanted cage, Sunny scowled. A long, long time ago, back when he had passed the first nightmare and received his aspect, it had felt as though the power was coming from somewhere deep within him, as opposed to from an external source. Was the spell only awakening inherent powers that were locked inside human souls, and not creating them? Wait a minute. Come to think of it. Oro of the Nine had claimed to be an awakened, and while the youth sitting silently in the nearby cage had not said it, he was an awakened, too. But in this ancient past, the gods were still alive, and so were the demons. Their terrible war had not started yet, and Weaver had not disappeared to create something that would spell doom for both the 6 gods and the 6 demons, to create the nightmare spell. If Sunny's suspicions were correct, of course. That meant the nightmare spell had not even existed yet, in this era. But awakened did. As well as nightmare creatures, or the corrupted, as the youth had called them. Sunny's vertical pupils narrowed. Were the nightmare creatures, not created by the nightmare spell, as well? What the hell? The very idea seemed strange and ridiculous. The spell had appeared in the waking world, causing the first nightmare creatures to be made from the bodies of those infected by it, and for the first generation of the awakened to be born. It summoned those awakened into the dream realm, which was populated by the abominations, and pushed them toward seeking out and challenging the seeds of nightmares. Unless a seed was conquered, it eventually opened a path for more monsters to enter reality. The very idea of nightmare creatures, aspects, and awakened was inseparable from the spell. And yet, somehow, it was. What does it all mean? Sunny ground his fangs, overwhelmed by a myriad of thoughts, and a lot of confusion. It seemed as though the very foundation of his worldview had suddenly turned out to be built on shifting sand. He closed his eyes and scowled, feeling a dull headache approaching, then raised 2 hands and rubbed his face, careful not to slice it open with the claws. Suddenly, the cage next to his swayed. The young awakened stood up and grabbed the bars, staring into the darkness. A few moments later, he said hoarsely. "Demon, hey, demon. Wake up. They're coming. Glory. Glory. Glory." Sunny growled, falling to the ground, the heavy body of a stone gargoyle pressing him down, its claws buried in his chest. A dark radiance rose from his skin, the scales of a coiling serpent becoming more visible, and then, one of the forearms of the abomination shattered, pulled apart by his hands. The creature roared, its tail shooting forward like a spear. He had no time to dodge or deflect the blow, so instead, Sunny simply endured the blinding pain of the stone spike piercing his shoulder, and pushed with his feet, straining to jump up. As the result, his horn struck the gargoyle in the chin, impaling it through the skull. Something cold streamed down his face, and, momentarily blinded, Sonny struck the abomination in the chest with all his might, sending the stone Goliath flying back. The gargoyle exploded into a rain of stone shards when its body struck the floor of the arena. Sonny breathed heavily, his torso a mess of torn flesh, and then tiredly searched for the remaining enemy, which was supposed to be fighting the awakened youth, if he was still alive. His second day in the Colosseum had been both easier and more harrowing than the first. It was easier because Sonny was slowly growing accustomed to his new inhuman body. For someone else, this process might have taken longer, but he had always put adaptability and control of his physicality first. Both the flowing battle-style Nephites had taught him and shadow dance were meant to make the practitioner as flexible and versatile as possible, the latter especially being the pinnacle of malleability. So, he had plenty of practice to prepare himself for waking up in the body of an actual demon, ironically. Who would have thought? But this day's battles were also much more lethal. At first, Sonny had thought that his luck was just this bad, but after he and the young awakened had barely survived the first 2 boxes, the youth shared a bit of knowledge that put everything into perspective. Apparently, by surviving the previous day's slaughter and making their way to the center of the arena, the 2 of them earned the privilege of being added to the main herd of gladiators. In other words, everyone, and everything, they faced today had won 7 consecutive fights in the past, as well. This was the cream of the crop of the enslaved combatants, more or less. And the final stage was also going to be different. Damnation. He sensed 2 swift shadows some distance away, then finally saw them. His eyesight wasn't the best in daylight, so Sonny relied on shadow sense more and more. The kid was still alive, wielding a simple sword and a rusty shield that he had picked up in their second fight. He was dancing around the gargoyle, showing a good grasp of combat technique and more than a little bit of talent. The young man was inexperienced, but incredibly talented. His battle prowess was perhaps on par with what Sonny himself had shown on the Forgotten Shore. Or even greater. Not that it was going to help the youth. What was the point of knowing how to wield a sword, when that sword had no chance of piercing the enemy's stone skin? Demon. I can't hold it off much longer. Sonny sighed, then stepped through the shadows, appearing behind the gargoyle in a whirlwind of claws. With a loud roar, he crashed into the towering creature and caught it in a deadly embrace. The steel cables of his muscles moved under the obsidian skin, and with a low growl, Sonny lifted the heavy abomination into the air. Gods, is this how much Saint weighs? Even for his demonic body, the burden of a monster of similar proportions, made entirely out of stone, was almost too much. Almost. Without stopping his lunge, Sonny carried the gargoyle forward like a speeding train, and smashed the creature against the spikes mounted on the wall, impaling it on them. The crowd roared, expressing their joy and admiration of his brutality. Sonny watched as mad light was extinguished in the eyes of the abomination, then took a step back and fell heavily to one knee. Can you shut up for a moment, you bastards? Today, he hated the spectators even more than he had yesterday. The awakened youth was already beside him, staring at the dead gargoyle with a dark expression. Then, he glanced at his sword, and finally at the 4-armed monstrosity near him. Demon, you don't look too well. Sonny looked at him with his black eyes, no recognizable human expression on his strange, bestial face. No way, you noticed. Damn, what a fool. Sonny, indeed, did not look too well. In fact, he looked terrible, with his obsidian skin torn in many places and sliced muscle tissue visible beneath. The most disturbing thing about it was the fact that his mangled flesh was awash with crimson blood, but none of it flowed out of the wounds, as if possessing a will of its own. He had not fared as well as he had thought he would in the battle against the gargoyles, in large part because the monsters had turned out to be much more powerful and swift than the similar creatures he had fought before, in the future. Although Sonny was reluctant to do so, he suspected that he would have to reveal at least one of his 2 hidden cards, the Soul Serpent or Saint, before too long. The youth hesitated for a few moments, then suddenly stepped forward and put his hand on Sonny's torn chest. Sunny hissed, shocked by the unexpected gesture. Don't move, demon. I'm trying to help you. What the hell? Suddenly, the young man's light blue eyes shone with cerulean light, and his curly blonde hair moved, as if brushed by an otherworldly wind. A warm sensation spread from his palm into Sunny's aching body. Slowly, the pain receded, and at the same time, the torn fibers of his flesh started to repair themselves, growing back together. In a dozen seconds or so, miraculously, the terrible wounds on his body had almost closed. The young man, however, paled considerably and stepped back, his breathing fast and rugged. It seemed as though his soul essence was largely drained. Well, I'll be damned. The fool was a healer. Sunny couldn't know whether to laugh or cry. On one hand, awakened healers were incredibly rare, and having one as his only ally was of tremendous benefit. On the other hand, his only ally in the battle arena also turned out to possess an aspect that was absolutely useless in a fight, so there was that, as well. The iron gates rattled, opening the path to the next killing box. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, and then rose to his feet. No, this is good. I can kill anything the slavers throw at us. He just has to keep me alive. He glanced at the pale youth, then nodded curtly and headed toward the gates. Before walking through them, however, he stopped and tore off the long tip of the dead gargoyle's tail, then handed it to the young man. The stone spike of an awakened nightmare creature was bound to perform better than a mundane weapon, at least. The awakened stared at him for a bit, then sighed and dropped the sword onto the ground. They walked through the gate, and Sunny's face instantly darkened. I know that smell. The chain worm he had seen before in the dungeon was already crawling through the other gate, its terrifying maw dripping with black blood. The crowd began its chant again, ecstatic to see the fallen demon advance to the next box. Glory! Glory! He sighed, full of dread and hatred. All right. All right, bastards. I'll show you glory. Sunny tore the chain worm apart, pieces of flesh and puddles of blood covering the red stones of the arena like a ghastly carpet. Then, shrouded in impenetrable shadows, he thrust his hands into the mangled carcass of the slain abomination and ripped 3 bloody soul shards out. Ironically, killing the fallen demon had not been too hard for him. A long time ago, Master Roan had described these vile creatures as incredibly formidable and deadly opponents, someone that even he would not have wanted to face alone. But that was because Master Roan was a human. Chain worms fed on metal, and as such, steel weapons and armor were useless against them. Sunny would have been in trouble if he was still in his human body, and most of his arsenal of memories suddenly became ineffective. However, he was a demon now, one of the shadow spawn, or shadow's kin, or whatever it was he had been turned into. His claws, his fangs, and his shadows were the perfect weapon to destroy such abominations. Of course, fighting against a creature 1 rank higher than him was not easy. But, augmented by 3 shadows, he had managed to dismantle the massive abomination without too much trouble. In fact, killing the chain worm had been much easier than killing Master Pierce. He wasn't even wounded, at least not seriously. The crowd grew silent, shocked by his display of ruthless brutality, and then exploded with cheers. Glory, glory, it seemed that they enjoyed seeing someone triumph against a stronger opponent much more than anything else. Crazy bastards. Sunny glanced at the spectators with resentment, then walked over to the young awakened and pushed the soul shards into his hands. The youth looked at them with a frown. Are these soul shards? Gods! How can he be an awakened and not know what a shard looks like? Sunny stared at the young man darkly, then nodded and raised one hand to his chest, making a fist. The awakened hesitated. Don't you want to consume them yourself? Sunny snarled, then shook his head. Finally convinced, the youth crushed the shards in his fists and froze, a funny expression appearing on his face. What a strange feeling. Whatever. Sunny wasn't giving the shards away out of altruism. For better or worse, the young man was now his partner. The stronger he became, the better he would be able to aid Sunny, both in battle and while using his healing aspect. And Sunny was going to need a lot of healing. That, he was sure of. After that was done, they proceeded to the 5th cage, and then to the 6th. And finally, to the last. By that point, Sunny was nearing his limit. Both battles after the chain worm had tested him in ways he had not expected, draining him of essence, damaging his body, and putting a heavy strain on his endurance. He was exhausted and overwhelmed by pain, the merciless sun shining blindingly in the blue skies and making his black eyes ache. At least the crushing seemed to ignore the island where the Colosseum was located. In fact, Sunny had not felt the island move either up or down even once. Perhaps it had a permanent altitude, like the sanctuary of Noctis. The 7th battle, the last one they had to survive today, was, indeed, different. The central stage of the arena was circular in shape, with 6 gates in its walls. 4 were already opened, and 2 still stood closed. Corpses of several terrifying creatures were laying on the red stones, steam rising from the pools of blood surrounding them. And in the middle of the killing stage, 2 humans stood, their faces hidden behind the helmet visors. Both were tall, strong, and clad in archaic armor. Their garments were painted bright red, and so were the plumes of their helmets. One was armed with a spear and a shield, while the other wielded an axe and a sword. These were worshippers of War God, just like the spectators singing from the stone seats of the great amphitheater. The young man shivered. Warmongers, these mad dogs. Sunny tilted his head, paying no attention to the raging crowd as he studied the 2 humans. Both were awakened, and from the look of it, of sufficient power and skill. They were calm and solemn, their eyes empty of even a hint of fear, and instead full of confidence and savage joy. Glory. That was what all of them were here for, willingly or not. The masters of the arena wanted their slaves to fight for it, but they also wanted to achieve it themselves. After the initial culling had taken place, the final obstacle the gladiators had to overcome each day was to kill some of their slavers. And the slavers had to survive the onslaught of the slaves, if they wished to live. In fact, all of the battles in the arena served a singular purpose, to deliver the best and the most formidable opponents for the worshippers of war to temper themselves against, or die trying. Mad dogs, indeed. All these people were insane. Sunny was now more sure of it than ever. It didn't change anything, though. He still had to kill the 2 awakened warriors, if he wanted to survive. Or rather, if he wanted to earn the chance to be killed in the arena some other day. With a low growl, Sunny sent one of the shadows to the ground. In this fight, being aware of his surroundings was going to be more important than raw strength. No awakened human could challenge him in terms of raw might, after all, unless their aspect was solely focused on it. But such an aspect was the least dangerous an enemy of his could possess. It was easy to understand and predictable, at least. It was the versatility and unpredictable nature of aspects that made awakened so dangerous. Without much fanfare, the 4 of them lunged at each other, an almost palpable killing intent permeating the arena. The 2 warriors fought with tremendous skill and combat prowess. The 2 warriors fought bravely and furiously, moving like 2 parts of a single organism. The 2 warriors fought with incredible insight and cunning, both wielding clarity like a deadly weapon. Truly, they were worthy of being the followers of war. But in the end, both of them died. How could they resist a creature that could turn their skill against them, who had faced terrors so vast that most humans would have been driven mad by a mere glimpse of them, and who lived his life wearing countless lies like a mantle? Sunny watched as the corpse of the 2nd human fell to the ground, awash in blood, light dimming in his unbelieving eyes, and sighed. "Here's your glory, poor fools, how does it taste? Is it sweet? Is it bitter? Or does it taste like nothing at all, like the empty lie that it is?" Turning away from the dead men, he glanced at the crowd, expecting to finally see sorrow and displeasure on the faces of the spectators. He had just killed 2 of their own, after all. But his hopes were instantly crushed. The people gathered in the amphitheater were not at all perturbed by the death of their brethren. Instead, they were even more excited, pride and joy gleaming on their faces. Laughing and smiling, they pointed at him and yelled one word, over and over. Only this time, it was a new one. All of them were shouting. Shadow! 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 Sunny swayed, looking at the broken sword in his hand. When did it break? He didn't quite remember. This was one of the first weapons he had picked up in the arena, right after killing, wait, who had he killed for that sword? Dead faces spun in his mind, staring at him with empty eyes. There were so many that he couldn't even tell whether all of them had once belonged to real enemies or were simply created by his imagination. No, that one was real, the first human he had killed in the Colosseum. That had been the battle where he took the sword. These days, he was having trouble remembering things. Sunny threw the broken sword away and looked at the crowd that was chanting his name. Shadow, right. That was him. What is wrong with you, fool, since when was that your name? He growled, wishing that he had thrown the broken weapon at one of the humans. Not that it would have done any good, there were powerful enchantments permeating the ancient stones of the Colosseum. Some of them were meant to prevent the fighters from escaping, others protected the audience from their ire. Some, he had no idea about. All his attempts to break free of this cursed place had failed, for now. Demon, are you all right? Sunny lingered for a few moments, then glanced at Ilya's, slowly returning from the bizarre state of mind the battle had sent him into. The young man was looking at him with a strange expression on his face, a bit of apprehension hiding deep in his light blue eyes. The youth had grown considerably stronger in the weeks they had spent fighting all kinds of monsters, both of the nightmare and human kind, in the arena. All those soul shards had not been wasted on him. His healing ability was now much more potent, and his skill as a warrior blossomed. His face also changed, becoming gaunt and angular, almost mature. One had no choice but to grow up quickly in hell. The pain of the flaw washed over Sunny, finally shattering his strange trance. He gritted his teeth, and nodded. Well, good. You are being weird recently, you know. I have some essence left, so let me heal you before they take us back to the cages. Sunny allowed the youth to approach and activate his aspect ability, staring at the warmonger they had just killed. This one was a bit of a challenge, the bastard had almost taken one of his arms off. The slavers they fought were growing stronger lately. Something is wrong. Sunny was not thinking about the warmongers. He was thinking about his own state. At the start of all this, he had been in very bad shape, day after day, he had fought in the arena, receiving terrible wounds and being beaten down, time after time, just to claw his way to survival, somehow, and be thrown back into the cage. At first, he had kept his spirits high despite all the horror of his situation. He kept thinking and studying his surrounding, searching for a way to escape. He still had hope. But after a while, when nothing had worked, the weight of pain, torment, and hopelessness had grown heavier and then heavier still. A seed of despair had taken root in his soul. And once there, it grew uncontrollably, threatening to break him into pieces. Sunny had not broken. But he had to search for a way to survive in the arena without losing pieces of his flesh each time, to bide his time until an opportunity to escape presented itself. He had found that way in Shadow Dance. The idea had been kept in the depths of his mind for a long time, but only now, faced with this soul-crushing despair, had Sunny summoned it into the light. He had decided to try and expand the purview of his battle style to include not only shadowing humans, but also nightmare creatures. The result was a resounding success. Armed with a demon's body, Sunny had found it surprisingly easy to peer into the very essence of how the mad abominations carried themselves in battle, how they used their monstrous bodies and vile abilities to tear, ravage, and obliterate everything in their path. And then, he had stolen it. He had claws, too. He had fangs and horns, too. He had plenty of hatred and cruelty burning in his heart, too. Not that having a demon's body mattered, in the end. It was the willingness to shift the way he thought that was needed. Why couldn't he learn how to ravage, rip apart, and obliterate from these creatures? He had done exactly that, and slowly, his performance in the arena started to improve. Being able to shadow the nightmare creatures not only enhanced his battle style, but also made them more predictable, and thus less dangerous. Of course, the task had not been easy. In fact, understanding how the corrupted fought and what impulses guided them was, in a sense, much harder than deciphering even the most sophisticated battle style. Their minds were perverted, bizarre, and alien to everything he had ever known. And yet, he had nothing else to do but practice, as if his life depended on it. Because it quite literally did. And eventually, his efforts bore fruit. Sonny couldn't quite remember when he had made a breakthrough, but at some point, he found himself being able to understand the nightmare creatures much better. From that point onward, his mastery of shadow dance, which had been stagnating since the Dreamscape tournament, finally started advancing once again. And with frightening speed. Now, Sonny was able to use shadow dance to assume the shape and form of all his enemies, at least in his mind, and thus know how they were going to try and destroy him. By knowing that, he had been able to anticipate and kill them first, instead, one after another, day after day, week after week. And here he was. Barely remembering who he was. As Elias healed his wounds, Sonny stared at the dead warmonger, his scowl growing deeper and deeper. Am I becoming a nightmare creature? The thought sent a cold shiver running down his spine. How did one become corrupted, anyway? Some time later, back in the cage, Sonny stared into the darkness, scared. This was not a danger he had anticipated. Thrust into the terrible meat grinder of the arena, he had been so focused on surviving the terrifying battles that the possibility of having his very self annihilated, piece by little piece, had never occurred to him. What, exactly, was happening to him? Sonny stared at the unbreakable bars of his cage, and shuddered. Damn. I really need to get out of here. But how? He had been trying to escape all this time, with not even a hint of a chance. The damned collar around his neck made sure that he would never be able to leave the Colosseum. His black eyes narrowed. No, I have to hold on, just a little longer. This madness is not going to last forever. It simply couldn't. Half of the cages in the dungeon were already empty, their inhabitants slaughtered on the red stones of the arena. The warmongers were slowly running out of slaves to kill. And when their number decreased too much, with only the most ferocious and deadly monsters left, something was bound to happen. Wasn't it? A cold feeling of despair drowned his mind. But what if it doesn't? After a while, shrouded in darkness, Elias suddenly spoke, addressing Sonny in his usual one-sided manner. In the past weeks, the young awakened had developed a habit of sometimes speaking to his demonic partner, even though the frightening creature could not respond with anything more than an occasional nod, a shake of the head, or an indifferent shrug. Talking to Shadow was not much of a conversation, but perhaps this was one of the few things that were keeping him sane. Sonny could understand why the youth had to do that, since his own inability to talk was one of the things that were driving him mad, that was robbing him of even more of his humanity. Hey, demon. Do you think it's true? About the wooden sword? Sonny stared at the young man, then shrugged. He had no opinion on that topic, since he didn't know what the wooden sword was. Elias sighed. Before the warmongers captured us, I had heard of their cruel trials. Everyone back home has, really. The horrors of the Red Colosseum is something every parent tells their children, to make them behave. He grew silent, and then continued after some time, his voice even. But they also say that there is a way to escape this terrible place. If one is brave enough, if they are righteous enough, then they would eventually be given a wooden sword, and earn the right to fight for their freedom. Sonny shifted slightly, tilting his head. What a nice fairy tale. The poor kid was deceiving himself if he thought that the worshippers of war were going to just let them go. Bravery, righteousness, these concepts were alien to the insane zealots. Or rather, they understood it all differently. Sunny had spent enough time observing the warriors, or warmongers, as Ilias called them, to understand that they were not evil people, or at least did not consider themselves as such. Their worldview was twisted and ruthlessly cruel, but more or less simple. They believed in struggle, and glory. One had to struggle to achieve glory, and the struggle itself was the most glorious thing. That was why they were happy and joyful when watching their new favorite, Shadow, slaughter his way through the arena, no matter who or what he was killing, nightmare creatures or their own friends and family. Because dying while struggling against an overwhelming foe was the highest form of glory. Dying by his hand was a privilege and an expression of virtue. The only thing more righteous than being killed by a stronger enemy, was to kill that enemy instead. In their mind, the warriors saw what they were doing to the slaves not as a cruel injustice, but as a benevolent gift. The slaves were not forced to slaughter each other for the entertainment of the crowd. Instead, they were generously given a chance to walk the path of righteousness and strive toward glory. That was why Sunny didn't think that any of the slaves would ever be allowed to walk free of the Colosseum. Doing so would be the greatest sin, a shameful offense that the warmongers, in their perverse benevolence, would never visit upon their prisoners. To them, that would have been the vilest form of cruelty. Damned lunatics. Sunny was not sure that all followers of War God were this bizarre. In fact, he was pretty certain that this murderous sect had been born here, in the Kingdom of Hope. The slavers he had met in the first nightmare worshipped the same God, but were nothing like these battle-sworn zealots. The Kingdom of Hope was a very strange place throughout, from what little he had gathered from Ilias's words. Sunny now knew that he had been sent into a time period around 1,000 years after the destruction of the real kingdom by Sun God. Now, only the name remained. People inhabiting these lands did not even know who the demon of desire was, really, only that she had been punished by the gods and imprisoned in the ivory tower. And that their duty was to guard her prison. In this duty, the people of the kingdom were led by 7 lords. Or rather, 5, since 2 had already perished. The ivory tower itself had not been separated from the rest of the isles yet, and remained at the center of the region, surrounded by a large city, the beautiful city of aerial bridges and white aqueducts that he had seen rebuild itself from ashes at the start of the nightmare. Ilias's home. The ivory city was populated by the followers of Sun God, and protected by 2 of the remaining 5 lords. The west of the region belonged to the second most populous faction of the Kingdom of Hope, the followers of War, and this was where Sunny had the misfortune to find himself. He had seen the statues of War God here and there in the arena, even though they did not resemble the one he had witnessed on the strange island that a circular river flowed through. These statues of the god of war, as well as of life, progress, technology, craft, intellect, and humanity all depicted him as a mighty warrior in heavy armor, wielding a bloodied spear and a cracked shield. The warriors were also led by one of the lords, a beautiful priestess of war whose name was Solvain. The dazzling beauty was one of the rulers of the Kingdom of Hope. The followers of War God and Sun God seemed to be in conflict with each other, and so were the lords leading them. That was how Ilias and his family had ended up captured and brought into the arena, to serve as slaves fighting in the trials. The remaining 2 lords were neutral and of no consequence, since their factions were much smaller and wielded no real power. One resided far to the north, and the other somewhere in the east. Ilias did not know much about them, and so Sunny didn't either. He just knew that the 5 lords were, without a doubt, the eternal shackles mentioned in the description of the undying chain. Immortal jailers created by Sun God to keep Hope imprisoned in her tower, chained, forever. What had once been a suspicion of his now turned into a certainty. There were just too many clues, some of which he had collected before venturing into the seed, and some that he had picked up from the young man's words. And maybe, just maybe, that knowledge could help him gain freedom. Wooden sword, fight for their freedom. Sunny shifted slightly, causing his cage to sway, and glanced at Ilias. The youth was not in a talking mood anymore and just sat quietly, staring into the darkness. There was something, a hint of a meaning, in what he had said. Sunny tried desperately to catch that meaning, but for some reason, his thoughts kept returning to the statues of War God. He had seen two depictions of the fearsome deity in the Kingdom of Hope. One was a warrior in heavy armor, wielding a bloodied spear and a cracked shield, both, presumably, representing warfare and battle, and the other was a woman wearing nothing but a beast hide around her waist, holding a spear in one hand and a beating human heart in another, the spear representing her dominion over war, technology, and craft perhaps, the heart representing her connection to life and humanity. Why were these statues so different? Sunny was still exhausted after the furious battles of the past day, his thoughts slow and feverish, as they often were these days. Frustrated, he rubbed his face, then scratched at it with sharp claws, slicing the skin apart. The pain washed the fog shrouding his mind away, allowing him to think clearly for a few minutes. The altar of war, that was what Sylvain had called the island where the primeval statue of the goddess of life stood. And that was the right word. This depiction of the deity seemed much more primal, bestial, ancient. The statue itself seemed incredibly ancient, too. Much older than the statues of the mighty warrior were, in fact, it seemed as ancient as the Red Colosseum itself, or perhaps even older. Old enough to have been created before the Kingdom of Hope was shattered and turned into the chain of floating islands by Sun God, as it was today, and would be thousands of years into the future. Why would Hope have a monument to one of the gods in her domain? Well, the idea itself was not that strange. Gods and demons had not been always at war, after all. In fact, the prince of the underworld had a shrine to the goddess of the black skies, Storm God, in his very tower, despite the fact that later, she would become his mortal enemy. So that question was not important, the important thing was that Sunny couldn't stop thinking about the statue, for some reason. As ancient as the Red Colosseum itself. Suddenly, Sunny tilted his head. Ha! The white amphitheater, and the arena it surrounded, were the derelict of the true Kingdom of Hope, as well. He had realized that fact a while back, partially from how they looked, and partially from how deep and ancient some of the shadows hiding in the corners of the dungeon felt. In fact, Sunny suspected that the theater had not always been a battle arena. It reminded him of the giant quarry at the roots of the Hollow Mountains, where the 7 heroes of the Forgotten Shore had excavated stone to build the mighty walls of their city, and the Crimson Spire itself. Ivory City had to have been built out of something, too, so this place must have been a similar quarry, once, and had served as the source of the white stones used to construct those aerial bridges and aqueducts. Later, it had been turned into a theater, and later still, the warmongers usurped that theater and made it into an arena, soaking the ancient stones with so much blood that they turned red. His black eyes narrowed. This is it, this must be it. All this time, Sunny had been tormented by one paradoxical question. A question that was of utmost importance for his attempts to gain freedom. If this was an era where the nightmare spell did not exist yet, then how could Sylvain put him on a leash capable of severing his connection to the spell? The collar was a simple piece of enchanted metal, with no lock or any other way of opening it. It was almost impossible to damage or destroy, but the enchantment itself was not very complicated. Sunny could feel that it wasn't. What it did, however, was tie him to the vast and incredibly powerful enchantments of the arena itself. Those enchantments were harnessed by the warmongers to maintain the cages, prevent the slaves from escaping by any means, mundane or magical, and ensure that they behaved while being transported to and, very rarely, back from the arena. His inability to connect to the spell almost seemed like a side effect of these measures. But what could even interfere with the spell, let alone accidentally? And now, he felt as if he had found the answer. If the Red Colosseum was, indeed, not built by the warriors, but only usurped by them, then it was indeed very clear. Sorcery of another demon could. If the demon of desire was the original creator of the theater, then the enchantments left behind by her would probably do the job of messing with the spell weaved from the strings of fate by her older sibling. Sunny shifted, grasping the bars of the cage. Suddenly, a powerful emotion burst in his chest, filling his muscles with renewed strength, and his mind with desperate resolve. Hope. It was hope. He didn't think of it as poison anymore. No. It was the opposite. A most powerful antidote. If the spell had been created by Weaver, and the enchantments interfering with it created by Hope, if all of this was the result of a clash between two types of demonic sorcery, then why couldn't he, as an inheritor of a demonic legacy, do something to resolve that clash? Sure, Sunny knew nothing about weaving magic, but he had also not known anything about combat once, or how to live and fight in a body of an actual demon. If there was one thing he was good at, it was learning new things. Well, that, and lying. And staying alive. Staring at the ghastly dungeon surrounding him with new eyes, Sunny studied its ancient stone walls, and frowned. So, how was one supposed to start learning sorcery? There were hours left until they were going to be taken to the arena again. Sunny stared at the walls of the dungeon intently, as though hoping to glean some secrets from the ancient stones. But what could he see? They were just old stones. There was nothing interesting on their surface, and neither was there anything interesting beneath it. After a while, Sunny took a deep breath and sat down again, trying to make himself as comfortable as possible in the narrow cage. Then, he shut down his senses, pushing away the presence of countless abominations surrounding him, the stench of the prison, the pain in his exhausted body, everything that distracted him from thinking. What do I know about sorcery? That was a daunting question. Even the word itself was deceptive. Humans of his world used it to describe any aspect capable of dealing direct damage to the opponents, as opposed to augmenting the Awakened's combat ability, especially those that could do so from range. But that wasn't what Sunny was after. No, what he was interested in was not the type of abilities that existed within the familiar framework of supernatural powers, but the very means used to create that framework, or at least those that existed outside the realm of aspects. That, to him, was true sorcery. But there are different kinds of such sorcery, as well. What are the ones that I've witnessed? 3 came to mind. The first one he was familiar with the best, the spell Weave, which he believed to be Weaver's own sorcery. The spell itself was created from it, as well as all the magical items that the spell gifted to the Awakened, memories and echoes. This was the magic that all humans knew, and most believed to be the only kind there is. Sunny, however, had already learned that sorcery was not synonymous with the spell, and that there were ways of creating magic different from spell weave. The first of them he had witnessed inside the Echo of Saint, which had remnants of a much more primitive weave hiding beneath the usual pattern of ethereal strings before he turned her into a shadow. Later, he encountered the same type of alien weave within the walls of the Ebony Tower. This type of sorcery belonged to the Prince of the Underworld, Weaver's younger sibling. The similarity between them was hard not to notice, but Sunny didn't know which of the demons had copied which, whether Weaver perfected the sorcery created by their brother, or whether the youngest child of the Unknown had based the method of his craft on the eldest's invention. Judging by these two types of sorcery, it was easy to imagine that all of them involved some kind of a weave. However, that conclusion would have been wrong. Sunny knew this because of the third type of magic he had encountered. The miraculous creation of Sun God, the obsidian knife he had taken from the white altar of the sanctuary of Noctis before leaving for the Night Temple, and was now resting, inaccessible, on the bottom of the covetous coffer. The black knife had no weave hiding beneath its surface, instead, it was full of blinding radiance, as if encompassing a boundless ocean of soul essence, with a single string of fate placed into the pristine light as it folded on itself endlessly and formed a never-ending circle. That was the sorcery of Sun God, if a deific miracle could even be called sorcery. In any case, the obsidian knife, and later, the wooden one he had used to kill Solvain, proved that one didn't have to base their magic on a weave of some sort. This was just the unique way Weaver cast his, and their brother followed. So, Hope's sorcery might have been completely unique, too. Trapped in the iron cage, Sunny frowned. How was he supposed to search for something that could have looked like anything? Come to think of it, there was another type of sorcery that he had encountered. Or rather, several different ones, all united by the same method of creation, runic magic. The first time he had seen it was underneath the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, in a small cell where a corpse wearing weaver's mask had been chained within a broken circle. That circle was carved into the stone floor, surrounded by countless symbols that Sunny had not recognized. The gateway within the crimson spire was surrounded by a circle of runes, too, as well as the stone arch on the last level of the ebony tower and the one connected to it, situated in the beautiful white gazebo on the Ivory Island. Another place where he had encountered sorceress runes was the Night Temple. There, they had been either inscribed by someone from Clan Valor, or at least found and repurposed by them. So, basically, he was familiar with three general types of creating sorcery. One was the spell weave, as well as a version of it used by the Prince of the Underworld. The other was the divine miracles of Sun God, which he couldn't even begin to understand. And the last one was based on the inscription of runes, and seemed to have been mostly used by humans, here in the Kingdom of Hope and on the neighboring Forgotten Shore. There was a small discrepancy, however. Why was the portal in the Ebony Tower created with runic magic instead of the primitive spell weave, like everything else in there? Was it, perhaps, because the connecting portal on the Ivory Island had been? The Prince of the Underworld had built the tower in the sky below long after Hope had built hers, after all. In fact, he had done so after his sister was already imprisoned, to harvest the divine flames that had destroyed her domain. It would have made sense for him to use runic magic to invade an already existing system of portals that had been based on it. So, was Hope, perhaps, the source of runic magic? Or at least a user of it? Sunny sighed, feeling spent and tired, then closed his eyes. He had to sleep at least a little, to allow his body and mind some rest before tomorrow's battles. Especially now that he had not only to survive them, but also do so while searching for any sign of hidden runes throughout the arena. A new day brought with it a new portion of pain, hardship, and despair. Sunny and Elias were dragged into the arena, the same ascended warmonger guiding them by the chains attached to the collars. Sunny stumbled forward, his gaze locked on the man's broad back. The jailer was incredibly tall for a human, his height more than even that of the shadow demon Sunny was currently inhabiting. His figure was solemn and powerful, a sense of terrifying strength radiating from it in almost physical waves. The Apostle of War wore the same ragged leather armor and a tattered red robe, his features hidden behind a deep hood. In all these weeks, Sunny had never seen his face, or heard him speak. The great blade on the ascended warrior's back looked special, too. It was definitely enchanted with very powerful magic. Now that Sunny turned his thoughts to the nature of sorcery, he was silently studying the line of runes inscribed along the edge of the heavy weapon. Runic magic again. That made sense. How else were these ancient people supposed to enchant their weapons? It was not like they could rely on memories and spell weave. That said, magical weapons seemed to be much rarer in the Kingdom of Hope than in the waking world. Most of the awakened Sunny had fought in the arena wielded either mundane ones or those possessing weak, primitive enchantments. It was the far cry from the powerful memories he was used to, although Sunny did not know if that was the nature of this era, or just another sign of the ubiquitous regression that seemed to reign in what remained of the Kingdom of Hope. Everything here seemed devolved, worn out, and on the verge of falling apart. The whole region was obviously in decline, and had been for some time now. While studying the runes on the great blade, he also noticed that it had a few new nicks. The leather armor of the silent giant had more scratches than before, as well. It seemed that the Ascended was participating in the battles in the arena himself. I guess I'll have to fight that monster too, eventually. Finally, a rusty iron gate appeared in front of them, blinding sunlight streaming through its bars. The rumbling voices of the crowd echoed from the stone walls, washing over him like a cursed tide. The gate swung open, and the chains came off of their collars. Sunny and Elias entered the first killing box and watched as their opponents crawled out of a similar tunnel. The young awakened brandished his weapon, a short spear fashioned out of a long twisting horn, and forced out a weak smile. Luck is on our side today, demon. These creatures are called burrowers. On solid stone, their main advantage is gone. Just don't let them swallow you. Sunny snarled, then dashed forward with a roar. Hard. Today was going to be hard. He was forced to use shadow dance to peer into the souls of the nightmare creatures, despite suspecting that doing so too much threatened to destroy his already unsteady mind. He also had to both concentrate on the fight and thoroughly study the ancient theater, in hopes of discovering signs of Hope's sorcery. It was almost like his first training sessions with Saint, when he had to resist the taciturn monster while simultaneously keeping an eye on his shadow to decipher the secret of its dance. The problem was that, back then, he had ended up beaten black and blue by Saint most of the time. Now, he couldn't allow himself to lose. Sunny descended upon the repulsive burrowers, which looked like sacks of bulbous flesh with giant circular maws gaping in them, and tried to slaughter the abominations without being eaten alive. The first fight came and went, and then, it was time for the second one, and then the third one, and then the fourth. Sunny had slain the vicious burrowers, and then a creature that resembled a giant walking skeleton, its bones green and as tough as granite, and then a swarm of monstrous ants that covered the floor of the arena like a carpet, and then a being that was like an oozing mountain of mire sludge that had long, razor-sharp steel sickles protruding from it. His body was torn, and sliced, and crushed, and gnawed on. Elias had healed the most terrible wounds, but the rest remained, not worthy of having precious soul essence wasted on them, yet. Sunny was once again overwhelmed by pain, rage, and the desperate need to fight for his survival. Everything else disappeared, the only thing that remained was battle, blood, and murder. And fear. However, today, that wasn't enough. He fought through the battle fog that encompassed his mind and kept searching, studying every corner of the Red Colosseum, the floor of the arena, the walls surrounding it, the rows of seats rising above, in search of intricately engraved runes. But all he saw were the statues of War God, the jubilant faces of the spectators, and the weathered surface of ancient stones. There was no hint of any engravings anywhere. Where are you, where? The fifth battle almost cost him his life. While fighting against a familiar foe, a giant worm-like creature that possessed a seemingly endless reserve of vitality, Sunny had tripped on the uneven surface of the floor of the arena, lost his balance, and tumbled down. If not for Elias, who fearlessly jumped forward and pulled the attention of the terrible abomination to himself, he would have been viciously mauled, or even lost his life. Back when Sunny had fought a worm like that the first time, the creature eventually succumbed to the soul damage continuously dealt to it by the cruel sight. Today, however, he had no deadly memory to help him, only his claws, his fangs, and his horns. In the end, Sunny had to literally rip the giant abomination to shreds. Only when its body was torn apart completely did the worm stop regenerating new flesh and recovering from all the wounds, and finally died. Exhausted, Sunny fell to his knees and breathed hoarsely, then threw a hateful glance at the crowd chanting his name. Finally, he lowered his head and glared at the wide groove in the red stone of the arena that had almost cost him his life. There were several grooves like that in some of the killing boxes, cutting through the floor of the Colosseum like broad channels meant for the rivers of blood to flow through them. Usually, he took note of their placement in advance to avoid losing his footing at a dire moment, but today, with his attention split between the battles and the need to study the arena, Sunny had failed in that regard. Damn thing, why couldn't they just make the arena flat? Well, the answer was obvious. All that blood had to go somewhere, and if not for these grooves, the whole Colosseum would have slowly turned into one giant crimson pool. He frowned. Wait, that doesn't make sense, though. Sunny lingered, noticing that the gate to the sixth box was already opening. The grooves were as ancient as the Red Colosseum itself, which meant that they had been here long before the warmongers started holding their demented trials here. Long before the name Red Colosseum was even given to it. Which meant that these grooves had been cut through the stone back when it had still been pristine white, and had no blood spilled on it. So, serving as channels that took away blood could not have been their purpose. Sunny's lightless eyes narrowed. Suddenly, he realized his mistake. All this time, he had been looking for the sorceress runes while expecting them to look like they had the previous times he encountered them, intricate, small, and numerous, arranged into shapes and patterns. And yet, he had found nothing. But, in fact, the runes were right in front of him the whole time, or rather, beneath his feet. He was just too small and insignificant to notice them, like an ant crawling across a vast painting and failing to see the whole image for what it was. There were no circles of intricate runes carved anywhere in the Colosseum. Instead, the whole vastness of the ancient arena was a runic circle, a canvas Hope had used to create her sorcery. He was standing on it. The runes Hope had used were not small, intricate, and elaborate. Instead, they were giant, spanning the whole width of the blood-soaked arena, and guided torrential floods of soul energy instead of thin streams of it to create the unimaginably powerful enchantments. Once Sunny knew where to look, it didn't take him long to start noticing a pattern and meaning in the placement and direction of the grooves cut in the ancient stone. The problem was, their scope was too great to be perceived from the floor of the arena. He would have been able to see the entirety of the runes, perhaps, from the very top of the amphitheater. But fighters were never allowed to leave the battlefield, unless it was to return to the dungeon. In the absence of an aerial view, all he could do was to try and compile the disjointed pieces of the puzzle in his mind. By now, Sunny had fought in most of the killing boxes in the arena, except for a few. After defeating another group of warmongers and being thrown back into the cage, he spent the entire night trying to remember each of the stages he had shed blood on, and the pattern of the grooves on their floor. It was like assembling a complicated puzzle, only instead of the actual pieces, all he had were fragmented memories of them. Luckily, his memory had always been good. In fact, after becoming an awakened and having the opportunity to interact with a lot of different people, many of whom were very smart and educated, Sunny realized that his ability to instantly memorize things was somewhat unnatural even among them. Before, he had just assumed that everyone could do the same. Still, he had to have paid attention to a thing in order to remember it, which was not the case with all of the grooves, only those that had happened to appear in his way. Plus, he was also having trouble determining how the irregularly shaped killing boxes were situated in relation to each other, since that wasn't something he had thought about before. The task of creating a perfect three-dimensional replica of the entire arena in his mind was not an easy one. Over the next few days, he was somewhat distracted while fighting the nightmare creatures in the Red Colosseum. Confounded by the fact that their enemies were growing stronger and stronger as all the weaker slaves were being slowly slaughtered, his performance suffered. And that meant more injuries, more pain, and more torment. Sometimes, he felt utterly beaten, broken, and hopeless. Sunny was familiar with suffering and hardship, and had experienced a fair share of horrific anguish in his life, but the trial of the Red Colosseum had turned out to be a hell so dire that even he was having difficulty enduring its burden. It was simply too cruel, too odious, too vile. And that harrowing torture was not going to end until he gave up. But he didn't. The strange task of peering into the secrets of the demon of desire kept him going, no matter how wounded his body and how broken his spirit became. It was almost like an obsession. Sunny continued to fight and kill and suffer and study the ancient stones. His mental condition deteriorated so much that even Elias, who was going through his own terrible ordeal, noticed that something was very wrong with his taciturn demonic partner. The young man tried to encourage the shadow creature as well as he could, but what could he say to soothe the soul-crushing despair of their situation? They were enslaved, locked in cages, and forced to fight for their lives against a swarm of deadly monsters, only to be thrown back behind the iron bars, fed the raw flesh of the abominations they had just killed, and go through the whole nightmare again the next day, with no hope of ever escaping except for through death, through being killed and eaten by the other prisoners of the Red Colosseum. Even their captors seemed to be trapped by the Colosseum, chained in the same vicious cycle, and doomed to eventually share the same fate as their slaves. Inside this ancient theater, only bloodshed and madness reigned. And yet, all of it was not for nothing. Eventually, after Sunny had lost count of the days they had spent in the Colosseum, he finally managed to create a complete image of it in his head. With it came the understanding of the shapes of the giant runes that were cut in the blood-soaked stone. And with that understanding came the ability to peer into their purpose. After learning the shape and position of the runes, Sunny found himself able to peer beneath the surface of the stone and see their function. The ability had always been within him, hiding in the depths of his changed eyes, he just had not known where and how to look, like he had not been aware of his ability to see the soul cores of creatures before clashing with Mordred within the soul sea. Armed with the new knowledge, Sunny was able to perceive vast rivers of soul essence flowing beneath the arena and through its walls, following intricate paths carved for it by the immense runes. In the end, that was what sorcery was, the ability to guide and shape hidden energies, most often that of souls, to express one's will upon the world. The enchantments were simply expressions of the enchanter's will, and the runes were the building blocks with which the enchanter manipulated the movement of energy to achieve their goal. But where was all this soul energy coming from? At first, Sunny assumed that the Red Colosseum was similar to the Crimson Labyrinth, and fed on the souls of creatures slain within it. Slaves slaughtering each other in the arena must have been empowering the sorcery, enslaving them by the very act of slaughter, but after observing the flow of soul essence through the ancient structure for a while, he realized that his initial theory was wrong. Instead of the fighters, it was the crowd of spectators that fueled the enchantments. It was their jubilation, their elation, their sincere excitement that were the source of all the power flowing through the ancient theater. Of course, why would the demon of desire base her sorcery on death? Her domain was built upon dreams, emotions, and passion. It was only after the followers of War God had usurped the Colosseum that the subject of all this passion became battle, bloodshed, and murder. The current state of the arena was not how it had been supposed to be, it was stolen, perverted, and made into something utterly different. Corrupted. More than a month had already passed after Sunny entered the second nightmare. The dungeon was growing less and less crowded, most of the prisoners long killed on the bloody stones of the arena. The end of the hateful trials, whatever it was supposed to be, was approaching. Now, he knew the basic principle of how the enchantments keeping him tied to the Red Colosseum functioned. So, the question was, how was he supposed to use that knowledge to escape? Sunny had no clue how to create, decipher, or manipulate runic magic. His inherent ability to see the weave and inner structure of magical items, the one he had received after consuming the drop of ichor that fell from Weaver's eye, also gifted him with an innate understanding of the essence of spell weave. While studying the memories created by spell, Sunny was not able to fully understand the intricate purpose of the vast patterns of ethereal strings, but he at least could intuitively feel a hint of it. He had no such advantage when it came to other forms of sorcery. So, despite the fact that he had managed to perceive the enchantments encompassing the Red Colosseum, it was not like he could simply change them, or create new ones to counteract the old. He could study the runes, of course, but with no teacher and only his wit and intelligence to help him draw the correct conclusions from observing various enchantments, it would take hundreds of years to gain enough insight to learn how to create any meaningful runic sorcery of his own. Sunny, however, wasn't discouraged. Yes, he would not be able to create runic sorcery any time soon. But destroying things was always much easier than making them. Locked inside the narrow cage, surrounded by the smell of nightmare creatures and filth, Sunny stared into the darkness and thought. Destroy the enchantments of the Red Colosseum. In theory, it was simple to achieve. He just had to break enough runes to disrupt the paths they created for the soul energy. The problem with that, however, was that the runes Hope had used were giant, and carved into nearly unbreakable stone. Sunny doubted that he would be able to do enough damage to the arena to cause its sorcery to fail. Causing a smaller and temporary disruption, however, was not entirely impossible. He felt that he would be able to achieve that much, at least, perhaps enough to free himself of the binding enchantment for a few seconds. Would several seconds of freedom be enough to escape this cursed place? It was going to have to be. As he waited in the darkness, a seed of a desperate plan started forming in his mind. At some point, Sunny straightened and sat cross-legged at the center of the cage, causing it to sway lightly. Raising one of his four monstrous hands, he stared at it for a while, and then commanded shadow essence to stream forward, concentrating at the tips of his fingers. Ever since he had consumed Weaver's alabaster phalanx and acquired bone weave, the tactile sense of his fingers went through a strange metamorphosis. It was now much more nuanced, vibrant, and keen. Even though his hands were currently bestial and covered by thick calluses, this sensitivity remained. As shadow essence concentrated in the tips of his fingers, he felt a strange, ghostly tingling sensation. It was so real as to almost appear physical. Tentatively raising another hand, Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then pinched the air near one of his tingling fingers and tried to pull essence outward. To his surprise, it worked. In his mind's eye, a strand of darkness suddenly extended into the air, summoned by his hand. It didn't look like one of the radiant strings he was used to seeing inside memories, and neither did it look like the flowing liquid that essence was usually depicted as. Instead, the strand of shadow essence looked like a tenebrous fog, similar to the grey wisps that rose from Saint's armor when one of the shadows wrapped itself around her. It was insubstantial, ephemeral, and elusive, not at all like the sharp and beautiful strings that Spellweave was created of. Sunny frowned slightly, and pulled the fog with one hand while trying to get a hold of it with the other, wishing to draw it taut, and thus more concentrated. However, this small movement instantly caused the strand to break, dissipate, and disappear, blown away by a gust of wind. This is going to take some time. Grim, Sunny continued to draw on his shadow essence and try to form it into a thin and durable string, emptying a small portion of his reserves with each failure. By the time morning came, he had not made any progress at all, and only managed to waste most of his essence in futile attempts. Fighting after wasting so much power was going to cost him a lot. Soon, the ascended jailer appeared from the darkness, chains rattling on his belt. Sunny glanced at the giant in a tattered red robe, and then closed his eyes for a moment. Doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. I'll be dead either way. But now, at least, there's a chance. He fought in the arena, killed the nightmare creatures, retrieved the soul shards to empower Ilya's, and then barely survived in the battle against the awakened warriors on the final stage. At night, he continued to experiment with shadow essence, trying to shape the elusive fog into something resembling an ethereal, resilient string. When his essence ran dry, he slept for a few minutes, and then woke up with a startle to start all over again. When the morning came, he fought. When the murdering was over and done with, hidden in the darkness, he tried to weave strings out of the effervescent fog. The idea itself seemed ridiculous, mad, and impossible. How could something so intangible become something strong, durable, and distinct? He sundered flesh and had his flesh sundered, then struggled to create something out of nothing, day after day, night after night. Time lost any meaning. Sunny had already been struggling to hold on, but now, drained by the lack of sleep, the constant pressure of trying to shape essence into a magical string, and the need to fight in the arena with his reserves half empty because of it, he was slowly sliding into the dark and bottomless abyss. And yet, he persisted in his obsession, teaching his fingers to feel the smallest fluctuations of the fog, to guide and shape it, trying one approach after another, endlessly, without resting or giving up. And by the time his second month in the Red Colosseum was coming to the end and most of the cages in the lightless dungeon hung empty, Sunny suddenly straightened, staring at his cut, trembling hands. Between them, a single ethereal string hovered, black as night, thinner than a hair, and as sharp as a diamond blade. A low growl escaped from his mouth. It's done. I've done it. Sunny remained motionless for a while, then shifted slightly, causing the chain of his cage to rattle. Attracted by the sound, Ilyas woke up from his restless sleep and stared into the darkness, a tired expression on his young face. Demon? What happened? In the next moment, he heard the sound of a heavy body slamming against the iron bars, and then another crash. His partner's cage swung widely, and at the highest point of its swing, a long arm suddenly shot from between the bars, claws scraping against metal as Sunny took hold of the youth's own gibbet. Ilyas flinched. What are you doing? Sunny growled, trying to express his intention as best as he could. The young awakened didn't know how to read the runic language he knew how to write, so this was the only way of communication between them. Luckily, an honest effort to answer truthfully was enough for the flaw. It didn't punish Sunny for not being able to deliver the truth, as long as he really tried to. Their cages hung diagonally, connected by his hand. Sonny groaned, straining his muscles to pull them even closer together. Then, staring at the young man's pale face, Sonny took hold of the bars with two more hands, and stretched the fourth one to grab the awakened by the throat. Ilya's eyes widened slightly, but he didn't even try to struggle. The youth simply looked at him, no fear written on his gaunt and emaciated, but still childishly soft face. Instead, there was only confusion, and trust. Sonny sighed. What a fool. If I wanted to, I could have snapped his neck right here and now. Of course, he had no such intentions. Instead, Sonny brought the youth closer and stared intently at the steel collar wrapped around his neck, studying it. He couldn't really see his own, so this was the next best thing. Ilyas remained motionless for a while, then said. I don't know what you are trying to do, demon, but you better stop it before the priest comes to check on the noise. Sonny scowled, then let go, causing their cages to swing away from each other. Ilyas was right, there were mere seconds left before the Ascended showed up, judging by how long it had taken the solemn giant to appear before. He was always somewhere near, ready to intervene in case the slaves misbehaved. Sonny had timed their jailer's reaction time in the past, so he knew that much. It didn't matter, anyway. He had already seen all that he needed to see. The pattern of runes carved inside the collar, and the stream of soul essence running through it, this was what he needed to disrupt. Sonny was going to have to work fast. Several days later, looking more like a corpse than a living being, he was laying at the bottom of the cage, looking at his hands. Between them, a complicated cradle of black strings was weaved together, forming a strange and hypnotic pattern. Sonny had advanced a lot in his ability to thread shadow strings and loop them between his fingers. Sadly, it was not without cost. The strings were ephemeral and unseen to anyone except him, which also meant that they could not interact with the material world. However, they could interact with his flesh, which was why two of his fingers were missing, each sliced away so cleanly that it seemed as though they had never existed. Even his phalanxes, reinforced by the evolved bone weave, had not offered the essence strings any resistance. All that remained were two bloody stumps. The rest of his fingers were cut and mangled, but still in place. Considering that there were 18 of them left, he still had more than a human would. Not that it diminished the pain he was constantly experiencing. It would have certainly been helpful to have a tool to work the black strings, instead of doing it with his bare hands, something like a needle, perhaps. Coincidentally, he had one of those in his possession, a needle used by Weaver themselves, no less. But it was locked away in his soul sea, safely kept and utterly inaccessible inside the covetous coffer. So, he just had to endure and be very, very careful, lest the number of his fingers diminished even further. There was another problem, though. Sonny had inherited an intuitive understanding of the guiding principles of spell weave, but it was not like he really knew what to do. All he had was his memory of the spellweave patterns he had seen before, and a vague feeling of the purpose behind them. This was not enough to master sorcery, but it was at least a start. Each memory he had studied before had unique enchantments, so he couldn't draw parallels between them and extrapolate how their weaves produced the desired effects. There were magical qualities that all memories shared, however. The ability to be summoned and dismissed, the ability to repair themselves unless completely destroyed, and the connection to the owner's soul. Knowing these three ubiquitous traits, Sonny could, in theory, determine which parts of the weaves were the exact same across all memories, and thus were responsible for these effects. Then, he could try to recreate them. Each spellweave was incredibly complex, so recalling even a single pattern perfectly was a challenge, despite him having a very good memory. Sonny, however, had to recall not only many, but also do so with a sufficient degree of precision to be able to compare and find similarities between them. And then, he had to somehow rebuild the repeating parts of those weaves with nothing but his bare hands and shallow reserves of shadow essence. The task seemed nearly impossible. But, fueled by obsession, resolve, and desperation, he had succeeded. And also failed. After thousands of attempts, Sunny was finally able to perfectly recreate one of the 3 patterns he had managed to isolate. But as soon as the pattern was complete, it instantly fell apart. No matter how many times he repeated the process, the result was the same. For some reason, the weave didn't hold. It wasn't able to sustain itself. Something was missing. Today, Sunny was going to perform another experiment, perhaps the last one. He was tired, drained, and terribly hurt. Whatever hope he had managed to find before, in this blood-soaked hell, was on the verge of running out. He was almost ready to give up. But not just yet. There was one other thing that all memories contained, not a part of the pattern of ethereal strings, but something different. A bright ember that served as the anchor and nexus for the strings, a point around which the whole pattern was structured. Memories of the first tier had one, and those of the higher tiers had several. After considering that fact, Sunny had brought something back from the arena today, a single soul shard that he had not given to Elias, instead keeping it for himself. The shard had belonged to a fearsome awakened demon he killed earlier today, in one of the killing boxes of the Red Colosseum. Now, looking at the cat's cradle of ethereal black strings drawn between his fingers, he hesitated for a long time, and then carefully placed the gleaming crystal in its center. Then, holding his breath, Sunny slowly started connecting each of the strings to the shard, moving his fingers with extreme speed and nimbleness. Slowly, a black pattern started shaping around the bright ember, strangely not permeating a different object, but instead looping back on itself. And after something that felt like an eternity, with drops of blood rolling down his hands, Sunny finally let go of the strings and stared at the soul shard laying on his palm. A beautiful pattern of tenebrous strings hovered in the air around it, stable, without a single flaw or weakness to cause it to fall apart. He sighed, and then weaved the last string into the pattern, connecting its other end to the shadow core in his chest. Finally, Sunny closed his eyes and gave the mental command. In front of him, the soul shard disintegrated into a rain of white sparks, and then appeared once again, creating itself out of nothingness. Sunny let out a long, heavy breath. This was the first sorcery he had woven. Sunny breathed in, then breathed out, calming down his wildly beating hearts. His hands were trembling so hard that the softly gleaming soul shard almost fell out of his grip. Hey, Elias. Look, it's finished. He tiredly turned his head and let out a low growl, trying to attract the young man's attention. But his partner did not even move, laying at the bottom of his cage and staring into the darkness with bleak, hollow eyes. The last few days, the youth's condition wasn't too good. He even stopped having his one-sided conversations with Sunny, and just sat quietly in the darkness, not moving, until the next morning came and it was time to fight again. Sunny lingered for a few moments, then turned away. It's all right, rest. I'll get us out of here soon. We will be free, Elias. Just hold on a little longer. There wasn't much time left. In all of the vile dungeon, barely 4 dozen nightmare creatures were left alive. Their grotesque forms towered in the darkness, locked inside enchanted cages, the long stretches of empty space between hinting that the trials of the Red Colosseum were going to come to an end soon. And then, Solvain and her followers would spend another decade hunting down a new hecatomb of monsters to sacrifice to their bloodthirsty god. Sunny's mouth twitched. Who cares, they are all just illusions, anyway. The real Solvain is long dead, the real Elias is dead, too. Who cares what happens to them? He stole a glance at the crestfallen youth, and then looked away. But were they, really? Forcing his trembling hands to grow steady, Sunny hesitated, then studied the soul shard he had just enchanted. He didn't know what the spell used to create the embers serving as anchors for its weaves. Whatever it was, there certainly was a connection to soul cores. After all, the tier, and subsequently, the number of nexuses a memory's spellweave possessed, was directly tied to the number of soul cores that the source of the memory had. However, those embers weren't actual soul shards, most likely, since shards were harvested from the carcasses of nightmare creatures even if the kill had produced a memory. Sunny didn't care, though, without a better alternative, all he could do was use one in place of the other. He steadied himself, looked upon his demonic figure through the eyes of the shadow, and then dismissed the soul shard once again. This time, however, Sunny did something strange. He willed the enchanted crystal to remain in an ambivalent state, not quite gone, but also not quite tangible. Then, he reached into the weave of the black strings and slowly untangled it, breaking the loops and allowing the ends of the tenebrous threads to float free. And finally, after that was done, he started to weave the whole pattern, including the ethereal soul shard, into the cold steel of his collar. Slowly but surely, he integrated the spell weave into the band wrapped around his neck, submerging it into the flowing stream of soul essence. The task was tenuous, perplexing, and intricate, but it wasn't too complicated. The pattern was already made, and all he had to do was to connect it to a new vessel. After a while, he was finished. The soul shard disappeared from his hands, and from the material world entirely. Instead, it was now burning beneath the surface of the collar, the black strings extending from it and spreading through the steel. Now, the collar looked almost like a memory, and even its nexus was almost undistinguishable from the embers Sunny had seen before. Of course, there was a second enchantment inside of it, this one much more complex and elaborate, crafted from ethereal runes. It was all a proper mess, just like he wanted it to be. Sunny held his breath, and then tried to dismiss the collar. The band of metal around his neck shimmered, and suddenly turned extremely cold. Inside, two energies clashed with each other, both enchantments momentarily failing. He felt a sudden shift, a sudden change in the air, and inside of him, as though a long-forgotten part of his being had awakened from a long slumber. Full of fear and excitement, Sunny did something that he had done countless times before, but never knew to value. 1. He summoned the runes. Familiar symbols appeared in the air in front of him, their sight as sweet as honey. Name, Sunless. True name, Lost from Light. Rank, Awakened. 2. Sunny turned away from the runes and peered into the collar, observing the battle of the two enchantments within. Simultaneously, he grabbed the steel with two of his hands and threw all his monstrous strength into trying to pull it apart. But the collar held firm, as if utterly indestructible. 3. On the count of 7, the soul shard he had placed within the band of steel suddenly burst into a myriad of sparks, and the weave of black strings he had so arduously threaded fell apart, turning into the grey fog and disappearing. The original flow of soul essence was unobstructed once again, and the runic enchantment resumed its function. Sunny was not disappointed. For now, all he wanted was to learn how long his sabotage was going to last. 7 seconds. A dark grin appeared on his face. 7 seconds will be more than enough. The next day, hurting and barely alive, he brought another soul shard back with him from the arena. Tonight was going to be the night of their escape. Sunny wasn't sure that he would be able to endure any longer. If he had any chance to break free, he had to take it now. The plan was long finalized in his mind, and even though he was frightened to put it in motion, there was no other way. As Elias fell on the bottom of his cage and closed his eyes, too tired to eat the disgusting raw meat thrown to them by the ascended warrior, Sunny concentrated on weaving a new enchantment. He was now proficient enough to create black strings rather swiftly, even though hurrying threatened to cost him another finger or two. Still, in a few hours, he had threaded enough to repeat the simple weave of a summoning enchantment. Following the same steps that he had taken yesterday, Sunny created the pattern around the soul shard, and then integrated it into the collar. The two enchantments clashed again, gifting him several short moments of freedom. This time, Sunny did not waste any of them. As soon as the enchantment of the collar was disrupted, breaking his connection to the Red Colosseum, he took a deep breath, and fell through the shadows. A moment later, Sunny found himself standing on the cold stone floor, a couple of steps away from a swaying, empty cage. He was free. For 6 more seconds, at least. 7. Sunny stepped through the shadows and appeared outside of the cage, his towering figure finally free and unconstrained by the suffocating iron bars. He staggered as excruciating pain spread through his mutilated flesh, a myriad of badly healed wounds reminding him of their festering existence, and hissed. Ilya's suddenly moved, confused by the direction from which the familiar hiss came. Then, he grabbed the bars and stared at Sunny with wide eyes. How? All of a sudden, he could see his partner clearly in the darkness, because the obsidian body of the shadow creature had become enveloped by a storm of swirling sparks of light. Sunny had begun to summon his memories, the undying chain, the cruel sight, the midnight shard, the prowling thorn. 6. The Stygian serpent drawn on his skin suddenly moved, slithering forth to turn into a fearsome black odachi. Its sharp tip appeared in the air above one of Sunny's hands, and grew, swiftly forming into the length of the great blade. At the same time, two ruby eyes ignited in the depths of his shadow with a furious light. Ilyas flinched, staring at the gaunt demon in front of him in stunned awe. 5. Saint stepped out of the darkness, her graceful figure as black as the onyx, her posture straight and indomitable. Her hands were empty, devoid for now of any weapon. Sunny stared at his shadow with grim joy, and then bared his fangs, greeting her. He wasn't sure, but he thought that he noticed a slight change to the set of the taciturn knight's shoulders. Had she missed him too? 4. The hilt of the soul serpent fell into his hand, the length of the odachi considerably increased to account for his towering height. Sunny didn't hesitate and threw the great blade to Saint, who caught it calmly and weighed the weapon in her hand, the hue of her ruby eyes suddenly growing a little brighter. It almost seemed like the shadow was excited. Sunny glanced into the depths of the dungeon, where dozens of mighty nightmare creatures still remained locked in cages, waiting for their turn to be slaughtered in the arena. Then, he turned to Saint. 3. And said, "Kill them. Kill them all." She tilted her head, sparing him a short look, and then wordlessly disappeared into the darkness, the black blade of the soul serpent raised to deliver the first killing blow. 2. A moment later, something whistled through the air, and a bestial scream thundered in the silence of the nightmarish dungeon. Sunny wasn't paying attention, though, the plan was already in motion, and his efforts were required somewhere else. The familiar voice whispered into his ear, making him shiver. "You have slain." Oh, how he longed to hear it once more. "Your shadow grows stronger." In one of Sunny's hands, a somber short sword appeared, weaved out of tenebrous fog. 1. In another, a stalwart tachi manifested itself. Sunny gripped the hilt of the midnight shard with both of his upper hands, leaving the cruel sight in one of the lower ones. The undying chain finally finished appearing from a whirlwind of white sparks, covering his body with a caparace of bleak steel. Its shape changed to accommodate Sunny's monstrous body, new plates of perfectly fitted armor encompassing his digitigrade legs, his 4 arms, and even his long tail, a sharp metal spike protruding from the tip of it. His gauntlets ended in vicious steel claws, and his helmet had 2 holes at the top for his curved horns to fit through. Instead of a gaunt creature with a terribly mangled body, a fearsome steel Goliath now stood amid the empty cages, jagged horns crowning the featureless steel plane of his face. 0. Sunny dismissed his helmet and felt the collar snap back into function. Immediately, he sensed that his ability to shadow step was restrained again, and his connection to the spell was cut. The sparks that had almost coalesced into the prowling thorn disappeared, and the unfinished form of the heavy kunai with them. It didn't matter. He had already achieved everything he needed to achieve in these 7 seconds. Sunny could have used that time to shadow step as far as he could, escaping the premises of the Red Colosseum. However, that would have left him with no essence in the middle of Solvain's territory, with the accursed collar still wrapped around his neck. It was easy to leave the Red Colosseum, but it was much harder to escape it. As long as Sunny was collared, he was going to remain tied to the enchantments of the ancient theater. He was still going to be a slave. Plus, there was a thing he wasn't willing to leave behind. Sunny heard Saint slaughtering the second nightmare creature and turned to Ilyas, who was staring at him with wide eyes. The youth was still trapped in the cage. Of course, Sunny could have left him to die. In fact, doing so was probably an obvious decision. The young awakened wasn't real, after all. Only, maybe, he was. Sonny had no idea whether these people were illusions or not. That was what the government and the common knowledge had told him. But was that knowledge the truth? He wasn't sure. All he knew was that the shadows of the Mountain King and the old slaver he had killed in the first nightmare were still in his soul sea, indistinguishable from all the rest of the creatures he had slain in the real world and the dream realm. An illusion created by the spell, if that was what they were, might as well have possessed a soul, and a shadow. If so, were they so different from real people? In any case, it didn't really matter. In the reality of the nightmare, Ilyas was a living being. His partner. Sonny was determined to save him, as well. The two of them were fated to die in the arena. Well, fate could go screw itself. They had kept each other alive in the Red Colosseum, and now, both of them were going to escape it. Together. That was his furious, adamant resolution. Plus. Sonny really needed Ilyas for his plan of escape to work. The problem, however, was the cage. It was forged out of the same indestructible alloy as their collars. So getting the youth out of it was not going to be easy. With a low growl, Sonny jumped onto the hanging cage, grabbing the bars with the curved talons on his feet, and swung the midnight shard. He wasn't aiming at the cage itself, instead, he was aiming at the chain attaching it to the ceiling. Reinforced by the shadows, the austere Tachi cut through the rusty chain, easily breaking it apart. The cage fell to the floor, sending a loud rumble rolling through the dark dungeon, and then toppled to the side. Locked inside, Ilyas was thrown down. Almost immediately, though, the youth regained his balance and crouched, staring at Sonny with wild eyes. "Hurry! Whatever you're planning, demon, hurry. The priest is going to be here soon." Sonny shivered, remembering the aura of savage, crushing strength radiating from their ascended jailer, and the cold glint of his terrifying blade. Ilyas didn't need to remind him. Sonny was painfully aware of how little time he had left. The metal of the collars and the cages could not be broken, but it didn't mean that it couldn't be bent. Twisting a band of steel wrapped tightly around your neck would not have been a great idea, however, the iron bars trapping Ilyas were another matter entirely. Sonny just needed good leverage, and that was why he had cut the cage down. Throwing a nervous look back, in the direction from which the Red Priest usually appeared, he gritted his teeth and thrust one hand through the bars, pushing Ilyas back. He needed to soften the metal first, and that was going to be a dire process. The blade of the cruel sight suddenly shone with radiant white light, spreading an almost palpable heat into the cold air of the ghastly dungeon. Sonny didn't linger and pressed the somber sword against the steel bars, letting the divine flame contained within share its immolating incandescence with the enchanted cage. Come on, come on. There were two possible results for his actions. One was that he would be able to soften the metal and bend it, the other was that he was going to cook Ilyas alive inside the gibbet. There was also the chance that their ascended jailer would arrive quicker than usual, which would be really bad. Sonny counted the seconds and stared at the iron bars, willing them to heat up swifter. Slowly, the cold metal turned slightly red, then bright orange. Finally, at the point where the incandescent blade of the cruel sight touched them, a hint of pure white appeared. Sonny would have preferred to wait longer, but there was no more time. Dropping the short sword to the ground and biting down on the midnight shard with his fangs, he grabbed the scorching metal with all four of his hands and endured the pain of the furious heat slowly spreading through the gauntlets to his bare skin. Then, Sonny set his foot on another bar, commanded all three shadows to wrap themselves around his body, and pulled. Now that the cage was on the ground and stable, he could use all the muscles in his demonic body to put pressure on it, not just those in his arms. His core, his shoulders, his back, his powerful thighs and calf muscles, the entirety of his body worked in unison in order to bend the steel bars. A stifled roar escaped from his mouth, washing over the blade of the austere Tachi and echoing in the cold darkness. Sonny pulled and pushed in opposite directions with all his monstrous strength. Already a demon and augmented by the three shadows, he was terrifyingly powerful. And yet, the incandescent bars refused to budge, for a few seconds, at least. Then, when his muscles seemed to be on the verge of exploding from the inhuman strain, the metal finally gave in. With a metallic groan, one of the bars started to bend, slightly at first, and then more, and more. Yes. Ilya's, however, did not seem to share Sunny's jubilation. Instead, he paled, a frightened expression appearing on his face. Without saying a word, the youth raised one hand, pointing to somewhere behind his partner's back. The priest. And just then, Sunny felt a mighty shadow flying toward him from the edges of his shadow sense, growing closer and closer with harrowing speed. Damnation. The Ascended arrived a few seconds earlier than he should have. Without turning around, Sunny pulled on the incandescent bar one last time, creating enough distance between it and the next one for the youth to squeeze through. Then, he reached inside the cage, grabbed the young awakened, and roughly pulled him through the narrow breach. He already could hear the heavy steps behind him. Crap, crap, crap. Ilya stared into the darkness with eyes full of fear. Demon. Bahai. Without letting him finish, Sunny forcefully pushed the youth away, then swiftly turned around, grabbing the cruel sight from the ground and catching the hilt of the midnight shard. The warrior in a tattered red robe and worn leather armor was already upon him, the terrifying heavy blade cutting through the air with unthinkable speed. Sunny moved his weapons forward, trying to block the obliterating blow. But his exhausted, wounded body seemed to have finally betrayed him. He swayed, missing the timing by a split second. It looked like the tiniest of mistakes. But one mistake was all it took. His luck had run out. The great blade of the mighty Ascended slid past Sunny's defenses, and hit him right in the neck. The sharp metal sliced through his tough skin, his muscles, and his spine, emerging in a fountain of blood from the other side. Sunny felt terrifying pain spread through his whole being, and then the world suddenly spun. The head of the shadow demon flew high into the air, disbelief still frozen in his lightless eyes. It was as though it was screaming, as though it was trying to say something. To share a fatal revelation that had come a few moments too late. That there was no escape. No escape except through death. Ilya staggered, a stunned expression contorting his soft, youthful face. Demon, you. In front of him, the legs of the decapitated demon buckled, and his towering body, still clad in bleak steel, fell heavily to its knees. Just like that, his partner was gone. His partner's nightmare was over. The young man froze for a moment, then turned to the indifferent murderer, sorrow and wrath mixing in his hollow, tired, light blue eyes. You. I'll kill. The priest of war remained silent, disinterested in the rambling of the young slave. He turned to Ilya's and made a step forward, raising the monstrous blade once again. It was all over. Or, perhaps, not. Because at that moment, the decapitated body suddenly stirred and attacked the indifferent slaughterer, the radiant blade of the cruel sight entering the man's abdomen while the tip of the midnight shard pierced his chest. At the same time, the tail of the dead demon shot over his shoulder, penetrating one of the red priest's eyes with the long steel spike. Laying on the filthy stones a few meters away, Sunny's head observed it all with a terribly pained expression. Hurts, crap, dying really, really hurts. Yes, having your head separated from your body was not the most pleasant of experiences. In fact, it was probably one of the worst. However, Sunny really needed that to have happened. This was the only method to get rid of the unbreakable slave collar he had managed to come up with. He had even considered chopping his head off himself, but came to the conclusion that his own strength was not going to be enough to overcome the durability of bone weave. So, he had decided to try and use the might of an ascended apostle of war instead. Death, indeed, was the only escape. In front of him, a river of blood flowed from the body of the taciturn master. The red priest had lowered his guard, thinking that the shadow demon was dead, and received not one, but 3 whole fatal wounds as the result. Honestly, he should have been more careful. The dead were often the most troublesome of enemies, after all. As the body in the tattered red robe slowly toppled and fell to the ground, the headless body of the demon raised one hand, hooked a claw beneath the slave collar, and tore it off its severed neck. The band of metal rang as it hit the floor. Sonny was not dead, of course, thanks to the undying enchantment of his transcendent armor. For as long as it was active, he would remain alive, and even in control of his body. This was the good part. The bad part was that the enchantment was devouring his essence with an inconceivable speed, and in the next few seconds, when his reserves ran completely dry, Sonny was really going to die. Before that happened, the headless demon took a few unsteady steps forward, nonchalantly picked up its head, and awkwardly placed it on his neck. Then, he approached Ilya's and fell to his knees in front of the petrified youth. "Come on, fool. I don't have much time." Due to the fact that his mouth wasn't currently connected to his lungs, Sonny couldn't even growl to pull the young awakened out of his stupor. Luckily, Ilya shook it off himself, flinching and throwing his hands into the air to place them on both sides of Sonny's mutilated neck. "Oh Lord, oh gods, oh Lord. Hold on, demon." He activated his healing ability, trying to make the cleanly severed head of the shadow creature attach itself back to the flat stump of his neck. Sonny shuddered, overwhelmed by terrifying pain. How does it even make sense? Why am I in so much pain? My brain isn't even connected to those nerves, arg. Curses. Damnation. For almost anyone else, recovering from having their head cut off would have been nearly impossible. However, Sonny was a bit special, because avoiding death was one of his specialties. There were several factors that played to his advantage. Firstly, the Midnight Shard had judged his current state dire enough to unlock the hidden well of power that its unbroken enchantment granted him. Secondly, his bones and his blood were transformed by Weaver's lineage, gifting him with inhuman tenacity. That was the reason why he had not bled out already, and why his body was capable of rapid healing. All those qualities were enhanced by the drop of Shadow God's ichor that Bloodweave had unceremoniously devoured, and then augmented ever further by the Midnight Shard. And lastly, while undying was rapidly consuming his reserves of shadow essence, Saint was out there in the darkness, slaying one powerful nightmare creature after another. She was wielding the Black Odachi, whose Soul Reaver ability transferred a portion of essence of all creatures slain by the serpent in either its soul weapon or soul beast form. So, with each mighty abomination Saint killed, Sonny received a considerable amount of essence, thus allowing him to keep the undying enchantment active longer. Was it going to be long enough for him to survive, though? That was what he was going to find out. Torturous seconds passed, with Ilya's desperately trying to heal the harrowing wound, and Sonny desperately observing his reserves of shadow essence plummeting further and further. The rate with which the undying chain was eating through his essence was much, much faster than the rate with which Saint and Serpent replenished it. He was only able to slow down the inevitable, not stop it. His whole being was overwhelmed with agony and pain, but what else was new? Even though Sonny had never had his head chopped off before, he experienced similar tortures, if not worse. There was almost no shadow essence left in his cores. And then, there was none. The undying enchantment deactivated. But Sonny was still alive. He moved his lips and tentatively touched his neck, which had a ghastly scar running all around it now. Then, he bent over and spat out a torrent of blood. Sonny felt terrible. He felt like a zombie. But he was not dead. More than that, he was now truly, really free. Sonny remained motionless for a few moments, then hissed quietly, which made it feel as though his throat was being sawed open by tens of dull, rusty knives. His head was once again attached to his neck, however, that didn't mean that he felt fine. In fact, although he had avoided becoming a corpse, he still felt like one. Your shadow grows stronger. The dark dungeon suddenly grew silent. Saint must have finished off the last of the caged nightmare creatures, turning him and Elias into the last surviving captives of the Red Colosseum. No matter what happened from now on, the ghastly trials were over, finished before time by her hand. Sunny sensed a bit of shadow essence pour into his cores, replenishing the empty reserves a little, and scowled. That wasn't much. The young awakened had wasted all of his essence while healing Sunny, as well. The two of them were not going to survive if they had to fight a prolonged battle. So, they needed to flee the Colosseum swiftly and before the rest of the warmongers noticed their escape. Gritting his teeth, Sunny staggered and rose to his feet, then threw a somber glance at Elias, who was staring at him with wide eyes. The youth still had a collar wrapped around his neck. However, there was not much Sunny could do about that right now. It was not like he could behead the young awakened, too. Hopefully, his strength alone was going to be enough to deliver them both away from this cursed place. Now that he was connected to the spell and had access to all of his power, there were a lot of things that could be done. The damned zealots were going to regret ever capturing him. Elias opened his mouth, then asked in a shaking voice. "Demon, how are you still alive?" Sunny tilted his head, grimaced, and decided to not move his neck too much in the future. Then, he gestured at the breastplate of the undying chain. The young awakened frowned. Your armor. It's a relic. Wait, where did you even get this fearsome armor? And all these magical weapons?" Sunny sighed, then nodded and pointed at his chest again. Elias blinked a couple of times. "What do you mean, they were inside of you all along? Why have you not used them in the arena, then?" One of the demon's hands rose and pointed at the collar that now lay harmlessly on the filthy stones. The youth frowned. "Oh. I see. The war god's binding must have hidden you from the sight of the Lord of Shadows, and robbed you of his blessings. But then..." Sunny sighed, and pressed a finger against his lips, commanding Elias to be quiet. At the same time, Saint appeared from the darkness, drops of fetid black blood still dripping from the blade of the great Odachi. Her gaze was calm and indifferent, as always. The youth stared at the taciturn demon for a few moments, then bowed respectfully. You have my gratitude for coming to our aid, Venerable Lady Shade." Saint looked at the young man without showing any sign of having an opinion on being addressed in such a peculiar manner. Poor fool must be thinking that she is another shadow creature that came to rescue her kin, me, that is. And judging by this reaction, he also seems to be convinced that she is my senior in the hierarchy of shadows. What the hell, why are teenagers always convinced that Saint is cooler than me? He was in no mood to disabuse the youth of this misconception, though. Plus, there was no time. A scorched kite shield manifested itself from sparks of light in Saint's hand, and at the same time, the soul serpent turned into a stream of flowing darkness and reformed itself into a straight double-edged sword, this one akin to the weapon the graceful knight had wielded in the past. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then pushed the hilt of the midnight shard into Elias's hands. Holding the cruel sight in one of his own, he bent down and picked up the terrifying heavy blade of the red priest with the upper pair. Sunny didn't know what enchantments exactly the two-handed cleaver possessed, but since it had managed to slice through his adamantine spine without too much trouble, they had to be exceptionally powerful. Then, he took a deep breath, and sent his shadows forth, along the familiar corridors of the underground part of the Colosseum and beyond them, to find a way to freedom. Sunny was good enough in a fight to survive in the arena, and even earn the love and admiration of the damned lunatics who spectated the slaughter and worshipped it, but his true calling was to remain hidden in the darkness, move unseen, and strike at unsuspecting enemies from the shadows to kill them in one fell blow. The task of escaping the Red Colosseum unnoticed was much easier for him than that of conquering it. As all three shadows glided into the darkness, the skin of the four-armed demon he inhabited turned from obsidian black to pale gray once again, and Sunny swayed, sensing his strength and resilience vastly diminish. He gritted his teeth, and then gestured for Elias to follow. While Saint disappeared into the darkness, the two of them headed toward the exit from the dungeon. They walked through the silent corridors, sensing the cold wind blow past, washing the stench of the dungeon off their aching bodies. Since it was night and the battles were not supposed to continue until the morning, the Colosseum was mostly empty, devoid of the jubilant crowds that filled it during the day. Here and there, Sonny and Elias still encountered the warmongers, those who, perhaps, had duties to maintain, clean, and prepare the arena for the next day's slaughter. However, everyone they saw had already met Saint. Following in the wake of the taciturn demon, the two of them found only corpses. The followers of war had been killed ruthlessly and noiselessly, each requiring just one strike. With each death, Sonny's reserves of essence were replenished a bit more. But more importantly than that, the path to freedom was clear. Finally, after something that felt like an eternity, Sonny found his three shadows waiting silently before a small wooden door. He lingered for a second, and then pushed it open. In front of him, there was a vast green meadow, and beyond it, nothing but boundless, vast, starlit sky. The dawn was approaching, which meant that they didn't have a lot of time left. Sonny and Elias had to leave the cursed island of the Red Colosseum before the night ended and the crowds of war god worshippers arrived to spectate the sacrificial slaughter on the blood-soaked arena. Once they were elsewhere, pursuing them would become much harder, not only because the ancient magic of the demon of desire would remain far behind them, but also because the warmongers would have to split their forces to search all the neighboring isles. The further the two of them escaped, the wider net their pursuers would have to throw. By then, the zealots would have to deal with the crushing, as well. Sonny wasn't familiar with the western reaches of the Chained Isles, which belonged to the followers of war, since he had never traveled in this direction before. They could try to escape northeast, toward the Hollow Mountains and the Night Temple, but that region was unfamiliar to him, as well. Directly to the east, a long distance away, lay the Ivory City where Elias hailed from, and the Prison of Hope. However, the eastern direction would be where the pursuers were most likely to concentrate their search, since running toward the domain of their enemies, the Sun God's people, would have been the safest choice. After hesitating for a few seconds, Sonny pulled the young awakened toward the southern edge of the Red Island. If they journey southeast, they would eventually reach the ruined fortress. Well, it might not have been ruined yet, where he had once welcomed Effie and Kai. There, the influence of the war faction was bound to be severely diminished. More importantly, that was the boundary to the part of Hope's shattered kingdom that Sonny knew and had explored before. Before the start of the nightmare, he and the other members of the cohort had agreed to travel to the Iron Hand Island should they be separated. Sonny would be able to easily find his way there from the southern great chain that anchored the isles to the mainland beneath. Hidden in the darkness, Sonny and Elias ran across the meadow, aiming to reach the edge of the island in one of the heavenly chains that rattled below from time to time, disturbed by the turbulent winds of the border between the two skies. Come on, come on. Once they were over the edge, Sonny could summon the heavenly burden and the dark wing to carry them to the chain, or even hide them in the darkness of the sky below for a while. Their salvation was so close. It was already just a few meters away. But then, his heart suddenly grew cold. No. In the end, it wasn't close enough. Just as they reached the edge, a quiet sigh resounded from the darkness, and suddenly, Sonny was laying on the ground, his vision blurred and his whole body numb. There was no oxygen in his lungs, and no matter how hard he tried to inhale, it was of no use. His chest seemed to be on fire. A few seconds of agony later, the shock of the terrifying impact that had cracked the breastplate of the undying chain and sent him flying to the ground began to fade, and Sonny was able to finally draw in a hoarse, desperate breath. Curses! He moved his arm, reaching for the hilt of the red priest's cleaver that lay near, buried in the soft grass. However, before his fingers closed around it, a delicate foot stepped on his wrist, and suddenly, it was as though the weight of a whole world descended upon him. Sonny groaned, then gritted his teeth and looked up at the harrowing creature that had attacked them from beyond the edge of the island. It was a graceful, breathtaking beauty wearing a simple red tunic, her face tender and solemn, her dazzling eyes shining like two silver stars. Sylvain looked down at him and smiled with sadness. "I am afraid that this is as far as you go. Ah, we meet again, child of shadows. Sunny stared at the beautiful saint with grim resentment burning in his black, tenebrous eyes. He remained motionless, knowing that his worst fear had just come true. The transcendent immortal herself had arrived to hunt them down. He thought feverishly, trying to come up with some way to escape the priestess of war. Soul Serpent and Saint were still hiding in his shadow, so he could command them to attack. But what could an awakened and an ascended demon do against a transcendent? An undying one that was chosen by the gods and had lived for at least 1,000 years, no less. No, sending them to fight that horror would be just sending them to their deaths. In all of his travels, Sunny had never met a creature more frightening than Solvane. Of that, he was sure. Even the corrupted leviathans of the dark sea had not instilled such caution in him. Maybe only the harrowing rot in the ebony tower had, but he hesitated to call it a living being. Then, what? What he was supposed to do? Damn you, fate. You never let go of your prey, do you? Sunny gritted his teeth, then growled, and tried to strike at Solvane with the cruel sight. However, the beautiful woman simply swatted it away, breaking his fingers and sending the somber blade flying over the edge of the island. She shook her head. No, not like that, little demon. You deserve a better end. Then, Sunny felt himself being lifted into the air, and then thrown to his knees. A moment later, a stifled scream announced that Ilias, too, had not escaped the immortal transcendent. His gaunt figure fell near him, a pained grimace contorting the young man's young face. Soon, the unassailable power that pressed Sunny into the ground disappeared, and he was able to breathe again. Looking up, he saw Solvane standing in front of them, her silken skin caressed by the gentle starlight. She looked at them with an inexplicable expression, her long chestnut hair dancing softly in the wind. There has to be something I can do, think. The transcendent priestess smiled, the world itself growing brighter from her mesmerizing smile. Ah, the trials of life are over. I congratulate you, champions. Although some of your foes were vanquished under the cover of darkness instead of in the bright light of day, under the gaze of the gods, you have defeated them nevertheless. You have even slain one of my blessed. Thank you. Thank you for giving that which I was unable to, you have my gratitude. Both of you. Sunny stared at the beautiful saint, frozen in place. Despite all the hatred he harbored against the monstrous priestess, despite how much he wanted to pay her back 100-fold for all the suffering she had caused him, he couldn't help but forget his anger, and be enchanted by her beauty. Solvane was just too splendid, too lovely, her eyes were too lustrous, her smile too charming, her soft lips too alluring. This woman was created to be worshipped, for men to wage wars in hope of earning the right to stand by her side. Snap out of it, idiot. Have you not seen beautiful things before? Beautiful things are always the deadliest. Sunny bit his lip, allowing his sharp fangs to pierce it. Pain sobered him up somewhat. Beside him, Ilias was staring at Solvane with grim eyes. Strangely, the young man did not seem to be affected by her transcendent beauty at all. It was understandable. After all, his whole family had been slaughtered by the followers and on the orders of the dazzling priestess. Meanwhile, something appeared in Solvane's hands. It was a small object that made Sunny's eyes narrow suddenly, and his breathing become quicker. The saint sighed and stretched her hand forward, a simple knife carved out of a single piece of wood laying on her open palm. The trials of life are over, and so, I offer you this gift, and the right to fight for your freedom. To struggle for your life, as life is an eternal struggle. Will you accept, champions? Will you take this wooden blade and wield it? It is all I can give you. Sunny's heart skipped a beat. I'll be damned. The fairy tale about a wooden sword Ilias had once shared with him had actually, inexplicably, turned out to be true. And more than that, Sunny recognized the sword instantly. He had already held that wooden knife once, a long time ago, far, far in the future. This was the knife he had killed Solvane with. Sunny stared at the wooden knife, suffocating pain still radiating from the spot where Sylvain had hit him. The transcendent was so fast that he had not even seen or sensed her strike, not that it mattered anymore. As he studied the familiar blade, different pieces of knowledge suddenly clicked together, revealing a chilling truth. Stunned by the grim revelation, Sunny shuddered. Of course. Finally, the purpose of the Red Colosseum made sense to him. The cruelty of the trials, the perverse faith of the zealous warriors, their worship of struggle, battle, and death, the tale of a wooden blade that granted the champion a chance to win their freedom. When he looked back, it all seemed so obvious. The strange cult of war that had blossomed on the ruins of the Kingdom of Hope was built around the tenet of glory. Glory was both the highest virtue and the highest of honors, and it could only be won by prevailing against overwhelming odds, through mortal struggle, which was the essence of life, and war, as far as these zealots were concerned. So, they enslaved a horde of abominations and threw themselves against it, fighting to the death against their slaves in the arena. With each battle, the weak were slaughtered, and the strong got to live and fight against more powerful enemies the next day. All under the beaming gazes of the jubilant crowd. Those who died perished in the pursuit of glory, and those who lived came closer and closer to earning it. That was the sacrificial ritual the followers of war performed every decade or so, spilling blood in the name of their glorious dream. However, there was one problem with this demented arrangement. A glaring flaw that made the trials of the Red Colosseum seem futile, hollow, and senseless. What was the end of all this? Was everyone participating in the battle destined to die? Would there be no victor? What happened to the person, or creature, left standing at the very end, devoid of enemies to struggle against? Where was their glory? Now, looking at the wooden knife that contained Sylvain's death, freely offered to them by the immortal Transcendent herself, Sunny finally understood everything. That last champion would indeed be gifted a wooden blade, and a chance to fight for their freedom, just like Ilias had learned from the fairy tales in the Ivory City. They just had to overcome one last enemy. To fight against Sylvain herself. This whole feverish hell, the Red Colosseum, the blood-soaked arena, the cult of murderous glory she had built, existed for one single purpose. To find, or rather create, a warrior capable of killing their saint. Eternal Sylvain, undefeated Sylvain, wanted to die. The madness of this nightmare was born out of the 1,000 years of immortality the beautiful priestess had endured, out of the desire to be free of her eternal duty as Hope's warden. However, Sylvain didn't just want to die. She wanted to die a glorious death, one worthy of a true servant of war. Or rather, she simply could not allow herself to give up. Giving up without struggle was a sin against her faith, her God, and her conviction. So the beautiful Transcendent could only allow herself to die if she was defeated. That was her goal. Finding someone valiant enough to kill her was Sylvain's most ardent hope. Her deepest desire. Feeling a hint of vague suspicion, Sunny frowned. He was certain that he was right, that his reasoning and insight were correct, but at the same time, there was still something out of place. Something still didn't make sense, he just couldn't say what. And there was no time to think. Sylvain was still offering them the wooden knife and a chance to save their lives. All they had to do was to take it, and win. But he wasn't fooled. Her offer might have seemed like a gift, but it was just a death sentence. Sure, the knife contained a death. Sylvain's death, and would be able to slay her with one strike. At this point, Sunny was certain that there had been 7 knives once, each meant to kill one of the 7 immortals created by the Lord of Light. And this one, the wooden knife, was meant to kill Sylvain. However, taking it was only going to spell their doom. Wooden blade or not, the beautiful priestess was still a transcendent. A servant of war with 1,000 years of battle experience, an ancient warrior who had fought and triumphed in battles too many to count. And despite her desire to be defeated, she would not throw this fight. Giving in without struggling with all her might was against Sylvain's conviction. Fighting against her was suicide. By his side, Ilias's pupils widened dangerously. Feeling a small change in his partner's posture, Sunny shifted and glanced at him. What, what is this fool trying to do? The youth gritted his teeth, and then slowly rose to his feet. His tattered tunic had long ago lost any remnant of its once pure white color, and was now hanging like rags on his gaunt, emaciated body. Despite that, the young awakened looked full of resolve and determination, his eyes glinting with grim purpose. "What are you doing?" "No. You fool." Despite the pain in his throat, Sonny growled loudly, trying to warn Ilias of how fatal his actions were. But his call fell on deaf ears. Damn! Damn it! Why can't I talk? For the first time since he had entered the nightmare, Sonny felt really desperate to speak. But he couldn't, the demon's body robbed him of the ability to converse with humans in any meaningful way. Panicking, he made a motion to stand up, hoping to grab the youth before the fool made a lethal mistake. But the pressure Sylvain had exerted on him was back, paralyzing the body of the four-armed shadow creature. He groaned, suddenly unable to move, and struggled to even keep his head up. Ilias hesitated for a moment, and then looked at Sonny with a sad smile. It's all right, demon. Thank you for getting us this far. But now, it is my turn. This is our chance. This is what we've been fighting for all this time, is it not? The tales my mother told me were all true. I'll free us both. You'll see. The Lord of Light will guide my hand. With that, he reached out and took the wooden knife from Sylvain's hand, his fingers wrapping tightly around its hilt. The priestess smiled radiantly and took a step back. Her beautiful eyes shone with joy, and her voice resounded in the darkness of the dying night, full of longing and hope. Be brave, boy. The gods are watching. Sonny struggled desperately against the crushing force that pressed him into the ground, but it was of no use. A stifled roar escaped from his mouth. A few steps away, Ilias straightened, calmly looked the transcendent beauty in the eyes, and then assumed a battle stance. He knew what he was doing, after all, the youth was as talented of a fighter as Sonny had been at his age, or maybe even better. 2 months of constant battles in the arena gave him plenty of experience. More than most would have acquired in a lifetime, and certainly no less than what Sonny had on the Forgotten Shore. No. That is not enough. But what if Ilias really had a chance? Sonny had achieved many impossible things himself, as well, and seen others do the same. Even in the direst of situations, there was always hope. That was a lesson he had learned against all odds in the hell of the Forgotten Shore, and later in the stone mausoleum of the Night Temple. Without wasting any time on doubt and hesitation, Ilias sent his soul essence flowing in a raging flood, and shot forward, moving with grace and speed that few awakened could ever hope to achieve. His hand flew through the air, swift enough to appear as an almost imperceptible blur. The strike was swift and cunning, however, it was just a feint. His true intention was to attack from below, and it was hidden almost perfectly. There was no sign of the fact that the young man was preparing to change the direction of the blow. He had learned well from watching Sonny fight. But if Sonny could see it, then so could Sylvain. His eyes narrowed. A split second before the wooden knife reached the Transcendent's flesh, Ilias suddenly stumbled, then slowed down. Taking a few unsteady steps forward, he swayed, and suddenly toppled to the ground. A thin red line appeared across his chest, and then burst open in a flood of blood. Above him, Sylvain sighed with sorrow and lowered her hand, a single drop of crimson falling from her delicate fingers. Her lips trembled, and then, a barely audible whisper reached Sonny's ears. Not today. He didn't hear it, though. Frozen, Sonny stared at Ilias, who lay motionlessly on the ground, the grass soaking in his blood. The young man's unmoving face was turned to him, his light blue eyes still open. However, those eyes, which had been bright and lively once, were now dull and empty, reflecting the boundless darkness of the night sky. Ilias's face seemed almost peaceful. The youth was finally free. Sonny roared, struggling furiously to stand up, but all he achieved was damaging his mangled body even further. Without paying any attention to that pain, he continued fighting against the invisible chains holding him down, feeling the ground itself shift beneath his knees. Kill. I'll kill her. I'll rip her to shreds. Sylvain remained motionless for a while, and then silently bent down to pick up the wooden knife from the youth's bloodless fingers. Coming closer, she stared at Sunny with a dark expression, and then asked. What about you? Are you willing to fight me, little demon? Sunny glared at her, his teeth bared in a hateful grin. He wanted to, oh, how he wanted to. But he could not. Fighting Sylvain meant nothing but death. Slowly, he shook his head. The beautiful priestess sighed. Of course. Why did I expect different from the servant of cowardly Shadow? Her hands suddenly flashed, and terrible pain exploded through Sunny's body. Looking down, in a morbid déjà vu, he saw a graceful arm protruding from his chest, the breastplate of the undying chain shattered into pieces. Sylvain grimaced, and pulled her hand out of his broken chest, easily tearing the still beating heart out in the process. She glanced at it with disappointment, and then sent the body of the four-armed demon tumbling over the edge of the island. The last thing he saw before plummeting into the abyss was her graceful, beautiful figure standing forlornly in the tall grass. Then, Sunny fell into the embrace of darkness. His body flew down, faster and faster, quickly disappearing into the nothingness of the sky below. Soon, it was so far away from the Red Island that even a memory of sunlight couldn't reach that far. His chest was torn open, and his heart was violently ripped from it, leaving behind a harrowing wound. After falling for a while, Sunny sighed. Luckily, this strange body of his had two hearts. And while anyone else would have succumbed to blood loss after having one destroyed, he possessed blood weave, which kept him alive despite receiving such a ghastly wound. It didn't feel too good, though. In fact, the pain was terrible. But it could not compare even a little to the anguish he felt in his soul. Sunny closed his eyes. I'm sorry, Elias. I failed. But, don't worry. I'll kill her on your behalf, one day, kill her again. I'll kill her as many times as it takes to erase the very memory of her from existence. Just you wait. He gritted his teeth, then summoned the heavenly burden, and then thrust the black needle into his flesh. Dark wing appeared on his shoulders, swiftly turning into a blur. Sunny's fall slowed, then slowed some more, and finally turned into flight. He was flying into the darkness, moving further and further away from the Red Colosseum. Far above, the eastern horizon had already turned pale lilac, announcing the arrival of a new day. Eventually, Sunny returned to the altitude where the dark undersides of the floating islands could be seen. He tiredly approached one, sensed something moving in the deep shadows, and glided past without coming too close. The next one didn't seem to harbor any horrors. He flew toward the rough stone surface and sunk his claws and talons into it, clinging to the bottom of the island like a bat. Strangely, Sunny did not need to exert any conscious effort to remain in that position, and simply lay upside down on the cold stones for a while, struggling against exhaustion. He was in much worse shape than it had seemed before. 2 months of ruthless battles in the Red Colosseum had taken a toll on his body, and the terrible wound in his chest was still there, sapping him of strength and vitality. With the help of blood weave, the body of the four-armed demon managed to survive having one of its two hearts violently torn out. But that didn't mean that it was going to fully recover from that vicious injury. With only one heart left to pump blood through his veins, Sunny felt lethargic and weak. That weakness would probably never go away, not unless he somehow managed to find or grow a new heart. He was tired to the bone, overwhelmed by pain, and numb. Terribly, utterly numb. After the harrowing intensity of the past 2 months and the crushing strain of their disastrous attempt to escape, Sunny finally reached safety, and found himself drained of all thoughts and emotions. He couldn't muster enough energy to feel joy or relief, grief or sorrow, even anger or hatred. Tired, he was just too tired. The island under which Sunny hid was separated from the Red Colosseum by 4 or 5 heavenly chains, far to the south. He was still deep within the territory of the followers of war, but no one was going to discover him, not unless they had wings, and even then, finding the child of shadows in the cold embrace of darkness was not going to be easy. However, no one was looking. After all, he was considered to be dead. Sunny looked at the shattered breastplate of the undying chain, and then dismissed the damaged armor to give it a chance to repair itself. Then, he summoned the mantle of underworld and gasped when its onyx metal wrapped itself around his mangled chest. The intricate black armor embraced his tortured body, soothing its aches. Sunny doubted that anyone from the real world would be able to spy on him here, in the depths of a nightmare, but even if they could, he didn't care anymore. He just wanted to be safe and protected. As soon as the fearsome mantle hit his wounds, Sunny tiredly closed his eyes, and plunged into the nothingness of a deep, dreamless sleep. Thirst, and pain. Those were the first things Sunny felt before slowly remembering who he was, what he was, and where he had found himself. He was in hell. Where else? I fell asleep. He opened his eyes and saw the rough surface of the bare stone in front of him. Sunny was still clinging to the underside of the island, his claws buried deep into it and holding him in place like iron pitons. He felt better, somewhat. His body was still a labyrinth of pain, but it was much milder than before. Judging by the state of his wounds, he had slept for many, many days. No wonder he was so thirsty. Sunny shifted slightly and freed one of his 4 hands, then summoned the endless spring and drank a few gulps of water. Then, he turned his head and stared into the darkness, indifferent to everything. His body was healing, but his mind was still empty and numb, exhausted of its ability to feel anything. All that remained was cold rationality, but even that part of him was dull and apathetic, devoid of any interest and desire. He just didn't care about anything, or anyone, right now. The mere thought of caring seemed exhausting. After a while, Sunny sighed. What should I do? Despite everything that had happened, his immediate goal remained simple and straightforward. He had to traverse the whole kingdom of hope and reach the Iron Hand Island to regroup with the cohort. Once they were together, if the others were still alive, they would know what to do. Sunny didn't feel particularly motivated to attempt the perilous journey, but he knew that he had to. It was a simple enough objective, at least, in his current state. He felt reluctant to think about anything arduous, obtuse, or complicated. All he had to do was to move southeast for a while, and then turn north. Maybe his condition would improve by the time he reached the eastern edges of the Chained Isles. The road, however, was not going to be easy. Sunny was going to have to sneak through the vast territory of the warmongers without being seen, reach the southernmost boundary of the region, and then retrace the path he had taken to welcome Effie and Kai almost all the way back to the sanctuary of Noctis. It was also unclear who ruled the eastern territories in this era, or if they were wild and overrun by nightmare creatures, like they would be in the future. He grimaced, remained motionless for a while, and then summoned the covetous coffer. Catching the frightened box before it plummeted into the sky below, Sunny freed one more hand and took a handful of synth paste tubes out of the coffer, then dismissed it. Consuming the tasteless sludge to replenish his strength, he summoned the runes and finally took a proper look at them for the first time in months. Name, Sunless. True name, Lost from Light. Rank, Awakened. Class, Demon. Shadow cores, 3 out of 7. Shadow fragments. His pupils narrowed. What? But there was no mistake. The runes read. Shadow fragments, 2,223 out of 3,000. Sunny stared at the number, then hung his head back and tried to chuckle, producing a disturbing bestial snarl instead. His throat pulsed with sharp pain, but he shrugged it off and bared his teeth in a dark, bitter grin. When entering the nightmare, Sunny had less than 300 fragments collected, which meant that he had accumulated almost 2,000 of them in the Red Colosseum. In fact, in those 2 months, he had probably slaughtered more nightmare creatures, and humans, than in the previous 2 years, his whole life as a carrier of the spell. Was this the price of glory? Sunny remained motionless for a while, then shifted his gaze, moving it to the very end of the field of shimmering runes. Soon, Nef's description appeared before him. He lingered for a few moments, and then read. Soul fragments, 2,478 out of 4,000. The corner of his mouth twitched. Of course. She is in a hell of her own, after all. The gap between them had diminished, but barely. He was still behind, still lacking. But she was alive, at least. And fighting with all her strength to return. If Nef refused to give up, then he would have to persevere, too. With a sigh, Sunny turned away and looked back to his runes, finding the list of his memories and echoes. His eyes suddenly gleamed, but then grew dark and slightly despondent. What the hell, how is this even possible? Among the names of his memories, dozens of new ones shimmered in the darkness. It seemed that the spell continued to reward him even while their connection was obstructed by the sorceries of hope. It sort of made sense. The fact that Sunny had not been able to communicate with the spell did not mean that it had not continued to watch his every step. He was inside one of its nightmares, after all. Which created a swarm of questions on its own. Not caring to consider them, Sunny silently counted the new memories. 39, there were 39 of them. And yet, there was not a single echo he had received after slaughtering nearly 1,000 nightmare creatures. Not even a hint of one. Doesn't make any sense, none at all. What is this, a joke? It seemed that his luck when it came to memories had been incredible, while his luck when it came to echoes had been beyond terrible. He should have received 4 or 5, at least, but he had not. Sunny stared into the darkness for a while, his expression glum. Then, he sighed. Well, doesn't matter. It's a pity that I did not receive an echo of the Red Priest, though. I would have made him into a shadow, just to get a chance to kill that bastard again. He studied his new memories, slowly reading their names and descriptions. A few were good, and a couple were splendid. The rest, however, were worse than what he already had in his arsenal. Their only use was to feed Saint. This time, however, he did not hurry to give them away as sustenance for the taciturn demon. Instead, Sunny hesitated for a long time, and then dismissed the runes. He had other plans for these memories. Each of them possessed a unique weave, one that he would be able to study and experiment with while not fearing to damage or destroy an actually valuable instrument. He would be able to use Weaver's needle now, too, instead of cutting his fingers on the ethereal, but perfectly sharp strings. Satisfied with that decision, Sunny finished the last of synth paste tubes he had taken out of the covetous coffer, indifferently dropped them into the dark abyss of the sky below, and sent one of his shadows to scout out the situation above. The sun was rolling toward the horizon, and the night was swiftly approaching. That meant that he would have to move soon. Over the next few days, Sunny traveled southeast, staying in the darkness of the sky below during the night, and finding shelter on the undersides of the floating island during the day. He was still weak because of his injuries and had to make frequent stops to rest and sleep, which slowed him down considerably. In the course of these days, Sunny made several stunning discoveries. The first one was rather pleasant and beneficial to him. As it turned out, there were far fewer nightmare creatures populating the Kingdom of Hope in this era than there were in the future. That included the harrowing abominations that dwelled on the dark side of the islands. Their absence made the task of remaining below the isles far easier for him. Of course, there were still some monstrosities hiding in the darkness, but not nearly enough to make it too hard to avoid them. In retrospect, that made sense. These lands were not completely devastated yet, and there were plenty of humans living on the levitating islands. It was because of them and their efforts that the population of nightmare creatures was so low. It was also the reason why it took Solvain and her zealots a full decade or more to gather enough abominations to hold the accursed trials. The second discovery he made was far less fortuitous, and also had to do with the human inhabitants of the Kingdom of Hope. He was still in the territory of the worshippers of war, which made it all but impossible to appear on the surface of the islands during the day, unnoticed. But the dark side wasn't completely safe either. Not once and not twice, he saw humans traveling either across the heavenly chains or through the sky below. Hidden in the shadows, he observed several flying ships sail through the boundless darkness, some adorned with sails of pristine white, some of vivid red. He even witnessed 2 vessels locked in furious battle, arrows and pieces of burning wood falling into the abyss like rain. In the end, the ship with white sails rammed into the red one, splitting the vessel in half and sending the captain and the crew to their deaths in the sky below. These ships looked simultaneously similar and different to the one the fire keepers had repaired and guided to the ebony tower. They were much smaller and slower, and didn't have a magnificent tree growing around their masts. The vessels Sunny had spent several weeks on looked much more ancient, in comparison. Like the original in front of lesser copies. The third discovery Sunny made was, perhaps, the most shocking. The crushing did not exist in this era. The islands rose and fell as usual, but no matter how high they climbed, no deadly force assaulted them, threatening to destroy anything too weak or too slow to run away. Many of the nightmare creatures Sunny had studied before hunting them down, in the future, were somewhat different here from what he knew. He had understood that fact in the arena, and confirmed it while observing the islands through the eyes of his shadows after escaping it. Now, he learned why. The crushing did not yet exist, and for that reason, the nightmare creatures had not gone through thousands of years of adaptation to learn how to survive its burden. Neither their bodies nor their behavior changed to accommodate the deadly force that would terrorize the entire region in the future yet, and that was why he had found them to be both familiar and strange. Armed with that knowledge, Sunny slowly made his way south, leaving the Red Colosseum, and Saint Sylvain, further and further behind. His wounds slowly healed, and soon, he felt that he would not be entirely useless in the fight anymore. That was just in time, because his days of peace were about to come to an end. It took Sunny almost 2 weeks to approach the southern boundary of the Chained Isles. The further from the Red Colosseum he went, the less presence the warmongers had there. With Sylvain's militant order occupying the western reaches of the Kingdom of Hope and the followers of Sun God in control of its center, engaged in a centuries-old conflict with each other, the south remained desolate and neglected. That made Sunny's life a bit easier, but also caused him to lower his guard a little. He still had to remain vigilant, though, because there were more and more unsightly horrors hiding in the deep shadows of the dark side as he traveled away from human settlements. On one of these days, Sunny found himself clinging to the underside of a small floating island as he waited for the arrival of night. He had already rested and dined on several tubes of synth paste, so for now, there was nothing much for him to do. As had been his habit for the past week or so, he summoned one of the memories from the Colosseum and studied its weave, trying to peer into the secrets of the complicated pattern of ethereal strings. Armed with his innate intuition and the ability to compare different memories to each other, he was making tortuously slow progress in his understanding of sorcery, or at least of this type of it. Weaver's sorcery seemed elegant, strange, and marvelous, but also inhumanly complex and elaborate. Sunny doubted that he would be able to comprehend its foundational principles any time soon. And even if he did, his human mind was simply unable to encompass the whole of the infinitely convoluted patterns, let alone create one from scratch. Maybe if he had a powerful supercomputer instead of a brain, in any case, he was not going to be creating his own memories just yet, or maybe ever. That didn't mean that he couldn't do anything, though. Sunny might not have had the capacity to create new weaves, but he had already proven his ability to copy those that already existed. He had reproduced the simplest and most common of them, the pattern responsible for storing memories in his soul and then summoning them back through essence, in the dungeon of the Red Colosseum. With enough time and preparation, he would be able to copy other enchantments of the familiar weaves, too. Creating anything meaningful was going to take a while, though, but that was not what Sunny was currently trying to achieve. Instead, he wanted to expand his sorceress repertoire from 1 trick, to no less than 2 tricks. He was experimenting with his memories in hopes of learning how to modify and change an existing enchantment. Right now, Sunny was holding a slim dagger in one hand and a small silver bell in the other. The silver bell was the first memory he had ever received, and also the simplest, while the slim dagger was one of the weapons he had won in the arena. Its enchantment was rather straightforward, it made the weapon utterly noiseless. It didn't ring when struck against armor or another blade, and didn't even rustle as it entered the enemy's flesh. Sunny had chosen these two memories for the experiment because, at the core, their enchantments were very similar. One was that of sound amplification, while the other was that of sound nullification. He wanted to change the latter into the former. In other words, he wanted to turn the silent dagger into a very noisy dagger. Not because that would be very useful, but to prove that he was capable of modifying enchantments. After studying the spellweave of the silver bell for many days, Sunny was close to memorizing the staggering complexity of the pattern of strings entirely. Since the bell had only one enchantment, it was easy to isolate it from the parts of the pattern that were common to all memories. So, in theory, he knew what shape to create. The dagger, on the other hand, was a bit different. It also only had a single enchantment and a single ember anchoring the pattern, but that ember was brighter, and the pattern itself was much larger and more intricate. However, there were certain similarities with the one in the bell, so, Sunny could imagine turning one into another. He hesitated for a while, then sighed, and raised Weaver's needle. Just like on the day he had found it, the long and narrow needle was enveloped in a faint, weak golden shine that only he could see. Thousands of years ago, or maybe sometime in the future, it had absorbed some of Weaver's deific blood, along with tiny traces of divinity. Sunny suspected that the needle had not been a magical tool, and neither had it actually belonged to Weaver. Rather, it had been just a random needle that the demon of fate found in the ebony tower and made use of to sew a new arm to their body, and its magical properties came from being washed in the demon's blood. However, now, the needle did possess magical properties. Just like Sunny's fingers, it was capable of interacting with the ephemeral strings that constituted spell weaves. Sunny threaded a shadow string through the needle, and carefully thrust it into the sorceress pattern that created the enchantment of the silent dagger. He was hoping to replace some of the existing strings with his own, shift others around, and remove some completely. At first, everything went well. Sunny was on the verge of getting excited, but then, the same thing that happened with all his previous experiments repeated itself. At some point, the strings trembled, and then the whole pattern tore and collapsed, turning into a chaotic mess of ripped and fluttering threads. Sunny hurriedly retracted his hand, afraid to lose it, and watched as the slim dagger shimmered and disintegrated into a rain of dim sparks. A few moments later, the spell spoke solemnly. "Your memory has been destroyed." Sunny grimaced and closed his eyes. Damnation. Another one. Then, however, he suddenly shifted and turned his head up, staring at the stone surface above him as if trying to pierce its solid mass with his gaze. Up above, on the surface of the small island, one of his shadows had noticed movement. The grass covering the surface of the island moved, and strange shapes appeared from beneath it. Some were similar to each other, while some were not, but all shared the same deep emerald color. The shapes levitated upward, slowly coalescing together. The creepy shadow observed the eerie event from the shade of a large boulder, darkly excited. Sunny only understood what it was so excited about when the boulder suddenly split open and fell apart, making way for another of the shapes, this one easily recognizable. It was a massive emerald jawbone, similar to a human one in all aspects except for size. The creepy guy had always been strangely fascinated by dead things. No wonder he got fixated on a bunch of flying bones. As Sunny watched, the emerald bones assembled into a towering human skeleton, very similar to the powerful abomination of the same kind Sunny had fought and destroyed in the Red Colosseum, but much larger and way more frightening. The emerald skeleton stared north for a while, and then slowly headed toward the edge of the island, each of its steps making the ground shake. At the same time, a loud rattle of the heavenly chain rolled through the two skies. Sunny was so used to hearing them that he didn't pay it any attention at first, but then, a deep frown appeared on his face. Something wasn't right. The rattling of the chain sounded different, somehow. He lingered for a few moments, then silently dove into the shadows and glided to the northern slope of the flying isle. As soon as Sunny saw the heavenly chain stretching far into the distance, his heart grew cold. A terrifying abomination with a body that resembled a dirty mass of pitch-black tar was crawling underneath it, its back facing the sky below. Each second, a dozen tendrils of liquid darkness shot forward from the mass, sticking to the links of the giant chain and pulling the creature forward. The monstrosity was at least 20 meters long and so heavy that the iron of the heavenly tether groaned under its weight. What hellish nightmare is this? Sonny peered beneath the surface of the black tar creature and shuddered once he saw the taint of corruption that hid within its soul. The two hideous nodes of swirling darkness that spread cancerous veins through the body of the abomination were especially ripe and horrid, revealing its rank. Corrupted, a corrupted monster. Earlier, when he had been passing the islands north of his current shelter, he had felt the shadow of a powerful fiend hiding beneath one of them. Who knew that the horror nesting on the dark side of the flying island would turn out to be equal to the harrowing wormvine, and then decide to follow Sonny south on top of that? As Sonny froze for a moment, a large boulder suddenly flew from the island and hit the massive body of the black tar fiend, sending ripples across its liquid flesh. The force of the impact was so great that a destructive shockwave spread in all directions, causing the heavenly chain to rattle even louder. On the surface of the island, the towering emerald skeleton lowered its arms and stared at the invading horror, dark lights igniting in the pits of its empty eye sockets. The boulder it had just thrown disappeared within the body of the corrupted abomination, seemingly dealing it no damage. The creature simply continued crawling, its massive body surging forward like a black tide. I probably need to run. But before he could do anything, the advancing monster suddenly convulsed, and in the next second, dozens of sharp stone shards shot out of its flesh, each covered by fetid black liquid. Some rained on the emerald skeleton, and some hit the slopes of the island, causing large chunks of weathered stone to be turned into dust. Sonny barely managed to dodge one of them, and stared with resentment at the small crater that appeared in place of his hiding place. Sure, he was an incorporeal shadow right now, but he would not make the mistake of assuming that a corrupted abomination had no way of wounding him. Who knew what this horror was capable of? And just as this thought entered his mind, he noticed that there was a thin layer of black tar spread around the point of impact, and dozens of similar ones nearby. As he watched, the foul liquid started to move, coalescing into small dark blobs. Some of them began crawling up, toward the emerald skeleton. But some froze for a moment, and then flowed toward him, as though sensing his location. Crap! Sonny hurriedly summoned back the creepy shadow and lunged away, gliding through the shadows as fast as he could. By the time he reached the bottom of the island, the black tar monster was already upon the skeleton. Numerous tendrils of darkness shot forward, enveloping the towering abomination. Despite all its might, the emerald skeleton was instantly trapped and pulled inside the mass of liquid darkness. It struggled desperately, but to no avail. Seconds later, its massive figure disappeared within the body of the dark side fiend without a trace. Now, just forget about me, Hellspawn. I'm too small and inconsequential, anyway. Sonny was already on the southern slope of the island, rushing toward the other heavenly chain that led away from this damned place. Somewhere above him, the giant mass of liquid darkness rippled, perhaps grinding the ancient emerald bones into dust. And then, the corrupted fiend suddenly surged forward with incredible speed, heading for the very same chain. Or rather, for the swift shadow that hoped to use the chain to escape. Luckily, Sonny reached it first. He burst from the shadows, flying across the span of empty air, and landed on the surface of the heavenly tether in a roll. Without wasting a single moment, Sonny pushed himself off of the cold iron surface with all four arms, wrapped the shadows around his body, and ran. As dull pain spread through his chest, the mantle of the underworld turned as light as a feather. Just a few seconds later, the chain swayed wildly beneath his feet, announcing that the black tar monster had reached it, too. Curses! There were a few hundred meters of giant sunlit links in front of him, and only past that was the heavenly tether submerged into the darkness of the sky below and shrouded in shadows. I'll make it, surely, I will. Sonny growled, bared his fangs, and ran. Sonny's upper arms were much longer than that of a human. Bending down, he fell on all fours and broke into a bestial gallop, flying forward with incredible speed. With each jump, the saving darkness grew closer and closer. The links of the heavenly chain rattled and swayed wildly beneath him as the black tar fiend pursued. Sunny could have tried to find safety in the depth of the sky below, but his speed and maneuverability in the air would have been severely diminished. If the abomination decided to expel another rain of tar-covered projectiles, he would be shredded, torn to pieces, and consumed. Besides, there was no telling if the harrowing creature could follow him into the abyss. His best chance was to reach the segment of the chain submerged in darkness, glide across it as a swift shadow, and escape to the next island. Behind him, the mass of liquid darkness rolled forward with staggering speed, hundreds of black tendrils shooting out of it every moment to form a ceaseless tide. The distance between them grew smaller and smaller still. Oh, gods! Just a split second before the tendrils of darkness descended upon him, Sunny finally reached a sufficiently low altitude and dove into the shadows, turning into one of them and rushing forward across the giant chain. The space where he stood just a moment ago was instantly enveloped by the foul flesh of the tar monstrosity, which then lunged after him, somehow starting to move even faster. A strange, deafening sound that resembled a gurgling wail escaped from the depths of the mass of liquid darkness, causing Sunny's whole being to writhe in pain. It washed over the world like a wave, penetrating deep into the darkness of the sky below and the radiance of the sky above, and making both shudder. Sunny fled across the border between two skies, and the harrowing creature from the dark side followed. Soon, the length of the heavenly chain that was shrouded in shadows came to the end, and he escaped them at a terrible speed, sliding across the metal of the links and barely keeping himself from plummeting down. A tide of black, shifting tendrils fell at him almost instantly, but hit only ancient iron. Sunny had stepped through shadows, appearing a couple of dozen meters away, and then once again, teleporting to the surface of the island that loomed above him now. That last jump ate a lot of his essence, but he had no other choice than to make it. Falling to the ground, Sunny grabbed at his chest, which was pulsating with dull, crippling pain, and groaned. Then, he threw himself up and continued running. Behind him, the tendrils of black tar were already above the edge of the island. Sunny found himself among remnants of an ancient battlefield. Carcasses of broken ships lay forlornly on the barren earth, their blackened hulls covered with scorch marks and gaping with empty darkness. Here and there, pieces of rusty weapons and armor protruded from the ground, covered with ash. The ground itself was shattered and uneven, littered with pockmarks of deep craters. Knowing that he would never escape the giant fiend on foot, Sunny alternated between galloping and jumping through shadows for short distances, sometimes chaining several jumps in a row. By exerting every fiber of his demonic body to its limit, he managed to stay ahead of the pursuing abomination for now, even if it was just barely. Behind him, the monstrous creature barreled through wreckages of the fallen ships, breaking them apart with a thunderous cacophony of crashes. Its tendrils ripped the wooden hulls apart like paper, sending clouds of ash and debris flying through the air. On the opposite side of the island, Sunny saw the remnants of a colossal pyre, thousands upon thousands of charred human bones arranged into a solemn pyramid to form it. These were, perhaps, the remains of the warriors that had fought in this battle and once crewed the broken ships. What had brought them to this island, and what had they fought for? Who had won the terrible battle, and at what cost? Had this pyre been meant to honor fallen heroes, or dispose of dead enemies, or even prisoners, perhaps? Without sparing a single thought to these questions, he dove down from the edge and fell through the air, reaching another chain and escaping further south. A few moments later, the corrupted fiend flowed over the edge, as well, landing at the heavenly tether with a deafening thud. Sunny was still ahead, the fiend failed to outrun him. For now. The problem was that Sunny was growing tired and slowly running out of shadow essence, while the black tar monster was not. South, 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 pursued by the fiend from the dark side, Sunny fled south, crossing one island after another. But no matter how fast he ran, the damned monstrosity was faster. Many of the islands he traversed were populated by nightmare creatures of all kinds, but unlike the towering emerald skeleton, these ones did not even try to fight the corrupted abomination. Instead, they fled, too, scattering to the neighboring islands in something that resembled panic, or being consumed if they were not swift enough. At some point, Sunny found himself running side by side with all kinds of nightmare creatures that would have usually not hesitated to attack him. They were like forest animals escaping from a raging fire, when a forest fire spread like an insatiable monster, devouring all in its way. Predators and prey were made equal before its terrifying strength. Besides, with his monstrous body and his mind still clouded by the countless times he had shadowed the abominations of all kinds in the Red Colosseum, Sunny was less unlike the nightmare creatures than he had used to be. The black tar monster, however, was making a clear distinction between him and all the other creatures. It only paid attention to those abominations that were directly in its way, while its only goal, for some damned reason, was singular, to catch and consume Sunny. Curse it all, what's so special about me? Was it the fact that he followed the path of ascension instead of corruption? Was it his nature as a shadow? Or maybe, was it the flame of divinity that burned in his soul and flowed through his veins? Was that flame an irresistible lure for a creature like that? There was no answer. All Sunny could do was run, 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 run as his chest became consumed with pain, and his soul became empty and barren, devoid of any essence at all. Some time later, he escaped from the shadows one last time and fell on the emerald grass of a new island, almost completely spent of essence and sapped of all stamina. He was done for. His single heart was beating wildly in his aching chest, drowning as it tried to do the work meant for two. His 4 lungs were on fire. This was it. This was as far as he could go. Sunny drew in a hoarse breath, and then slowly rose to his feet. His eyes shone with grim darkness. So be it, good. Come and get me, beast. Let us see which one of us is stronger. I have killed creatures mightier than you before. Granted, during the battle with Wormvine, he had months of preparations and a whole cohort of fire keepers supporting him. Sunny used the last of his essence to summon the cruel sight and turned around, ready to face the assault of the black tendrils. However, something was off. The rattling of the heavenly chains, it had grown quiet. He frowned, then took a few steps toward the edge of the island and looked down. The black tar monster was some distance away, its massive body hanging motionlessly from the heavenly tether. It was frozen and unmoving, with only its tendrils pulsating in a bizarre and nauseating rhythm. The abomination seemed to be reluctant to approach this particular island. It was as though there was an invisible boundary that it refused to cross, for some reason. Sunny stared at the harrowing creature for a few moments, and then snarled. He had escaped an inescapable situation once again. He had successfully fled the pursuit of the terrifying fiend. It seemed that luck was on his side, in the end. However, was it, really? Sunny shivered. But what exactly, can scare a corrupted monster away? Sunny stared at the terrifying fiend for a few moments, then suddenly grimaced, clutched his chest, and fell to one knee. A bestial growl escaped through his sharp fangs. Arg! His heart was beating wildly, sending waves of pain rolling through his exhausted body. He felt weak and lightheaded, beads of sweat glistening on his obsidian skin. This condition was only worsened by the usual sense of frailty that came from utterly depleting reserves of essence. Sunny felt infirm. God, damn it! Am I having a heart attack? He groaned, remained motionless for a bit, and then slowly stood up. Still clutching his chest, he hunched awkwardly and looked around, trying to determine which island he had found himself on, and what wicked creature might have kept the corrupted monstrosity at bay. His pupils widened slightly. No way. The night was slowly advancing, and the island was drowned by the dimming resplendence of a beautiful crimson sunset. Despite only having been here once, Sunny recognized the place, the vastness of the island, the emerald grass that veiled its surface like a soft carpet, the rolling hills, the moss-covered ruins. He had reached the southern island, where the crumbling fortress lay at the estuary of the Great Chain, one of the anchors which connected the isles to the mainland of the dream realm far below. Well, the fortress had been ruined in the future. Currently, it might have been still standing. Such luck. Sunny was glad to learn that he had arrived at the southernmost point of the chained isles during his mad escape from the Black Tar Fiend. However, he was still uneasy about the fact that the abomination refused to approach it. He was in no condition to fight anything, let alone a creature capable of scaring a corrupted monster. But what choice was there? Sunny glanced at the massive body of the terrifying abomination that loomed in the distance, then toward the center of the island. The choices, really, were simple. He could either jump back on the heavenly chain and try his luck in a battle against the Black Tar Fiend, or remain on the island and risk meeting the unknown horror. He hesitated for a bit, and then started limping away from the edge. Yes, an unknown danger was almost always worse than that which was familiar, but who knew, maybe he was going to get lucky. Maybe the unseen horror was going to turn out friendly and nice. Yeah, why not? Sure. Statistically speaking, a thing like that is bound to happen, one day. By the time Sunny reached the center of the island, the night had already descended upon the world, and a full moon was climbing up the velvet surface of the starlit sky. The hills became shrouded in darkness, which hid and protected him, and there was a little bit of shadow essence, now, filling his three cores. The pain in his chest had subsided somewhat, but Sunny still felt weak and feverish. He was heading toward the southern edge of the island to take a look at the current status of the boundary fortress, and studied his surroundings carefully in search of any sign of danger. If there was indeed a terrible threat somewhere on the island, it would be better to discover it before it had the chance to discover him first. Cresting the top of a tall hill, Sunny suddenly froze, and then crouched down. Safely veiled by the shadows, he looked at a shimmering white light that danced some distance away, in the center of a small valley that was formed by the hill he was standing on and several others. What is this? He hesitated for a moment, then commanded the gloomy shadow to slide off from his body and get closer to the source of light. However, the shadow hesitated, too. Sunny blinked. What the hell are you waiting for? Get down there. You can run away if things go wrong. The gloomy shadow gave him a long look, then shook its head resentfully, and timidly glided forward. Soon, Sunny saw a strange picture. In the center of the valley, a small fire burned, its color entirely white. In front of it, a lone human figure sat. The human's head was hung low, his face obscured by the falling hair. He was naked above the waist, his pale skin covered with dry blood. However, there seemed to be no wounds on the stranger's body, in fact, there was not a single scar on it. On a stone in front of him, a diamond sickle lay, its blade painted crimson. The image of the bloodied man, half of his body illuminated by the warm light of the dancing flame, half washed in the cold pale moonlight, was eerie and strangely beautiful. Sunny found himself slightly hypnotized by the solemn mystery of it all, almost to the point of forgetting the danger he was in. After a while, the man let out a deep sigh. And then, suddenly, spoke in a bright and melodious voice. Who is it there, hiding in the shadows? Don't be so timid, friend, come out. Share the warmth of this fire with me, if you wish. The night is cold and dark. A sonorous laughter rolled across the valley. Oh, don't be scared. I won't eat you. Sunny shivered. Keep your voice down, fool. There's something horrible hiding on this island. But then, he thought for a moment and shuddered. Unless the man himself was the unknown horror. The horror in question, meanwhile, raised his head, finally revealing his face. It was young and beautiful, with smooth silken skin, high cheekbones, and exquisite features. The man's smile was carefree and pleasant, his eyes bright and humorous. There was a symbol of a crescent moon drawn on his forehead. Sunny recognized him immediately, of course. It was the exact same face he had seen 1,000 times, depicted on each of the miraculous coins. However, Sunny had no time to pay this revelation any attention, because something else drew all of it. It was the fact that the young man shifted slightly, turned his head, and looked directly at him. Not even at the gloomy shadow that hid some distance away from the fire, but at the distant top of the hill where Sonny himself crouched in the shadows. Crap. The young man beckoned him with a finger, still smiling. Come, come. It is rude to refuse a sincere invitation, especially one coming from such a nice person as me. Oh, where are my manners? I didn't even introduce myself. Rejoice, stranger, you are in the brilliant presence of Noctis, the great sorcerer of the East.